Chapter 1 Bloodline Awakening, Little Black Snake? Great Xia. Sangnan City, Sangnan Lingyu Preparatory Academy. Dear students, today is the day of your awakening and testing. Your teachers have already explained the rules to you, so I will not repeat them here. As the principal, I want to state first that regardless of your bloodline or your level of power, I hope you can all be positive and optimistic about life. The world is not just about beast tamers or beast girls. Ordinary professions can still shine. The principal is speaking on the platform in the middle of Awakening Square. That sounds nice, but who would willingly choose mediocrity? Yixingchen smacked his lips a few times, threw away the apple core in his hand, and took out the apple he had gotten for free from the cafeteria from his pocket. If your awakened defense value is very low, you might as well start over, so as not to embarrass the army of transmigrators. That's right. He is not a person of this world. In his past life, he opened a pink-themed comic website in bed, clicked on a lowly comic, and started his pilot mode for the night. Suddenly, the wardrobe in front of him shook violently, and a small knife fell down. It hit his joystick precisely, and due to the intense pain, he jumped out of bed, stepped on the soapy water on the floor, and fell backward out of the window. Not only physical death, but also social death. Even the police would be astonished by this case. Even Conan would be shaking his head in disbelief. It hurts so much, it really hurts so much. In this life, I was reborn into this world of beast taming for 18 years. The world is facing a crisis of destruction. All races have invaded, and strange beasts ravage the land. Fortunately, the heavens have shown mercy, generating various dungeons, secret realms, or small worlds, as well as more than 10-star battlefields as a buffer. Women can awaken their bloodline and transform into beast girls. Men have innate protective powers and can form contracts with beast girls. The female beast girl's characteristics will appear after the contract is signed, or the beast girl's characteristics will appear after she begins to cultivate on her own. Before the contract, the beast girl and beast tamer cultivated slowly. He was orphaned, had no sister, and no house. Living in cheap public housing and relying on pensions to make ends meet, life is a bit restrictive. Thinking about this, he got a little angry. In his previous life, his biological mother died young, and his adoptive father, whom he had just recognized as his relative, died mysteriously. He inherited a multi-million-dollar fortune without even realizing it. He could have lived a comfortable life as a lazy bum in a luxury villa, occasionally hiring maids to come over. He could have lived such a comfortable life. And then, the knife above the wardrobe just happened to fall down. Isn't that absurd? It's hard not to suspect that this isn't some kind of cruel joke played on him by fate. If you say it's karma for him reading lowly comics, he'll disagree. Didn't the comic itself state that all the characters involved are over 18 years old? Yixingchen angrily took a few bites of the apple. That's illegal, lowly, I'm completely innocent. He cursed God a few more times in his heart before his emotions calmed down. Next, we will begin with Bloodline Awakening. Girls, please get ready. The first one is Zhang Shanshan. A sweet-looking girl walked onto the stage. The next second, a shimmering butterfly phantom appeared behind her, then vanished in an instant. Grade A bloodline, shining butterfly. The principal nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Next up, Lin Zitian. D rank bloodline, Gale Cat. Next up, Xia Anning. C grade bloodline, stone armored dog. Next up, Huang Yu. Next, Dong Donger. Some are happy, some are sad. The awakening of bloodlines is nearing its end. Next up, Lu Mingqi. A girl with exquisite features and a perfect figure walked towards the awakening platform. She placed her hand on the bloodline instrument, and instantly a brilliant golden light shone forth. SS rank bloodline, Phantom Succubus. Holy crap, school beauty Lu Mingqi has actually awakened an SS-level bloodline. She's beautiful and has such a high level of awakening, is that right? Even a beast tamer with full innate control power wouldn't be good enough for her. Still a succubus. Is it the kind I'm thinking of? School beauty Lu has a boyfriend. This is going to be interesting. I think his name was something like Lin Chen. Now you can probably choose any beast tamer in the city. Lu Mingqi's homeroom teacher patted him on the shoulder and said, half jokingly. What was said unintentionally may have been taken to heart by the listener. Lu Mingqi nodded and walked onto the stage under the watchful eyes of everyone. Next up, Ling Yao Yao. A petite girl with thick, long black hair walked onto the awakening platform with an air of arrogance. The bored night stars immediately became alert. He knew Ling Yaoyao, and they were quite close. 2.5 years ago, he was cornered by a few kids. He wanted to show off his grappling skills that he had practiced for many years, but Ling Yaoyao, who happened to be passing by, rescued him and said she would protect him and make him her follower. Yi Xingqian agreed because she thought the other party was a lowly. Then he was in for a terrible time. This black-stocking lowly was incredibly strong and just kept bullying him. He couldn't even beat her. He can't even remember how many toes he ate. Here she comes, and this one is even more of a heavyweight, the troubled girl Ling Yaoyao. Born with immense strength, he is invincible throughout the entire academy. I wonder what kind of bloodline she will awaken. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Ling Yaoyao, her small face proud, placed her hand on the bloodline device. This young lady definitely has an exceptionally strong bloodline. F-rank bloodline, little black snake. Ha! Ling Yaoyao froze instantly. She tilted her head subconsciously and repeated it softly. Little black snake. Talent doesn't mean anything. Gold will always shine. The female teacher offered a word of comfort. But the chances are almost nil. She had previously placed high hopes on Ling Yaoyao because of her innate superhuman strength. It now seems that it might simply be that he has a better physique than others, and there's nothing special about it. Oh. Ling Yaoyao bit her lip, her face filled with resentment. How could it be the worst bloodline? This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. The entire audience sighed. As expected, bloodline awakening is absolutely fair. Yeah, I still had a glimmer of hope after school Beauty Lu awakened, but not anymore. Yi Xingqian's expression was complicated amidst the crowd, but she was overjoyed. A fallen nobleman? Then they can certainly be given a thorough-made training. Soon, the bloodline awakening ceremony ended, and it was the boys' turn to be tested for innate defensive power. Chapter 2, Innate Full Defense Power. Beast girls and beast tamers can cultivate independently, but after forming a contract, their cultivation speed will double. They also have their own exclusive contract space, where their cultivation speed will be further accelerated, and the space also has other benefits such as healing the beast girl's injuries. The level of innate control directly affects various factors such as the compatibility between the beast tamer and the beast girl, the speed of cultivation, and potential. And most importantly, it represents the number of talent crystals that can be activated. There is a chance to obtain talent crystals by defeating these alien beasts, monsters, and other enemies in the Starry Sky battlefield or the small world of the Secret Realm. The innate defense value is divided into 105 points and the innate maximum defense value of 120 points. The ability to control power allows beast tamers to activate talent crystals and gain their effects. However, the level required to activate the talent crystal varies in terms of the amount of defensive power it consumes. The gold in the talent tree represents a high-level talent crystal SSS, which costs 15 points of defense. The purple ones are intermediate-level talent crystals C, B, A, which cost 10 points of defense. The blue ones are low-level talent crystals F, E, D, which cost 5 points of defense. The effects of the talent crystal are divided into effective on beast girls, effective on beast tamers, and effective on both. It is divided into 6 types: combat, healing, defense, agility, control, enhancement, and special. The attributes are further subdivided into 5 categories: element, time and space, spirit, power, and special. Having one more or less talent crystal, or having a higher or lower level of talent crystal, makes a significant difference to the role a beast master can play in battle. The innate physical strength test will now begin. Boys, please get ready. The first one is Lin Chen. Lin Chen is useless in Chapter 57, and dies in Chapter 65. A handsome young man walked onto the stage and placed his hand on the power testing device. 3 points of innate defensive power. Everyone burst into laughter. His homeroom teacher's eye twitched. Only 3 points of innate defensive power? How embarrassing. A normal person should have over 50. Quiet. Lin Chen, don't be too disappointed. Defense power can be improved through training. The principal spoke up to stop the laughter and offered words of comfort. However, treasures that can replenish defensive power are not so easy to obtain. Those who are not from prominent families should not even dream of them. Lin Chen nodded, showing no sign of sadness, and silently stepped off the stage. Li Tao, innate defense strength 52 points. Wang Zhe, innate defense strength 65 points. Next. Yi Xingqian. It's my turn. Yi Xingchen casually tossed away the apple core he had left over and walked onto the decision platform. The moment the hand touched the awakening device, it burst into golden light. Night Star, innate full defensive power. Everyone gasped in surprise. Awesome! Innate full defense, this beast girl is easy to choose. Yi Xingchen has leaped across social classes in one step. Some people, knowing that Yi Xingchen was an orphan, couldn't help but marvel at the ups and downs of life. I'm so envious. If I could awaken my innate full defensive power, I'd parade through the streets to choose my consorts. Do you think Lu, the school beauty, will try to win him over after she just broke up with her boyfriend? Quiet down. The principal was slightly agitated, but quickly calmed down. Alright, I hereby officially announce that, starting today, you have graduated. As soon as the principal finished speaking, cheers erupted in Awakening Square. The knowledge-based assessment ended early. Their level of defensive power and bloodline strength were the only criteria for entering the Spirit Guard Academy. Some students left the preparatory academy, while others stayed in the square to scout for beast girls and beast tamers. A rank star cat girl, anyone want her? Look at me. 80 points in defense. Come and form a contract with me. Hey, look over there, isn't that Lu, the school beauty? What's she doing? A voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all crowded around. She stood before Lin Chen with an icy expression. Isn't this guy with only 3 points of defensive power? Oh, by the way, his name is Lin Chen, and he's Lu, the school beauty's boyfriend. Munchie, what's wrong with you? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw his girlfriend's attitude had completely changed. Let's break up. Lu Mingqi said coldly, as if looking at a stranger. Why? You only have 3 points of innate defensive power. Honestly, do you think you're good enough for me? Are we just going to let our years-long relationship end like this? Lin Chen pressed on, somewhat unwilling to give up. Some people, not wanting to miss out on trouble, immediately started making a fuss. School beauty Lu has SS-level talent, are you worthy of her? Go home, wash up, and go to bed. What feelings? I was young and ignorant back then. Lu Mingqi's expression remained cold. You'll regret this. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. Lu Mingqi ignored Lin Chen and instead walked gracefully to Yi Xingchen, tucking her hair behind her ears and showing a shy expression. Brother Xingchen, let's make a contract. A dramatic scene unfolded on the spot. She went ashore to kill her boyfriend, and then went to find him. Holy crap! This guy is Ruyan the Great. Yi Xingchen refused on the spot. Sorry, you're not my type. It's fine to admire someone's strength, but you can break up with them afterwards. However, it's wrong to humiliate them in public. Just like him, even though he was born with full defensive power, he wouldn't go to Ling Yaoyao in public to humiliate her. The thought of Ling Yaoyao made him grit his teeth in hatred. Do you know how miserable it is to have your face shoved with feet every day? I'll teach them a lesson. They'll teach me a lesson they won't forget after this awakening ceremony is over. Ding, the strongest beast girl system has been bound. Ha! Yi Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant. It's the system. It's here. The essential cheat code for any transmigrator. My dear daughter, Daddy has been waiting for you in this world for so long. My dear daughter? Yi Xingchen did not receive a response from the system. I was thinking of tweaking it a bit, but unfortunately it's a bot. The next moment, a cute, childlike voice, unlike any mechanical one, rang out. Dad! Holy crap! Don't do that, I'm scared. Yi Xingchen was almost scared to death. Fortunately, the mechanical sound returned after that. He breathed a sigh of relief. It must have been an auditory hallucination. Loading panel. Name, Yi Xingchen. Age, 18. Realm level, first stage, first level. Mental strength, spirit origin realm. Innate defense power, innate max defense power. Contract beast girl, none. No limit on the number of contracts, but requires the person to be a virgin and have never had a contract before. Contracted beast feedback talent does not consume defense power, unique to the host, none. Lucky, 1. A user with god-level bloodline has been detected nearby. Data acquisition complete. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen saw a bright spot appear above someone's head. He ignored Lu Mingqi and followed Gao Liangdian. He turned and left without the slightest hesitation. Brother Xingchen, am I not pretty? Lu Mingqi stopped him unwillingly. It's quite pretty. Am I of low blood quality? Wow, that's impressive. Then why didn't you choose me? Lu Mingqi asked. He. Yi Xingqian glanced at Lin Shan, whose face was gloomy behind her, and her meaning was self-evident. She walked past Lin Shan and continued walking straight ahead. No way. You have to form a contract with me today. I have an SS-level bloodline, who else can you form a contract with if not me? Lu Mingqi persisted, grabbing his hand. This was a fully fledged innate defensive power. By forming a contract with him, her cultivation speed would be much faster than others. Furthermore, the 8 advanced talent buffs he can provide will greatly ensure her safety during battle. Get out of my way. So what if you have SS-level bloodline? Yi Xingqian said unhappily, shaking off her hand. Lu Mingqi was caught off guard and sat down on the ground with a thud. She pursed her lips, her face full of disbelief. She has awakened an SS-level bloodline. How could the Academy possibly surpass her? As for SSS level? That's a joke. There are only a few hundred of them in the entire country, and once they appear, they're definitely courted by all the major families and forces. What chance does Yi Xingqian have? You'll regret this. The girls who followed behind saw that Yi Xingqian hadn't signed a contract with Lu Mingqi, and they instantly felt like they were in a great position again, so they rushed to surround him. Brother Xingqian, look at me. I'm an A-rank bloodline soft bone dragon rabbit. TCH, how dare you with only a rank? Brother Chen, look at me. I have the S-rank bloodline heavenly silk ice cicada. Among these beast girls are quite well proportioned, and even without makeup, they are no less attractive than the female internet celebrities of the previous life. Unfortunately, Yi Xingqian wasn't interested and rejected them all. Just then, Ling Yaoyao, who was in the corner, was about to leave when she saw a familiar person walking towards her. She looked up at the night stars in front of her, her purple eyes dull and lifeless. Henchman, are you here to humiliate me? Chapter 3, Signing an Eternal Contract. Yi Xingqian didn't speak, but he saw a panel appear on Ling Yaoyao's body. Name, Ling Yaoyao. Age, 19. Realm, Stage 101,000 equivalent to Tier 3, Stage 10. Mental Strength, Spirit Origin Realm. Contract Beast Tamer, none. Undeveloped. Bloodline, Divine Bloodline and Demon Dragon Congenital Deficiency. Characteristic of those with divine bloodlines, they can only form a contract once in their lifetime. Talent, End Myth not activated. Abilities, Annihilation Dragon Claw not activated, Eternal Annihilation not activated, Annihilation Divine Thunder not activated. Affection level, Heart Fluttering 6580. The End, an invisible force of annihilation that has absolute suppressive power over all life energy and elemental power. Any attempt to build defenses or cast healing spells against it will crumble as quickly as ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. Signing an eternal contract will restore the bloodline of the contracted beast. The host can directly skip the contract conditions and draft an eternal pact. If the host and the beast girl fail to develop a relationship during this period, you may dissolve the relationship yourself, and the beast girl's originally repaired bloodline will revert to its congenitally deficient state. Ha! He's getting eternal contracts in bulk from him. Yi Xingqian was very excited. There are 3 types of contracts: provisional contracts, contracts of vows, and eternal contracts. Tentative contract, witnessed by heaven, a pact of friendship. This contract establishes a beast taming space. Within this space, the beast girl's injuries can be slowly healed, but beast tamers cannot enter. The contract can be terminated at any time without any side effects. The Covenant of Hearts, witnessed by the Heavenly Tao, a covenant of souls, granting access to a spiritual space where beast girl's injuries can be healed relatively quickly. However, entering this space consumes a high amount of mental energy for the beast tamer. Half of the cultivation of the party initiating the termination of the covenant will be given to the party whose covenant has been terminated. Eternal Pact, witnessed by the Heavenly Tao, a covenant of life and death, granting access to a symbiotic sacred realm. Within this space, beast girl's injuries can be rapidly healed. Beast masters enter with low mental energy consumption. The pact cannot be broken. The Eternal Pact is only granted when the Heavenly Tao recognizes the feelings between 2 people. It also has a special ability: it can repair congenital deficiencies in bloodline or physical strength. Some beast girls or beast tamers suffer from congenital deficiencies due to damage to their foundation in childhood, malnutrition, or other reasons, which prevents them from activating their high-level bloodlines or high-level defense capabilities, and instead manifest as low-level bloodlines. Yi Xingqian had heard many love stories from her grandfather, the Dean, since she was a child. The story of a beast tamer falling in love with a beast girl who has awakened a low-level bloodline, remaining inseparable and devoted to each other through life and death, eventually moves the heavens, who bestow an eternal covenant to restore the beast girl's bloodline. There are also versions that reverse this. There is also an outrageous version where the love between the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl is so moving that after one of them dies, the Heavenly Tao bestows an eternal pact, and in the end, either the Beast Girl or the Beastmaster is resurrected. No, I'm here to form a contract with you. Yi Xingqian stared into Ling Yaoyao's eyes and said seriously. Ling Yaoyao's dim eyes lit up for a moment, but quickly dimmed again. Signing a contract and then ruthlessly terminating it? Is this his humiliation? Childish. I will not make a contract with you. I know. How could Yi Xingqian not understand Ling Yaoyao? Her pride, her strong competitive spirit, and her sense of self-respect would never allow her to agree. But then he suddenly remembered Ling Yaoyao's affection for him. If he could use that to his advantage, he. After saying that, he whispered a few words in Ling Yaoyao's ear. Ling Yaoyao's face changed from pale to flushed. She was blushing. How about it, dare to bet? Yi Xingqian said with a grin. Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? Ling Yaoyao flashed her little tiger teeth, grabbed his collar, and made him look at her eye level. He actually said that I like him. Like I'm head over heels in love with him. How could I possibly like him? That's absolutely, positively impossible. Even more outrageous, they claimed that their love would move the heavens to grant them an eternal contract, and that her divine bloodline would be restored as a result. Pa! Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Only a blind god would do such a thing. She just doesn't believe it. Yi Xingqian's lips curled into a smirk. They'd fallen for it. Holy crap, they're about to start a fight. I remember now, Ling Yaoyao did have a follower, it seems to be Yi Xingqian. I heard that Yi Xingqian is often bullied. Is he here to verbally humiliate Ling Yaoyao? Awesome. Didn't Yi Xingqian just say he couldn't stand Lu Xiaohua's behavior? What's he doing now? A hypocrite? Interesting. Damn it, what do I lack compared to this little potato? Exactly. Cuteness is worthless compared to sexiness. Yi Xingqian is completely blind. The students who came to watch the spectacle kept chattering away. Alright then, let's add one more condition. If I lose, I'll be your male servant. If you lose, you'll be my wife. It's a deal. Yi Xingqian straightened his expression and spoke again. In my name I call your soul, with my life I protect your existence. Ling Yaoyao took a deep breath and released Yi Xingqian. If you do not perish, I will not abandon you. If you return to dust, I will follow you. Yiling, this oath is witnessed by heaven and earth. May the heavens bestow upon us an eternal covenant. As they simultaneously uttered their final vows, a beam of light descended from the sky, and 2 golden and red contracts gradually appeared before them, finally transforming into a stream of light that entered their minds. The Eternal Pact. The commotion here even alarmed the principal. He quickly arrived at the point where the noise originated, and then fell silent. What did he see? A beast tamer with innate full control power and a beast girl with F-rank talent. Together they received an eternal contract from the heavens. He suddenly felt a little dizzy. But he was too embarrassed to go forward and stop them. After all, they were truly in love and their love had moved the heavens. Although a beast tamer can contract multiple beast girls in their lifetime, as long as their mental strength can withstand it, can you afford to raise them? Moreover, Yi Xingqian is an orphan, while Ling Yaoyao has a very impressive background. Whether she will agree to Yi Xingqian's contract with other beast girls is really uncertain. No. He forgot one thing: the eternal bond seems to only ever befall pure-hearted beast girls and beast tamers. That means the two of them are now inextricably linked. Alas, what a pity for those with innate full defensive power. The principal could only silently wish them well. As for the almost impossible situation that Ling Yaoyao was born with a deficiency, he automatically ignored it. When Ling Yaoyao saw the contract, she was at a loss. Her ears burned, her mind raced, and her heart raced. She admitted that she did have a little crush on Yi Xingqian. After all, Yi Xingqian was very handsome. But why does Yi Xingqian also like me? That can't be. I'm the one who bullies him all the time. Besides, she touched her flat chest and then looked at Lu Mingqi's 36D figure, which made her feel ashamed of herself. Lu Mingqi has a super large bloodline, while I have a super small bloodline. What is he after? Could it be that she was thinking about the incredibly embarrassing punishment Yi Xingqian had suggested at the end of his whispered conversation? Didn't you just say Yi Xingqian was hypocritical? You've been proven wrong. He's truly in love. Exactly. Their relationship is so pure and simple, unlike some people who dump their boyfriends the moment they get ashore. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingqi's face turned ashen, as if she had eaten shit. As everyone knows, the eternal contract, also known as the pure love contract, mostly involves a human and a beast girl. Alas! What a waste of a genius with maxed out defense power. So, true love is far less important than reason. What can a useless beast girl do anyway? I have hundreds of windows in my house. If they break, I can ask her to help apply sealant when she installs the glass. Your house is quite big. Do you still need beast girls? I'm a rank. I don't care. Long live pure love. Long live the Tauron. Chapter 4, Transformed into a Real Dragon Girl. Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting the beast girl Ling Yaoyao, the final demon dragon. Received feedback from the beast girl mythical level talent, final declaration. Your attack will inflict the final erosion effect, which will continuously erode the target. No one can remove it except by your own action. Each time effective damage is dealt to the same target, one stack of final erosion is added to the target's body, and the higher the stack, the more damage is dealt. You can actively detonate all layers, causing the opponent to enter the final judgment or final verdict. Final judgment has a chance to trigger an instant death effect, with an initial probability of 5%, increasing by 1% with each stack. The final judgment deals massive burst damage. Ling Yao's god-level bloodline is being repaired. Repair complete. Beast Girl Ling Yao's god-level talent power of the end activated. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. A blurry purple light appeared around Ling Yaoyao's body, and she then flew into the sky. Then, to everyone's astonishment and bewilderment, the light and shadow gradually expanded, almost engulfing the Tsongnan Beast Taming Academy before shattering. A colossal, black, serpentine dragon hovered above the Beast Taming Academy, its black scales gleaming coldly, and its 5 claws faintly gleaming with a chilling light. Her purple eyes glanced downwards, and she uttered low moans, each breath carrying an aura of endless destruction. Holy crap! He's cheating! A dragon! It's a dragon! Holy crap! Isn't she supposed to have awakened the little black snake bloodline? This size is correct. I understand. Ling Yaoyao has a congenital deficiency in her bloodline. The textbook mentioned that the Eternal Pact can repair bloodlines. This is definitely an SSS-level bloodline. I'm so envious of Yi Xingqian. She managed to snag a bargain like this. The principal's pupils contracted slightly, his face revealing undisguised shock. This aura is even stronger than an SSS-level bloodline, a legendary god-level bloodline. No, the Heavenly Tao bestowed the Eternal Pact, yet the Beast Girl still has an extremely low probability of having a divine bloodline with congenital deficiencies. Am I still dreaming? Qingran. The principal suddenly looked into the distance, seemingly speaking to someone. The next second, a slender figure in cyan appeared out of thin air, crossed her fair legs, and sat on the principal's shoulders. Old Li, you're quitting as principal? We're not going to do it anymore. We need to clear away any obstacles for our future grandson-in-law. The principal's aging body gradually became younger. Back at the plaza, the dragon suddenly charged down and disappeared, leaving behind thick black mist around the night star. As the smoke cleared, the two disappeared from the spot. In Ling Yaoyao's exclusive symbiotic sacred domain, Yi Xingqian slowly opened her eyes. There was a person in front of them. Wearing an irregular black and gold dragon crown, she was covered in a dark dragon scale armor that conformed to the curves of her female body. She had thick, long, flowing hair, a tall and slender figure, and an absolutely stunning and arrogant face. Its long, dark tail tightly wrapped around the night star. The coolness of the scales seeped into his skin, and the tufts of downy hair from the dragon's tail slid across his face, making Yi Xingqian squint his eyes in comfort. Etc. You're Yao Yao. How did she turn into a mature woman? Where's my little girl? Yi Xingqian was shocked. Ling Yaoyao clearly enjoyed this state, the boundless power, the feeling of being in control of everything, and what she was most satisfied with was her figure, which was so large that you couldn't see her feet when you looked down. I truly possess divine blood. As intelligent as she is, everyone believes that the Eternal Pact helped her repair her bloodline. But only she knew that their relationship was still just mutual liking, or perhaps it was just unrequited love on her part. The fact that the heavens bestowed the eternal pact at this stage means that Yi Xingqian must have mastered some kind of ability. He's the one who did all the credit for restoring her bloodline. Thinking of this, Ling Yaoyao looked at Yi Xingqian with gratitude in her eyes, and her tail involuntarily tightened its grip. Favorability plus 13. This is the Sanctuary of Symbiosis. Ling Yaoyao's sacred domain was vast and empty, filled with an aura of annihilation. But soon, the environment began to change. Dark purple vegetation grew rapidly, and all sorts of purple phantom creatures appeared. Several dark golden streams emerge from the edge and converge in the middle to form a lake. Beastmasters can briefly remain in the beast taming space by consuming mental energy. The duration is related to their mental state. But at this moment, Yi Xingqian felt that his mental energy was being consumed very slowly. He estimated that he could stay for about a day. Star, thank you. Her lifelong dream was to become a powerful beast girl like her mother. But awakening a low-level bloodline completely extinguished her hope. But the night stars rekindled her hope. Tears welled in Ling Yaoyao's eyes as she wrapped her arms around Yi Xingqian, resting her delicate chin on his shoulder. Her body continued to shrink until it returned to its original size, so much so that Yi Xingqian had to hug her back. Of course, she is slightly different from the original. Now she should be a true dragon girl, retaining the small dragon horns on her head. The dragon's tail, located at the end of the waist and in the sacral region, is surrounded by black dragon scales at the base. Her JK uniform was being pushed up by the tail. Luckily, this was the symbiotic sanctuary, otherwise she would have been exposed. It seems she needs to have her clothes reordered. Women who transform into beast girls often experience this awkward period. Some beast girls who have made a contract with a beast tamer will hide in their own beast taming space and wait for the beast tamer to take them to a tailor shop to have a series of clothes made. The uncontracted beast girl went to a tailor shop to order clothes before her first training session. Of course, the beast girl's battle form will transform into exclusive armor or clothing, and it will not disappear unless this state is cancelled, making it very stable. Except for temporary contracts that require the beast girl's consent to enter, the beast taming space can be accessed in other ways. Beastmasters who have signed the Heart Oath and the Eternal Pact can enter freely. Because these two contracts are equivalent to marriage contracts for ordinary people. Don't forget that marriage contracts in this world are witnessed and bound by the laws of heaven. He and Ling Yaoyao signed a higher-level eternal contract, which naturally made them a couple permitted by the heavenly Tao. Is that clear? If not, I'll say it again. This is permitted by the will of heaven. It's perfectly legal and legitimate. Husband. Wife. Oh. Yi Xingqian thought to himself. Xingqian, actually the reason I bullied you before was because Ling Yaoyao buried her face in his chest, her voice growing softer and softer with shyness. What's the reason? Yi Xingqian pretended to be clueless. He had known all along that Ling Yaoyao, that little tsundere, liked him, and he liked her too, but he kept it well hidden. After all, he used to be bullied by her often, so it would be wrong for him to say that he likes her. Doesn't that prove his unusual fetish? Chapter 5, Strive to be able to ride as soon as possible. I like you. After a long silence, Ling Yaoyao finally spoke her mind. What? Too quiet. I can't hear you? Yi Xingqian picked at his ear, pretending not to hear. I like you. Who do you like? I like you. Who likes me? Night Star, are you asking for a beating? Ling Yaoyao realized she had been teased and instantly became like a fluffy little kitten. She broke free of her little shoes, quickly took off her white socks, and then jumped up, using Yi Xingqian as leverage. Behold my dragon pounce. After leaping onto the ground, Ling Yaoyao was poised to pounce on Yi Xingqian with bared teeth and claws. This scene amused Yi Xingqian, who did not stop her from pouncing on him. The ground was covered with dense, dark purple vegetation, incredibly soft. Falling onto it felt like lying on a soft bed. He pinched Ling Yaoyao's little cheek and smiled. Ha, what do you mean by a dragon pouncing? It's clearly a baby dragon offering warmth. You're the one who's bringing warmth. Ling Yaoyao wrinkled her nose, revealing a fierce look. The next second, she broke free from Yi Xingqian, jumped up, and kicked him in the face. Take this kick. The fair and smooth little feet grew larger and larger in Yi Xingqian's view. Ouch. Outside world. The students looked bewildered, followed by a chorus of sighs. Disperse, disperse, they've entered the sexy space. I thought I was going to enjoy some juicy gossip, but I ended up eating a mouthful of dog food. Damn it. an SSS rank beast girl. Why don't I have such good luck? Hey! All you beast girls, look at me. I have 9 points of defense. Now! Immediately! Come here, an F rank beast girl. I want to form a contract with you. Lin Chen, who had already left, looked back at the school, a hint of resentment on his lips. Elder Wan, didn't you say that only you had the method to restore that girl's divine bloodline? A black-clad spirit floated out from the ring in his hand. The old man in black stroked his beard inside. Turning her into a demonic puppet is not the only way to restore her bloodline. The Eternal Pact can indeed repair congenital deficiencies. Who would have thought? What a pity. So what do I do now? I'll start teaching you how to craft magical puppets today. The magical puppets you can make with the materials you have at this stage are no worse than a great beast girl's. The old man in black calculated with his fingers and comforted her again. Don't worry, most people with divine bloodlines have congenital deficiencies, and she's not the only one. The old man in black feigned mystery, pinching his fingers together. Under Lin Chen's expectant gaze, the old man took out a smartphone. Lin Chen. Ahem, I'm not from here, and I'm not familiar with this place. The old man in black coughed awkwardly twice and opened the map. Let me see. I've calculated the distance to the next god-level beast girl, and I've roughly determined the direction. It's in Yanfeng City. 20 minutes later, Yi Xingqian emerged from Ling Yaoyao's symbiotic sanctuary. The Awakening Square has been sealed off by the army. Most students were questioned and asked to keep what happened that day a secret. Not many people choose to form a contract now, since they can go to a wider platform to form contracts with beast girls or choose beast tamers, so most of them sign confidentiality agreements and leave. It's out. It's out. It took 24 minutes and 34 seconds. The target appeared to be in good spirits, was not pale, did not need to support his back upon exiting the vehicle, and walked steadily. Wow, that's amazing. A newly awakened beast tamer can usually only maintain their beast taming space for 3 minutes the first time they enter. This guy's mental strength is incredible. No. It's not just mental strength that's strong. Write it down, quickly write it down. Looking at the group of military personnel recording data and the sealed-off scene, Yi Xingqian felt a little lost. Where was he? Fortunately, there were still some familiar faces, such as the teachers. Starry Sky. Xianyuan Xiangli came to him. Holy crap, you're the principal. Yi Xingqian looked puzzled. Although Xianyuan Xiangli had become younger, he still looked to be around 40 years old. If it weren't for the principal's unique temperament, he would find it hard to associate him with the white-haired old man from before. Beside him followed a petite figure in green robes, whose head feathers suggested she was a beast girl with avian blood. He. Xianyuan Xiangli chuckled. That's right. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xianyuan Xiangli. Oh, so this is your granddaughter? Yi Xingqian's next sentence completely stumped Xianyuan Xiangli. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingran burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Laoli, your student is so funny. Ahem, she is my wife, Su Qingran, Xianyuan Xiangli introduced awkwardly. Sorry. Hello, Sister Su. He Su Qingran was taken aback at first, then smiled broadly. This young man really knows how to talk. Just call me Grandma Su. I don't want people to say I'm acting young at my age. Suddenly she paused for a moment, then smiled again. Little one, since you're so polite, I'll give you something. Wait a minute. She reached into her spiritual contract space and pulled out a golden, transparent crystal. I sensed it as soon as I arrived. The beast girl you contracted with must be of dragon blood. I happen to have a dragon enhancement SSS talent crystal here. Take it, don't be shy. Thank you, Grandma Su. Yi Xingqian gladly accepted the SSS talent crystal. SSS rank talent Dragon Knight, after equipping. 1. Dragon-type creatures are less likely to target you and are more likely to develop a favorable impression of you. 2. There is a chance to gain immunity to attacks from dragon-type creatures. 3. More persistent in a certain aspect, with a greater degree of intensity. Is this talent even real? Yi Xingqian's lips twitched slightly. Ahem. Xianyuan Xiangli coughed. I have something to tell you. Please speak. Yi Xingqian placed the talent crystal into Yao Yao's symbiotic sacred domain. Which Spirit Guard Academy are you considering attending next? I haven't decided yet. I need to discuss it with my Yao Yao.
The Imperial Capital Spirit Academy, Azure Dragon Spirit Academy, Xilan Spirit Academy, and Bai Zhe Spirit Academy are recognized as the four most prestigious spirit academies in the Great Xia Dynasty. I suggest you go to the Imperial Capital Academy, but of course, this is just a suggestion. Xian Yuan Shangli's eyes were calm, and there was a faint smile on his lips.
Oh? Principal, what do you mean?
Yi Xingchen asked, puzzled. The principal is clearly a very powerful beast tamer, and he must have his reasons for recommending me to go to the capital.
Your girlfriend's father is the dean of Imperial Academy, and I also have some influence in Imperial City. Ha? My father-in-law is the dean.
Yi Xingchen was stunned. He had always thought that Yao Yao's father was a wealthy businessman because she was so rich. He didn't expect her to have such a powerful background.
And, is the principal trying to win me over?
If other universities didn't offer him some other good things, he really would go to Beijing University.
Not only that, little guy, with us protecting you, you can basically walk sideways in the capital.
Su Qingran covered her mouth and laughed, then looked at Xian Yuan Shangli and said,
He is.
We should go, Xian Yuan Shangli interrupted her directly. Su Qingran pouted and glared at him with a hint of displeasure.
That's all we have to say.
The military will take care of the rest. Xian Yuan Shangli smiled, mounted a giant bluebird that Su Qingran had transformed into, and departed.
I'm so envious.
Yi Xingchen stroked his chin.
I want to ride one too. Unfortunately, Yao Yao's strength is not strong enough yet, so she can only transform temporarily.
Suddenly, a small, fair hand reached out from the space behind him and pinched the flesh on Yi Xingchen's waist.
Ouch. Let go. It hurts. Who do you want to ride? Of course I want to ride you. Who else would I want to ride?
Yi Xingchen begged for mercy in pain.
Humph. That's more like it.
Ling Yaoyao stretched out her little head and wrapped it around Yi Xingchen's neck, then leaned in and gave him a light peck on the cheek before shyly pulling back. She also needs to work harder in her training to stabilize her transformation into a dragon form and be able to ride it as soon as possible.
Chapter 6, Little Arrogance, Master It. 10,000 meters in the air. Oldly, why don't you let me tell him your identity, and then let him help us with our granddaughter's matter? Su Qingran was a little puzzled.
She was incredibly excited to learn from her husband that the young man might have a way to solve her granddaughter's congenital deficiency. They all wanted to kidnap him and take him to the capital to form a contract with their little granddaughter.
No rush. Geniuses are always arrogant, and he will definitely resent this kind of behavior.
Besides, our little granddaughter really dislikes these emotionless contracts. They'll make her unhappy.
What if he doesn't go? Don't worry, it's fine if we don't go.
Our little granddaughter will have plenty of opportunities to bump into him.
Xian Yuan Shangli explained.
He originally wanted to go straight back to the capital, but then he thought that even after more than 10 years of pure love, other couples could not achieve the eternal bond, yet two immature children could move the heavens. A beast tamer who could seemingly command the heavenly Tao to bestow an eternal contract, and a beast girl with divine bloodline. This will definitely become the pinnacle of Great Xia, no, an unprecedentedly powerful force capable of changing the entire world. So he immediately ordered the army to seal off the scene to prevent the news from spreading, and at the same time asked his friend to send people to protect Yi Xingchen. The fewer people who know about this kind of talent, the better, since there are plenty of rats hiding in the gutter.
Starry sky.
At this moment, a man and a woman dressed in combat uniforms came up to greet us. The man is majestic and powerful, while the woman is a valiant and spirited long-eared fox spirit.
You are. Yi Xingchen seemed to have seen these combat uniforms somewhere before.
Compared with ordinary soldiers, they were more futuristic and looked to be very technologically advanced.
Let me introduce myself. I am Luo Mingchang from the Blood Wolf Star Army of the Great Xia Dynasty.
She is my teammate and beast girl, Xiaoyu.
After they finished speaking, they solemnly clasped their hands in a fist and bow and said, Don't be nervous. I'm here on the chairman's orders to protect you.
Until you are truly capable of standing on your own, and rest assured, we will not disturb your life.
Thank you both for your trouble.
Yi Xingchen returned the greeting with a fist and palm salute.
I see, he remembers. The Blood Wolf Star Army is the largest star army in the Great Xia Dynasty.
In addition, there are the Jianjin, Wuxiu, and Pujuan star armies. He was somewhat flattered that the members, almost all of whom were at least level 8, had come to protect him.
It's my duty. Yi Xingchen arrived at Lingyu tailor shop in Sannan.
Hello, sir. A woman in a suit with goat horns on her head greeted him.
Are you having clothes custom made for yourself, or for your beast girl companion? Hello. Yi Xingchen nodded. I'm having clothes custom made for my wife. Okay, sir, please come this way.
They arrived at a fitting room that was about 30 square meters in size. Under the warm yellow light, a leather sofa is placed on the right, a small cubicle on the left, and a soft, plush carpet is laid on the floor.
Ling Yaoyao emerged from the symbiotic sacred domain.
She hid shyly behind Yi Xingchen, wrapping her arms around his waist, but said haughtily, "Humph, who's your wife?"
So that's not how it is?
Yi Xingchen feigned some disappointment. Seeing that he seemed a little unhappy, Ling Yaoyao panicked for a moment.
Ah. That's not what I meant. I just haven't.
At this moment, Yi Xingchen turned around, bent down slightly, pinched her cheek, and smiled. Aren't you ready yet? Ling Yaoyao was such a proud and arrogant girl, she's easy to handle.
No problem.
Yi Xingchen put down his hands and stood up, supporting himself on his knees.
I can wait for you. Really? Ling Yaoyao asked tentatively.
She was indeed a little unaccustomed to the tumultuous nature of relationships, like riding a train, and needed a little more.
The next second, Yi Xingchen turned his back and said, "But I'll have to go find other little beast girls during this time. Need some time, my ass." Ling Yaoyao ran up to him and said firmly, "No way."
She knew that Yi Xingchen was so outstanding that he would never only contract with one beast girl, her. Moreover, he also has the ability to draft eternal contracts, so the beast girls he contracts in the future will definitely be no worse than himself.
If someone else gets there first, my position as the first wife will be in jeopardy. Absolutely not. Is that not allowed? No.
Ling Yaoyao was afraid that Yi Xingchen would misunderstand, so she quickly hugged his waist, buried her blushing face in his chest, and there was a hint of determination in her eyes. At least let me have you all to myself for a while, then I'll go find someone else. Thankfully, she's not a Yandere, everything is negotiable, and I'm not afraid of being killed by a woodcutter one day. Yi Xingchen smiled and reached out to pat her little head, promising.
Okay, I promise you. Even if I find other beast girls in the future, I will treat each of you equally.
Ling Yaoyao rubbed against Yi Xingchen's little dragon horn in his arms, making him feel itchy.
Yes, no fickle love. Favorability +5. So what should you call me now? Yi Xingchen asked, turning his head. Hearing this, Ling Yaoyao buried her face even deeper. Husband. Husband.
Her voice was very low, as if she were holding a candy in her mouth, and she couldn't hear clearly.
Favorability +5.
Current affection level has been raised to deeply in love 88-100.
You little brat, you've got me. Yi Xingchen felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing the broadcast. Cough cough.
The pretty tailor who came in was fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection, but she wasn't going to tolerate it and interrupted them directly, saying, "Time to take measurements." Yi Xingchen and the other person quickly separated, pretending that nothing had happened.
Height, 145 centimeters. Bust size, 70 AA. Waist measurement, 55. Hip circumference, 75.
Of course, the dimensions of the tail and horns were also measured during the process. Now that the measurements are taken, we can customize the clothing style. The tailor shop had sample clothes, and Ling Yaoyao would try on each one she chose and show it to Yi Xingchen.
Xingchen, how do you like this dress?
Ling Yaoyao, dressed in a black Lolita outfit, came out of the cubicle and struck a cute pose before asking a question.
So cute. After a while, she changed into an elegant black dress.
Yi Xingchen sat on the sofa, watching her walk carefully in high heels, her little tail wagging to keep her balance, and found it amusing.
Nice. After a while, she put on a maid outfit. What about this one? I like.
After a while, Ling Yaoyao walked out shyly with her head down, her light blue school swimsuit outlining her slender figure. She clenched her little hands, her little tail wrapped around her fair, close-knit legs, one little foot stepping on the other, looking a little lost.
What about this one? This one is great.
Yi Xingchen's eyes widened, his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, and he felt his mouth go dry. After selecting a dozen or so more items, Ling Yaoyao changed back into her previous clothes, walked barefoot to Yi Xingqian's side, and sat down on his lap.
I've made all my choices, and the tailor said I can pick it up in an hour. I'll go look at your clothes for you in the meantime. I'm rich. Ling Yaoyao waved her phone. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Good heavens. The amount of money in his QQ account is 7 figures.
Yi Xingqian was stunned.
I've really made something of myself in this life. I'm even living off a woman now. Wait a minute.
Yi Xingqian thought for a moment, feeling like he had forgotten something.
Oh, right, he said, his eyes lighting up. Where are your panties? Why aren't you wearing them for me to see? Get out of here. Yi Xingqian ate another kick.
Ling Yaoyao wore a hastily made dress and took him to a nearby clothing store to pick out an outfit. Yi Xingqian put on a suit, straightened his collar, and looked at himself in the mirror, and was stunned. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, handsome and dashing, he's a million times more handsome than the young heartthrobs of my previous life.
Invincible. Holy crap, ladies. He's an absolutely gorgeous guy. How wonderful it would be if I could be his beast girl. I'd be willing to let him ride me every day. Is that her beast girl next to her? She's just a little potato, how can she be a match for him? I have to go and talk to her. Ling Yaoyao's little tail instantly stood up alertly. Star. Let's go quickly. After paying and packing the clothes, she quickly pulled Yi Xingqian away from there. Chapter 7 calls from the 3 major academies. Ling Yaoyao and I browsed the mall again and bought some daily necessities and snacks. Yaoyao, where do you live? Central Garden Community.
Licking her ice cream, Ling Yaoyao regained her previous unruly demeanor, walking with her head held high in smugness. Yi Xingqian found it amusing.
From now on, you'll be supporting me. Then you'd better listen to me.
Ling Yaoyao patted her small chest with a smile.
Okay, can I have a bite of ice cream now? Can't. I ate this myself. Isn't this practically an indirect kiss?
Ling Yaoyao, like a protective kitten, quickly gnawed the ice cream down to just a small stick in a few bites. She glared at him with her cheeks puffed out.
The next moment, it snatched the food from the dragon's mouth.
Ling Yaoyao's eyes widened as she stared at the pair of beautiful brown pupils so close to her, her body involuntarily stiffening.
Hee, it's so delicious.
Yi Xingqian released his hand from her cheek and squinted as he savored the ice cream in his mouth.
Ling Yaoyao's favorability +6. You. Ling Yaoyao's face instantly turned bright red. I'm not ready at all. My sacred first kiss was lost so carelessly. How awful. She lowered her head angrily. Dragon attack. Hey.
As evening fell, the sky turned a deep crimson.
Yi Xingqian brought Ling Yaoyao to his little nest.
This Hope community is a low-cost public rental housing project built by Daxia. Each one-bedroom apartment costs only 400 yuan per month, including water and electricity.
Once inside, Ling Yaoyao curiously began exploring the room.
The room was clean and tidy, and the floor reflected light.
A faint medicinal fragrance permeated the air. No wonder I could smell it when we were close. Ling Yaoyao ran to Yi Xingqian and said worriedly. Xingqian, are you sick?
Yi Xingqian was taken aback, realizing that she had misunderstood the smell of medicine.
I'm not sick, I'm just used to it.
In his previous life, his mother was sick and often took Chinese medicine to treat her illness. After she passed away, he got into the habit of buying some Chinese medicine and keeping it at home. The smell of medicine makes me feel as safe as if my mother were right beside me. Ling Yaoyao suspiciously pulled him down to sit and carefully sniffed him.
Her powerful bloodline also gave her powerful senses. If someone is sick, she can smell it. Okay, I'm really not sick.
Yi Xingqian felt a warmth in his heart and gently embraced her.
Mom, in this life I finally have someone who cares about me.
A sense of belonging to this world quietly rose in his heart.
You big bad guy. Ling Yaoyao suddenly pushed him away shyly, her eyes darting away. Ahem, I'm going to take a shower.
It turned out that his unique Chinese dragon bloodline soul had risen, reminding him to seize the time to expand this world. Indeed, in this world of beast tamers, danger can arise at any moment, and one never knows when a giant beast might suddenly appear at your face.
He couldn't always be under someone else's protection, so he had a heavy responsibility. Enhance your own strength. train and collect god-tier beast girls. And upgrade your equipment.
After taking a shower and having dinner, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening.
Hey, Xingchen, would you consider our base academy? We're willing to offer SSS-level resources. SSS resource allocation?
That's right, the SSS resources include 3 S-grade talent crystals and 100 spirit crystals per month.
A detached 300 square meter villa, a spiritual artifact, and the ability to cultivate the spirit tower once a month. Okay, I will think about it seriously.
Yi Xingchen hung up the phone without agreeing. There are only 3 S-grade talent crystals, but their value accounts for the majority of their total value. As for spirit crystals, since they are state-controlled items, the quantity circulating in the market is limited and the price is relatively high.
1 spirit crystal is worth approximately 500 xia coins.
The SSS resources provided by the 3 academies, by Zhe, Songlong, and Qilin, were roughly the same, with Qilin adding 2 million in cash. The Azure Dragon gave more spirit crystals, while the White Zhe gave an extra spirit tool.
Xingchen, my dad said he's coming to Sungnan tomorrow.
Ling Yaoyao, wearing a cool pink nightgown, turned over and rested her head on his arm as she spoke. She seemed a little downcast, and Yi Xingchen keenly noticed this.
What's wrong?
He asked, gently stroking her delicate nose.
I don't want to see him.
Seeing that she was unwilling to talk about it, Yi Xingchen did not press her further, but instead comforted her.
It's okay, I'll talk to him about it later. You can hide in the sexy space. What sexy space? While feeling warm inside, Ling Yaoyao glared at him reproachfully, correcting him, it's clearly a symbiotic sacred domain.
Although she said that on the surface, a blush rose on her face when she thought about the frolicking in the symbiotic sanctuary today.
I'm so embarrassed. He. We can launch a special attack now.
Taking advantage of her shyness, Yi Xingchen pressed his advantage and said,
Yao, isn't it time to settle another bet? Another bet. Ah. How could I forget about that? Damn it. This guy deliberately tricked me into this trap. Ling Yaoyao's small hands were at a loss, and she secretly thought that something was wrong. A bet? What bet? She pretended to be clueless, slowly moving to the bedside, preparing to slip away.
Yi Xingchen wouldn't let her escape, and grabbed her.
No way. No way. Yao isn't going to back out, is she? Who has gone back on their word?
Ling Yaoyao's eyes darted around, her heart pounding with panic. Buzz the two disappeared from the bed and entered the symbiotic sanctuary.
Star, be gentle.
Ling Yaoyao covered her eyes with her small hands, her body trembling slightly.
Eat.
Before long, the warbling orioles formed from the power of destruction emitted melodious and charming voices. The winds of destruction, contrary to their usual gentle nature, blew softly, allowing the grass and trees to sway joyfully. Despite being a symbiotic sanctuary filled with an aura of destruction, it now felt as if it were imbued with an aura of joy, reproduction, and expansion.
Ling Yaoyao's favorability plus 36.
Ling Yaoyao's favorability level has been increased to Bound by Life and Death 130-200.
Chapter 8, the surveillance cameras are broken. No. Star. No, that 1T work. It's so itchy. He.
As the first rays of sunlight fall in the early morning, the morning dew gathers on the leaves and finally falls, nourishing the tender grass on the ground.
Yi Xingchen was awakened by Ling Yaoyao's sleep-talking and stretched.
Ling Yaoyao was still fast asleep, a sweet smile on her face. She was exhausted after practicing for 3 hours yesterday, but he himself seemed a little unsatisfied.
A pang of tenderness welled up in Yi Xingchen's heart.
Having lived 2 lives, he bid farewell to his identity as Xiao Chunan.
Half an hour later, he scooped out 2 bowls of steaming hot dumplings. Yao, wake up and have breakfast.
Yi Xingchen came into the room to act as an alarm clock. Ling Yaoyao squinted, looking tired. Her pajamas were a little disheveled, and she might accidentally reveal too much skin if she wasn't careful. She turned over and went back to sleep.
Okay, get up, we have to take the certification exam later. Yi Xingchen climbed into bed and gently patted Ling Yaoyao's little face. It's all your fault. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?
Ling Yaoyao puffed out her cheeks, turned around, rubbed her eyes, and said. She had a strong grip and grabbed him, pulling him into her arms in an instant.
If she didn't say anything, there would be some buffer, and Yi Xingchen wouldn't be in too much pain.
She smelled wonderful, with a sweet scent of violets.
It smells so good.
Ling Yaoyao liked the medicinal scent on him. It was subtle and not pungent.
Ha ha. I'm up. I'll stop making a fuss. Nightstar's breath tickled her, making her little tail stand up happily.
Ling Yaoyao gently pushed him away, her jade feet touching the ground as she took out a set of clothes from the symbiotic sacred domain.
Don't look. Although Ling Yaoyao was shy, she still awkwardly put on her exquisite clothes in front of Yi Xingqian.
Yi Xingqian was forced to feast his eyes once again.
No problem. It was forced.
After finishing their dumplings, Yi Xingqian led Ling Yaoyao to the Tsangnan Beast Tamer Association.
It's still early, but there are already a lot of people here.
Since yesterday was the awakening ceremony, most of the people here are graduates of the Beast Taming Academy. The beast girls they had contracted with had all begun to cultivate, and their beast-like characteristics were already showing. They were all different in appearance, some plump and some thin.
Ling Yaoyao would be completely out of place if she stood with them.
However, they were not there to verify the information, but rather to inquire about the status of the hierarchical contracts. After all, no one can face ferocious beasts as soon as they begin their cultivation journey.
That's strange, the way they're looking at me is weird.
Yi Xingqian took a step back and led Ling Yaoyao to an inconspicuous place.
You are Yi Xingqian?
Looking out from under the starry night sky, a pale-faced man walked towards them with a woman with a rosy complexion and a seductive figure.
Lu Mingqi.
At this moment, she was wearing a black dress that accentuated her figure, with a pointed tail wrapped around the man from behind. The Green Tea Emperor is terrifying. He's already found his next target so quickly.
Judging from their aggressive demeanor, they seem to be looking for trouble. I just rejected her, is she really that narrow-minded?
Yi Xingqian thought to herself. At this moment, Ling Yaoyao looked at the two of them with a stern face, and her little tail wrapped around Yi Xingqian's waist, not to be outdone.
Do we know each other? Or perhaps, Miss Lu, you've brought your beast tamer here to introduce yourself?
The situation here attracted the attention of those around them.
Isn't this Chao Hao, the eldest son of the Chao family from the neighboring city? What brings him to Tsangnan? He's next to School Beauty Lu. He's made a contract with School Beauty Lu. Why? I remember his innate defensive power was even lower than mine. It was only in the 80s. He's rich. His defense boost is maxed out at 105. Why are they looking for Yi Xingqian? To mock him? That's most likely it. Didn't Lu Mingqi get rejected by Yi Xingqian yesterday? She might be holding a grudge.
Chao Hao looked smug, but the envious glances around him made him excited. He straightened his back, feeling smug.
See? Even a beast girl of Lu Mingqi's caliber has to obediently follow me, right? Who wants to know you? You're not worthy. He looked at Yi Xingqian with disdain in his eyes.
Even someone with innate full power ability has such poor judgment. They actually ignored a peerless beauty like Meng Qi and instead contracted a short guy. He deliberately hugged Lu Mingqi tightly, making her breasts bunch together to show off. You're so annoying, Lu Mingqi said with a charming and tender expression, glancing triumphantly at Ling Yaoyao. You're the shorty. Ling Yaoyao clenched her little fists angrily. Chao Hao couldn't find fault with Yi Xingqian in other areas, but he could still annoy Yi Xingqian by belittling his beast girl.
Ha ha ha. She's just a little dwarf, don't you think, Mingqi? He. Lu Mingqi laughed in agreement, her contempt in her eyes undisguised. He must have been hurting last night. Snap.
Before Chao Hao could finish speaking, a loud slap echoed throughout the entire association hall.
You dare hit me. Smack. What, are you special?
Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes.
Try hitting me again if you dare. Slap.
Yi Xingqian slapped him again without hesitation.
How dare you hit Brother Hao?
Lu Mingqi glared at him and raised her hand to strike.
Smack.
Yi Xingqian acted even faster, and at the same time, a delicate pink hand landed on Lu Mingqi's pretty face. Lu Mingqi had stinging handprints on both cheeks.
So what if Xingqian hit him? I'll hit you back. Ling Yaoyao slapped him and then glared back. You're asking for it. Chao Hao covered his face, angrily wanting to throw a punch in retaliation. Just then. Hey, you over there, what are you doing?
The instructors from the Beast Tamer Association came over after hearing the commotion. Chao Hao was overjoyed and withdrew his hand. Now he didn't have to lift a finger and leave himself with leverage.
He started it. Yi Xingqian grasped Ling Yaoyao's small hand, signaling her to relax. He knew the rules here, of course, but what did it matter if he made a move?
Moreover, Luo Mingchang had just sent him a telepathic message, telling him to be bold and that he would take responsibility if anything happened, so he acted even more ruthlessly. Lin Xian naturally knew everything that had happened here. In the past, he would have given the Chao family some face, but now a 10th level beast tamer from a Star Space Legion was staring at him. If he helps Chao Hao, he'll have to pack his bags and leave right now. Lin Xian glanced at Chao Hao, frowned, and asked, "What evidence do you have to prove it?" Question mark. Chao Hao's eyes widened, a huge question mark appearing above his head. Wait, didn't you see the whole thing? What other evidence do you need? He pointed to his face, which was half swollen, and said, "Look, this is what he did to me." How can you prove it wasn't a mosquito bite? Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged. I. Damn it, can a mosquito bite cause such a big bump? I am the eldest son of the Chao family. Chao Hao declared, revealing his identity. What do I care about your title of young master? All I know is that you were about to make a move, and you're now accusing me of being the villain. Lin Xian crossed his arms, looking completely indifferent. Am I the one who accused you first? Chao Hao pointed at Lin Xian with a trembling finger, but because Lin Xian was his mentor, he dared not refute him to his face. He took a deep breath and turned to face the crowd in the hall. Everyone can see it. He hit me, and he even hit my beast girl. The crowd was already dissatisfied with Chao Hao, who had money and had even made a contract with the beautiful Lu Xiaohua, so they all shook their heads. I have no idea. I was talking to my beast girl, so I didn't see it. I'm kissing my beast tamer. You! Chao Hao slapped his thigh in exasperation. These unruly people. Suddenly he saw the camera on the side wall, and with a surge of joy, he pointed at it and shouted. There are security cameras there. They must have recorded what happened here. Sorry, that camera just broke yesterday. The staff will come to fix it soon, Lin Xian said, shrugging and feigning helplessness. After saying that, 2 staff members carried a ladder to the camera and began to repair it. Oh no! Chao Hao's chest heaved violently. Why now of all times? Why did those 2 people only come to fix it now instead of earlier or later? He clearly saw the camera move and emit a red light. You're in the bag, Lu Mingqi pointed at Lin Xian with some resentment, but the words Wun Ti come out. Lin Xian glanced at her unhappily. If the 2 of them hadn't mocked her first, things wouldn't have turned out this way. They only have themselves to blame for messing with the wrong people. If you have no evidence that they hit you, then behave yourself and wait for registration. Otherwise, I'll ask you to leave. After scolding them, Lin Xian turned to Yi Xingchen and asked him in a gentle tone. You 2 must be tired of standing. Why don't you come to my office for some tea? Okay, I'm getting a little tired of standing. Yi Xingchen led Ling Yaoyao into the office. This is ridiculous. They're not even acting anymore? Chao Hao could easily see that Lin Xian was on Yi Xingchen's side, so he could only swallow his anger. Chapter 9. How could she have grown so big? Alright, the Beastmaster assessment is about to begin. Now, start distributing the talent belts. The president announced the start of the assessment, and the staff distributed a belt inlaid with a white crystal to all the beast tamers present. Is this the belt that holds the crystal of talent? Yi Xingchen held the belt in his hand and examined it, then tried to infuse it with his innate defensive power. The next moment, the crystal emitted a dazzling light. Testing the universal talent belt, initiating. Defense power 125, activate General F rank talent 25. This is an essential piece of equipment for beast tamers, the talent belt. By injecting beast taming power, the talent crystals within it can be activated. The association distributes a general-purpose test version, which contains 25 F-level talents that beast tamers can activate themselves based on their own strength. Star, let me see this. Ling Yaoyao urged him on, but her hands had already reached for the belt and tied it around her waist. The workmanship is all right. She poked the white crystal in the center with her fingertip. Star, look this way. She deliberately cleared her throat, put her hands behind her back, took a half step back, and forced a serious expression. Armored Superman transform. Monster, take this. As soon as she finished speaking, her feigned seriousness crumbled, and she let out a howl and pounced. Stop fooling around, the assessment is coming up soon. Yi Xingchen caught her steadily and carried her in a princess carry. This girl isn't ashamed at all, with a whole bunch of people staring at her. Ling Yaoyao gently nuzzled against his chest, but stubbornly huffed, "It's not our turn yet."
The beast girls present all followed suit. "Honey, look at them. I want to play too. I want to play too. Brother Yen, I want a Princess Carrie too." "How childish." Lu Mingqi sneered from the side. She didn't expect Xiao Hao, who looked like a lazy brother, to be able to carry her. Last night, she was the one who took the initiative the whole time. Thump! A loud bang rang out, drawing everyone's attention.
A gigantic beast girl pinned her beast tamer down.
Silence. The assessment is now beginning.
The president twitched the corners of his mouth, and the originally serious atmosphere became ambiguous.
However, since Yi Xingqian and the other person were the ones who started this ambiguous atmosphere, he couldn't say anything. The Beast Tamer qualification exam is very simple.
The Beast Tamer must fully utilize all their talents to fight alongside themselves with their Beast Girl and defeat a virtual beast of level 1 or higher to pass. The first to appear was a Beast Tamer who had a contract with a cat girl. In the center of the testing area, a 2-meter-tall, 3-meter-long wild boar with metal tusks appeared. They were so frightened they could barely stand, and were eliminated from the game by a single charge from the steel-bladed wild boar.
Sigh, are the students this year so psychologically weak?
Several examiners on the podium shook their heads. Soon, it was Lu Mingqi and her group's turn. Lu Mingqi glanced at Ling Yaoyao, her heart filled with jealousy.
"Brother Hao, let's go." The same steel-bladed wild boar reappeared in the center. Lu Mingqi's battle form instantly attracted everyone's attention. She flew in mid-air, transforming into a sexy outfit, revealing the pink runes on her lower abdomen. "Mingqi, now."
Xiao Hao unleashed his full mental power, applying all 21 of his talents to her.
Lu Mingqi held a long whip and lashed it out.
The steel-bladed boar that charged at them was cleaved in two.
Sold out instantly. The next 2 to 9 levels of monsters were all easily dealt with, unsurprisingly. Not bad, not bad. The examiner admired the two of them.
They remained calm in the face of the ferocious beast and cooperated very well. Before long, a level 10, first-tier flame tiger materialized, and the surrounding air instantly became scorching hot. The flame tiger's eyes were wide open, and with each step it took, a fireball appeared around it.
"Mingqi, finish this quickly." "Good."
Lu Mingqi dared not be negligent, and her whip gathered pink power. Sensing the threat, the flame tiger stopped condensing its fireball and let out a roar.
5 fireballs flew towards Xiao Hao.
At the same time, it suddenly charged forward, pouncing towards Lu Mingqi.
Phantom bewitching.
Lu Mingqi's bat wings suddenly expanded, and with a flap of her wings, she blocked all the fireballs. In that instant, her eyes emitted a pink light, and the flame tiger in mid-air froze, then plummeted to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Mingqi finished gathering her strength and charged down, lashing out with her whip. Although the flaming tiger regained consciousness, it was too late. It was shattered by a single whip.
Test successful. Do you need to challenge yourself to reach a higher level? No, thank you.
The talent Phantom Charm is a mental attack, and Lu Mingqi could clearly feel that she was somewhat powerless against the first-tier, 10th-stage flaming tiger in the battle just now. She probably couldn't control a higher-level beast, and since she wasn't a combat-type beast girl, even if she won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Now that we've made a name for ourselves, there's basically no need to continue.
What? They actually succeeded.
Surpassing 9 minor realms.
And the virtual beast bloodline is only at the mid-level. This is too exaggerated. Everyone was shocked and cast envious glances their way.
Lu Mingqi proudly gestured with her chin toward Yi Xingqian. "Night Star, not making a contract with me will be the biggest regret of your life."
Although Ling Yaoyao is an SSS class beast girl, she doesn't believe that anything improved through training can compare to her original bloodline.
However, Yi Xingqian's attention was not on her at all. Instead, he was sitting in the audience with Ling Yaoyao, whispering sweet nothings to each other.
Damn it!
This made her grit her teeth in hatred. Soon, it was Yi Xingqian and his group's turn to go on stage.
"Yaoyao, what do you think of that first-tier, 10th level virtual beast?" Yi Xingqian asked.
"Very weak.
I can take on 100, so many at the same time."
Ling Yaoyao raised her chin, her nose slightly upturned, her eyes filled with undisguised arrogance.
"The divine bloodline is indeed terrifying. I, Yaoyao, have the bearing of an emperor."
Yi Xingqian affectionately patted her little head.
The assessment begins.
As soon as he finished speaking, a 2-meter-tall ice leopard materialized, giving Yixingchen and the others no time to react.
It directly condensed an ice arrow and shot it towards them. Buzz.
Suddenly, with a whoosh, the icy arrow seemed to lose its power and fell to the ground. At this moment, Ling Yaoyao had already activated her battle form. Enveloped in purple light, her figure gradually grew larger into a mature, older woman's form. Her long hair flowed freely, her dragon tail swayed, and her dragon horns were slightly raised, radiating a cold purple light. The black, fitted armor accentuated her impressive figure. Her exquisitely beautiful face was devoid of any warmth, her expression arrogant as she stood suspended in mid-air. With just a glance from those purple eyes, the frost leopard was so frightened that it lay prostrate on the ground, too afraid to move.
Wow, wow. Little Potato has turned into a mature woman. Her looks are at least better than Lu Mingqi's.
Bullshit. Lu Mingqi isn't even worthy of comparing herself to her.
Doesn't anyone pay attention to her abilities?
Yes, brothers.
Her bloodline is so powerful and oppressive. Even from a distance, I feel a sense of unease. As expected, having dragon attribute blood is powerful, especially since she's an SSS ranked dragon girl. Damn it, why don't I ever get a chance to snag a bargain?
The gazes cast upon Yixingchen were filled with envy, jealousy, and even a hint of apprehension. And a few people's eyes flashed with greed, but when they thought about the eternal contract he had signed with Ling Yaoyao, their eyes showed helplessness.
They're tied up. How could this be? How could her battle form grow larger? Lu Mingqi gritted her teeth.
She couldn't compete in strength, and now even her most prized physique was being outshone. A sense of resentment and shame welled up in her heart. Inside the assessment space, Ling Yaoyao slightly raised her hand and gently pointed forward.
Die.
The cold, sharp words fell. The surrounding air was eerily silent, without even the slightest ripple. The ice leopard's body was mercilessly crushed by an invisible force, turning into countless ice crystals before finally dissipating completely. It wouldn't be surprising if it were only dealing with first-tier, Stage 1 virtual beasts. But after that, from the first level to the second stage, the first level to the third stage, the first level to the fourth stage, all the way up to the first level to the 10th stage, every beast was almost powerless to resist and turned into nothingness in an instant. A collective gasp rippled through the audience, including those on the podium. Don't forget, as a beast tamer, Yixingchen was just loafing around, not even activating his talent belt. Even without any enhancement, even if these are virtual beasts with relatively low bloodlines, they shouldn't be so powerless to resist.
Test successful. Should we continue with the challenge? No need, Yixingchen shook her head.
Since you've already gained the attention of your superiors, there's no need to be too flamboyant. All I need is a Beast Tamer certificate, which allows me to access the rare and precious materials in the dungeons controlled by the Great Xia dynasty. Ling Yaoyao floated beside him, her mature and elegant form breathtakingly beautiful. Even Yixingchen, who preferred Lolis, couldn't resist her. Sigh, he'll just have to accept this double happiness reluctantly.
Yaoyao, change back. Wait a minute. Ling Yaoyao grinned mischievously and grabbed his arm.
Even through the soft armor, the soft touch came from his arm, and Yixingchen couldn't help but swallow. Yaoyao in her battle form is truly magnanimous and capable of winning people's hearts.
Ling Yaoyao pulled him to Lu Mingqi's side, puffed out her chest, and said disdainfully. Humph. You're nothing special, school beauty Lu. You.
Lu Mingqi clenched her fists, but found herself powerless to refute. Chao Hao, standing next to her, glared at Yixingchen with a resentful expression, as if he had eaten shit. It turned out that the person who had the right to mock others already possessed that right.
Chapter 10 Ling Qingshan's Visit. Ha ha ha. Ling Yaoyao transformed back into the little dragon girl, hands on her hips, laughing wildly. That's so satisfying. Let her mock me with her body. Little did they know that I was hiding my true abilities within a steel plate. Naughty.
Yixingchen touched her dragon horns.
Awah.
Ling Yaoyao frowned, grabbed his hand, and bit his wrist.
Ouch. It hurts. Ling Yaoyao. Let go of me.
Yixingchen cried out in pain and quickly pulled his wrist away. 2 rows of small teeth marks were clearly visible on it, especially the marks left by the 4 small tiger teeth. This girl, all she did was touch a dragon horn.
Why is she breathing on it like that? He touched me a lot last night. He held my hand a lot. Humph. Let's see if you dare touch me again.
Ling Yaoyao turned her face away, but from the side, her ears were bright red, making her look incredibly cute and tempting.
Don't dare? That's not up to you.
Yi Xingqian grinned mischievously and raised his hands, launching a surprise attack from behind.
Exploit the weakness. Giggle starry sky. I'm sorry. Stop tickling me.
Ling Yaoyao tried to grab his mischievous hand and break free, but Yi Xingqian, disregarding all martial ethics, picked her up, leaving her legs dangling in mid-air, kicking helplessly.
They played and joked all the way. Yi Xingqian and Ling Yaoyao returned home, and Yi Xingqian opened Ling Yaoyao's panel again to check. Contract Beast, Ling Yaoyao. Realm, Stage 101000. Talent, Power of the End activated. Skills, none. The key is to understand what this stage means.
Yi Xingqian was a little confused. The other Beast Girl's realms were the same as those of the Beast Tamers, ranging from the 1st to the 13th level.
But how did it become Stage 1 for Ling Yaoyao? System, what's going on?
Yi Xingqian thought to himself. Ding host, the first stage of a god-level Beast Girl is equivalent to the strength of a 3rd tier, 10th level beast.
I see. Yi Xingqian nodded.
Since your strength has already reached the 3rd tier, 10th stage from the start, you can go directly to some secret realms. He took out his laptop to look up information about the secret realm, and Ling Yaoyao lay on his back, resting her chin on his shoulder as she looked at the information as well.
The secret realm has many rare and precious materials, but fewer exotic beasts, though the overall strength is relatively high.
The dungeons are mostly filled with exotic beasts. They're specifically for farming talon crystals, and the drop rate is about the same as the gacha rate in a certain mobile game. He didn't plan to waste time refreshing, he would just buy it directly. On the market, even the cheapest low-level F, E, D talent crystal costs several thousand to tens of thousands of DCA coins. A single intermediate level C, B, a talent crystal can cost anywhere from tens of thousands to millions of yuan. Advanced talents are extremely rare and highly sought after. Even if they were available, they would be snapped up by the authorities or major powers immediately. He wants to buy an A-grade apartment as a temporary solution.
What? You say you have no money?
Ask your father-in-law for some gold coins. After quickly browsing through the open low-level secret realms across the country, Yi Xingqian found the best choice: the Silver Dragon Secret Realm. This natural secret realm, accessible only to beast tamers below the 5th rank, is relatively safe and underdeveloped.
Most importantly, it will open in a few days.
Ling Yaoyao turned her head to the side, twirling a small tuft of hair on Yi Xingqian's head with her fingers. Suddenly, the doorbell rang.
Ling Yaoyao jerked her tail up and quickly hid in the symbiotic sanctuary. Father-in-law is here?
Yi Xingqian walked to the door and opened it with a puzzled look. What comes into view is a middle-aged man with a straight back like a pine tree, but his hair is mostly white. Beside him was a tall, white-haired woman with white barriers.
Xingqian, that's my father, Ling Qingshan. The woman next door is Aunt Shui, the 3rd beast girl my father contracted. Ling Yaoyao transmitted her voice from within the symbiotic sacred domain. You are my daughter's contractor, Yi Xingqian?
Ling Qingshan's gaze was scrutinizing, and his voice carried a slight sense of pressure.
It's me.
Yi Xingqian nodded slightly.
Actually, he was a bit socially awkward.
He had never been in a relationship in his previous life, let alone met his parents, which was such a major life event.
Father-in-law. Aunt Shui. Please come in first.
My house is quite small, please don't mind. Ling Qingshan nodded. It seemed his daughter had hidden in the beast taming space and introduced them.
How could I possibly find it offensive?
Aunt Shui smiled and took a half step forward, her gaze sweeping over the spotless little living room, her tone instantly becoming familiar.
Xiao Chun, your room is even tidier than Yao Yao's. By the way, where's Yao Yao? Why didn't she come out to greet us? She has something to do.
Yi Xingqian originally wanted to make up a reason, but Ling Yaoyao ran away from the symbiotic sacred domain before he could finish speaking.
Aunt Shui. It's been so long since I've seen you. Ling Yaoyao's eyes crinkled with laughter as soon as she saw her. Her little tail wagged excitedly, and she ran over to Aunt Shui and nestled familiarly into her arms. Hey!
Aunt Shui smiled and caught her, her hand naturally landing on her shoulder and gently patting it. Looking at this sister's daughter, the warmth in her eyes was no different from when she looked at her own daughter.
Let us go inside and talk.
Don't disturb those two grown men talking.
Okay, I just forgot that this girl was being hypocritical. She clearly said she wouldn't come out.
Yi Xingchen shook his head helplessly.
After the two women entered the room and closed the door, Ling Qingshan spoke. What do you think of the great Xia now?
Yi Xingchen was puzzled.
Why were they talking about national affairs right from the start? Shouldn't they be discussing daily life or academy matters? After thinking for a moment, he said, It's great.
People in the city can live and work in peace and contentment.
Orphans like me can eat and dress warmly and go to school for free. What if I told you this situation wouldn't last many years?
Yi Xingchen was taken aback. He noticed a hint of seriousness in Ling Qingshan's eyes.
How long can it last at most?
He poured a cup of tea and handed it to Ling Qingshan.
Ling Qingshan glanced at Yi Xingchen in surprise.
Anyone else would have panicked upon hearing this news, but his son-in-law was able to remain calm.
That's impressive.
He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and slowly uttered 2 words.
3 years. Chapter 11 The Promise.
3 years? Yi Xingchen suddenly felt a sense of urgency, but not shock. He also understood that in recent years, the number of enemies such as strange beasts descending outside the city had increased, which meant that the heavenly Tao's restraint on them had decreased or even disappeared. With the disappearance of the interstellar battlefield, there is no buffer zone, and the humans of Earth will face an even more powerful enemy. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Yi Xingchen looked at Ling Qingshan.
There must be races in that world that aren't hostile to us, right? Ling Qingshan's lips curled up slightly, and he once again looked at his son-in-law with newfound respect. He tapped the table a few times and added a sentence. The rules of the Starry Sky battlefield will last at most 3 years, and there are countless enemies of the 10th rank or above behind it.
He added. You guessed right, not all races in that world are hostile to us. There are many dangers, but also many opportunities.
So, would you rather stay on Earth or go there to develop your career? Let us go over there.
This time, Yi Xingchen gave his answer without hesitation. By then, I must have contracted with several beast girls. Although my own strength, the system doesn't seem to have a quick way to cultivate yet, nor can it detect information about other people's beast girls or exotic beasts. It's merely about providing an eternal pact and finding God-level beast girls with innate deficiencies. It's like a disguise, you still have to work hard to improve yourself. But he was confident that even if he didn't reach the 10th rank within 3 years, he would at least have a way to save his life over there. Having received a satisfactory answer, Ling Qingshan finally revealed a peaceful smile.
He likes this son-in-law. Next, shall we go to the Imperial Capital Academy? He asked. That depends on Principal Ling how many resources you can provide.
Yi Xingchen didn't agree immediately, but instead raised an eyebrow and a sly smile appeared on his lips. Ling Qingshan was taken aback, then smiled, with a hint of helplessness and composure. You little rascal, you know how to calculate things clearly with me. 8S grade talent crystals, 300 spirit crystals per month, for spirit tools, and unlimited cultivation time in the spirit tower, he said slowly.
How about it? 8. He got a whole set right away.
All other conditions were twice as good as other academies, plus a spirit tower. Unlimited means that you can quickly improve your mental strength. Yi Xingchen was very satisfied with the result.
Where's Yao Yao's? To be calculated separately. All right. Yi Xingchen didn't think Ling Qingshan would mistreat his daughter. There are 30 million in this card. As your father-in-law, I'm giving you some pocket money.
Ling Qingshan stood up, flipped his hand, revealing a black gold card, and then took out a small box. All right, there's also this 100-year-old vermilion spirit fruit. I need to hurry up and improve my cultivation level.
30 million, pocket money.
He just threw out more than all the inheritance his cheap old man from his past life had.
Thank you, father-in-law.
Yi Xingchen gladly accepted the black gold card and the small box.
By the way, father-in-law, I have something to ask you. Ling Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Speak. Why doesn't Yao Yao want to talk to you? Yi Xingchen asked.
Yao Yao was his wife, so naturally he wanted to help her resolve the estrangement between her and her father. Ling Qingshan sighed and looked out the window.
It's a long story. 15 years ago, on an ice field in the far south, I was working at a research station with Yao Yao and my beast girls when we were attacked by a giant beast. Qingshan, I'll hold off this beast. You take your daughter and sisters and escape. With her last bit of strength, Nangongyu transformed once more into a black serpent, its 2 horns on its forehead crackling with lightning, weaving into a stormy domain. The thunderstorm temporarily held back the white behemoth that was over 30 meters tall in front of them. Stow you. I will not abandon you.
Ling Qingshan held Ling Yaoyao, who had just turned 3, with a bear girl and a sparrow girl following behind him.
Mommy. Wah-ah. That's right, sister. We'll die together. We will not live alone.
The two beast girls were seriously injured and were no longer able to fight.
Run.
Nan Gongyu shouted, using his last move.
Thousand Tribulations Thunder Suppression Lock.
As countless chains of lightning flew out from the space surrounding the white behemoth to suppress it. The white behemoth opened its blood-red maw, and a blue sphere of light gathered inside, transforming into a beam that shot towards Nan Gongyu, who had exhausted his power and reverted to human form. The extreme cold instantly turned her into an ice sculpture. The white behemoth was temporarily suppressed within the lightning lock.
Stow you.
Ling Qingshan was heartbroken. Nan Gongyu sacrificed his life to buy them precious time to escape, and they did not let Nan Gongyu's sacrifice go to waste, ultimately escaping.
Sigh.
Ling Qingshan looked out the window at the distant mountains, closed his slightly reddened eyes, and sighed again. The last scene in Yao Yao's memory was me carrying her and running away, with her mother being swallowed by blue light behind us. She resented me for that, and I couldn't forgive myself, even though I later took my revenge. Yi Xingqian paused slightly in the hand holding the black gold card, and said seriously.
Father-in-law, you did nothing wrong back then.
If you hadn't taken Yao Yao and escaped, you would have truly let down Aunt Nan Gongya's sacrifice. He patted his chest and promised, don't worry, I will definitely protect Yao Yao. Ling Qingshan turned to look at Yi Xingqian patting his chest. The guilt in his eyes faded, replaced by a relieved warmth. He raised his hand and patted Yi Xingqian's shoulder. Hee, with your words, I can finally put my mind at ease.
We should go.
Ling Qingshan pointed to the black and gold card in Yi Xingqian's hand.
If you need more, just tell me. Don't be shy.
The important thing is to focus on improving your skills.
Xingqian, we can rest assured that we're entrusting Yao Yao to you.
Aunt Shui said softly from the side.
Father-in-law, Aunt Shui, bye-bye. Ling Yao Yao's favorability +5.
After saying goodbye to them, Yi Xingqian heard the announcement from the system, looked into the room, and saw Ling Yao Yao peeking in with half her head sticking out.
Oh, so this guy was eavesdropping all along. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Ah. I wasn't eavesdropping.
Ling Yao Yao covered her face and shrank back, only her tail sticking out and dangling outside the door. Yi Xingqian walked over and found her squatting on the ground, hugging her knees, her little head buried in her knees clad in white stockings.
Hee, Dad gave me a lot of money.
He chuckled, waving the black gold card in his hand.
Humph. It's for you, not for me.
Ling Yao Yao's fingers tightened slightly as she gripped the white silk pant leg, her knuckles turning a pale pink, before she slowly lifted her face from her knees. She wrinkled her little nose, a little sulky, I don't care.
Really? But you seem to have forgotten something.
Yi Xingqian carried Ling Yao Yao to the bed and took off her little shoes. Her toes were tiny and delicate, hidden in translucent white silk, with a faint pink tinge at the tips, like grains of glutinous rice dipped in cherry blossom nectar.
What's wrong?
Ling Yao Yao turned her head away, a blush rising on her slightly chubby face, her toes curling involuntarily.
Do we still distinguish between ourselves and others?
Yi Xingqian held down her restless little tail with his right hand and gently cupped her face with his left, forcing her to look him in the eye. What catches the eye are a pair of dazzling purple gemstone eyes, a face so smooth and flawless, and the fine downy hairs on her skin trembling gently with each breath.
No, let's not separate.
As soon as she finished speaking, she subconsciously bit her lip lightly, and the tip of her teeth rubbed her delicate lips into a soft wrinkle, making them dazzlingly pink.
Yi Xingqian's Adam's apple bobbed, and he could no longer hold back. Chapter 12, Strange Cultivation Methods Added. Star, what are you going to do? Ling Yao Yao's cheeks flushed, and she gently pushed Yi Xingqian away. It's broad daylight now. What are you thinking about? Of course you're cultivating. Wait a minute.
Without changing his expression, Yi Xingqian took out the small box given to him by Ling Qingshan. After opening it, a fragrance wafted out, and smelling it made one's cultivation level seem to loosen up a bit. Inside the box, 3 round, vermilion red fruits, like jade, lay quietly on the velvet.
So it was just cultivation.
Ling Yao Yao was a little disappointed. She had thought it was.
No, I said cultivation. What's with that disappointed look on your face?
Yi Xingqian was a little speechless, and took out a pearl spirit fruit.
Come on, open your mouth. Ah! Ling Yaoyao opened her cherry-like mouth, putting the Zhu Lingua and Yi Xingqian's finger dip into her mouth, and then she took a bite. Hiss! Yi Xingqian winced and pulled his finger back. He looked helplessly at his swollen finger, which was still covered with a few glistening drops of liquid. If Ling Yaoyao were a catgirl, he would have classified her as an old woman by now. Hajuwara. Why do you like biting so much? Detection indicates that the beast girl has consumed the crimson spirit fruit. Exercise can assist the beast girl in refining and absorbing it. The host can also receive corresponding improvements. Ha! What kind of strange cultivation method is this? Hearing the system announcement, Yi Xingqian was a little confused, but it was like a timely rain after a long drought. He really needed to improve his strength at this time. The Zhuling fruit was sweet and cloying. The moment she swallowed it, Ling Yaoyao felt a surge of immense spiritual energy flowing into her limbs and bones. As this spiritual energy surged in, her skin began to burn and turn red, and her body was filled with an aura of annihilation. Oh no! The bed is going to collapse. Yi Xingqian quickly carried Ling Yaoyao into the symbiotic sacred domain. The sanctuary welcomed its masters, and like joyful children, countless annihilating forces surged and converged around the two of them. The two people in the vortex were completely unharmed, except that their clothes could not withstand the extremely destructive force. Xingqian, I feel so bad. Ling Yaoyao's face was as pink as a small apple, and her fair skin revealed a pinkish hue like a ripe peach. Her delicate brows were furrowed, her small hands clenched into fists, and a wild and reckless force surged through her meridians and acupoints. Almost done, I'll help you refine the medicinal power. Yi Xingqian didn't dare to delay and quickly chose push-ups, which were the most challenging exercise for core strength, from among many other exercises. Just as he chose this sport, a powerful counterforce pressed down on him, almost crushing his body. Yi Xingqian felt that this was 100 times harder than doing push-ups normally. His muscles were incredibly defined at that moment, veins bulged on his forehead, and his hands were trembling, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, making it easier and easier as he did it. 1, 2, 3. As the medicinal effects continued to refine, Ling Yaoyao let out a comfortable groan. Half an hour later, Yi Xingqian was sweating profusely and doing push-ups with numb limbs. 1001. 1002. Yi Xingqian collapsed to the side, panting heavily. It's just a push-up. Simple and easy. A breeze. Ling Yaoyao's realm, stage 134-1000. Ling Yaoyao turned her head to the side, her eyes showing a hint of lingering desire. Xingqian, I want more. She opened her cherry-like mouth, gesturing for Yi Xingqian to feed her. Ha! Yi Xingqian looked utterly hopeless. Ling Yaoyao had given him information about the first and fourth stages of his cultivation, but his limbs were already numb. Are you still able to do it? Of course. Yi Xingqian made a move to get up, but Ling Yaoyao gently pressed him down on the grass. You should take a rest. Ling Yaoyao pouted. Men really are also prone to showing off. She blinked her bright eyes, not wanting to hurt his pride, and tentatively asked. Star, if I refine it myself, will you receive any feedback? This was the first time she had ever heard of something that could help people refine medicinal power and also provide feedback to the user. Why don't you give it a try? Yi Xingqian didn't actually know. The system only said that if he exercised to help the beast girl refine rare and precious materials, the beast girl would give him power in return. It doesn't say that the beast girl can move on her own and give back power to him. Okay. Ling Yaoyao pursed her lips, thought for a while, swallowed the remaining 2 spirit fruits, and started doing squats. To Yi Xingqian's surprise, their auras surged once again. Half an hour later. Ling Yaoyao realm, stage 1102-1000. Host's realm, first tier, 10th stage. Yi Xingqian took out her phone and looked up information about Zhu Lingua. It would take most people several days to refine its medicinal power, but they refined it in just 1 hour. You're such a bully. Yao, is it that you can't control your annihilation power during cultivation? After a while, Yi Xingqian sat up and looked at Ling Yaoyao, who was getting dressed next to him, and asked her curiously. Mum. Ling Yaoyao put on a brand new white stocking and leg rings, which made her thighs look a little fleshy. After consuming the rare and precious herbs, the energy that surged in was enormous, and I was a little unable to control it. I see. Thinking of the bed that was half destroyed and the clothes that had vanished without a trace, leaving not even ashes, Yi Xingqian was relieved that the contracted beast girl could not harm the beast tamer.
If there is a loss of friends, like in Yao Yao's case, she would have to become a widow after cultivating.
Lin Chung, the Chow family. Dad. Useless. I don't have a son like you. Smack. Chow Hao, his face swollen like a pig's head, crawled to Chow Fu's feet and begged. Dad. I know I was wrong. I don't want to go to uncle's. Chow Fu, his face full of anger, stepped over him and kicked him in the buttocks. What did I teach you before? When you encounter talented people like these, you should try to win them over. Damn it, thank goodness he didn't offend that kid to death, otherwise he would have been thoroughly investigated by the Star Legion today. This is a business I've worked so hard to build. I can't let it be ruined by this unfilial son. Looking at the injuries on his body, Chow Fu sighed. After all, he was his son. The thought that he had been beaten up by a poor kid with a defense level of 3 made him very angry. Didn't you contract an SS-class beast girl? Forget about Yi Xingchen, how come you can't even beat a kid with a defense level of 3?
Chow Hao covered his buttocks, his face full of grievance.
I don't know either.
At the time, Lin Chen was no match for me, but then his cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed.
Meng Qi and I couldn't beat him, and we were instantly overwhelmed and attacked by him.
Where's your beast girl?
Show her to me.
Dad Meng Qi, she Chow Hao stammered.
What's wrong? Stop being so fussy. Are you even a man? She was killed by Lin Chen. Chow Hao wailed. He should have humiliated Lin Chen in a crowded place instead of in a remote wilderness.
I barely escaped this calamity thanks to the life-saving jade pendant you gave me, Dad.
Wah! This kid who just awakened, he's already this good at fighting even before he's signed a contract? Chow Fu narrowed his eyes. It seems he has quite a few secrets. He's probably obtained some kind of priceless treasure.
A common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure.
He was overcome by greed. Lucky you.
A figure in black suddenly appeared, kneeling before him, awaiting orders.
Find that kid for me.
Chow Fu made a throat-slitting gesture.
Then bring back the treasure he has.
Yes, sir. After giving his instructions and waiting for Lai Fu to leave, he looked at his son.
You should go and get properly reformed by your uncle. Dad. I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
Chow Hao struggled desperately, but was carried out by 2 burly men. Chapter 13 Purchasing Talent Crystals.
Sannan City Center Garden Community. Ling Yaoyao brought Yi Xingchen to her home.
The living room, with its nearly 7-meter-high ceiling, features huge floor-to-ceiling windows that seamlessly bring the courtyard view indoors, creating a beautiful scene under the glow of the setting sun. The room was quiet, with only the faint sound of a babbling brook coming from the courtyard not far away. The ground beneath your feet feels like a smooth, silk carpet, so soft that you sink into it almost silently.
Yi Xingchen couldn't help but sigh, realizing that he was still too inexperienced. Hee. My house is big, isn't it?
Ling Yaoyao proudly puffed out her little chest, her little tail wagging unconsciously.
Big.
Yi Xingchen laughed and grabbed her little tail, giving it a good tug.
Ah!
Ling Yaoyao's body tensed up instantly, and she quickly protected her tail, showing her little tiger teeth as a warning.
Don't you dare grab my tail. I'll bite you. Bite me?
Yi Xingchen swept her up in his arms, hoisted her onto his lap, and slapped her across a certain spot. Aha! Ling Yaoyao's ear tips turned bright red, the color spreading to her entire face.
Want to bite again? Yi Xingchen decided to assert his husbandly authority. He raised his right hand as if to strike again. Oomph, bite.
Ling Yaoyao was a woman of her word, and bit his forearm.
Ouch. A few minutes later. Starry sky, I was wrong, please put me down.
Ling Yaoyao looked aggrieved, with a few tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Her little expression made Yi Xingchen feel sorry for her, realizing he might have been a bit too harsh.
Just as he softened and put her down, Ling Yaoyao took the opportunity to bite her again. Hee, you bad guy, come and catch me.
Ling Yaoyao broke free from Yi Xingchen's embrace and ran to the room. She stuck out her little tongue at him and made a funny face.
Sigh, I thought they'd become more obedient.
Yi Xingchen looked at the 2 more rows of small teeth marks on his arm and smiled.
This is good. It's satisfying to bully him. Where do you think you're going, you evil dragon?
Ling Yaoyao was pinned down on the soft velvet bed by Yi Xingchen, who had chased after her. The two were very close, their warm breaths gently mingling, their heartbeats overlapping in the silence, indistinguishable from one another.
Ling Yaoyao's clothes slipped down silently, revealing a section of her jade-like shoulder line.
Her eyes were long and lingering, yet they subtly concealed a playful slyness.
Ha! Sir Knight, is this all you're capable of? The evil dragon still refuses to admit defeat?
In the end, justice prevailed over rebellion, and the dragon was defeated once again, forced to submit to the knight's majestic and fiery holy sword.
Ling Yaoyao lay on the bed, staring blankly at the floor, utterly despondent. She was a little confused. He had just practiced not long ago, so how could this guy still have so much energy? Or, should we let him go find a sister sooner? No, no, no. I can still hold on. Ling Yaoyao shook her head, quickly dismissing the thought. You take a rest, I'll go make dinner.
Yi Xingqian straightened her clothes, went into the kitchen, and closed the door.
While cooking, he also ordered a talent belt online.
Unlike ordinary belts that can only hold a dozen or so talent crystals, it is a spiritual artifact, also known as a spiritual tool. It can hold 1,000 talent crystals and also has the function of grouping and classifying them. You can easily change the talent set with just one click if you need to change its effects or attributes.
It's super convenient.
It's a bit expensive, though, costing over 4 million.
Nightstar swiped to the Crystal of Talent section.
The dazzling array of talent crystals with various effects and attributes made him suffer from decision paralysis.
What talent attribute should I choose?
As for attack attributes, his talent is average and not particularly outstanding. He plans to choose an S-grade set when he goes to the Imperial Capital Academy.
Moreover, he had no doubt about Yao Yao's strength. Let's buy a set of defense, agility, and healing gear first.
Beastmasters without the blessing of bloodline are more vulnerable and more likely to become targets of enemies, easily putting beast girls in a passive position. After a moment's thought, Yi Xingqian decided to purchase 8 healing-type talent crystals called Unending Life, 8 agility-type talent crystals called Swift and Decisive, and 8 defensive talent crystals called Omnipotent Shield.
The Endless Life series of talent crystals has the effect of automatically healing injuries during battle. The healing effect is greatly enhanced when actively released, and the effect is stackable. It works on both beast girls and beast tamers. The talent crystal of the Swift and Decisive series greatly enhances one's speed in battle. This only applies to beastmasters.
The all-purpose shield series of talent crystals can activate a shield with high defense. There is also a 1% reduction in damage from attacks by all types of creatures. This effect is stackable and only applies to beastmasters. The reason for buying the same series is that the effects of talents from the same series can be stacked, while the effects of different series are separate. For example, you buy 2 defensive talents, 1 fire and 1 light. The effect of using the same amount of mental energy is to create 2 shields, but in essence, the defense is not improved, and the opponent can break them with 2 attacks. When the same attribute is stacked, only 1 shield appears, and the opponent needs to use a more powerful attack to break it. About an hour later, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Yi Xingqian brought out the braised pork and blanched vegetables and placed them on the table, along with 2 bowls of rice.
Yao Yao, dinner's ready. Here I am. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Yi Xingqian found it a little funny to see Ling Yaoyao wolfing down her food. I may be a good cook, but I don't think I should end up like this. Mum. Ling Yaoyao nodded and continued eating.
For the past 3 years at the academy, she had been ordering takeout or eating in the cafeteria.
I never imagined my former sidekick was such a good cook. I should have stolen his lunchbox and traded with him. She finally put down her chopsticks after finishing her 3rd bowl of rice. Hiccup.
Ling Yaoyao touched her swollen little belly and frowned slightly.
Is it good?
Yi Xingqian put down her chopsticks and bowl, her eyes curving slightly. Whether in his past life or this one, he was taciturn and, coupled with his handsome appearance, was known as a cool and aloof male god on campus. Only in front of Ling Yaoyao could he relax and show another side of himself. So. After Ling Yaoyao finished speaking, she leaned on the table and lowered her gaze. But I like to eat it, burp. Then. Yi Xingqian's gaze held a hint of aggression. How about some exercises to aid digestion after dinner? Ha! Ling Yaoyao was stunned, then her face turned pale and her voice suddenly rose.
Again? Chapter 14 Lin Chen reunited. Early in the morning, the sun was just beginning to brighten. Goo goo goo. Goo goo goo. Goo goo goo.
Yi Xingchen got out of bed naked, pulled back the curtains, opened the window, grabbed the dove, and threw it out of the villa. 2 days passed, and he wasn't indulging in pleasure, but rather cultivating. That's right, that's exactly what he was doing.
Cultivating. The cultivation speed relying on purchased spirit crystals is very slow. Only one crystal can be refined per cultivation session. During a joint cultivation session, Ling Yaoyao's progress in the first stage increases by 1 point. With his current first level, 10th stage physique, he can only cultivate a maximum of 4 times a day using the methods provided by the system. After 2 days, his progress increased by 8 points. Ling Yaoyao Realm, stage 1110-1000. At 4 points a day, that's 120 points in a 30-day month. If she doesn't deliberately seek out rare and precious materials, Ling Yaoyao can reach the second stage in less than a year. No, we also need to consider Yaoyao's physiological needs. However, my own strength will also receive feedback and thus improve, allowing me to cultivate more often each day, so the time will be roughly the same. Wearing a light nightgown, Ling Yaoyao opened her sleepy eyes and saw Yi Xingchen already up. Her cheeks flushed, and she became less shy and more gentle. Under the first rays of sunlight, her smooth, delicate skin was tinged with rose pink, and her tummy still had a touch of adorable fat. It's time to start cultivating again. Or should we pretend to be asleep and let it go? Forget it, even if it's a joyful way to cultivate, and a bit tiring, it's still improving your strength. Ling Yaoyao, oh Ling Yaoyao. Even the stars are working so hard, how could you be so decadent?
Thinking of this, Ling Yaoyao slightly covered her mouth, yawned, habitually spread her legs slightly, and closed her eyes again.
Starry sky. I'll sleep a little longer. Go to sleep. I'm giving you a day off today since we're going to Yinfeng City.
Yi Xingchen leaned forward and pinched her slightly chubby cheeks.
The Silver Dragon's secret realm will open in 2 days, so we need to prepare in advance. Hearing this, Ling Yaoyao was not calm at all. A holiday. Wouldn't that mean pure enjoyment?
She excitedly opened her bright eyes, her little tail wrapping around Yi Xingchen's waist and pulling him down with an irresistible force. The next second, his lips were covered by something soft.
Night Star?
Ling Yaoyao stretched out her jade-like foot and stepped on a button on the remote control, and the black curtains slowly closed.
Sangnan Railway Station.
Yi Xingchen carried Ling Yaoyao to the train station entrance.
Can you get down now?
Yi Xingchen asked, somewhat helplessly, as he lifted her thigh.
Thank you, Xingchen Numa.
Ling Yaoyao gave him a light peck on the cheek, then jumped off him.
After passing through security, the two boarded the train bound for Yinfeng City.
While waiting for the train, Yi Xingchen unexpectedly saw 2 people.
Lin Chen? And Lu Mengqi?
Yi Xingchen felt something was strange.
Didn't these two break up? They've made up?
When Yi Xingchen's gaze fell on Lu Mengqi, he happened to see a purple crystal on the back of her neck, with some very faint strange patterns extending from the stone.
Maybe we should just wait for the next bus.
He muttered to himself, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Although the wilderness in this world is not safe, the entire train is a large magical artifact, and the accident rate is extremely low, making it one of the safest modes of transportation available today. It has extremely fast speed and solid defense, so wild beasts will avoid its sharp edge, otherwise they will be smashed into mincemeat. However, with Lin Chen in the car, the accident rate seemed to rise dramatically before his very eyes. Sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Yi Xingchen looked over and quickly looked away.
Xingchen, the car is here. Ling Yaoyao didn't notice the two of them. She pulled Yi Xingchen onto the train and found their compartment. Yeah.
Ling Yaoyao slumped onto the lower bunk, her hair a little messy, but she didn't care.
She waved her hand at Xingchen on the upper bunk and said, "So tired. I carried you here, what are you tired of?"
Yi Xingchen complained for a moment, took off her shoes, and nimbly climbed onto the upper bunk.
It's not someone's fault for using too much force, Ling Yaoyao poked her little head out. Come down and sleep in the lower bunk with me. It won't go down. That's outrageous. How could they refuse the invitation from the most beautiful girl in the world?
Ling Yaoyao muttered to herself, and in a few quick movements, she kicked off her little shoes, revealing a pair of delicate feet encased in pure white stockings. She reached out and grabbed the edge of the upper bunk, deftly pushed herself up, and flipped herself onto it.
The next second, she was already straddling Yi Xingchen's chest and waist.
Before he could react, her right foot, wrapped in white silk, gently stepped on his cheek, the soft sole almost touching his ear. With a hint of restlessness and a touch of revenge, he lightly stepped on Yi Xingchen's face a few times.
I'll stomp you to death if you won't get down. Stop it.
Yi Xingchen quickly grabbed her foot, his face stern.
Do you want to learn a lesson? Ling Yao Yao's white silk stockings were very sheer, and her rounded toes could be vaguely seen. I won't eat it.
As she spoke, she began to struggle. Her pearl-like toes, encased in white silk stockings, would sometimes open and sometimes curl, making Yi Xingchen's palms itch.
All right. Yi Xingchen rolled over in the cramped space, instantly turning the tide. If you don't listen, don't blame me.
He reached out and grabbed Ling Yao Yao's two little dragon horns.
Wah!
Ling Yao Yao cried out, collapsing onto the bed as if all her strength had been drained, her voice trembling with sobs. You big bad guy, let go.
She quickly held the dragon's tail in front of her, fearing that Yi Xingchen might do something outrageous. What's wrong? Weren't you just happy to treat me to ice cream?
Yi Xingchen leaned closer to her face, a mischievous smile playing on his lips.
Now the guests are all eager to eat, and you're saying you're not treating them. What, ice cream? Ling Yao Yao blushed and turned her face away, stubbornly saying, You're talking nonsense, I never invited you to eat ice cream. She tightened her legs slightly, and couldn't help but think to herself. Damn it, this is different from before. 2 years ago, when I kicked him, he was clearly very angry and reacted quite strongly. Are people using these weird metaphors now? Alright, since you're not going to treat us to ice cream. A hint of disappointment flashed in Yi Xingchen's eyes. Just as Ling Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief, Yi Xingchen's lips curled into a smirk. Then I'll have to treat you to a hot dog. Chapter 15. Why aren't you afraid? Sir, the train is coming.
A group of men dressed in black hid behind rocks on either side of the tracks, the leader of whom wore a brass mask.
Start. The bronze-faced man nodded slightly and waved to signal everyone to get ready. Yes.
The group of men in black each took out a triangular device that emitted a blue light and buried it on both sides of the track, with only the glowing part showing.
My lord, is this thing that the alien demons gave us reliable? After everything was set up, everyone hid behind a boulder. At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask a question.
Don't worry, no one can escape. Including themselves, the second half of the sentence was not uttered aloud.
What if someone tries to stop us? A questioning voice came from behind.
When Copperface heard this, he wanted to scold them. Why are you asking so many questions? But then he thought that these people were all going to die anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to chat with them. He put his hands behind his back and gave a deliberately profound, cold laugh.
Even if a 9th-tier beast tamer comes, I still have a fighting chance. Sir, can we all be this strong from now on? A fanatical glint appeared in the eyes of the group of men in black. Of course. Copperface's lips curled into a sneer. You guys don't count. A moment later, another voice asked. What about the 10th rank? 10th tier?
The bronze-faced man was stunned for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Ha, have you lost your mind? A 10th tier beast tamer escorting this tiny train? Do you think 10th tier beast tamers are as common as cabbages? Copperface kicked a pile of still fresh beast dung by the roadside and sneered.
If a level 10 expert really comes, I'll show off this piece of shit right here and now.
Your taste is quite unique.
The voice came from behind again.
Copperface felt a strong sense of oppression coming from his body, and he turned around mechanically.
He saw that all the talented people had fallen to the ground, while a man and a woman were scrutinizing him in mid-air.
Not good.
A strong sense of crisis prompted Copperface to instinctively take a step forward. The next second, a large hand pressed down on the back of his head, slamming him straight to the ground.
Puff!
Without a second thought, Copper's surface quickly activated the device it had just set up.
Buzz!
With a loud hum, the dozen or so unconscious men in black screamed and struggled violently, their bodies beginning to wither. The light emitted by the original device turned blood red. The area within a radius of several miles, covered by the blood-red light curtain, gradually transformed into another scene.
I will make you pay the price.
The golden-faced figure's aura rose steadily from the 3rd tier.
The methods of the otherworldly demons?
Luo Mingcheng released him and quietly observed the changes in him.
Xiaoyu was a little surprised and looked around at the completely different environment with curiosity. Have we entered a place that resembles a secret realm? It's the Blood Demon Realm. We entered it before when we were at the 9th level.
Luo Mingcheng nodded. He had been caught up in the Blood Demon Realm before, but it was summoned by a real alien demon. The blood demons born there were extremely terrifying, able to absorb all flesh and blood to increase their strength, and even a 9th level demon could not escape death. They both escaped by sheer luck. The one summoned by the bronze face is just a counterfeit product and is not worth worrying about. The black clothes on the bronze-faced figure shattered, and the body gradually swelled up. The exposed red skin looked as if it were stained with blood, and a pair of black horns grew on the forehead.
Since you know that, then, why aren't you afraid?
The brass mask fell off, revealing a hideous face, and a deep, hoarse voice came from his mouth full of fangs. The blood demon that the bronze mask transformed into also had its cultivation level fixed at the 7th rank.
Put. Xiao Yu almost burst out laughing. We're at the 10th rank, why would we be afraid of your 7th rank? Court death. The blood demon brandished its blade-like claws and charged towards Xiao Yu. The invincible feeling he gained from instantly advancing from the 3rd rank to the 7th rank gave him immense confidence in his own strength. Although the opponent's aura was very strong, probably one level higher than his, he had transformed into a blood demon, whose bloodline was comparable to an S-rank blood demon. With the added enhancements from the otherworldly demon realm, similar to the Beastmaster's talent, fighting opponents of higher levels is as easy as drinking water. Huh? Wait a minute. What happened?
Blood demon suddenly felt a weight on his upper body. He looked down and realized that half of his body had been cut off.
How could this be? You're not an 8th tier cultivator.
Even more outrageous is that he could feel the bloodline aura of the other party suppressing him.
The bloodline is still above S rank.
The blood demon's gaze toward Xiao Yu had turned to terror. 3 cyan energy blades rose from Xiao Yu's hand, and she looked at him with an expression as if he were an idiot.
Didn't we already say it was already at the 10th rank? 10th rank.
Blood demon cursed inwardly.
Damn it. Had he been abroad for too long and fallen behind the times? These days, even tier 10 has been reduced to escorting trains? While he was cursing, new limbs were already growing back. Run. The train is here.
Xiao Yu's long ears twitched, and he slammed one hand down on the ground.
Extreme wind blade. Countless blades of energy burst forth from around her body, instantly shattering the entire blood demon realm into countless fragments. The blood demon was reduced to dust before it could escape. Time passed by, second by second.
Yi Xingqian put down his phone, glanced at Ling Yaoyao who was sleeping on top of him, and looked at her with a hint of helplessness. The drool was still dripping from the corner of her mouth, and the front of her clothes was already soaked. Ling Yaoyao was still mumbling incoherently.
Stars.
As soon as he finished speaking, a silly smile appeared on his lips.
Hey.
Yi Xingqian let her rest in the symbiotic sacred domain without waking her up. He then went to the Spirit Control Center in Yanfeng City to register for entry into the Silver Dragon Secret Realm. The Secret Realm opens once every 3 years, with a limited number of places available, and only 400 places are open to the public each time. Generally speaking, Yi Xingqian can't compete with others, but he's a special case. Hello, please show your beast taming qualification certificate. The staff member glanced at the qualification certificate that Yi Xingqian handed over, then looked at him.
I was a little surprised. 18 years old, hasn't she just awakened to her true potential not long ago?
You've already reached the 10th stage of the 1st rank so quickly.
Without asking many questions, the staff entered his information. Okay, your information has been entered. The application process for eligibility is now open. You will be notified before tonight if your application is successful. Thank you.
Yi Xingqian said thank you, took the qualification certificate and left.
Great news. Fantastic news.
The Great Xia Dynasty has officially announced the launch of the Star Immigration Program.
Please sign up enthusiastically. A new era of beast taming has arrived.
According to the latest research findings in America, boys and girls under the age of 18 can choose to become beast tamers or contracted beasts through special intervention. Recently, several witnesses in Yanfeng City have captured images of a mysterious dark figure, and relevant departments are investigating. Yi Xingqian was scrolling through her phone when she curiously clicked on the trending topic about the mysterious black figure in the same city. In the video, a dark shadow flashes across the night sky. It vaguely resembles a human figure, but compared to the surrounding landmarks, it appears to be 3 stories tall.
Could this be a humanoid beast? No. It looks like a demon. Yi Xingqian sat bolt upright in bed with a start. The alien demons were far more terrifying than the alien beasts.
He had previously consulted some materials, which stated that demons also have different bloodlines, and their lowest bloodline is no lower than S rank.
According to limited records, some royal families possessed demonic bloodlines that even surpassed SSS-level bloodlines. A divine bloodline? That can't be right. Beep beep.
Yi Xingqian opened the message and realized he had qualified to enter the secret realm.
Chapter 16: Entering the Secret Realm. The next morning,
Yinlong Square was packed with people. The staff on site were directing the order, and the hunters and their small teams were assembling. Individuals like Yi Xingqian and Ling Yaoyao, who hadn't joined any teams, found empty seats in the back to rest and wait. On a semicircular platform with a huge stone archway, the city lord of Yanfeng City was explaining the precautions.
The Silver Dragon Secret Realm will open in 10 minutes.
Get ready and enter in an orderly manner according to the pre-arranged list. Let me emphasize this: if you don't want to be torn apart by the rules of the secret realm, your cultivation level should not exceed the 5th rank. Don't have any wishful thinking. If you encounter danger in the secret realm, don't be reckless or greedy. Immediately activate your teleportation keys to teleport out. The Silver Dragon Secret Realm is relatively simple. The beasts that appear there usually have bloodlines no higher than B grade.
Ling Yaoyao's current strength is equivalent to the 10th stage of the 3rd tier. If it weren't for the huge difference in their cultivation levels, killing these low bloodline beasts wouldn't be a problem. After entering the secret realm, each person will randomly appear in the outer area of the secret realm. Although joining a hunter group with special contact information can greatly increase the chances of survival inside. However, there is a price to pay for the team's protection. Not only do you have to pay money outside, but they also take a cut of the rare and precious materials obtained in the Silver Dragon Secret Realm. How could Yi Xingqian possibly agree to pay with rare and precious materials? This was the fastest way to improve his strength. Dragon Hunters, assemble. Arc Hunters, assemble over here. Golden Toad Hunters, this way. The Beast Girl Hunter Guild, come this way. Over here, the singing, dancing, and rapping team. Starry Sky, Yao Yao. While Yi Xingqian and Xiaoyu were chatting, Luo Mingcheng walked over with Xiaoyu. Brother Luo, Sister Xiao, no need to be so polite, just call me Brother Chen. Yi Xingqian quickly waved his hand and said. He still respected these two people very much, and would need to rely on them if he encountered dangers he couldn't handle in the future. Yeah. Just call me Yao Mei. Ling Yaoyao chimed in from the side. Luo Mingchen nodded and instructed. Even we cannot defy the rules of the secret realm. Although we have the teleportation key, there have been some very special cases. Yes, you too must be careful after entering the secret realm. Xiaoyu smiled gently and handed a map to Yi Xingqian. This is a record of the known areas within the secret realm by the official Great Xia Expedition Team, which is more detailed and accurate than any secret realm map circulating on the market. And this Jade Pendant, when activated with mental power, can unleash a full force attack from a 6th tier power level. Luo Mingcheng took out a Jade Pendant. It can also withstand a fatal attack from a level 6 enemy. Attack methods consume a lot of mental energy, so use them with caution. Okay. Yi Xingqian took the Jade Pendant and map and carefully wrote down their instructions. That's all we can do to help. No, we can help you with something else. Come with me. Xiaoyu's eyes darted around as she came up with an idea that could reduce some obstacles for Yi Xingqian and the others. With only 1 minute left before the gate to the secret realm was to open, she led Yi Xingqian and the other person to the city lord of Yanfeng City, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow. Was he going to lead them to cut in line? Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had tasted the sweetness of privilege. What's going on? Are they trying to cut in line? Don't they know the rules? No way, the one at the front is the Dragon Hunters, recognized as the strongest hunter group in the entire Great Xia. There are quite a few young masters and ladies in the group. Moreover, the son of the deputy leader of the Dragon Hunter Corps is among them, and there are more than 10 powerful 5th tier leaders leading the team. Would they agree to let us cut in line? Manager Yun, what's going on with them? The Dragon Hunter team lined up at the front, with a very handsome young man in a long black coat and a slanted hat. What was particularly eye-catching were his black platform boots, which looked like they had added more than 10 centimeters to his height. Even so, he is only about 1.5 meters tall. He frowned slightly and asked the white-haired old man next to him with some confusion. Young master, please wait a moment, I will go and ask right away.
The white-haired old man, known as Butler Yun, responded in a low voice, then quickly walked forward to the city lord of Yanfeng City, who was presiding over the opening of the secret realm.
Yi Xingchen and Ling Yaoyao were already waiting by the entrance, while Luo Mingchang and the others left first.
Brother Zhou, who are those two?
Butler Yun asked politely.
Seeing this, Zhou Lin lowered his voice and said, Brother Chen, you don't need to ask too much about this matter. In short, this young couple has an extraordinary background. They are people that above specifically instructed to take care of. Upon hearing this, Butler Yun's expression sharpened, and he immediately understood, nodding and saying, I see, thank you for reminding me, Brother Zhou.
After saying that, he returned to the boy's side.
Butler Yun, have you found out? The boy pressed.
Young master.
Butler Yun leaned closer to the boy and whispered, if you encounter these two in the secret realm, you can befriend them, but remember not to offend them.
Make friends.
The young man nodded thoughtfully, his gaze involuntarily turning once again to the eye-catching young couple. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was already buzzing with discussion.
Look, even the city lord agreed to let them go in first.
Now, the dragon hunter and the other hunter groups have nothing to say. These two young men seem to be quite influential. Quickly memorize their appearances, and be careful not to provoke them once you enter the secret realm. As everyone whispered among themselves, they memorized the appearances of Yi Xingchen and Ling Yaoyao, determined to avoid these two extraordinary young people in the secret realm. In a corner, Lin Chen sat on a stone stool, while Lu Mingqi massaged his left shoulder, and a cat-eared girl with a pretty face and figure massaged his right shoulder. Lin Chen gazed at Yi Xingchen and the other person, unconsciously clenching his fists. Sooner or later, he will also win the spotlight and leave these people far behind. The old man inside the ring seemed to sense his turbulent emotions, and his aged yet profound voice slowly resounded. My dear disciple, the path of the strong is destined to be lonely. The ability I have taught you is not accepted by the world, nor by people as hearts. Lin Chen's mind went blank for a moment, and he was instantly jolted back to reality from his surging reverie.
That's right, he had to be patient and keep a low profile.
At least until it becomes truly powerful, this forbidden power that can turn living people into puppets must never be revealed in the slightest. After thinking it over, Lin Chen felt he was being too ostentatious, so he ordered Lu Mingqi and the Catwoman to enter the beast-taming space. In the center of the square, the massive stone archway suddenly emitted a deep hum. The 9 gemstones inlaid on the doorframe seemed to be simultaneously infused with life, radiating dazzling light from the inside out. After a resounding dragon roar, the 9 colored light flowing from the gemstone intertwined, forming a colorful vortex within the doorframe.
The secret realm has opened. A divine bloodline possessor has been detected.
Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Xingchen turned around, but her vision was already blurred.
Chapter 17 You big bad guy, I'll bite you to death.
After a moment of weightlessness, Yi Xingchen's vision slowly returned. The stuffy, crowded air inside my nasal cavity was replaced by a scent of unknown soil and flowers.
What comes into view is a vast grassland, towering trees in the distance, and ruins everywhere.
There was no sun in the sky. Instead, a soft, warm light, like the dawn, replaced it.
Is this the interior of the secret realm?
Although Yi Xingchen had seen videos of some beast tamers entering secret realms on Douyin before, it was very different from his personal experience now. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came from behind me.
Humph. Don't even think about harming the stars.
Ling Yaoyao emerged from the holy domain space, her body covered in dragon scale armor, and a black spear appeared in her hand as she thrust it backward. Yi Xingchen turned around and saw a bluish-gray beast that had been pierced through. Wind Wolf, Bloodline Sea-level, Tier 2, Stage 3, the information about the strange beast appeared before his eyes. Without dropping any talon crystals, the Wind Wolf's corpse was quickly dissolved by the power of annihilation, leaving only a cherry-sized purplish-black magic core. Yi Xingchen picked it up and wiped it clean. If a human refines a demon core for a long period of time before it is purified, they will become a mindless demon. It is generally used as a basic material for spirit weapons and soul artifacts. Host, you can absorb it directly without any worries.
Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Xingchen was overjoyed and immediately put the magic core into his mouth. Stars. Demon cores are inedible, they're harmful to our human bodies.
Ling Yaoyao frantically pried open Yi Xingchen's mouth with her small hands, only to find it empty, with only a faint residual energy wave remaining.
How could this be?
Ling Yaoyao was struck dumb, her purple pupils shrank, and she froze.
Could it be that he has a congenital allergy and turned into a demon after eating the demon core? Don't worry, I can absorb it.
Yi Xingchen patted his chest to assure him.
Can it be absorbed? Ling Yaoyao stared at him with some suspicion. Cough, cough.
Suddenly, Yi Xingchen's face turned pale, and he clutched his chest, coughing violently.
Xingchen. What's wrong with you?
Ling Yaoyao quickly supported him, patting his back to help him catch his breath.
But Yi Xingchen's situation seems to be getting worse. You idiot. Moron. Aren't you supposed to be smart? How could you even eat a magic core? Ling Yaoyao's voice was trembling with tears, filled with both anxiety and anger.
She punched Yi Xingchen in the chest, but didn't put any force into it. Just then, Yi Xingchen's body stiffened, his eyes rolled back, a strange clucking sound came from his throat, and his body fell straight backward. With a thud, he fell to the ground on the soft grass and lay motionless.
Stars. Night stars.
Ling Yaoyao's crying stopped abruptly. She rushed to his side and her little hand trembled as she checked his breath.
Not breathing. No. No way. Ling Yaoyao's face turned deathly pale instantly. How could his condition flare up so quickly? She quickly calmed down and tried to crush the teleportation key. However, she sensed something amiss. Yi Xingchen's falling motion seemed a bit too deliberate, and his eyelashes seemed to be trembling very slightly. Ling Yaoyao stopped moving.
All her panic and sorrow receded like the tide, replaced by a cold, slowly growing doubt. She didn't move again, but slowly lowered her head, staring intently at Yi Xingchen's face with her sharp purple eyes.
Ling Yaoyao saw his Adam's apple move very slightly.
I saw the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitching slightly uncontrollably, as if he was desperately suppressing something.
1 second. 2 seconds. A deathly silence spread among them. Finally, Yi Xingchen couldn't hold back any longer.
The scene he had envisioned jumping up to scare her while she was crying her eyes out did not happen.
The eerie silence made him uneasy. Yi Xingchen secretly opened her eyes a crack, wanting to see what was going on.
In an instant, he met a pair of calm, cold purple eyes. Ling Yaoyao just stared at him coldly, her face expressionless. Yi Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had gone too far.
Yao Yao? He chuckled awkwardly as he sat up from the grass, trying to ease the embarrassment. I was just joking. Look, I'm fine, the magic core didn't affect me.
Ling Yaoyao didn't speak, but slowly straightened up and looked down at him. Her gaze made his subsequent explanation stuck in his throat. The air around her seemed to freeze. After a long silence, just as Yi Xingchen was struggling to breathe, Ling Yaoyao finally spoke, her voice calm and undisturbed.
Oh.
After saying that, she didn't look at him again, walked straight to the broken stone pillar in front of the ruins, squatted down, curled her tail in front of her, hugged her legs, and only gave him a distant back view. He realized he had really angered her, and the difficulty of appeasing her had skyrocketed to hell level. Yi Xingchen felt a little regretful, as he had turned a perfectly favorable situation into a disadvantageous one.
He walked over to her. Humph. Ling Yaoyao snorted and turned her back.
I'm so sorry, Yaoyao, it was my fault, I went too far. Yi Xingchen wanted to hold her in his arms, but she ruthlessly dodged him.
Is it fun to scare me? Is playing dead interesting? I thought you were really.
Ling Yaoyao's eyes were slightly red, filled with anger and grievance, but she didn't say the ominous words that followed.
It was my fault. I promise it won't happen again.
Yi Xingchen reached out again, trying to pull her into his arms, and said in an extremely sincere tone.
This time, Ling Yaoyao did not dodge.
She let Yi Xingchen's arms encircle her, but her body stiffened and refused to cooperate. Instead, she raised her small fists and rained blows on his chest.
You big bad guy. Do you even know how worried I was just now? You idiot. You moron. I hate you the most. I'll bite you to death.
Ling Yaoyao opened her small mouth and bit his shoulder.
However, the stark height difference is now undeniably apparent.
She tried her best to stand on tiptoe and angrily tilted her head back, only to find, to her dismay, that her mouth could only reach a little above his chest.
Put.
Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh out loud, but immediately realized that this was a danger signal and quickly held it back, thinking how close she had come to disaster.
Damn it, this guy dares to laugh at me.
Ling Yaoyao ignored everything and transformed into her mature, older sister form. A surge of purple energy erupted around her, her long purple hair cascading down to her waist, and the soft armor on her chest outlining her perfect curves. Its tail was like a powerful purple rope, wrapping around Yi Xingqian's waist, tightening like a python coiling around her with a hint of vengeance. Their bodies were close together, and a soft touch came through them. Before Yi Xingqian could even enjoy it, Ling Yaoyao let out a howl and bit his shoulder. Wow! Caught off guard, Yi Xingqian gasped in pain. This was much harder than the little punch from before. He could clearly feel her sharp canine teeth digging into his flesh, a sensation that brought a slight pain and a tingling sensation. "Humph! You scared me!" Ling Yaoyao mumbled incoherently, nibbling on his shoulder and letting out a triumphant hum. Chapter 18 Mysterious Ruins. "Xingqian, you're not allowed to joke like that again. Otherwise I'll never talk to you again. Did you hear me?" Ling Yaoyao released Yi Xingqian, puffed out her cheeks, put her hands on her hips, and warned him. This pose contrasted sharply with her mature and sophisticated demeanor. "Yes, I heard you. I won't joke around with my safety again." Just as Yi Xingqian finished speaking, the floor beneath his feet suddenly began to move. Crack! Boom! What shattered was not their atmosphere, but the stone slabs beneath their feet. Yi Xingqian only had time to let out a startled groan before the support beneath her feet vanished, and she plummeted downwards. Star! Ling Yaoyao's smugness was replaced by terror. She subconsciously tried to use her dragon tail to pull him back, but missed. Without the slightest hesitation, or even considering their current situation. A deep and majestic dragon roar suddenly resounded, and its vast dragon might spread outwards. Ling Yaoyao unleashed annihilation power, her body rapidly changing and expanding within the purple light, transforming into the demon dragon. She swooped down at astonishing speed, precisely catching the rapidly falling night star. "Xingqian, are you all right?" The dragon turned around, and the voice was Ling Yaoyao's anxious and worried voice. "It's all right, thank goodness you arrived in time, Yaoyao." Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and answered loudly. Still shaken, Yi Xingqian lay on her cool yet reassuring scales, glancing down at the still bottomless abyss below, a wave of fear washing over him. "If I fall, I'll definitely be reduced to ashes. There's a platform over there." Yi Xingqian looked up and noticed a platform on the cliff not far away. "Let's go take a look. It seems they've stumbled upon some kind of ancient ruin." "Okay." Ling Yaoyao rose rapidly in the direction he pointed and hovered above. Amidst the surge of purple light, her enormous dragon body rapidly shrank, eventually transforming back into the petite and adorable purple-haired lowly, who landed steadily on the platform with Yi Xingqian. As soon as she landed, little dragon girl let out a long breath, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Her face was slightly pale, and a few fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. I'm so tired." Ling Yaoyao complained in a childish voice, her voice filled with weariness, and naturally stretched out her two little arms to Yi Xingqian. "Hug!" Yi Xingqian was completely charmed by her adorable appearance. He immediately squatted down and expertly held her in his arms, allowing her to comfortably lean on his shoulder. At the same time, he had some doubts. Ling Yaoyao had 3 forms, and apart from transforming into a dragon and being able to fly, he didn't know what the differences were between them. The system quickly answered his question. The transformation form greatly enhances power, but consumes a huge amount of resources. The combat form greatly enhances power. With the next highest consumption, the normal form has a certain combat power and consumes the least resources. Yi Xingqian carried Ling Yaoyao to a stone door. The stone door exuded an ancient aura and was engraved with inscriptions. He reached out to push open the stone door, but was bounced back by an invisible force, which made his arm go slightly numb. There's a restriction. Yi Xingqian observed his surroundings and noticed the strange groove on the stone door and the scattered fragments on the ground. Just as he was thinking of picking up the fragments and putting them on the door to try it out, he noticed something else. Ling Yaoyao's little hand, held in his arms, had already reached out and touched the stone door. The next second, a layer of light appeared on the surface of the stone gate, which was then slowly dissolved by the annihilation power she released, and the stone gate slowly opened. Aren't I amazing? Ling Yaoyao proudly raised her chin and looked at Yi Xingqian as if asking for credit. Night Star. Well, no wonder it has god-level bloodline. Amazing, Yaoyao is the best. Yi Xingqian kissed her hard on the cheek, making her face blush. Praise me if you want, I didn't ask you to kiss me. Ling Yaoyao was satisfied, and wagged her tail even more happily. Behind the door was a deep, sloping passageway, the air cold and damp, the walls covered with a layer of slippery moss. Let's go. Ling Yaoyao snapped her fingers, and a wisp of dark purple lightning quietly rose from her fingertip. It then floated lightly forward and hovered steadily in the air, serving as a light source.
This is the Annihilation Divine Thunder, a power mastered by Ling Yao Yao.
Yi Xingqian gently supported her bottom with his arm, adjusting her into a comfortable position, and carefully moved forward. The passageway was winding and twisting, with forks appearing from time to time. Based on her intuition, Yi Xingqian chose one of the paths. They hadn't gone far when a chilling rustling sound suddenly came from the darkness ahead. Immediately afterwards, countless red lights, like red LEDs, lit up in the darkness, and dozens of basketball-sized spiders with blood-red patterns on their black shells swarmed out of the shadows. Blood Pattern Spider, Bloodline D rank, Tier 1, Stage 3.
Forehead.
Although they were very small, the densely packed sight still made people feel somewhat physically uncomfortable. Yi Xingqian calmly stepped back, holding Ling Yao Yao with one arm, while a finely crafted black longsword appeared in his other hand. As he retreated, he precisely cleaved the blood-striped spiders that were trying to pounce in mid-air, their green juices splattering onto the stone wall and making a hissing, corrosive sound.
So many bugs.
Ling Yao Yao wrinkled her little nose in disgust. With a wave of her small hand, a ball of dark purple lightning, filled with an aura of annihilation, flashed and rushed towards the spider swarm. Wherever the lightning ball went, a large area of the blood-patterned spiders was instantly wiped out. Fortunately, under Ling Yao Yao's deliberate control, their magic cores did not disappear together, but fell to the ground.
Done.
Ling Yao Yao clapped her hands, as if brushing off some dust.
Well done.
Yi Xingqian smiled and ruffled her hair. He then used his sword to pick up the peanut-sized magic cores from the ground one by one, took out a bottle of water to wash them, and ate them all. A pure energy flowed into his limbs and bones.
How are you feeling?
Although Yi Xingqian had no problems after consuming the demon core, Ling Yao Yao couldn't help but poke his cheek and ask, her purple eyes full of concern.
Don't worry, it feels wonderful.
Yi Xingqian smiled and gently touched her forehead with his, indicating that she didn't need to worry at all.
See, nothing's wrong at all. If a few more come, he'll be able to break through to the second tier.
The two continued deeper into the area, seeing scattered spider webs along the way, but never encountered another blood-striped spider. Before long, they arrived at a relatively open cave-like node, where the spider webs were noticeably denser and thicker, and the air was filled with a fishy stench.
Suddenly, a fierce aura emanated from the depths of the spider web. Chapter 19: A new beast girl has appeared. Hiss.
Accompanied by a chilling hiss, a blood-striped spider the size of a millstone, with blood-red compound eyes, suddenly pounced out of a large web. Its sharp, spear-like legs, carrying a fierce wind, pierced straight at Yi Xingqian's face.
Clang.
The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the cave. Yi Xingqian reacted quickly, using his sword to block the attack and then retreating rapidly to a safe position. The strong shock from the collision made his arm feel numb and painful. Blood Pattern Spider Queen, Bloodline Grade C, 2nd Tier, 5th Stage. Just as Ling Yao Yao was about to make her move, Yi Xingqian called out to her.
Yao Yao, don't move. Let me practice. Ah. Xingqian. Ling Yao Yao was a little worried. Trust me.
Yi Xingqian put her down and, before the blood-patterned Spider Queen could attack again, poured defensive power into his talent belt. With a set of swift and decisive talents, his speed was greatly improved, making him no less than the Spider Queen on the other side. Yi Xingqian went straight to meet him. Before this, he had received systematic training in combat techniques. Even though the gap between them was quite large, with the help of his talent, he was still able to hold out for a long time against this blood-striped spider.
The end is here.
Yi Xingqian's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, the black blade enveloped in a layer of dark purple light.
Clang.
Sparks flew everywhere, and the long sword left only a white mark on the blood-patterned Spider Queen's iron-hard carapace, with a trace of purple energy remaining.
I can't break through their defenses.
Yi Xingqian cursed under his breath. Nevertheless, it still suffered substantial damage. Yi Xingqian also fully realized that without the support of talent, a beast tamer is just like an F-rank beast girl, nothing more than a roadside object. The difference in bloodline means that even if people are at the same level, their strength can be separated by a whole major level, let alone the fact that he is at a lower level than his opponent.
Fortunately, he has god-level talent. His attacks come with special effects.
Sure enough, the white mark rapidly expanded, turning into a long, narrow wound. The Spider Queen, in pain, charged towards them.
Yi Xingqian charged forward again.
With his talent enhanced, he moved with the agility of the wind, dodging attacks while precisely striking the Spider Queen with his sword.
Sizzle.
As the Spider Queen was injured, the end corruption was also layered on her. The queen spider let out an angry hiss, and her other leg slashed down like a battle axe, while her abdomen contracted sharply, spraying out a large amount of incredibly sticky white spider silk. Spider silk wove a giant net in the air, covering the night stars. Yi Xingqian reacted extremely quickly, dodging the swift attack with a flash. The sharp footsteps that brushed past him caused a slight stinging sensation on his side. The spider spear pierced deep into the ground, and the spider web caught Yi Xingqian off guard, leaving him no time to dodge. Fortunately, Ling Yaoyao made her move at this moment, releasing several bolts of lightning from her hand, and the spider web instantly melted away like ice and snow.
A great opportunity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xingqian unleashed 3 sword strikes in a second, each hitting a vital point. Although the actual attacks still couldn't inflict much damage on the Spider Queen, the effect of the end corrosion was much stronger. 4th floor. 5th floor. The blood-striped Spider Queen grew increasingly frenzied, and her attacks became more and more ferocious, using venom, spider silk, and sharp claws at every turn. But Yi Xingqian's evasion became increasingly fluid and skillful, and he also added several more layers of marks to the Spider Queen's body. 7th floor, 8th floor, 11th floor, 13th floor. When the corrosive power reached the 14th level, the Spider Queen's wound had widened considerably, green blood was flowing from it, and her movements had become very sluggish. It's time.
Nightstar skillfully dodged the final attack, and just as he brushed past the Spider Queen, the sword's edge struck her once more.
15 floors.
Yi Xingqian didn't stop walking, not even glancing back, and went straight to Ling Yaoyao. As her talent switched to Omnipotent Shield, she snapped her fingers and whispered.
Ruling. Bang.
An explosion rang out behind me, sending countless bits of flesh and juices flying. Yi Xingqian held Ling Yaoyao in his arms, and a transparent barrier appeared around him, blocking all the filth.
How about it?
Yi Xingqian looked down at Ling Yaoyao, whose eyes were wide open, and smiled. How about it?
Am I handsome? He's pretty handsome, isn't he?
Ling Yaoyao hummed, but her eyes were filled with admiration. In her mind, beast tamers only play a supporting and commanding role, while the main combat force is the beast girls. Even with the blessing of talent, a beast tamer's strength can only bully beasts that are lower than their own level.
Moreover, at the same level, unless one acquires some extraordinary talent, one can only deal with some beasts of lower bloodline. Someone like Xingqian is incredibly powerful. He.
Yi Xingqian enjoyed the little girl's admiring gaze and was in a great mood. Based on the spiritual energy he had previously consumed, he estimated that he could use the final judgment twice in a row. Where the blood-patterned Spider Queen once stood, only a dark red magic core remained. Yi Xingqian bent down to pick it up, washed it briefly, and swallowed it. A surge of energy, even purer and more concentrated than all the previous small magic cores combined, flowed into Ye's body. His aura suddenly changed, and his speed, strength, and perception were all enhanced in an all-round way at this moment.
He broke through to the 2nd tier. Let's go. Yi Xingqian led Ling Yaoyao deeper into the area.
The further they went, the more obvious the signs of human excavation became. The moss on the stone walls gradually decreased, and in its place were some glowing fluorite embedded in the walls.
More branching paths and some abandoned side rooms appeared in the passageway.
After clearing out several more waves of low-level alien beasts, Yi Xingqian's strength had reached the 2nd stage of the 2nd tier. Finally, after pushing open a half-closed stone door covered with reliefs, a bright and open space appeared before us. They seemed to have arrived at the heart of the ruins, where a magnificent palace sat in the center of a vast underground space. Yi Xingqian was excited and quickly stepped forward, wanting to touch the outer wall that was so close at hand.
However, buzz!
A pale golden energy barrier, visible to the naked eye and covered with complex and mysterious runes, suddenly appeared, enveloping the palace like a giant bowl.
The powerful repulsive force pushed Yi Xingqian away. Watch me!
Ling Yaoyao pouted, gathering annihilation power on her small hand, breaking a hole in the restriction, but it quickly closed up again.
Yao, wait a minute.
Yi Xingqian stopped Ling Yaoyao from continuing to unleash the power of annihilation.
Rumble.
The stone gate in the opposite passageway made a dull sound, slowly rose and opened, and a group of more than 20 people walked out. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xingqian saw that there were 8 beast tamers among them, and the rest were various beast girls they had contracted, all of whom exuded a powerful aura. They looked somewhat disheveled, their clothes were torn to varying degrees, clearly indicating that they had arrived here after a battle. The leader was a petite woman who wore a black hat that revealed only a few strands of black hair, and a black coat that was slightly dusty. Underneath the coat, she wore an exquisite silver soft armor. The information on the panel appeared before my eyes. It was the divine beast girl that the system had mentioned when I entered the secret realm. She was dressed as a boy, and still a tiny little thing. If it weren't for those 10 centimeters height increasing shoes, she would be even shorter than Yao Yao. Yi Xingqian's eyes lit up instantly, and her heart skipped a beat.
Great! Excellent! This is exactly what he wanted.
He just loves delicate, soft-bodied, and easily pushed over little beast girls.
Name, Bai Miao Miao. Age, 22.
Realm, 2nd tier, 4th stage converted to 1st stage after contract.
Mental strength, spiritual realm. Contract beast tamer, none. Undeveloped. Bloodline, F grade bloodline little black fox god grade bloodline 1000 illusion 9-tailed demon fox not activated. Talent, heart of 1000 illusions mythical not activated. Abilities, fleeting life not activated, spirit fox illusionary steps not activated, insightful spiritual eyes not activated. Affection level, complete stranger 01.
Heart of 1000 illusions, the illusions constructed by the possessor are the only reality for the recipient, impossible to see through, and inescapable. The pain and death within the illusion will be faithfully reflected in the physical body.
Chapter 20, Showing Goodwill, Conflict.
Everyone's attention was drawn to this side, for no other reason than that Yi Xingqian was now a celebrity. After all, the fact that the officials of Yanfeng City made an exception for him, allowing him to enter the secret realm ahead of several large hunter groups, shows just how powerful his connections must be.
Strange, aren't we heading to the main ruins? Where is this? Someone noticed something was wrong. The route on the map is correct, so could we have gone the wrong way? But there's actually a relic here too. The restrictions on this ruin are incredibly strong. There must be something good inside.
Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, instantly drawing everyone's attention back to the ruins themselves.
However, Bai Miao Miao's attention remained focused on Yi Xingqian and the other person.
Aside from being handsome, it's really hard to find anything special about him, and he's only at the 2nd tier, 1st stage.
Why does the butler want me to get along with him?
Bai Miao Miao walked over and gave Yi Xingqian a polite smile.
So strong. Only after getting closer did she feel the subtle pressure emanating from Ling Yao Yao.
Beside her was a stunningly beautiful white-haired dog girl, dressed in a black outfit, with a pair of short swords hanging behind her. She has red eyes, neat shoulder-length short hair, white upright ears, and a fluffy tail.
I can't beat him.
Bai Xianxian's face remained expressionless as he whispered 3 words in Bai Miao Miao's ear.
Bai Miao Miao's eyes widened slightly. Her younger sister, a 4th tier, 1st stage SS-level bloodline, couldn't even beat her? Is it an SSS-level bloodline? How come I've never heard of them before? Could it have just awakened recently? It's much younger than me. No wonder.
After calming herself down, she reached out her delicate white hand to Yi Xingqian.
Hello, my name is Bai Miao, and this is my beast girl, Bai Xianxian. Can we be friends?
Yi Xingqian chuckled inwardly, but outwardly shook hands with her without showing any emotion.
Bai Miao Miao's favorability plus 12. Bai Miao Miao's favorability level has been raised to strangers meet again 1220. Of course, my name is Yi Xingqian, and she is. Just as I was about to introduce Ling Yao Yao next to me, she interrupted and answered. Ling Yao Yao. His wife.
Ling Yao Yao pouted, grabbed Yi Xingqian's arm to assert her ownership, and secretly pinched the soft flesh on his waist with some dissatisfaction, whispering in his ear.
How long are you going to hold on like this?
Although the person opposite her concealed his identity well in both clothing and voice, she keenly sensed that Yi Xingqian's gaze was somewhat strange, combined with his previous miraculous abilities. She was almost certain that Bai Miao was a woman disguised as a man.
Ahem. Yi Xingqian withdrew his hand, then took Ling Yao Yao's restless little hand and whispered a laugh in her ear. Yao Yao, you don't want to be too busy to protect your husband during the battle, do you? She's also a god-level beast girl. But like you before, she's been kept hidden. A god-level beast girl just like herself? Ling Yao Yao was a little surprised. Aren't god-level beast girls very rare? If someone else had said this, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. However, it's different when the stars say it.
Ling Yao Yao pouted and rubbed her head against Yi Xingqian's broad chest. It's not that I forbid my husband from contracting other beast girls, but at least you should observe them for a longer time and make sure they have a clean background. If I can accept her, she has to be able to accept me too. Otherwise, you wouldn't want trouble in your own backyard, would you?
Humph.
Yi Xingqian didn't expect Ling Yaoyao to be so easy to talk to. He thought she would be angry with him for a long time.
Don't worry.
After saying that, he happily squatted down and kissed her cheek several times.
Someone's watching. Ling Yaoyao blushed instantly and gently pushed him away.
Watching the two whispering and showing off their affection, Bai Miao felt a hint of envy in her eyes. She wished she could also meet a beast tamer who truly cared for her. But depending on her own circumstances, it's really difficult. She shook her head, composed herself, glanced back at the group of beast tamers arguing about how to break the restriction, and lowered her voice to say to Yi Xingqian, "Brother Xingqian, they are basically all third-tier beast tamers, and their beast girls are at about the same level. That tall, burly man is Zhang Feng from the Ark Hunters, a 4th-tier, 2nd-stage beast girl. Both of them are a great bloodline 3rd-tier, 9th-stage beast girls, one specializing in attack and the other in speed. That guy next door is Zhuang Tianlu, 4th-tier, 3rd stage. He only has one beast girl, but the beast girl's realm is S-rank bloodline, 4th-tier, 2nd stage." She introduced Yi Xingqian to several special and noteworthy individuals. Then Bai Miao pointed to someone, and Yi Xingqian followed her finger and saw a purple-haired person.
Li Feng from the Golden Cicada Hunters group has the highest cultivation level present.
He is a 4th level, 5th stage beast tamer and has contracted 3 beast girls, all of whom are a grade bloodline 3rd level, 8th stage.
This person is narrow-minded and treacherous.
After breaking the seal, you and Ling Mei must be careful when you encounter him.
Bai Miao spoke with a hint of anger. You fought him before?
Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow. Judging from her tone, it seemed she had suffered quite a few setbacks.
Bai Miao nodded.
Before we got here, he ambushed us from behind and stole the century-old spiritual herb I found. Li Feng noticed the gazes directed at them, looked over with his chin, and gave a disdainful smile. Hee, it's not good for a young master Bai to point fingers at others behind their backs. After saying that, a small knife flew out of his hand and stabbed straight at Bai Miao's side.
This is blatant provocation.
Humph. Bai Xianxian snorted coldly without expression, knocked the knife away with a whip kick, and then drew a pair of short swords from his waist and attacked.
Don't pretend we don't exist.
Li Feng's 3 beast girls reacted quickly, and the 3 of them joined forces to resist. Fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, indicating that they were struggling.
Yi Xingqian looked at Bai Xianxian in surprise. He had actually overpowered 3 third-tier cultivators. That's pretty strong. Not only him, but everyone looked at Bai Xianxian in surprise. Young Master Bai's beast girl is SS rank. Tier 4, Stage 1, I'm so envious. However, it will be difficult to deal with Li Feng.
He is a 4th level beast tamer.
After he gives his beast girl the talent boost, young Master Bai will definitely not be his match.
Sure enough, the next moment, the aura of Li Feng's 3 beast girls suddenly surged, their power increased instantly, and the battle situation reversed.
Bai Xianxian groaned as she was knocked back by the combined force and flew backward.
Bai Miao, who had rushed over, tried to hug her but was also pulled backward by her.
Yi Xingqian followed behind and helped them up. Thank you, Brother Yi. Bai Miao thanked him and helped Bai Xianxian up. Bai Miao's favorability +5, chance encounter 1720. Xianxian, are you alright? Bai Xianxian shook his head expressionlessly, his white ears and tail drooping limply, clearly unhappy. TSK, young Master Bai, the rumors are true after all. You really are a useless piece of trash who can't even use his defensive power. Ha 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 ha.
That's right, he can't compare to our brother Feng at all. Li Feng and the 3 beast girls made no attempt to hide their mockery. Bai Miao clenched her fists, but ultimately swallowed her anger and led Bai Xianxian back to their original spot. Yi Xingqian didn't speak, but just glanced at Li Feng again. If a beast tamer has no control power, then having a cultivation level is basically no different from being a burden. The crowd simply sighed and continued to study how to break the restriction. I have some knowledge of these formations and restrictions. This should be a level 5 restriction, someone said.
A level 5 restriction?
Then we don't even have a single level 5 restriction here, so we can't get in.
It's not that absolute, someone explained.
The power of a 5th order restriction lies in its terrifying self-repairing ability and energy intensity. As long as our attack intensity reaches its repair threshold, breaking it is only a matter of time.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's attack together.
Someone shouted from the crowd, and the people, who had been holding back for so long, immediately found an outlet for their frustration. In an instant, all sorts of attacks rained down on the golden barrier like a storm.
Chapter 21, Making a Fortune.
Sword slashing, fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, claw strikes, energy impacts, the colorful energy light almost illuminated the entire underground space, and deafening roars were endless. The pale golden barrier fluctuated violently, and the runes on its surface swirled wildly, absorbing all kinds of attacks. Although the ripples made it look like it was about to collapse, the barrier still held firm.
Give it a push, everyone. It's about to die. Concentrate your attack on one point.
Seeing this, everyone mustered all their strength and unleashed their fury. Yi Xingqian and Ling Yaoyao were just taking advantage of the situation and putting on an act. A few minutes later, the golden barrier, apart from its color dimming slightly, was still far from breaking. On the contrary, several weaker beast girls were panting heavily and their faces were pale due to the enormous exertion. After a while, the barrier fluctuated violently, but it remained stubbornly in place. Everyone was showing signs of fatigue, and the frequency of their attacks noticeably decreased. In that moment of relaxation, the previously precarious barrier stabilized somewhat.
Damn it, someone's taking advantage of the chaos. Someone cursed out, panting heavily. Don't those slackers use their brains? If they can't break through this barrier, nothing else matters. Exactly. I quit. Let whoever wants to do it do it.
Everyone stopped attacking and rested on the spot. Some of them also pretended to sit on the ground and rest.
Soon, the golden barrier was completely repaired, rendering everyone's previous efforts futile. Just then, Yi Xingqian stepped forward.
Everyone, he said, his voice not loud, but enough to drown out everyone else's voices, it seems like things aren't going very well for you. Seeing that he and Ling Yaoyao were not out of breath and their hearts were not beating, everyone's expressions turned unfriendly.
This guy definitely didn't put in much effort.
Yi Xingqian ignored the unfriendly stares.
Don't rush to scold me, I have a way to break through it. TSK, you didn't need to come out earlier, but now you're waiting until we're almost exhausted before you speak up. What are you up to?
Li Feng mocked sarcastically.
This statement resonated with many people.
Yi Xingqian wasn't annoyed, and smiled slightly.
The reason I didn't say it before was because I wasn't confident enough. However, after several observations, I am now absolutely confident that I can break through this barrier. Yao Yao.
Amidst everyone's astonished and uncertain gazes, Ling Yaoyao walked to the barrier, gently touched it, and dark purple annihilation power spread from her palm.
Sizzle sizzle. Put.
A soft sound, like a bubble bursting, was heard. A 2-meter-high circular entrance appeared before everyone's eyes, and a dense aura of energy instantly rushed out from behind the entrance.
The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone froze, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg.
The barrier they had been attacking for half a day was breached just like that. Yi Xingqian stood by the entrance, revealing a warm and cunning smile.
The entrance is open, please make your way.
But there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Is it too much to ask for a small service fee? Yao Yao's annihilation power and the barrier's repair speed have reached a delicate balance. If someone tries to attack, she can withdraw her annihilation power, and the barrier will repair itself quickly.
Moreover, most of the people present were at the 3rd tier of strength. With Yao Yao's strength being equivalent to the 3rd tier, and her powerful divine bloodline, these people would definitely not be her match in a one-on-one fight. The silence was broken, and the crowd immediately stirred.
It's what I should do. Brother, you've worked hard.
The first to react were the people Bai Miao Miao had told him about, except for Li Feng. With the treasure right in front of them, no one wanted to be turned away by a small entrance fee, especially since Yi Xingqian's background was not simple and they were not to be trifled with.
I wonder how the fee is calculated. Zhuang Tianlu, who looked rather mature, asked politely. No problem. Yi Xingqian held up 2 fingers. 1 second-tier beast core for each person.
If that is not enough, you can supplement with spirit crystals or first-tier beast cores at market prices.
Okay.
Zhuang Tianlu agreed readily, handing over 2 second-tier beast cores to Yi Xingqian, making Yi Xingqian feel that he hadn't received enough. Many people readily took out their beast cores or spirit crystals, afraid of being one step behind others and entering the palace. With these people taking the lead, those behind them dared not do anything underhanded in public, such as the beast girl entering the beast taming space. Of course, some elegantly dressed young masters and ladies looked at Yi Xingqian coldly, their hearts still wavering. They're used to being arrogant and domineering, they're the ones who bully others, not the ones who get extorted.
Li Feng, hiding in the crowd, egged them on, there are only 2 of them, what are we afraid of? Let's attack them together. Subdue them. Let's see how arrogant they can be.
More than 30 people were persuaded to rush over. The beast tamers activated their talents, while the beast girls used their weapons to unleash their attacks.
Don't go too far.
Bai Miao wanted to be Yi Xingqian's friend from the bottom of her heart, and without hesitation, she led Bai Xianxian to stand in front of Yi Xingqian and Bai Xianxian. Her obstruction caused a few people to pause and hesitate.
What are you afraid of? Our status is no worse than theirs. Li Feng sneered. Yeah, right. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how powerful their background is, can they fight against so many families behind us?
These young masters and ladies no longer hesitated and rushed forward again.
You guys? Bai Miao wanted to say something more. Don't waste your breath on them.
Yi Xingqian reacted quickly, grabbing the shoulders of Bai Miao and her sister and pulling them inside, while hissing, Yao Yao.
Without needing any further instructions, Ling Yao Yao withdrew the annihilation power that was maintaining the entrance. Buzz. The countless inscriptions on the surface of the pale golden barrier began to operate, and the entrance visibly shrank. 1.5 meters. 1 meter, half a meter. No. Stop. We'll pay. We'll pay.
The fierce expressions on the faces of the young masters and ladies who rushed over were instantly replaced by terror. They watched helplessly as the door to the treasure vault closed rapidly before their eyes. Several people rushed too fast and lost control, crashing into the barrier and being bounced back, falling to the ground in a sorry state.
Inside and outside the barrier, two worlds became one.
Outside, the faces of about 30 people were filled with resentment and anger as they pounded on the barrier, yet remained powerless to do anything about it. Fortunately, the room was soundproof, so although Yi Xingqian couldn't hear what they were saying, he could tell from their lip movements and expressions how vulgar their insults were.
He waved to the people outside and mouthed goodbye. Bai Miao hadn't expected that this entrance was temporary and could be closed. No wonder he was so fearless. Brother Bai, what are you standing there for? If we don't go in now, all the treasure will be looted.
Nightstar reminded him from the front.
53 Tier 2 magic crystals and 260 spirit crystals. A very fruitful haul. Bai Miao's favorability plus 16.
Bai Miao's favorability level has been raised to nodding acquaintance 3340.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Yi.
Bai Miao snapped out of her daze, overjoyed.
It seemed that Yi had already accepted her as a friend.
However, she also had some concerns.
What if Brother Yi discovers he lied to him after they leave? You're welcome.
Yi Xingqian was secretly delighted as he watched the favorability rating rise.
Chapter 22 by Xianxian's treasure finding abilities. Damn it.
Li Feng slammed his fist into the barrier, the rebounding force making his arm go numb.
He hadn't expected that Yi Xingqian's beast girl could close the entrance at any time. If he had known, he wouldn't have made a fuss and would have just paid to go in.
After most of the people outside had left, Li Feng took out a spherical device.
Li Feng, this is something the family gave you to save your life. Be careful.
The three beast girls panicked when they saw him take it out.
With the key to the secret realm as a safety net, what danger could this secret realm possibly pose?
Li Feng tossed the spherical device into the air, and it instantly unfolded into 8 petals, forming a circle with a radius of about half a meter. With a sharp bang, the device disappeared, replaced by a circular entrance that began to slowly shrink. You all go into the beast taming space first, he ordered, and then nimbly climbed inside. The three beast girls had no choice but to obediently enter the beast taming space.
When Li Feng looked back again, the entrance behind him had disappeared.
The palace was much larger inside than it appeared from the outside, with a high dome, carved beams and painted rafters, and a complex network of corridors connecting several side halls and rooms. The spiritual energy here is very concentrated, unlike the outside world which has no spiritual energy at all. It can only be obtained through spiritual crystals. Yi Xingqian felt a little dizzy, as if she had been intoxicated by spiritual energy.
Xingqian, are you all right? Brother Yi, how are you? Looking at Ling Yao Yao and the other two, they actually felt particularly comfortable in this environment.
It's nothing, it's just that the spiritual energy here is too strong. I couldn't get used to it all at once, Yi Xingqian said after catching her breath.
Let's go. He took Ling Yao Yao's small hand, then looked at Bai Miao and asked, Brother Bai Miao, do you want to come with us?
Bai Miao pondered for a moment, then nodded, let's go together.
So the four of them chose to leave through the corridor on the right. They walked in silence until they arrived at an abandoned spiritual plant nursery.
The place was in complete disarray, with many new holes around it, indicating that someone had already searched the area.
Yi Xingqian glanced at the tool shelf next door, which was now completely empty. At this moment, Bai Xianxian sniffed the air and squatted down next to a pit in the corner. Bai Miaomia was overjoyed and quickly followed. Xianxian, have you found anything? Bai Xianxian nodded.
Sure enough, Bai Miaomia gently brushed aside a layer of soil and saw some tiny roots. Continuing to dig, she unearthed a whole ginseng root.
It's a spirit ginseng! Ling Yaoyao exclaimed in surprise. Judging by its size, it must be at least 100 years old.
Yi Xingqian was also somewhat surprised.
How could someone have managed to snag such a bargain? Could it be Bai Xianxian's ability?
If the people who came looking for it before knew that this thing was buried so shallowly, they would probably be furious.
Bai Miaomia glanced at Bai Xianxian and, seeing her approval, handed the spirit ginseng to Yi Xingqian. What are you doing?
Yi Xingqian asked, somewhat confused.
Brother Yi, can you do me a favor?
If you agree, this spirit ginseng is yours.
Bai Miaomia hesitated.
She didn't know if this exchange would work. The opportunity to improve one's bloodline was very attractive, even to beast girls with high-level bloodlines.
How can I help you?
It's like this, I have a good friend who has low blood sugar. She's been ridiculed and humiliated, and I feel sorry for her and want to help her. I heard that someone once improved their bloodline within the White Dragon's secret realm, so I came here to try my luck.
Here it comes, the classic I have a friend.
Yi Xingqian complained, but didn't interrupt her.
If there is a way to enhance one's bloodline in this ruin, but many people are vying for it, could you help me, Brother Yi?
Bai Miaomia continued very sincerely.
I can give you any treasures you find here.
Rare and precious treasures held no appeal for her. Her purpose in coming to the White Dragon's secret realm was to gain the opportunity to enhance her bloodline. Yi Xingqian fell silent. He really wanted to say, girl, why are you looking for qualifications to enhance your bloodline?
I have them. Just obediently sign a contract with me.
However, he felt that this was too casual. Things that are too easily obtained are often the least appreciated by others. It would be more interesting to make a contract with her when she is most desperate and helpless, and help her improve her bloodline.
Yi Xingqian thought with a wicked sense of humor. We're already calling each other brothers, so what is there to say? I'll help you out. He put the ginseng into his pocket. Bai Miaomiao's favorability plus 18.
Bai Miaomiao's favorability level has been raised to congenial 5160.
Thanks. Upon hearing this, Bai Miaomiao's face lit up with joy.
Even if there was no way to improve one's bloodline in this ruin, she could still gain Yi Xingqian's favor. She was confident that Yi Xingqian would definitely become a powerful beast tamer. Anyone would be tempted by his favor. Ling Yaoyao, standing to the side, was somewhat relieved that she had met Yi Xingqian. Otherwise, she probably would have been ridiculed and humiliated as well. Next, Yi Xingqian directly experienced the terrifying treasure hunting ability of Bai Xianxian.
Although the calligraphy and painting room is somewhat dilapidated, the scholarly atmosphere is still preserved.
Most of the paintings and calligraphy have turned to dust, but the murals are still relatively intact. Yi Xingqian glanced at it briefly. The paintings mostly depicted scenes of warriors fighting against various alien races. To his surprise, the warrior in the painting wielded a large sword and swung it forward, creating a deep ravine in front of him. Thousands of alien races fell into it, some of whom were directly blasted into bloody foam by the sword's energy.
This is an era when human strength is paramount,
Yi Xingqian thought to himself. At this moment, Bai Xianxian reached out and pressed on an inconspicuous spot on the mural.
Click.
With a soft sound, a stone slab next to the mural slid open, revealing a small hidden compartment containing a piece of jade.
The surface of this jade is smooth and has a faint sheen.
It actually has the effect of nourishing the soul.
Yi Xingqian's face lit up with joy.
What he lacked most was a method to enhance his soul.
After passing through an inconspicuous corridor, Bai Xianxian sniffed the air and walked to a corner piled with ceramic jars.
After rummaging around for a while, she found a dark, unremarkable stick.
A fire poker?
The poker was quite heavy. Yi Xingqian drew his sword and slashed at the poker, chipping a gash in the sword.
This is good stuff.
It's an ordinary artifact that shatters at the slightest touch. It looks like a magical artifact. In an abandoned alchemy room, ignoring the bottles and jars scattered on the ground, Bai Xianxian jumped to the top of a shelf and took down a small, dusty bottle. The small bottle contains some dark gold liquid. When Yi Xingqian opened it, a strong smell of blood wafted out.
This is the blood of some kind of creature.
Next, he found several books hidden in a corner, which seemed to be cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, but he couldn't understand the words on them, so he put them away for the time being.
The harvest was huge. Yi Xingqian's gaze towards Bai Xianxian changed.
This was simply a walking treasure. System, can you detect the other party's information? He asked in his mind. This system was always secretive and not intelligent at all, but it was indeed useful.
Retrieving information from the target. Please keep within 1 meter of the target. Please wait. During this time, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but exclaim to Bai Miao Miao, brother Bai Miao, Xianxian is practically a human treasure detector. He.
Seeing the stars in Yi Xingqian's eyes, Bai Miao Miao subconsciously shielded her younger sister behind her.
By the way, brother Bai Miao, you and Xianxian look a bit alike. Are you siblings?
Yi Xingqian seemed to have discovered something and asked casually.
Yeah. I think so too. Why did she become your beast girl? Ling Yaoyao asked, feigning curiosity. She. Bai Miao Miao stammered, unable to give a coherent answer. It's nothing, I was just asking, no need to answer, huh?
Yi Xingqian waved his hand, giving an I understand look. It's not what you think, Bai Miao Miao tried to explain, but Yi Xingqian's attention had already been drawn elsewhere.
Hey! Why are there so many people gathered over there? Chapter 23 Trial, Body Tempering. The plaque was inscribed with 3 large characters. Although they were imposing and similar to the script of the Great Xia dynasty, I just couldn't recognize them.
In the center stands a stone tablet, on which is carved a warrior holding a long spear, thrusting it at a ferocious silver dragon. Suddenly, the warrior on the stone tablet's eyes lit up with white light, and a powerful voice came from the dragon-coiled pillar. At first, no one could understand the words, but soon, perhaps due to the intervention of the secret realm's rules, the voice transformed into a language they could comprehend.
The trial is about to begin.
All trial participants, please prepare yourselves. Let's go wait over there, Yi Xingqian said, leading the 4 of them to a corner to sit down and wait. Soon, a panel appeared in front of him.
Name, Bai Xianxian. Age, 22. Realm level, 4th stage, 1st level. Mental strength, Spirit Stream Realm. Contract Beast Tamer, none. Undeveloped. Bloodline, SS rank Bloodline Spirit Seeking Hound. Talent, Spirit Seeker SS. Ability, Shadow Hunter. Affinity, Compatible 4360. Spirit Seeker, exceptionally sensitive to spiritual energy, able to discern subtle differences. At this time, people continued to come in from outside the gate. Immediately afterwards, the door made a heavy creaking sound and slowly closed. Holy crap, get into the beast taming space right now.
A panicked shout came from outside the door, followed by a slightly disheveled person rushing in.
Thump!
The door slammed shut, and everyone's eyes turned to the figure that had just rushed in.
Li Feng? Wasn't he blocked outside? How did he get in?
Previously, some people paid to enter the barrier but did not immediately enter the palace. Instead, they lingered outside, ate some melon seeds, and naturally learned what had happened. This is troublesome, another competitor has emerged.
Zhuang Tianlu and Zhang Feng frowned. Ah, what did I miss? Someone asked, looking completely bewildered.
It wasn't until someone in the know came forward to explain that everyone understood.
He actually had the means to get in. Bai Miao Miao gritted her teeth.
The hat on her head almost fell off because of the upright fox ears, but luckily Bai Xianxian pressed it down for her from behind.
Don't worry, what's wrong with coming in?
Yao Yao and I will help you, Yi Xingqian patted her shoulder to comfort her.
Thank you.
Bai Miao Miao came back to her senses, quickly lowered her fox ears, and calmed herself down a little.
Buzz. Trial begins. First trial, Dragon Blood Tempering.
Tempering the body 3 times or more is considered passing. Everyone present was enveloped by a beam of blood red light, which blocked out all external sounds.
Dragon Blood Tempering?
Yi Xingqian felt the continuous flow of blood energy surrounding his body, and his skin gradually became hot and burning, accompanied by waves of stinging pain. As the blood and qi surged into the body, it became agitated, running rampant through all the meridians, even causing the bones to crackle softly. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with various low murmurs and sounds of restraint. The beast tamers closed their eyes and sat cross-legged, focusing on using their spiritual power to refine and absorb the abundant yet turbulent blood energy, while the beast girls present reacted much more easily.
What's special is that Ling Yaoyao felt almost nothing at all.
Bai Miao Miao, however, looked even more pained than some of the beast tamers.
Time passed by, second by second. Soon, some people completed their first body tempering, their faces showing joy.
But then, a second and a third wave of even more intense blood energy followed.
Puff!
One of the beast tamers couldn't withstand the continuous impact and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he was repelled by the beam of light.
Body tempering 2.5 times, not up to standard. Immediately afterwards, the beast tamer was teleported away.
His two beast girls were momentarily stunned and almost lost their composure, but fortunately they eventually stabilized. Most people struggled to persevere and strive to complete the minimum standard of 3 tempering processes. Subsequently, more and more people were repelled by the crimson pillar of light, most of whom were beast tamers.
Third body tempering, passed. Third body tempering, passed. Body tempering 4 times, passed. Body tempering 4 times, passed.
As the number of body tempering sessions increased, fewer and fewer beast tamers remained. Apart from Yi Xingqian, only Li Fei, Zhuang Tian, Zheng Feng, and a few others were left. Bai Miao Miao's face was contorted in pain, and she eventually couldn't hold on any longer, being repelled by the crimson pillar of light.
Body tempering 4 times, passed.
Those who had finished tempering their bodies noticed the night stars still shining in the pillar of light.
That young man, he can withstand 4 rounds of dragon blood tempering at the second stage of the second tier, which is stronger than me, a third tier beast tamer?
It's probably because of high innate defensive power, which affects later potential. The person who was just eliminated had very low innate defensive power. Although he made up for it later, it was of little use.
What did young Master Bai say? Wasn't he unable to use his power?
And he wasn't tempered 4 times.
Just because he can't use it doesn't mean he has low innate defensive power. I guess so.
Back to Yi Xingqian, the reason he has persisted at the second level until now is because he discovered that his talent seems to be effective for blood energy. Each time spiritual energy attacks the blood energy factors, it accelerates the process of disintegration and absorption. Therefore, it was easy for him to endure 4 rounds of body training.
As expected, God-level talent is terrifying. At this point, another person was excluded. Body tempering 4.5 times, passed. They're still here.
Zhuang Tianlu stood up from the ground, glancing at Zheng Feng and Li Feng, who were still struggling amidst their blood and qi, with a hint of resentment.
Immediately afterwards, Zheng Feng also sprang out of the beam of light. Body tempering 4.5 times, passed.
Zhuang Tianlu then walked over and helped him up, saying, "Brother Zhang, it seems you still have a slight edge."
Brother Zhuang, you flatter me. My innate defensive power is only slightly higher than yours.
Zheng Feng scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed.
Bang! The next second, Li Feng sprang out from the beam of light. Body tempering 4.5 times, passed. He reacted quickly and soon regained his footing. You two are nothing special.
Li Feng looked at Zhuang Tianlu and the other man with a smile on his lips.
Zhuang Tianlu and the other man were speechless.
They were only a second slower, and their cultivation level was even higher than theirs.
What was there to be proud of?
They ignored Li Feng and continued to look at the night stars in the corner of the pillar of light.
Li Fei followed their gaze and saw Yi Xingqian still persisting, and was shocked. How is this possible? He's a 4th tier, 5th stage beast tamer, the highest level beast tamer in the entire arena. How come he's still inferior to a 2nd tier beast tamer? Time flies. 5th body tempering. 6th body tempering. 7th body tempering.
More and more beast girls couldn't withstand the impact of their qi and blood and ended their body tempering.
Li Feng's 3 beast girls couldn't hold on for the 8th time and were expelled. Soon, the 9th body tempering session arrived. 2 muffled groans were heard almost simultaneously. Zhuang Tianlu and Zhang Feng quickly stepped forward to help their beast girl. Some people can't be unaware that beast girls are the real fighting force.
Zhuang Tianlu glanced at Li Feng, his words carrying a hidden meaning.
TCH. Li Feng felt a pang of resentment.
During the 9th body tempering, the blood energy within the pillar of light was so dense that the figures inside were almost invisible.
However, everyone knew which 3 were still left. This doesn't make sense.
It's one thing for that guy's beast girl to be at the same level as or higher than Bai Xiao's, but how does he explain it himself?
I'm so envious. He's already done his 10th body tempering. Damn it, Why am I so unlucky to be able to contract an SS rank beast girl? What, are you saying we 2A levels aren't good enough for you? I can't afford a. Oh no. I was wrong.
A tall, thin beast tamer had his ears grabbed by two ordinary-looking beast girls, causing everyone to burst into laughter.
I can't hold on much longer.
Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth, took out second-tier magic cores, and stuffed them into his mouth one by one as if they were free. Pure energy surged into his body, and his aura continued to rise.
Second order, 3 stage. Second order, 4 stage. Second order, 5th stage.
Reaching the second tier, 5th stage, requires a significant increase in the energy required for advancement.
Upgrade me.
Despite the excruciating pain in his body, Yi Xingqian swallowed the last 20 second-tier magic cores all at once.
Buzz. Second order, 6th stage.
At the same time as the promotion, the 10th tempering also came to an end. 10 body tempering sessions completed, passed.
Chapter 24 Call Me Sister. Wow, that's amazing. Bai Miao Miao felt a surge of admiration again. He actually did something that even beast girls struggled to do. The first stage has ended. Those who excel in body tempering will be blessed. As soon as he finished speaking, several orbs of crimson energy of varying sizes and purity flew out from the stone tablet and landed precisely in the bodies of those who had passed the test. Yi Xingqian received a fist-sized, incredibly solid crimson light sphere. After the light sphere entered his body, the fatigue from the body tempering was swept away, and a powerful surge of blood energy flowed into his limbs and bones. At the same time, another white orb of light silently entered his body. His spiritual level began to grow again. Second class 7th Dan, second class 8th Dan, second class 9th Dan. Thud. Thud. Thud.
Yi Xingqian instinctively threw a punch, which produced several clear whooshing sounds. His skin was flushed red, and he felt his blood surging through his body, greatly enhancing his physical strength. He took out the chipped sword again and slid it into his hand. There was no bleeding, no pain, only a faint white mark.
Awesome.
In his state of surging blood and chi, this ordinary weapon could no longer even scratch his skin. After a few breaths, Yi Xingqian's skin returned to normal, and his internal energy and blood calmed down. Those who received the rewards also saw significant improvements in their physique and cultivation level, with the beast girl reaping even greater rewards. This made them even more excited for the trials to come.
Xingqian.
Ling Yaoyao jumped up happily from behind, hugged Yi Xingqian's neck, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek.
You're amazing.
Yi Xingqian held her in his arms and asked with a smile, "How do you feel about the 10th level of body tempering?" He also learned that her progress in the first phase had changed slightly.
Ling Yaoyao's realm, stage 1202-1000 equivalent to tier 3, stage 10.
Ling Yaoyao covered her lips, tilted her head, and thought for a moment, "I don't think I felt anything special." It seems that the strength only changes after the progress reaches 1000 and the level is upgraded to the second stage. Yi Xingqian held Ling Yaoyao in his arms, found a place to sit down, and gently stroked her little dragon horns. "You've worked hard, take a rest first."
Mum.
Ling Yaoyao snuggled against him, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes to rest.
I don't feel anything. Hearing this, Bai Miao Miao was so shocked that she couldn't speak.
Xian had just gone through the 10th body tempering with great difficulty, but Ling Yaoyao said she didn't feel anything.
Is there really such a big difference between SS level and SSS level bloodlines? A few minutes later, the announcement came on again. The second challenge, questioning your heart.
The condition for passing the level is to not lose yourself in the process of self-examination. Suddenly, a mirror appeared in front of everyone.
What's this? Are you showing us a mirror? Holy crap! Someone curiously touched the mirror and instantly disappeared from the spot. So that's how it is.
We're being tested inside the mirror.
Everyone tried to enter. Yao Yao, I'm going in first.
Yi Xingqian said to Ling Yaoyao, then reached out and touched the mirror, and ripples appeared on the mirror like on the surface of water.
Okay.
Ling Yaoyao obediently sat down next to her mirror, not in a hurry to go inside. The next second, Yi Xingqian felt a powerful mental force pressing down on him, and his figure disappeared from the spot.
Ling Yaoyao looked at Bai Miao Miao beside her, whose Bai Xian had already entered the mirror. Sister?
Ling Yaoyao called out in a deliberately sweet voice.
Hey! Bai Miao Miao subconsciously responded, then realized the voice was off.
Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw Ling Yaoyao with a mischievous grin.
No, Sister Ling, don't call me that. Bai Miao Miao hurriedly denied, adjusting her hat. Hee sister, stop pretending. Ling Yaoyao smiled slyly and moved closer to her.
Your hat is for covering your ears, and your coat is for covering your tail, am I right? Bai Miao Miao quickly crossed her arms and gripped her coat tightly, moving to the side, her heart filled with surprise and doubt. I disguised myself very well, and even used a voice changer.
How did we get discovered? Sister Bai, your bloodline is F grade, right? Ling Yaoyao followed up with more information. You.
Bai Miao Miao stared wide-eyed in disbelief, then sighed as if resigned, turned off the voice changer, and her originally neutral voice became soft and sweet.
Fine, it doesn't matter if you know. My real name is Bai Miao Miao. I am indeed a beast girl with an F-rank bloodline. I've come here to find a way to enhance my bloodline. Are you satisfied, Ling Mimi? Mum.
Ling Yaoyao nodded, then changed the subject. What do you think of Xingqian?
Stars? Bai Miao Miao was taken aback and said.
He's great, very capable, reliable, and handsome. Moreover, unlike some beast tamers who treat beast girls like tools, I can feel that he's sincere towards you. As she said this, her face unconsciously flushed.
Why are you asking this? Ling Yaoyao laughed like a little fox. Want to be his beast girl and be my sister?
As she spoke, she placed her small hand on Bai Miao Miao's waist, causing her to sit up straight with a start.
Sister Ling, this is not good. Doesn't he already have you? Bai Miao Miao was clearly tempted, but after thinking about her inferior bloodline, she gave up her fantasy. What are you saying? Don't all beast tamers have many beast girls?
I don't mind, so he naturally has nothing to say. Ling Yaoyao said with her hands on her hips, speaking with a straight face. But, my bloodline is so low, he probably wouldn't be interested in me.
Bai Miao Miao lowered her head. Don't worry. I'm in charge of this family. Xingqian will definitely listen to me.
Ling Yaoyao lifted her face and encouraged her with her eyes to be brave.
Really?
Bai Miao Miao pursed her lips, somewhat hesitant.
It's real.
Ling Yaoyao patted her chest to assure her.
If you feel bad about it, I have a way. What method? Bai Miao Miao asked curiously. Isn't your sister an SS rank bloodline? Why not let her become a beast girl in Starry Sky too? Bai Miao Miao, huh?
It took Bai Miao Miao a long time to recover from her shock.
This seems really feasible?
Because Wei Wuxian had said before that he wanted to find the same beast tamer and marry the same person as her in the future.
No.
She quickly shook her head, wondering what she was thinking.
Sister Ling, Xian is not my bargaining chip. What kind of bargaining chip?
Ling Yaoyao corrected, hands on her hips.
Sister Bai. Don't you want your sister to also have a good beast tamer?
Starry Sky is super good, she said with a proud look on her face.
How could I not want to? But Bai Miao Miao was speechless for a moment. Anyway, Sister Bai, you have to think about Xian. Ling Yaoyao grabbed her hands, delivering the final blow. You wouldn't want your sister to be tricked away by some scumbag, blonde guy, or perverted beast tamer, would you? No. I don't want to.
As the older sister, Bai Miao Miao certainly didn't want her younger sister to meet the wrong person.
Then are you willing to make a pact with the stars?
Ling Yaoyao asked, posing a probing question.
I'm willing.
For her own future and her sister's future, Bai Miao Miao was determined to go all out. Ling Yaoyao was overjoyed to have achieved her goal. After Xingqian and the others form a contract, they will all be grateful to him, and everyone will be able to get along harmoniously and form a united front. That's good. Just listen to the good news. Leave the rest to me. Ling Yaoyao said contentedly, then added playfully. By the way, could you call me sister beforehand? This. Bai Miao Miao felt a strange sensation in her heart. However, according to the rule of first come, first served, I am indeed the younger sister. Sister Ling. Sister Ling, Bai Miao Miao called out softly. Let's go in too, Sister Bai. Ling Yaoyao was in a great mood and naturally changed her form of address. She touched the mirror of inquiry first and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 25: A Clear Conscience. When Yi Xingqian opened her eyes again, she found herself in a familiar place. What's going on? How did he end up in the villa from his past life? Yi Xingchen looked down at the control lever still in her left hand, then looked up and saw a gleaming knife sticking out from the top of the wardrobe, teetering on the verge of falling. He was so frightened that he immediately withdrew his left hand, but the knife still fell straight down. Fortunately, Yi Xingchen reacted quickly and moved his body backward, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow.
TCH, do you think you can succeed this time?
Before Yi Xingchen could gloat for long, the small knife suddenly flew straight up and stabbed towards his crotch.
Holy crap!
Yi Xingchen quickly jumped out of bed, grabbed a pillow, and threw it at him.
Sizzle!
The knife tip piercing the pillow delayed him for a moment, allowing Yi Xingchen to successfully dodge the attack. He jumped out of bed, quickly put on his pants and shoes, rushed out of the room, and closed the door tightly.
Things should be all right now, right?
Yi Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as she turned around, she saw kitchen knives, fruit knives, several knives were pointed at him, or more accurately, at his crotch.
How can we play like this? Ah!
Yi Xingchen suddenly sat up in bed, panting heavily.
Master, did you have a nightmare?
A soft, gentle voice came from beside me. Hearing the sound, Yi Xingchen looked over and saw a little girl rubbing her sleepy eyes and adjusting the cat ear hair clip on her head. The tail of the gourd is not located at the tailbone, but rather further back.
Humph. Who are you? Yi Xingchen asked tentatively. Master, have you forgotten?
I'm the maid you ordered last night. The cat-eared loli climbed over, straddled him, and gently hugged his head with both hands, pressing it against her small chest.
I ordered a maid? I've never ordered one before.
Yi Xingchen cried out in her heart that she was wronged.
Don't be afraid, Master, I'm always here.
Feeling the incredibly realistic touch, Yi Xingchen gradually became somewhat confused.
Is this the real world?
That world? What world?
Master. Breakfast is ready.
The door was pushed open, and a blonde loli wearing an apron pushed a food cart in.
She was only wearing an apron.
After helping Yi Xingchen rinse his mouth and wash his face, the blonde loli climbed onto the bed, knelt in front of Yi Xingchen, cut a small piece of bread with a knife, put it in her mouth, and prepared to feed it to him. You should drink milk too. The cat-eared loli smiled mischievously, picked up a glass of milk, but accidentally spilled the milk on herself.
Oops.
I spilled milk on myself.
What should I do? Quick, get some tissues to wipe it off.
Yi Xingchen was about to reach for some tissues.
Master, you mustn't waste food.
The blonde loli pressed him down with a stern face. Sweetie, drink milk and you'll grow tall. The cat-eared loli took the opportunity to press his head down.
Yi Xingchen's mouth was covered, and he couldn't speak. Master, be good, drink it quickly, otherwise, he.
The cat-eared loli's tone became a bit harsher. Yi Xingchen's eyes caught sight of the sharp knife in the blonde loli's hand, and his face turned deathly pale with fright. With the joystick being held by the blonde loli, he had no choice but to do as she said.
Cough, cough.
When Yi Xingchen opened her eyes again, she found that her hands were handcuffed at some point, her upper body was naked, and her skin was covered with many strange things. She was sitting in a rather strange chair. The lingering warmth in my mouth and the remaining milk, carrying my scent, made it feel as if everything that had just happened was real.
Snap.
Suddenly, he was lashed by the whip, and he gritted his teeth in pain. You worthless bastard. You filthy pervert.
You lolicon. Still won't admit your guilt even now.
A red-haired girl in a law enforcement uniform stood on a low stool, looking down at him and scrutinizing him.
What crime have I committed?
Yi Xingchen was confused. Looking at the loli in front of him who was high and mighty, a strange anger rose in his heart.
You're a lolicon.
The red-haired loli grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up and meet her gaze.
Pa! You're talking nonsense. Yi Xingchen snorted and glared, showing no sign of backing down and displaying considerable toughness. Fine. Still won't admit it.
The red-haired girl let go of him and pressed the red button on the remote control in her hand.
Ugh, hi. The chair instantly emitted a strong electric current and a blinding light. Do you admit it or not? No. Ah. Sizzle. Fine, you win. The red-haired loli angrily pressed the blue button.
The roller shutter door next to them slowly opened, revealing a group of little girls dressed in various cute outfits.
As long as you admit it, they're all yours. How about it?
Seeing him somewhat stunned, the red-haired loli's lips curled up slightly. Yi Xingchen shook his head, then roared.
I already said. I'm not a lolicon. It's just that the person I like happens to be a lowly. I have a clear conscience. Buzz. You have passed.
Yi Xingchen suddenly opened his eyes, and all his memories returned instantly.
He was in the ruins participating in a trial. Is this how you test me?
Yi Xingchen clicked his tongue. He was indeed tempted when he saw that group of lowless earlier, but luckily he was determined, otherwise he would have fallen into the illusion's trap.
Soon after, Ling Yaoyao emerged from the realm of inquiry. Xingchen. Wah-ah.
Ling Yaoyao's eyes were red as she threw herself into his arms and wailed.
Yao Yao. I'm here. I'm here.
Yi Xingchen gently patted her back to comfort her.
Star, I dreamt of my mother, and you, I didn't protect you well, sob sob. Don't cry, don't cry. You're so strong, how could you not protect me?
Yi Xingchen cupped her face and wiped away her tears.
So many strange beasts. I was distracted for a moment and couldn't protect you. What's the point of me now that you're gone? So I'll go with you, boo-hoo. Ling Yaoyao wrinkled her nose.
In her mind-searching realm, extremely powerful strange beasts surged in, and although she could deal with them alone, she could not protect Yi Xingchen at the same time. Although the alien beasts were eventually wiped out, Yi Xingchen died, and she didn't want to live on alone.
Alright, stop crying, I'm still here. What happened in the mind-reading world was all fake.
Yi Xingchen was touched and hugged him even tighter.
Ling Yaoyao's voice was barely audible.
As time passed, many beast tamers or beast girls failed the test and were teleported out of the hall. By this time, the remaining people had already finished the second trial. Dozens of orbs of spiritual energy floated out from the stone tablet and flew toward the passerby.
Ha ha ha.
I've been stuck in the spiritual realm for so long, and I've finally broken through to the spirit stream realm, someone exclaimed with ecstasy.
I've broken through too.
But some people are worried, alas, I failed the beast tamer trial.
Who's more miserable than me? All 3 of my beast girls failed. Bro, could it be that they've done something wrong behind your back? Damn it. No wonder none of the 3 children I had with them look like me. I have to go back right now.
The beast tamer who failed all 3 beast girls was struck dumb and immediately teleported out of the secret realm.
Chapter 26. Please respect the beast girl's wishes. The ball of spiritual energy entered his brow.
Yi Xingchen closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling his spiritual realm rapidly rise. The previous fatigue vanished without a trace. His spiritual power level broke through from the spirit origin realm to the spirit connection realm in one fell swoop.
Xingchen.
My spiritual power has also broken through to the spiritual connection realm. Ling Yaoyao looked up with her little face full of expectation, her face practically screaming praise me. Yi Xingchen smiled helplessly and gently pinched her slightly chubby cheeks.
My Yaoyao is the best. Childish.
Suddenly, a discordant voice broke in. Yi Xingchen frowned, stood up, and shielded Ling Yaoyao behind him.
Isn't this young masterly? What, you spent a lot of money to get in, and now you're here to collect a debt?
Heh, it's not about collecting debts, Li Feng sneered, his tone arrogant.
I'm just reminding you not to be too arrogant, or you'll get your comeuppance one day. That's none of your concern, young masterly. You should mind your own business.
Yi Xingchen didn't take his threat to heart at all.
I'll remember you. I hope I never see you again.
Li Feng made a harsh statement, fearing that if he acted rashly now, he might anger the spirit of the ruins and be kicked out, which would be a huge loss.
The opponent is only a second-tier 9th Dan, and with only 1 beast girl, they definitely can't beat me. Hee hee, then I look forward to meeting you again next time.
Yi Xingchen chuckled. Ling Yaoyao hugged Yi Xingchen's waist, poked her head out from behind, and made a fierce face at Li Feng.
Li Feng. Who provoked whom? I advise you not to stick to me like a leech. Bai Miao Miao also stood next to Yi Xingchen to chime in.
If the conflict between Bai Miao Miao and Li Feng stemmed from the old grudge between her Dragon Hunter group and his Golden Toad Hunter group, then the conflict between Li Feng and Yi Xingchen was purely self-inflicted. You just wait. Li Feng glared at her fiercely, then strode back to his original position.
Brother Yi, this person is just jealous.
The contracts he signed with his beast girls are all provisional, Bai Miao Miao whispered a reminder.
I see.
Yi Xingchen suddenly realized. Fine, he dares to ruin my mood. I'll make him green with envy.
Yao Yao, come here, give me a kiss.
He picked up Ling Yaoyao, nuzzled her face against hers, and glanced at Li Feng intentionally or unintentionally at the same time.
Okay, moi. Yao Yao happily kissed him on the cheek.
Li Feng, who had been watching this scene closely, gritted his teeth and his face contorted in anger. He turned to look at the three beast girls beside him. The rabbit-eared girl in blue coldly turned her face away, while the horse girl smiled politely and distantly, shaking her head slightly. The tall eagle girl even crossed her arms and took a step back, her eyes filled with scrutiny and displeasure. I'm sorry, Li Feng, our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet.
Yes, I'm still thinking about it. Li Feng, please respect our wishes. Damn it, what is it about me that you all look down on?
Li Feng roared inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. The contracts he signed with the three beast girls were all provisional. Although it was a marriage arranged by the family, there was no progress in the relationship, and if they were displeased, they could terminate the contract and leave at any time.
Ah, Li Feng is really hilarious. Zhuang Tianlu laughed without any restraint while holding his only wolf mother. Who says otherwise?
Zhang Feng, with Scorpion Mother on one side and Crane Mother on the other, thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle.
Back to Night Star.
Bai Miao Miao, who was next to him, pursed her lips slightly, and a blush rose on her cheeks.
Why am I feeling a little envious of Ling Yaoyao? Sister.
By Xianxian's light, airy voice reached her ears.
Ha? What's wrong?
Bai Miao Miao asked, somewhat puzzled.
Bai Xianxian tilted his head, expressionless, and extended his slender white finger to tap her cheek.
Blush.
Ah.
Bai Miao Miao hurriedly pulled down her hat brim and lowered her head, afraid that others would see her.
Xianxian, don't talk nonsense.
If anyone were to notice Bai Xianxian at this moment, they would surely see her white tail wagging excitedly and quietly.
Rolling.
A heavy thud came from the wall behind the stone tablet, and three large gates slowly opened, from which more than 40 dragon-blood guardians emerged. These guards, clad in silver armor with claw-shaped gauntlets and dragon head helmets, exude an aura of majesty and power. The neatly arranged dragon scales on their armor are full of tension, and the overall design is extremely imposing. Looking through the openwork section of the helmet, the interior appears incredibly deep, as if one glance would draw you inside. Wow, the guard's armor is so exquisite, it feels like a magical artifact. They're not going to make us fight them, are they? It would be such a waste if we damaged them. Really? It's okay if it gets damaged, we can get it repaired. We can wear it to a national competition, how cool would that be? The inner sanctum must be just behind here. There must be a lot of treasures inside. Someone seized on the key point. Just as everyone was waiting for the stone tablet to provide further guidance, a crimson light simultaneously shone through the eye gaps of all the dragon blood guards' helmets. Watch out! They've moved, someone shouted, instantly stopping everyone from their playful antics. As the first dragon blood guard charged into the crowd with his spear, a great battle was about to begin. At this moment, Bai Xianxian wrinkled her small nose slightly, tugged at Yi Xingqian's clothes, and pointed to the door on the right. The reason she tugged at Yi Xingqian's sleeve was because she noticed that her older sister seemed to listen to him. Since I had to tell Yi Xingqian anyway, I might as well just tell him myself, thus eliminating the middleman's profit. Yi Xingqian immediately understood and whispered the instructions. Yao Yao, you and Xian lead the way. We'll charge through. Let's avoid fighting if possible. Okay. Ling Yaoyao and Bai Xianxian both agreed. And me, Brother Yi? Bai Miao Miao asked subconsciously. Yi Xingqian grabbed her hand, you'd better just follow behind me obediently. As he spoke, he took her hand and followed the two men who were clearing the way. Holding her hand, Bai Miao Miao felt a mix of emotions, warmth, shyness, and a secret thrill. Wait a minute. I'm a man right now. Brother Yi doesn't know my real identity, so why is he holding my hand? The thought flashed through her mind like lightning, causing her to freeze instantly. Could it be that he only likes petite and cute girls, whether they're young boys or girls? Eat them all. Bai Miao Miao's eyes widened, and she suddenly felt a tightness in her rear. She subconsciously tried to break free from Yi Xingqian's large hand, but failed. Instead of opening her eyes, she was pulled even tighter, almost running alongside Yi Xingqian. Wait. I think I'm a woman, what's there to be afraid of? Bai Miao Miao just breathed a sigh of relief. No. What am I even thinking? Brother Yi is a gentleman, how could he be such a person? He's just a bit enthusiastic. Yes. That's right.
It's passion.
If Yixingchen knew what she was thinking right now, he probably wouldn't be able to resist spanking her little bottom after the contract was signed.
Chapter 27 Mysterious Mummified Corpse.
The Dragon Blood Guardians are not only well equipped, but each one is also incredibly strong. Although they are all at the third tier, first stage, their combat power is in no way inferior to most beast girls. Only beast girls with higher levels or B rank bloodlines or above can easily deal with them. Fortunately, the Beast Master's talent made the battle relatively easy.
Suddenly, these Dragon Blood Guards began to use various battle formations in an organized manner, and their overall offensive became more intense than before. Holy crap, what's going on? Why are these guards suddenly charging this way like they've been injected with adrenaline? Look over there. This is outrageous. One shot, one kill? That's too exaggerated. They were shocked by Ling Yaoyao's strength.
Her overwhelming power, taking down Dragon Blood Guardians one by one with a single shot, left them speechless. Ling Yaoyao withdrew the spear that had pierced the Dragon Blood Guardian's head.
The fallen Dragon Blood Guardian was quickly dissolved by the power of annihilation, leaving not even a trace.
Next, these Dragon Blood Guards seemed to become smarter, and when they saw Ling Yaoyao's formidable strength, they would deliberately avoid her.
Therefore, Yixingchen and his group did not encounter much hindrance and successfully entered the gate on the right.
Inside the inner sanctum, the broken floor, the shattered pillars, and the corpses scattered everywhere all testify to the fierce battle that took place here long ago. Yixingchen knelt down in front of a skeleton to examine it. Some dark red, irregular crystals grew out of these skeletons, emanating a very familiar aura. It's dragon blood, very similar to the dragon blood used in the previous dragon blood tempering, Ling Yaoyao said from the side. Yixingchen broke off a piece from it. Without a carrier, the fragment quickly dissipated. However, a small amount remained attached to Yixingchen's fingers, and he sensed that this dragon blood was completely different from the dragon blood he had used for body tempering before. This dragon blood seems to have been contaminated in some way, its power becoming even more erratic and chaotic. If you absorb it rashly, although your physique will be improved, it will leave behind fatal hidden dangers. Yixingchen used his talent to remove the dragon blood residue from his hands, and a wisp of extremely thin black smoke emerged. Yixingchen shifted his gaze to the next room, where there was a skeleton shaped like a small mountain.
Its skull had a pair of horns on it.
Based on what he had seen and heard in the ruins before, it was definitely the skeleton of a dragon. Similarly, the dragon blood crystals growing on the dragon skeleton were also contaminated, even more so than those on the human skeleton.
Let's keep going.
As you walk toward the main hall, you encounter more and more skeletons, and most of the armor and weapons scattered on the ground have been destroyed by the relentless passage of time. However, Bai Xianxian discovered several intact magical artifacts among them. Yixingchen's favorite item was a long spear, the body of which was the body of a dragon, with the spearhead emerging from the dragon's head.
If it were to be wielded, it would surely be awe-inspiring.
It's a pity that there are no cool and awesome gun skills on Earth, only some basic gun handling moves, which is really not enough to watch. Finally, the four of them arrived at the main hall. The space here is enormous, roughly the size of 4 basketball courts, and the intensity of the damage is extremely high. Almost half of the dome above our heads has collapsed. Ahead were 2 wide staircases leading to the throne on the high platform, with 3 deep, huge claw marks almost cutting across the entire staircase. On the throne, a mummified corpse clad in tattered armor sat silently. Bai Xianxian noticed a white scepter in his withered hand. Just as she was about to run up to him, Yixingchen grabbed her arm.
Wait a minute. Yixingchen asked, have you all felt a gaze upon you? Sight? No. Ling Yaoyao shook her head.
The 2 sisters, Bai Xianxian and Bai Miaomiao, also said no.
Is it just my imagination?
A strong sense of unease welled up in Yixingchen's heart, making him dare not be careless in the slightest. After observing for a while, he confirmed that the source of his gaze was the mummified corpse on the throne. The mummified corpse had a peculiar appearance, with dragon horns on its head and a dragon tail extending outside the throne like a withered branch. Apart from some silver scales covering its dry skin, the rest of its body was completely different from a human.
Is this a beast girl?
No. Yixingchen shook his head. Judging from his body proportions and the style of his broken armor, he should be a male.
At that moment, an aged voice entered Yixingchen's mind. Young man, what do you want?
I don't want to, Yixingchen interrupted directly.
What era are we living in? They're still using this kind of deceptive trick.
The other person was clearly taken aback, not expecting him to be so decisive, and then said, "Think it through, I can give you endless power."
Idiot. Yi Xingchen cursed.
He talks nonsense without thinking.
With that kind of ability, how could he be trapped on the throne?
He did notice that there was a ring of faintly glowing inscriptions floating around the mummified body, as if they were binding him. There was no more sound in his mind, and the gaze shifted.
Yi Xingchen looked at Bai Miao next door.
She stood there stunned, then her eyes lit up with fervor, and she took a step toward the platform. Yi Xingchen hurriedly grabbed her, but felt a strong force of resistance.
Oh no! Subdue her quickly.
With the help of Ling Yaoyao and the other person, Bai Miao was finally brought under control.
Don't look into his eyes. Yi Xingchen warned, and at the same time knocked Bai Miao unconscious with a chop to the neck.
Just then, a swift figure rushed past the four of them, and 3 sharp attacks came at them at the same time.
Fortunately, Ling Yaoyao and Bai Xianxian reacted quickly and blocked them in time. The treasure is mine. Ha ha ha.
Li Feng had already reached the high platform and excitedly approached the mummified corpse on the throne.
Never mind them, let's go. Yi Xingchen carried Bai Miao on his back and grabbed Ling Yaoyao and Bai Xianxian.
Now he only had one thought in mind: to run. He no longer cared about treasures or anything like that. However, as soon as they turned around, their retreat was blocked by a group of beast tamers and beast girls who had wiped out the dragon blood guardians.
Boom!
The only door to the main hall was slammed shut. The sudden turn of events caused widespread panic.
What happened? Why is the front door closed? This should be the final trial, right?
I wish there were more trials. The blood energy that emanated after those dragon blood guardians were defeated has improved my skills considerably.
I also got a relatively complete piece of armor. Look, everyone. That's Li Feng on the platform.
He seems to be trying to take all the treasure for himself, someone shouted, and the crowd rushed past Yi Xingchen and the other 3 to the platform.
There's no way out. Yi Xingchen looked up. Yao, let's fly away.
Before he could finish speaking, a powerful pressure descended, suppressing Ling Yaoyao and preventing her from transforming into her dragon form.
TSK, this is troublesome.
Yi Xingchen turned around and looked at the high platform. Li Feng was already standing in front of the mummified corpse, holding the white scepter in his hand. At this moment, Yi Xingchen and the others finally saw clearly what the white scepter looked like.
The human skull is connected to a complete spine. This is a Horcrux.
A Horcrux. Li Feng gripped the white scepter, his eyes revealing fervor and admiration, completely disregarding the materials it was made of. Nightstar had also heard of soul weapons. Their creation required collecting the complete souls of any living being, and there were also instances where spirit artifacts themselves developed sentience and became soul weapons.
Let's not even talk about the second one.
Just obtaining a complete soul is very difficult, so Horcruxes are not something that money can buy.
Ha 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 ha. A series of hoarse laughs suddenly rang out in the main hall. Chapter 28. What can I do?
Yi Xingchen saw the mummified corpse move. Its skin, which had been like rotten wood, quickly swelled and returned to normal, and the exposed skin was covered with patches of silver scales. He took out the teleportation key and tried to activate it, but there was no response at all.
Is this space locked?
On the other side, the beast tamers and beast girls rushing towards the high platform were all frightened by this bizarre scene and immediately assumed fighting stances. A mummified corpse, no, he should now be called a dragon man. He slowly rose from the throne and opened his blood-red vertical pupils.
Humans deserve to die.
As if venting pent-up anger, his roar echoed in the main hall, and some weaker beast tamers were even shaken to the point of coughing up blood. After a long while, the dragon man looked past Li Feng, who was still holding the white scepter, and at the people below the stage, the weak and frail human men and the human women with bloodlines. Interesting. Ao Yuan raised an eyebrow with interest and said to himself,
the bloodlines of all races and strange beasts have actually appeared in humans. Alright, we can study it carefully.
Ao Yuan made a grabbing motion in the air with his hand covered in silver scales, and a beast girl with a jellyfish-like hairstyle flew into the air. His beast tamer tried to save him, but it was too late. With a soft plop, he was covered in blood and gore, while the blood drifted towards Ao Yuan on the high platform. However, the beast tamer was teleported away in that instant. Everyone was terrified by the bloody scene and tried to activate their teleportation keys, but all of them failed.
I can't teleport out. This space is locked. We're fucked. Not necessarily. Did you see that person just now?
As long as that strange guy attacks, the spatial lock will be broken, and we'll have a chance to get out.
Zhuang Tianlu reassured him.
Not bad, these are good things.
Ao Yuan was delighted.
Although these human women were essentially still of human blood, they exhibited the characteristics and strength of all races. He absorbed and refined all the blood, then looked towards Yixingchen. The bloodline of the woman next to the human even made him feel a sense of pressure he dared not imagine what it would be like if she grew up. If I were to devour her, Ao Yuan's eyes revealed an undisguised greed. It was a pity they hadn't absorbed the contaminated dragon blood, otherwise they could have devoured her now. Yixingchen met his gaze without the slightest fear, shielding Ling Yaoyao and the others behind her, her hands tightly gripping the life-saving jade pendant given to her by Luo Mingcheng and his wife. He guessed that the beast tamer was able to leave because the dragon man used an attack that briefly broke the spatial lock.
He.
Ao Yuan naturally noticed his actions and smiled indifferently. The human who had just escaped surprised him and made him realize that this entire region was a secret realm. But, although his current strength is greatly limited by the rules of the secret realm, and some people will inevitably escape if he makes a move, he has plenty of ways to deal with them.
Do you want power? Ao Yuan asked as he walked up to Li Feng.
His three beast girls were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, while he himself was still staring blankly at the scepter. Li Feng suddenly lost all interest in the white scepter and threw it off the platform. He then knelt down at Ao Yuan's feet with a face full of anticipation, and said with utmost respect, "Please grant me your blessing, young master." Ao Yuan patted his head, and a drop of red dragon blood, surrounded by wisps of black energy, appeared from his other hand and dripped onto Li Feng's forehead. Instantly, Li Feng let out a shrill scream, his skin turning as red as a roasted shrimp. After a long while, two blood-red horns grew from his forehead, his entire body was covered with a layer of red scales, and a tail emerged from the clothes on his back. What incredible power! Li Feng felt a dramatic change in his body. His cultivation level was forcibly raised to the 6th rank, 10th stage.
Li Feng's smile gradually turned manic.
He felt that he was no longer a weakling like a beast tamer, but a powerful prehistoric beast.
Ao Yuan smiled. This human was suitable to be his slave.
He grabbed at the air again with both hands, and Li Feng's three beast girls were suddenly grabbed by the throats and brought in front of him. Ao Yuan slowly said, "Eat them, and you will gain even greater power."
No.
The three beast girls struggled desperately. Li Feng had regained his senses and felt a pang of reluctance, but suddenly his heart skipped a beat, making him realize that he was no longer in control of his own destiny.
Eat them.
Ao Yuan's voice was icy cold, brooking no refusal. Li Feng didn't speak, but his eyes gradually hardened as he approached them step by step.
He ultimately chose power and control over death. Li Feng, wake up.
They are your beast girls.
Zhuang Tianlu couldn't help but advise. Li Feng, you coward.
They're still your fiancés.
Can't you be a little tougher?
So what if they die? What are you afraid of? Zhang Feng cursed angrily. Li Feng ignored them, opened his mouth, and his normally normal teeth became as sharp as blades.
Li Feng, you beast. You don't deserve to be called a human being.
The crowd erupted in angry curses.
Have you said enough?
Li Feng suddenly turned around and shouted hoarsely.
I'm so young, am I supposed to die like this? They should blame themselves for not signing a vow of oath with me. Otherwise, I would have definitely taken my own life and died with them. I was just trying to save my own life. What could I have done wrong? After saying that, he turned his head again, ignoring the pleading look in the eyes of one of his beast girls, and opened his mouth to bite down. The crowd tried to rush over to stop them, but they were held down by an invisible force and could not move. Yixingchen quickly covered Ling Yaoyao's eyes and ears. Xian, don't look.
Bai Miao Miao also woke up, hugged by Xian, and covered her ears.
After a long while, the sound on the high platform gradually faded away. Ha 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 ha.
Ao Yuan enjoyed toying with human nature, watching them struggle between desire and conscience.
Go. Kill all the men. Leave the women.
Yes. Li Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and his sharp teeth were covered in blood.
Stop.
The moment the voice fell, a pale golden power flowed to everyone. The crowd snapped out of their shock and looked toward the source of the sound. Then, Yixingchen raised the white bone scepter high, and the golden power emanating from it was the scepter.
Old man, you finally slipped up. Ao Yuan's face darkened.
10 minutes ago, the skull scepter that Li Feng had thrown away landed next to Yixingchen. Yi Xingqian felt powerless in the face of the suddenly appearing powerful enemy.
Child. A voice suddenly came to his mind.
Yi Xingqian looked around and finally locked his gaze on the skull scepter next to him. To be honest, the scepter, which consisted of only the spine and skull, was really a bit creepy.
Are you talking to me? Yi Xingqian asked tentatively.
Yes, my name is Lin Su, and I was originally the sect leader of the Dragon Blood Body Tempering sect in the ancient realm.
The person on the high platform is the young master of the Silver Dragon lineage of the Dragon Clan. The aged voice came again. Ancient realms, sects?
Yi Xingqian was stunned.
Good heavens, this world used to be a martial arts world? What happened to change it into its current state?
Lin Su continued, as the name suggests, our sect uses dragon blood to forge our bodies, which naturally creates a conflict with the dragon race. 10,000 years ago, the human race fell into a weak position due to internal strife, the interruption of inheritance, and other reasons, and the individual strength was not as good as before.
So, this young master of the Dragon Clan led his men to wipe out your sect? Yi Xingqian asked.
Alas, it's not just my sect, all the human forces are like this, Lin Su sighed.
When the sect was destroyed, the Silver Dragon young master turned my corpse into a spiritual artifact.
I also played along and was turned into the scepter I am today, which became a soul artifact.
Finally, I sealed it away. Yi Xingqian asked, do you have a way to help me escape?
Although I don't know what changes have occurred to you, or what kind of system humanity has developed. But as a senior, it is my duty to protect you juniors and ensure your safe departure from nature. However, my soul is very weak right now, and I need the soul-nourishing jade and the silver dragon's essence blood.
These two?
Yi Xingqian thought for a moment, then took out the jade stone and a transparent crystal.
Right. How did you know I had it?
I can observe every corner of the ruins, and I am the one who gives out the trials later.
Sigh.
I originally only wanted to select some talented people to pass on my skills, but I didn't expect an accident to happen at the final stage, Lin Su said helplessly. The young master of the Silver Dragon Clan, whom I sealed away, interfered and ruined the final trial. Yi Xingqian thought for a while and realized that there was no better way at the moment, so she had no choice but to trust him.
What should I do?
Pick up this scepter.
Yi Xingqian did as instructed.
After picking them up, the soul-nourishing jade and the crystal containing the silver dragon's essence blood flew out of his hand automatically. The soul jade transformed into tiny specks and merged into it, while the crystal cracked, and the silver dragon's essence blood dripped from it onto the skull.
I need a little more time.
Don't disturb the young master of the silver dragon above. After saying that, Lin Su's voice fell silent, and a faint light emanated from the eye sockets of the skull. After the agonizing screams from the high platform, came Ao Yuan's mocking laughter. At the same time, the faint light emanating from the skull scepter gradually intensified.
Go! Kill the men, leave the women alive. Chapter 29 Annihilation. Stop!
Yi Xingqian simply raised the skull scepter, and a pale golden power rippled outward from the skull, deflecting the fierce wind that was rushing towards the crowd several meters away.
Old man! You're not quite dead yet. Ao Yuan angrily pointed, and the attack instantly disintegrated.
He waved his hand again, and Li Feng's injuries disappeared. Ao Yuan's cold gaze swept down, focusing on Yi Xingqian.
Old man, do you think you can stop me this time? Humph. That's not necessarily true. The skull scepter floated into the air, and Lin Su's spirit gathered in mid-air.
He angrily waved his hand, and the rest of the people were safely teleported to the rear. At the same time, 7 golden chain phantoms appeared, locking Ao Yuan in different directions.
Damn it! Ao Yuan gave up on his futile struggle.
He is not at his peak now, and his cultivation level is suppressed to the 6th rank, 10th stage.
This seal is connected to the energy of the entire ruins, and he really cannot break free.
However, it will take some time for the seal to form. All we need to do is destroy it. Ao Yuan summoned his 2 remaining pseudo-dragon servants and suppressed their cultivation levels to the 6th rank, 9th realm to prevent them from being sent into the void by the secret realm.
Kill him. Then take that scepter.
Yes, sir. The 2 dragon servants, 1 green and 1 blue, charged downwards like cannonballs. Ao Yuan glanced at Li Feng, who was standing there in a daze, and said, "You come at me too?"
Yes.
Li Feng also pushed off with his legs and shot out. I need some time to seal him, so help me hold them off. Lin Su stretched out his hand, and specks of blood-red golden light emanated from it. As soon as they finished speaking, Yi Xingqian and Ling Yaoyao's auras surged, and they both reached the first level of the sixth realm. I can't improve your strength much, so be careful, he added.
That's enough.
Yi Xingqian took out the silver dragon spear and held it in front of him. Ling Yaoyao also transformed into her battle form, wearing black dragon scale armor and holding a black spear. Ling Yaoyao's feet gradually lifted off the ground and floated in mid-air, unleashing a slash with her spear. The two dragons each drew their swords to meet the slash.
Clang! Bang!
The sound of metal breaking rang out, and both dragon servants were blasted away. Soon, the two regained their footing, discarded the broken swords in their hands, and transformed their hands into two dragon claws, each swinging one claw at Ling Yaoyao. The green-scaled dragon servant's claw strikes unleashed countless branches, like chains. The blue-scaled dragon servant's claw strikes generated countless streams of icy water.
Humph! You're too weak. Ling Yaoyao snorted coldly, holding her spear horizontally in front of her to block their attacks. Clang! Clang!
During the collision, the branches and cold air withered and turned into nothingness as they approached within a certain range of Ling Yaoyao's body.
The two dragon servants were shocked. Not only that, the super high defense provided by their proud dragon scales was as thin as paper under Ling Yaoyao's attack. The two dragon servants quickly retracted their claws and retreated dozens of steps. When he raised his hand again, there was a deep scar. If it had been any later, his arm would have had to be amputated. The crowd behind them were all amazed by Ling Yaoyao's strength and regretted that they couldn't go on stage to help.
Don't engage her in close combat, the crimson-scaled dragon servant warned.
Good.
Before the two dragon servants could finish speaking, Ling Yaoyao glanced at Yi Xingqian with concern, only to see that he and Li Feng were already in a standoff.
Your opponent is me.
Yi Xingqian held his silver dragon spear horizontally, blocking Li Feng, who was about to launch a sneak attack. Seeing him face the enemy alone, the crowd began to discuss the matter.
Why is this guy so reckless? Can a beast tamer fight on the front lines?
Li Feng seems to have turned into a strange beast. Although this guy has improved his cultivation level, there's no way he can beat him.
Why doesn't he go and assist his beast girl? Can he even be considered a qualified beast tamer? That's right. His beast girl is so strong. If he supports her, he won't even have to lift a finger. Otherwise, it will actually hinder his beast girl's performance. Stop making sarcastic remarks. Without them, we'd all be dead. Zhuang Tianlu snapped.
Hearing this, those who were giving their opinions on the country all shut their mouths.
Fool! Do you think you're a beast girl? Or do you have advanced combat talent?
Li Feng grinned, his hands transforming into a pair of red-scaled dragon claws. The changes brought about by the red dragon's essence blood to his body were incredibly strong.
Now he dares to say that his physique is in no way inferior to that of an SSS-level alien beast. Yi Xingqian, this mere beast tamer, is utterly laughable. Li Feng moved first, rushing towards Yi Xingqian like a cannonball, leaving shallow craters in his wake. So fast.
Yi Xingqian was shocked.
Even with his speed talent fully enhanced, he was still a beat slower than his opponent. Clang! Clang! Clang!
A series of claw attacks came, and Yi Xingqian swung his silver dragon spear to defend himself, but was forced to retreat step by the brute force.
Ha 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 ha! Overestimating yourself. Li Feng laughed maliciously during his attack. That's exactly how it feels, an absolute crushing feeling. So what if there's a powerful beast girl? You're nothing. Go to hell.
Li Feng suddenly raised his claws and swung them down at Yi's face. Before Yi Xingqian could recover, he struggled to raise his gun to defend himself, but was violently thrown backward by a tremendous force.
Cough cough.
Yi Xingqian stood up, supporting himself with the silver dragon spear, and coughed, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had undergone 10 body temperings before, which greatly improved his physical strength, otherwise, he would have collapsed by now.
Xingqian. Ling Yaoyao was worried and wanted to help.
But when she saw Yi Xingqian give her an okay sign, she breathed a sigh of relief.
It's time to end the battle. Ling Yaoyao was a little angry because Yi Xingqian was injured. Since Xingqian doesn't need help, let's take it out on those two. Arrogant.
The green-scaled dragon servant braced himself on the ground with one hand.
Forest wood the cage.
Countless thick tree trunks and branches burst forth from where Ling Yaoyao was standing, completely blocking her escape route and continuously tightening it.
Ice Soul Sword.
The blue-scaled dragon servant clasped his hands together, and countless streams of icy water converged into an ice sword.
Seizing the opportunity when Ling Yaoyao was trapped, he swung down with a bang. Ling Yaoyao disdained to dodge, and opened her palm, revealing a deep black sphere. Utter annihilation. With a clench of her small hand, the black sphere exploded, silently expanding into an absolute annihilation domain. Whether it was the forest cage or the ice soul greatsword, along with the horrified figures of the two dragon servants, even the air itself vanished into nothingness. Whoosh! The surrounding air rushed into this spherical space, creating a violent whistling sound. Ling Yaoyao stood in mid-air, her hair not moving an inch. The entire place was silent, deathly still.
It took a long time for everyone to recover from their shock.
Holy crap, is this really an ability that a beast girl could possess? The opponent has dragon attribute bloodline, usually rated S or higher, right? Could she have an SSS-level bloodline? 2 kills in an instant. I don't think even SSS rank would be enough. Could that be the legendary divine bloodline? Tisk, troublesome. Ao Yuan frowned, raised his hand to form a cage, sealing off Ling Yaoyao's surroundings and preventing her from going to help. Old man, you don't actually think he can kill my dragon servant, do you? The human males here are quite weak, he.
Lin Su ignored him and continued to observe the battle below. The fighting was completely chaotic, and the way they absorbed and utilized spiritual energy was also so primitive.
What exactly happened to the human race over the past 10,000 years? How could it have become so destitute? Ao Yuan's eyes narrowed on the high platform. Strange, why do I find that kid on the other side somewhat pleasing to the eye? Wrong.
Although Ao Yuan's strength was suppressed to the 6th rank, 10th stage, his own strength was so great that he quickly realized the problem.
It was the belt on Yi Xingqian's body. Chapter 30. We're already calling each other brothers. No need to be so polite. Let's return to the bottom. A smile appeared on Yi Xingqian's lips.
His latest talent belt had 7 points of light on its crystal screen. Originally, all 7 points of light were purple, but now one of them suddenly turned gold.
That's right. It's that SSS-level talent Dragon Knight.
Li Feng lowered his claws, looking somewhat strange.
That's strange.
I'm starting to admire him a little. To dare to challenge oneself without relying on the power of beast girls, what courage that is.
He seems so manly. In the 1 second he was stunned.
The tip of Yi Xingqian's spear was already in front of him.
Holy crap!
Sensing danger, Li Feng immediately snapped back to his senses and used his claws to defend himself.
Clang!
The silver dragon spear clashed with the red dragon scales, emitting dazzling sparks. Li Feng shook Yi Xingqian away, looked at his claws, and found that apart from a small piece of scale falling off in a little pain, he was otherwise unharmed.
Ugh!
The next second, he felt an itch inside his body, and when he looked again, he saw a wound on the spot where a scale was missing from his paw. The corrosive force continued, but fortunately, after transforming into a pseudo-red dragon, he possessed powerful regenerative abilities and was unharmed.
What did you do to me? Li Feng raised his claws, staring warily at Yi Xingqian.
I was just having a friendly sparring session with you, Yi Xingqian said, shaking his head as if feigning innocence.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood you. Li Feng nodded in realization and lowered his guard.
However, before he could completely lower his claws, Yi Xingqian's spear tip was already in front of him again. Li Feng regained his senses and quickly raised his claws to defend himself. In his panic, he was forced to fly backwards several meters.
Damn it! What kind of evil magic did you use? Li Feng's body trembled violently, and a fierce aura surrounded him.
He swung his claws again, this time faster and stronger than before. However, Yi Xingqian remained calm and composed, even placing the silver dragon spear upright on the ground and leaning lazily against the spear. He and Ling Yaoyao had tested this SSS-level Dragon Knight talent, and originally thought that only the second point of immunity to dragon attacks was useful. Surprisingly, the first option, easier to gain favor, actually contained a hidden meaning.
Brother, slow down. We're just sparring, not fighting to the death.
Li Feng, who had rushed forward, paused, instinctively slowing his movements, then chuckled and said,
We're already calling each other brothers, so what else is there to say? Watch out, this strike is aimed at your left side. Then, a comical scene unfolded on the spot. Nightstar leisurely dodged the fierce wind's attacks while circling the silver dragon spear. And after each dodge, he would take out that fire poker and strike his vulnerable spots precisely,
causing Li Feng to howl in pain.
Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Has Li Feng had a change of heart?
Look closely, that brother's talent belt has a golden spot.
This is definitely the effect of an SSS-level talent. It's too overpowered.
However, such a powerful effect must have limitations, otherwise he would truly be invincible.
What a piece of trash! Ao Yuan's eyes sharpened, and he released a mental protective shield for Li Feng.
The reason he didn't launch a direct attack was that he was afraid the old man would take the opportunity to teleport them all away.
Back on the field. Stand still!
Yi Xingqian shouted, drawing his gun and thrusting it at Li Feng.
Standing still, Li Feng's eyes cleared, and he instantly became alert. Stand still, stand still.
He suddenly grabbed the silver dragon spear that was thrusting at him, pulled it back, and threw a punch with all his might.
Damn it!
Yi Xingqian tried to dodge, but it was too late. He quickly switched to the all-powerful shield.
Li Feng's punch was extremely powerful, and the omnipotent shield was shattered mercilessly in less than a second. Ha ha ha! What can you do to me this time?
Li Feng's laughter suddenly stopped.
Hee hee.
Yi Xingqian's talent transformed into endless life once again, and his injuries slowly healed. He had stacked 25 layers of end erosion, and now his self-healing ability couldn't keep up with the speed of the erosion. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, ignored Li Feng, and turned to look at Lin Su.
Senior, it's done.
Lin Su looked at Yi Xingqian with some doubt. The other party was still alive, yet he had just handed his back to the enemy.
No. He sensed that Li Feng was now all bark and no bite. Only the people behind were completely confused, not understanding what Yi Xingqian was doing. You. Put.
Li Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, belatedly realizing that his entire body was filled with excruciating pain.
What kind of ability is this? Hateful. I don't want to die.
Li Feng's eyes widened in anger, and he slammed his fists into the ground, his blood and qi surging, making him appear larger.
I want you dead.
Yi Xingqian didn't turn around, but slowly raised his right hand.
Snap. With a snap of his fingers, Li Feng's last expression was one of terror before his body exploded. After using this move and fully activating his talent by controlling his power, Yi Xingqian felt completely exhausted. If someone observed closely, they would notice that his legs were trembling slightly. Just as he was about to collapse, a warm and soft woman entered his arms. Ling Yaoyao did not transform back into her lowly form, but instead let him rest peacefully against her soft bosom.
Honestly, all he does is show off.
Hee hee.
Yi Xingqian chuckled, offering no rebuttal.
Holy crap!
What kind of ability is that? Someone exclaimed.
What happened? Does this make sense? Incredible! Could it be that the forces behind him launched this attack? Someone questioned. It must be his talent, otherwise he would have used it long ago. Why wait until now? Amidst the discussions, Lin Su's sealing work was gradually completed. Old man.
If you seal me with your very essence, you will also disappear.
I'll get out eventually.
Ao Yuan's body began to stiffen, and finally he turned completely to stone.
That's for later. Drink.
Lin Su shouted loudly and completed the engraving of the last inscription. When she looked at Yi Xingqian again, her eyes held more appreciation and comfort.
Children, take care. Senior Lin.
Yi Xingqian wanted to say something, but Lin Su suddenly smiled at him, his eyes seemingly hinting at a certain direction. When Yi Xingqian looked again, his illusory soul had already vanished, and even the skull scepter had turned to dust. Then, specks of golden light rained down, eventually gathering into crystals of talent that fell into everyone's hands.
Holy crap, it's an A-level talent, someone exclaimed in surprise. I'm only AB rank, but it's already pretty good, considering I almost died. Wait a minute, why would my talent drop? There is a situation where the secret realm believes that we have completed a certain event, so it gives us a reward. So you're saying we benefited from that guy's help? Not only that, without him, we would all be dead here.
Yi Xingqian also had a talent crystal in his hand, but unlike the others, his crystal shimmered with a unique golden light. The moment he got his hands on it, he knew the properties of this talent crystal.
SSS-level talent golden palace binding chains.
When activated, 9 golden chains bind the target's soul. During this process, the target's vitality and soul power will be continuously weakened.
SSS rank is so easy to obtain? Great!
Yi Xingqian thought to himself, pleased as he added the talent to his talent belt. After expressing their concern and gratitude, the group left the ruins.
Chapter 31 by Meow Meow's Crisis. Sigh. By Meow Meow looked at the talent crystal that appeared in her hand and sighed in disappointment. There is no way to improve one's bloodline here. Brother Yi.
Bai Miao Miao was about to say goodbye when she caught a glimpse of Ling Yao Yao frantically winking at her from behind Yi Xingchen.
Want a contract? Give it a try.
As she hesitated about how to begin, Yi Xingchen suddenly reached out and snatched her hat off. She had long, jet black hair that cascaded down her back, and 2 black fox ears on her head.
Ah!
Bai Miao Miao was stunned at first, then hurriedly covered her fox ears on her head. After a moment, she hesitantly lowered her hands. Seeing Yi Xingchen's completely unsurprised expression, her face was filled with astonishment.
Brother Yi, when did you find out? Guess.
Yi Xingchen smiled and handed the hat back.
Did Yao Yao tell you? Bai Miao Miao took it, but didn't wear it. Huh? Yao Yao? Yi Xingchen asked in confusion. What did this have to do with Yao Yao? Ahem.
Ling Yao Yao cleared her throat, twisting her fingers a little shyly. I'll try to build a good relationship with my future sisters beforehand, hee.
No more cutesy attempts.
Yi Xingchen grabbed her as she tried to slip away, tickling her at the same time.
Ha ha ha. I'll talk. Stop tickling me.
Ling Yao Yao said, breaking free from Yi Xingchen's clutches.
It's like this.
She omitted some points, such as I'm in charge here. Upon hearing this, Bai Miao Miao immediately realized that Yi Xingchen had known all along that she was a woman, and that Yi Xingchen was the one who called the shots in this family. Her previous little schemes were thus thwarted.
Yi Xingchen sighed and gently pinched Ling Yao Yao's nose.
You always manage to pull these kinds of tricks on me. He Ling Yao Yao made a face at him, jumped behind Bai Miao Miao, and gently pushed her to Yi Xingchen's side.
Meow Meow, tell us quickly. If you miss this chance, you'll never have another one. Ha? Bai Miao Miao didn't know what she had done wrong, so she looked at her younger sister. Bai Xianxian expressionlessly waved his little fist to encourage her.
She doesn't seem to dislike her younger sister either.
Bai Miao Miao lowered her head shyly. Can this really work? Never mind, opportunities are earned.
For myself, and for my sister. Her voice changer had long been turned off, revealing her original soft and sweet voice.
Brother Yi, could you?
Bai Miao Miao was afraid that Yi Xingchen would not be willing to sign a vow of love with her, so she had already planned to settle for a temporary contract.
But after thinking about it, she decided to give it a try.
In the end, she bravely raised her head and met Yi Xingchen's gaze.
Sign a vow with me.
Yi Xingchen felt a little strange. In her previous life, the vow of the heart was equivalent to a confession of love and a marriage proposal.
Right now, a cute little girl is proposing to him.
Of course, he was living with those ideas from his previous life. If he were in this world where most people value bloodlines, Bai Miao Miao would definitely be rejected without hesitation. If Bai Miao Miao didn't have a divine bloodline, even if she were a beautiful woman, Yi Xingchen would probably hesitate and ultimately politely refuse.
But in front of him was a sweet and soft little girl, how could he bear to refuse?
Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Bai Miao Miao assumed he was not going to agree. Her eyes darkened, and she whispered, "It's okay, a temporary one is fine too."
Sure.
Yi Xingchen's words came almost simultaneously.
Ha? Bai Miao Miao blinked, not immediately realizing which one he had agreed to.
She hesitated for a moment, then cautiously probed, "Is it a vow of the heart?"
No. Sure enough.
Bai Miao Miao felt a bitter taste in her mouth, but she also felt relieved.
Even if it's temporary, at least she doesn't dislike Yi Xingchen.
After several interactions, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would abandon a beast girl after taking her body. Yi Xingchen took in her disappointment, stopped teasing her, and chuckled softly. "Come, let us draw up an eternal pact."
Mum.
Bai Miao Miao nodded subconsciously, about to recite the incantation for the temporary contract, but suddenly froze.
Ha? Did I hear that right? It's not a temporary pact, it's an eternal pact?
She asked, somewhat puzzled. "Brother Yi, isn't the eternal pact only something that the heavenly Tao can grant?" Halfway through her sentence, a gold and red contract appeared before Bai Miao Miao, with the oath on it being the oath of the eternal contract. This is a legendary contract that can restore a beast girl's innate deficiencies and even bring someone back from the dead.
He actually summoned it casually. Is this reasonable?
That's great, Xingqian used to put on an act with me, but this time he's not even going to pretend. Ling Yaoyao thought to herself.
Would you believe me if I said I am the heavenly Tao?
Yi Xingqian said half-jokingly.
I believe you. Bai Miaomio said earnestly.
This made Yi Xingqian a little embarrassed. Then recite the oath.
Great.
Bai Miaomio was also extremely excited. By signing this contract, she would now have a beast tamer. Recalling the ridicule and humiliation she endured before returning to the Bai family, her eyes welled up with tears.
Mom and Dad, when are you coming back to see me and my sister? We've found our home. It's your turn.
Yi Xingqian had finished reciting his vows and took her delicate white hand in his.
Mum.
Bai Miaomiao put aside her past unhappiness and adjusted her state of mind. However, just as she was about to recite the oath, her face suddenly turned deathly pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Miao?
Yi Xingqian quickly helped her up. Bai Miaomiao fell into a coma, her brows furrowed, looking like she was in great pain.
Xingqian. What's wrong with Miao? The two people who were chatting nearby also came over.
Yi Xingqian's gaze shifted downwards, and he quickly noticed something amiss.
He then pulled down the high collar that Bai Miao was using to cover her neck.
A jeweled necklace around her neck was shimmering, and some purple lines appeared on her skin.
This is.
Yi Xingqian recalled the lines on Lu Mingqi's neck yesterday, and also remembered how she and Lin Shan seemed to have made up.
Could it be that Lu Mingqi is being controlled?
His pupils contracted sharply as he looked at Bai Xianxian and asked, "Where did this necklace come from?"
Yes. Bai Xianxian opened her mouth, but couldn't say the words, so she simply took out her phone and typed them out for him.
From our own jewelry store.
My own jewelry store.
Yi Xingqian narrowed her eyes and didn't ask any more questions. She reached out to take off the necklace, but was bounced away by a force as soon as she touched it.
Damn it. It really was the necklace that was the problem. Yao, try it on.
Ling Yaoyao also tried to touch it with the power of annihilation, but was also repelled. No, I can sense a very strong power emanating from it.
I'm not strong enough right now.
Just then, the eternal contract belonging to Bai Miaomio floated in front of her, flashing light continuously. It seemed to be gesturing for him to touch it. Without thinking, Yi Xingqian pressed his hand down on it. The moment the eternal covenant was touched, Yi Xingqian's spirit transformed into a stream of light and entered Bai Miaomio's soul.
Chapter 32 Crisis Resolved. Contract with Bai Miaomio.
Passing through a chaotic expanse, Yi Xingqian saw Bai Miaomio's spirit form, her arms wrapped around her knees, curled up on a calm sea. The area around this small body of water was covered with many dark purple, mechanical-like patterns. Wherever the patterns reached, turbulent waves surged and crimson lightning crackled, launching a fierce attack on the tranquil center where Bai Miaomio was located.
Bang bang bang.
Upon detecting Yi Xingqian, an outsider, the thunderbolts instantly turned their attention to him and struck down. Yi Xingqian was enveloped in a red-gold barrier, which these attacks could not penetrate. At this moment, Bai Miaomio's heart was filled with despair. Imprisoned here and constantly attacked by these strange energies, she felt her existence gradually fading, as if she would disappear completely at any moment.
I can't die. What will happen to my sister if I'm gone? But it hurts so much. It feels like my entire soul is being torn apart, and I can't hold on much longer. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos and reached her ears.
Bai Miaomio, quickly form a contract with me.
Bai Miaomio? Bai Miaomio. Bai Miaomio.
Bai Miaomio was stunned.
That was Brother Ye's voice. Ha ha.
I was hallucinating before I died. Well, hearing his voice made me feel much better, and the pain lessened considerably.
Is she going to die?
She slowly raised her head, and a familiar face suddenly came into view.
I said quickly form a contract with me, are you Urjualon?
Yi Xingqian looked at her with a dark face, and the golden-red barrier expanded, blocking the attack of those strange energies.
Brother Yi. Brother Yi.
Bai Miaomio blinked her big eyes a few times in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Yi Xingqian didn't have time to explain to her. If this continues, these strange energies will cause irreversible damage to Bai Miaomio's soul. The colors of those patterns deepened, as if they were carved in. He took Bai Miao Miao's hand, the long-haired, black-haired fox girl Loli, and pressed her handprint onto the contract.
Congratulations, host, the contract has been successfully completed. Received feedback from the Beast Girl mythical level talent, Lord of all things.
Consuming a certain amount of mental and spiritual energy can create myriad phantom images. Invisibility makes the designated target invisible, thus avoiding all physical attacks. Reality transforms the illusory phenomena into real objects or creatures. After the contract was successfully signed, golden ripples emanated from Bai Miao Miao's spirit body, continuously expanding and extending. Those strange energies instantly dissipated, the dark purple patterns disappeared, and her damaged soul was perfectly restored by these golden ripples.
Yi Xingchen came to his senses.
At this moment, Bai Miao Miao's face gradually returned to a rosy color from its previous paleness, and her body began to change. The number of her tails changed from 1 to 9.
But the necklace around her neck.
Yi Xingchen tried to take it off, but her hand was knocked away again.
Try out your new abilities. Etherealize.
As soon as Yi Xingchen finished speaking, the necklace slowly became translucent and floated in mid-air under his control. Yi Xingchen picked up Bai Miao Miao in his arms and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was alright. If it cannot be blurred, then we can only seek help from the outside world. Brother Yi. Bai Miao Miao slowly opened her eyes, her red pupils filled with gratitude. Not only that, she felt that her bloodline was evolving and becoming extremely powerful.
This was all done by Brother Yi. Bai Miao Miao's favorability plus 28.
Bai Miao Miao's favorability rating has increased to Heart's Ripples 7980.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
Lin Chen, along with Lu Mingqi and the cat-eared beast girl, slayed strange beasts in an ancient forest within the secret realm.
Ha, teacher, this demonic greed technique is truly amazing. It can actually directly absorb demonic cores.
Lin Chen laughed heartily. I can kill a tier 2 alien beast with one punch now.
Hee hee. Old Wan chuckled. This technique doesn't exist in your area.
It can make your physical body stronger than these strange beasts.
Plus, you have good talent, so you've cultivated very quickly. It's all thanks to the teacher's excellent teaching.
Lin Chen praised, this technique can not only directly absorb demonic cores, but also improve cultivation in both directions with the beast girl.
His cheap master's background is indeed extraordinary. By the way, master, judging by the timeline, that necklace should have started working by now. I'm really looking forward to it. If Lu Mingqi's SS-level feedback energy is this strong, I can't even imagine what a god-level beast girl would be like. No need to rush.
Old Wan narrowed his eyes and nodded. You just need to wait for her to turn into a demonic puppet and come to you.
Ha ha ha.
The two looked at each other and laughed. Suddenly, Lin Chen threw a punch, and a black shockwave swept from the tip of his fist toward the grass in front of him.
Boom!
The fire cloud leopard, which had been lying in ambush in the bushes preparing to attack, was reduced to half its original size. The remaining half of the body turned into countless pieces of flesh that flew out in a fan shape.
Great! Lin Chen laughed heartily and kicked Lu Mingqi next to him. What are you standing there like a log for? Pick up the magic core now.
Lu Mingqi, who was standing nearby, was startled and quickly went over to pick it up. She was very unsettled. A second-tier beast was killed with a single punch. Even a second-tier beast tamer whose talents were all offensive attributes could not do that.
Is he still that useless guy with only 3 defense points? Lin Chen took the magic core and swallowed it without even cleaning it, then glared at Lu Ta. What are you still standing there for? Yes. Master.
Lu Mingqi pursed her red lips, her hands supporting her on the tree as she pouted her mysteriously rounded cheeks.
Ugh.
In an instant, the birds and beasts in the forest scattered.
It's all right now.
Yi Xingchen glanced at Bai Miao Miao, who was still feeling his new power in his arms, and a smile appeared on his lips.
The second god-level beast girl has been successfully contracted.
If I go to the world that Uncle Ling mentioned 3 years later, my survival skills will be greatly improved.
Brother Yi, put me down first, Yao Yao is going to get jealous.
Bai Miao Miao noticed Ling Yao Yao's gaze, and a little embarrassed, she pressed her head against Yi Xingchen's chest and whispered.
Humph, I'm not that easily jealous. And also, you have to call me sister from now on.
Ling Yao Yao pouted and hugged Yi Xingchen's arm with both hands. Seeing that her sister was alright, she felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. Bai Xian, on the other hand, looked at her sister and stood silently to the side.
Still calling me Brother Yi? Call me brother and let me hear it. Yi Xingchen lifted Bai Miao Miao's delicate chin and laughed. Upon hearing this, Bai Miao Miao blushed instantly.
She was still observing him so closely, his clean face, his sharply defined eyebrows, the sacred gold gleaming in his dark eyes, his straight nose.
He's so handsome, and I never get tired of looking at him.
She turned her face away, avoiding his gaze, her voice as soft as a whisper.
Brother Yi. Brother Yi, please put me down first.
At this moment, Bai Miao Miao's appearance as a delicate and pampered wife made Yi Xingchen feel unbearable.
If I didn't have other things to do, I would really like to just do it to her like this. Chapter 33 Contract with Bai Xianxian, Golden Sapling.
As soon as Yi Xingchen put Bai Miao Miao down, he noticed someone gently tugging at the corner of his clothes. He turned his head and saw that it was Bai Xianxian, so he asked.
Xianxian, what's wrong? Contract.
Bai Xianxian tugged at his sleeve, uttering the word expressionlessly, her eyes pleading. She was delighted to realize that her sister's bloodline had been elevated to a higher level than her own. But beneath this joy, a sense of unease also arose.
Will Yi Xingchen refuse to form a contract with her because her bloodline is only SS level?
The thought of possibly being separated from her sister caused her white tail to droop limply. Yi Xingchen was naturally happy to form a contract with Bai Xianxian.
To be honest, she's completely out of her element.
Although she's achieved some success, she's about 1.5 meters tall, which is a bit tall.
But that doesn't matter. Who can blame her?
Her treasure hunting talent perfectly compensates for this.
And she's got white hair and red eyes too. It's fragrant with a hint of sweetness. However, he still wanted to ask Bai Miao Miao's opinion. Whether she agreed or not was another matter.
Brother Yi, Xianxian said she wanted to form a contract with the same beast tamer as me. If you don't form a contract with her, she'll be very sad.
Bai Miao Miao hugged Yi Xingchen's arm and shook it.
Can you bear to separate her from me, her older sister?
Yes, Xianxian is cute too.
Ling Yaoyao smiled and chimed in from the side.
Good.
Yi Xingchen nodded, turned to Bai Xianxian, and said very seriously.
Xianxian, I like you too. This comes from the bottom of my heart, not because Miao Miao is your sister.
As he spoke, Yi Xingchen drafted an eternal contract.
As for the oath, just recite it silently in your heart.
Along the way, he also realized that Bai Xianxian had some difficulty expressing it.
Holding my hand means you agree.
Yi Xingchen extended his hand. The eternal contract he drafted would take effect as long as the other party agreed, so there was no need to utter any oaths.
You like me? Bai Xianxian tilted his head, his tone unusually fluctuating.
She could sense that Yi Xingchen was telling the truth, and a strange feeling rose in her heart.
Bai Xianxian's favorability plus 34.
Bai Xianxian's favorability rating has increased to heart-fluttering 7780. At first, she didn't think that much about it. She just didn't want to be separated from her sister, which is why she wanted to form a contract with Yi Xingchen.
But now that he has revealed his true feelings to her, will she reciprocate with the same sincerity?
Thinking it over, Bai Xianxian stretched out her fair little hand and firmly grasped his big hand.
It wasn't over yet.
She slowly moved closer to Yi Xingchen, stood on tiptoe, and tilted her head back to attack. The contract was made, and the two contracts flew into each other's minds.
While being blocked, Yi Xingchen also sensed something within.
Slippery, a little mischievous, like small jelly cubes. Bai Miao Miao, who was standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. She was the one who arrived first.
You're behind.
Ling Yaoyao nudged her lightly with her elbow and said with a grin.
Yao, don't make fun of me.
Bai Miao Miao puffed out her cheeks and said righteously, besides, as the older sister, I'm happy to let my younger sister go first.
You should call me sister.
Ling Yaoyao corrected him, somewhat displeased.
I won't call you that.
Bai Miao Miao put her hands on her hips and turned her face away defiantly.
Anyway, they've already made a contract, and who's superior in the future is still uncertain. All right. Little Miao Miao.
You're ignoring your older sister now that you've made a contract, huh? Ling Yaoyao angrily raised her little paw.
Watch me tickle you. Giggle. I was wrong, Sister Yao.
I called you sister.
Let go. Bai Miao Miao quickly begged for mercy. All right, Yao, stop fooling around.
Yi Xingchen walked over, grabbed Ling Yaoyao around the waist, and picked her up.
We should go to the next place. Wait a minute, I want a kiss too.
Ling Yaoyao didn't mind that he had just kissed by Xian Xian, turned around, tilted her head back and kissed him directly. Having just tasted the slightly awkward kiss, Yi Xingqian was once again enveloped in passion. All right. He gently patted Ling Yaoyao's back, speaking in a daze, his tone full of doting and helplessness. I'll deal with you properly after I finish taking care of business. Seriously, Yao Yao's fangs really hurt when they bite. Yi Xingqian pursed her lips and thought to herself.
After putting Ling Yaoyao down, he met by Miao Miao's red eyes, which were sparkling with eager anticipation. Don't even think about launching a sneak attack.
Yi Xingqian saw through her intentions, and took the initiative to pull her slender waist into his arms, then lowered his head to kiss her.
Ha!
By Miao Miao's big eyes widened, only her burning cheeks and the 9 foxtails behind her standing stiffly upright with a bang.
By Miao Miao's favorability plus 10.
By Miao Miao's favorability rating has increased to deeply in love 89-100. After a long while, Yi Xingqian finally released her, a happy smile appearing on his lips. Looking at the fox girl with long, straight black hair, her eyes glazed over and her pretty face slightly flushed, he managed to salvage some of his dignity as a man.
Bright. Bai Xian tugged at his sleeve and pointed to the ground on the left as a reminder.
Yi Xingqian looked over and saw that the necklace had materialized and fallen to the ground.
There's a traitor in my family. Bai Miao Miao angrily stepped forward and kicked the necklace high into the air. Bang!
The necklace suddenly exploded in mid-air with great force and wide range.
Ah! The shockwave from the explosion ruffled Bai Miao Miao's hair. Startled, she cried out and jumped back into Yi Xingqian's arms. Don't worry, I won't let those people get away with this.
Yi Xingqian patted her back to comfort her.
Don't forget me. Ling Yaoyao squeezed in as well.
Although Bai Xian was still standing to the side, his gaze was fixed on Yi Xingqian, and his tail swayed slightly behind him.
Mum.
Bai Miao Miao nodded vigorously, her fear replaced by a warm feeling.
Let's go.
Senior Lin Su pointed us in a direction earlier.
There must be some kind of treasure or something.
Yi Xingqian led them to a dead end.
This is it. Strange, why is there no path?
He touched the wall but didn't find any switches.
The wall was blank, with no information whatsoever. Watch me break it. A dark purple lightning ball appeared in Ling Yaoyao's hand.
Just as she was about to smash the wall, a door appeared on the wall with a hum and slowly opened. A small, golden sapling appeared before my eyes, surrounded by a circle of butterflies radiating golden light. Upon seeing the visitors, several golden butterflies slowly flew towards them. They paused on the arms of Yi Xingqian and the others, transforming into pale golden butterfly patterns before quickly disappearing without a trace. Chapter 34 Star Realm, Camping. Disappeared? The 4 of them curiously observed the spot where the butterfly mark on their arms had disappeared, but they did not feel anything unusual.
Want?
Yi Xingqian was startled by the sudden, cute voice.
Is it a hallucination?
This voice is exactly the same as the cute, innocent voice he heard when he first got the system. You also know this is a good thing? He asked himself silently.
Yes.
Yes. The system's voice was urgent, like a child eyeing candy.
This golden sapling seems to be something extraordinary. But there's no suitable place to transplant it. Yi Xingqian was in a dilemma. Should he move the sapling to Ling Yaoyao's symbiotic sacred domain?
But when I think about how Ling Yaoyao's symbiotic sacred domain is filled with an aura of annihilation, it's okay for inanimate objects, since they have her contracted beast girls besides herself, but living things would probably die immediately if they went in.
Oh, right.
Yi Xingqian clapped his hands, only then remembering that he had made a contract with the Bai sisters, and that there would also be a symbiotic sacred realm, perhaps one of them would have a suitable environment. He immediately closed his eyes and meditated, his consciousness sinking into the depths. In the vast darkness, he saw 4 orbs of light floating like miniature worlds.
Bai Miao Miao's symbiotic sacred realm is a forest, a dreamlike environment that appears fragmented, as if it has been divided and reassembled by countless mirrors.
It doesn't look suitable for planting trees at all. Yi Xingqian arrived at Bai Xian's symbiotic sacred domain again. This is a grassland shimmering with a pale golden light, where starlight gathers in the center, transforming into countless golden threads that connect to the sky.
How about we stay here with Wei Wuxian? Wait.
Nightstar belatedly realized that the number of symbiotic sacred domains was incorrect.
Aren't there only 3? Why is there an extra one?
This additional symbiotic sanctuary was even larger than the other 3 combined, and it gave him a completely different feeling. Yi Xingchen tried to probe his consciousness into it, and inside was an endless plane, without any undulations, just like the superflat world in the Minecraft game in his previous life.
Moreover, it seems to have a deep connection with me.
Coming back to his senses from meditation, Yi Xingchen explained the situation to the three women and then went inside. Unlike when he entered Ling Yaoyao and the other symbiotic sacred domain, he hardly consumed any mental energy while staying here.
In other words, you can stay inside forever and never come out. Wouldn't that mean he could build a home, a training ground, and recreational facilities here? Yi Xingchen's heart surged with excitement.
He raised his hand, and with a thought, the grass in front of him instantly rose up, turning into a small hill.
You can do that? What if it's a river?
The next moment, a wide river appeared out of nowhere, flowing across the plain exactly as he had imagined. Then the forest rose up from the ground, and wind, rain, and clouds followed. Except for the inability to create man-made objects out of thin air, he ruled over all the natural laws here. If you combine that with your ability to turn the illusory into the real by being the ruler of all things, you won't have to worry about villas, furniture, or daily necessities.
So this is my own exclusive symbiotic sanctuary? Since that's the case.
Yi Xingchen stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. From now on, this place will be called the Star Realm.
Building a home wasn't urgent. He would wait until he left the secret realm.
He returned to the outside world, carefully dug out the golden sapling intact, and transplanted it to the most central location in the Star Realm.
Done.
Nightstar covered the soil with soil, poured some water on it, and returned to the outside world. He took out a map, looked at it, and selected a forest in the inner area.
This area is close to the inner perimeter, so there must be many high-grade medicinal herbs here.
Let's go to this place. As darkness fell over the secret realm, the sky gradually darkened. They were very lucky Yi Xingchen and her companions didn't encounter any strange beasts along the way, and even managed to pick 6 ancient medicinal herbs that were decades old.
Okay, let's camp here and rest tonight.
Yi Xingchen took out a tent and prepared to set it up beside a clear stream.
Let's set up the tent.
Ling Yaoyao was the most enthusiastic and immediately took out her tools, but she was better at destruction than construction. She held the frame and tried to match the joints for a long time but couldn't find the right one.
Bai Miao Miao and Bai Xian Xian were also busy.
One went to lay out the moisture-proof mat, and the other went to tidy up the sleeping bag. Although the scene was busy, it seemed chaotic. Yi Xingchen, on the other hand, had some free time and sat on a smooth stone to the side, watching Ling Yaoyao struggle with a convertible pole. Bai Miao Miao almost tripped over the cushion she had brought, and found it all quite amusing.
Finally, it was only with Yi Xingchen's intervention and guidance that the tent was properly set up. Phew, I'm exhausted. I can finally rest.
Ling Yaoyao wiped non-existent beads of sweat from her face, looking like she had just exerted herself. While adjusting her clothes, Bai Miao Miao complained in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft.
Yeah. I'm exhausted. After all, it took someone a full 15 minutes just to figure out which end of that tent pole was up and which end was down. Ling Yaoyao's ears perked up instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Miao Miao's sister? Did you just say something bad about me? You misheard, Sister Yao Yao.
Bai Miao Miao immediately put on an innocent expression, her tone slightly sarcastic.
I'm praising you. You're meticulous and thorough in your work, especially when you insisted on arranging the fixing nails into the shape of a flower at the end that was so creative. Humph. That's art. Don't you understand?
Ling Yaoyao stood with her hands on her hips, her tone defiant despite her lack of conviction. Unlike some people, who can get themselves stuck in a moisture-proof mat and roll around like a fox, requiring Xingchen to take them out.
Bai Miao Miao's face flushed red instantly. That was my mistake. Oh really? Ling Yaoyao smiled smugly. Then who was the one who helped hold up the inner tent and almost got blown away by a gust of wind along with the tent fabric? If it weren't for Xingchen's quick reflexes, we'd have to jump into the water to rescue you, Miao Miao Kite. It's still better than that dragon girl who only knows brute force and almost bent the entire tent frame. Bai Miao Miao was so angry that her 9 tails bristled. Is that what you call helping? It's clearly sabotage. What I was doing was testing the durability of the materials. It was for our safety. Were you so responsible that we almost had to sleep outdoors at night? All right.
Yi Xingchen put Bai Xian Xian down from his lap, smiled, and stepped forward to gently pat their heads, one in each hand. I think you two are equally bad, so neither of you should criticize the other.
The flickering firelight rose, and Ling Yaoyao and Bai Xianxian went to sleep first, leaving Yi Xingqian and Bai Miaomiao to keep watch outside.
As Yi Xingqian roasted the exotic beast meat, he asked,
Miao Miao, so you think your grandfather's injuries worsened because of your second grandfather's lineage?
Yes, yes. Bai Miaomiao nodded vigorously, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. Ever since Grandpa failed to find my father and returned seriously injured, their branch has become increasingly restless.
Then why did you dress up as a man?
Yi Xingqian handed her a skewer of roasted, fragrant exotic beast meat and asked softly. Xian and I got lost when we were very young, and our parents didn't find us until we were 19. Bai Miaomiao paused, took a small bite of meat, and continued. Our identities have always been well protected. Only my grandfather and my father as subordinates know who we are. It wasn't until my father's businesses were gradually eroded that I realized I couldn't just sit idly by and wait to die. She raised her head, her eyes shining with determination. Therefore, I decided to stand up as the eldest son of the Bai family, to take back everything my father had, and to help my grandfather find medicine. At the same time, I'll find every way to enhance my bloodline, and... Bai Miaomiao's voice trailed off, her ears turning red. Find a powerful beast tamer husband, to marry into the Bai family. She spoke softer and softer, resting her head on Yi Xingqian's shoulder, and muttered, but we found it now. Brother Yi. I'm entrusting Xian and I to you from now on.
Chapter 35 The Flow of Water, Wanlong City. Ho-eek.
In the early morning, there was a bit of noise inside the tent, with all sorts of strange sounds coming from inside. Bai Miaomiao stood outside the tent, listening to the sounds inside, and couldn't help but cover her blushing face.
Who cultivates like that?
She felt uncomfortable all over, and her right hand couldn't help but move down, but it was immediately grabbed by her left hand.
No.
I must restrain myself.
Brother Yi definitely won't like me like this. Xian, let's take a walk around the area and keep an eye out for anyone, Xian.
Bai Miaomiao called out a few times but received no response, so she turned her head in surprise.
Ha!
Bai Xian had somehow managed to open a crack in the tent and was calmly observing, while his hands were busy mimicking her movements.
More than an hour later, Yi Xingqian emerged from the tent, shirtless and looking exhausted.
Ling Yaoyao Realm, Stage 1391-1000. To his surprise, the 100-year-old ginseng added 84 progress points, and the several decades-old medicinal herbs he found yesterday added 105 points, for a total of 189 progress points. Yi Xingqian stretched and walked to the stream. He scooped up the cool water with his hands and splashed it on his face, which immediately relieved his fatigue.
Ah!
Bai Miaomiao blushed instantly when she saw his muscular upper body. She hurriedly covered her eyes, but then curiously peeked through her fingers.
Bai Xian walked straight up to Yi Xingqian, wagging his tail with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Cultivation.
Looking at her eyes, which were full of academic inquiry, Yi Xingqian chuckled and sighed, then gently stroked her furry ears.
Xian, cultivation resources are limited right now. Let's wait until Yaoyao advances and resources become plentiful, okay? Upon hearing this, Bai Xianxian's tail drooped, somewhat disappointed. But once we get out, we can try something else, something fun and not tiring. How about that? Okay. Bai Xianxian's tail immediately started wagging again, and his eyes lit up. Xingqian, look at the water. Bai Miaomiao suddenly noticed the unusual situation in the stream and hurriedly reminded her. Ha! What's wrong with the water?
Yi Xingqian turned around in confusion and found that the stream was flowing uphill and was glowing, just like the light she saw when she was traveling by car at night.
I feel a little dizzy. That's strange, it was normal just now.
Yi Xingqian touched the stream again, and sure enough, the water was flowing upstream, not just an illusion. He didn't wake the sleeping Ling Yaoyao, but directly took her back to her symbiotic sanctuary.
Let's go upstream and take a look.
Such an unusual phenomenon indicates that something must have happened upstream, perhaps some treasure. Before leaving, Yi Xingqian took out a map and looked at it. This stream connects to a large river called Xieying. If you go upstream, you'll reach a place close to the main secret realm. It is called the Shadow River because the water in these rivers disappears and then magically reappears from time to time. Upon reaching the upstream, the Yingxi River, connected by a small stream, showed an even more pronounced reverse flow, with rolling waves and extremely rapid currents.
That's not right, the map says this place is a ruin. Yi Xingqian stared in surprise ahead.
It was not the ruins marked on the map, but a bustling city with towering walls and a constant flow of traffic.
These people are, to be precise, dragon people. They walked or rode enormous dragon-like beasts, while others sat in chariots pulled by these beasts. Anyway, it's impossible to see such a scene on Earth. The beasts are ferocious and violent, and there is no record of them being tamed to date. This is outrageous. Meow Meow, did you learn about the situation here before entering the secret realm? Yi Xingchen asked. Yes. Bai Meow Meow was also puzzled. She had naturally inquired about the situation when she came in. Brother Yi, according to the information brought out by people who have entered before, the main secret realm is indeed a ruined city. But now, everything has completely changed. Come on, let's get closer and take a look. Yi Xingchen led the two of them to the hillside next to the city to observe. He turned his gaze to a large, dark crowd gathered in the distance beyond the city wall. Yes, they are human, but their clothing doesn't resemble modern clothes, it looks more like ancient attire. Their hands were bound with ropes, and they were driven away one by the dragon people. There were a few more who snuck in. Yi Xingchen, with his sharp eyes, spotted several disguised Great Xia people among them. Brother Yi, should we sneak in with them? Bai Meow Meow asked. Don't rush, let's see how things go. After observing for a while, they discovered that in addition to dragons being able to enter and exit the city directly, some beast-eared races could also enter. Yi Xingchen also saw many beast girls disguised as beast-eared beast girls, accompanied by beast tamers pretending to be slaves, and the dragon guards at the city gate let them through directly. Stars, where are we? Ling Yao Yao came out of the symbiotic sacred domain, stretched, and looked at the mirror image opposite her with a puzzled expression. Have they left the secret realm? Prepare to enter that city. I'll disguise myself as a slave and you can lead me in. After saying that, Yi Xingchen had them tie his hands behind his back with a rope. Ladies, are you heading to Wanlong City? Suddenly, a male voice came from behind them, and Yi Xingchen and the other three immediately became alert. The four turned around and saw a black dragon man sitting on the back of a huge beast, with a finely decorated carriage pulling behind him. Behind them were several other beast-drawn vehicles and a few black dragons, but behind those vehicles were iron cages with many humans chained inside. These male black dragons had horns and tails different from the dragons we'd seen before, and they also had a pair of black wings on their backs. He also has a Western appearance. Western Dragon Clan? Yi Xingchen guessed what was going on and at the same time gave the three women a wink. May I ask who you are? Ling Yao Yao understood and asked. Oh, I'm just my mistress's coachman. My mistress wants to meet you all. The coachman stopped the beast. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a beautiful face with a high nose, blonde hair, and blue eyes. My three sisters, it's still quite a distance from here to Wanlong City. Would you like to hitch a ride? Ina smiled politely and pulled the carriage curtain open completely. You can put the offering you brought in the cage at the back for now. The three women frowned slightly upon hearing this, but seeing Yi Xingchen signal to comply, they suppressed their anger. Then thank you, sister. Ling Yao Yao smiled sweetly and flawlessly, put Yi Xingchen into the cage, and then led the Bai sisters to board the exquisite carriage. Chapter 36 No money? That's not simple. Yi Xingchen looked up and surveyed the cage. Besides him, there were more than a dozen human women locked inside, including some girls around 15 or 16 years old, all of whom had Western features. Although they were dressed in coarse linen clothes, they were all kept very clean. It seemed that this was the tribute brought by the Western dragon girl. As he was pondering this, he could faintly hear the conversation of the female guards in front of him. Sigh, how can these Eastern dragons be so domineering? There's nothing we can do. They're just too strong. It's all those damned humans from the dragon blood body tempering sect's fault. We have no choice but to join forces with the Eastern Dragon Clan. Poor Miss, forced to marry the concubine of the city lord of Wanlong City. What a waste of these tributes, Miss hasn't even had a chance to enjoy them herself. They're going to be given away for nothing. Dragon blood body tempering sect? Isn't that Senior Lin Su's sect? Yi Xingchen was puzzled. Wasn't this sect wiped out? Could they be survivors? The convoy traveled in silence until it reached the foot of the majestic city wall. Hold head high. A long howl tore through the sky. A long, slender silver dragon shadow sped down from the horizon, swooped down to the high platform of the city wall, and transformed into a cold-looking man. Upon seeing the person's appearance clearly, Yi Xingchen's pupils shrank dramatically. That's Ao Yuan, the young master of the Silver Dragon Clan. What happened? Wasn't he sealed away?
Combining all that had happened before, a thought flashed through Yi Xingqian's mind.
Time has reversed here.
At this moment, they are at a certain point in the history of this place. As the city walls drew ever closer, Yi Xingqian silently used his abilities to create a small contraption and hid it inside the cage. On the city wall, a dragon in a golden robe greeted Ao Yuan with a smile. "Brother Ao Yuan.
How have you been?"
Ao Yuan ignored his enthusiasm, his gaze sweeping over the scene of singing and dancing in the city, and his face immediately darkened.
"Brother, what do you mean by this?"
Ao Shang knew that the other party had come to interrogate him, but he still pretended to be puzzled. Ao Yuan suddenly flicked his sleeve, turned around, and questioned him sharply. "Ao Shang, the higher-ups ordered you to completely break through the dragon blood body tempering sect's defenses within a month, and this is how you carried it out?" "Brother, it's not that I don't want to,"
Ao Shang quickly complained. "I have my reasons too, those humans are just too cunning.
Moreover, as you know, the dragon blood body tempering sect's techniques are effective against our dragon race.
I'm powerless to change that."
"Humph."
Ao Yuan scoffed coldly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "You, a late-stage innate realm cultivator, can't even defeat a mere mid-stage human? You've completely disgraced the dragon race. Sai, there's really no other way."
Ao Shang didn't refute, but bowed his head in agreement, though a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Ao Yuan glanced at him, then leaped into the air, transforming into a giant silver dragon that soared into the sky. At the same time, the sound of judgment echoed throughout the city. "The higher-ups have ordered that if the defenses are not breached within a month, your position as Lord of Wanlong City will be replaced."
"Humph, still the same disgusting face."
Ao Shan looked much older in an instant, staring blankly at the spot where Ao Yuan had disappeared for a moment, lost in thought. Immediately, his gaze sharpened and fell upon the area below the city gate. Following his gaze, they saw the convoy of the Western Dragon Clan, where Yi Xingqian was.
"This time, I'd like to see how you stab me in the back."
Ao Shang was slightly taken aback at first, then a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips.
"Interesting." At this moment, two guards approached him cautiously and asked, "Lord, is the Dragon Ascension ceremony going as planned?" "Continue. Proceed according to the original plan," Ao Shang ordered.
"Yes." The two men accepted the order and withdrew. Soon, the sound of drums and music rang out again in the city. Meanwhile, inside the exquisite carriage, Ina embraced a petite human girl, her fingers lingering on her cheek, a gentle yet dangerous gesture. She completely disregarded the three people, including Ling Yaoyao, sitting opposite her, and her actions became increasingly inappropriate. The girl trembled slightly, terrified but not daring to struggle, and could only let him do as he pleased. This scene caused Ling Yaoyao and the other two to frown and feel disgusted. Ina's gaze swept over the three women opposite her with a scrutinizing smile.
"My three younger sisters? What have you decided?"
I'm sorry, Sister Ina, we both already have someone we love."
Bai Miao suppressed her discomfort and responded before Ling Yaoyao could. Ina smiled with interest. "Is it the human man in the cage?"
At that moment, the convoy came to a stop right in front of the city gate.
This is none of your business. Let's go." Ling Yaoyao snorted angrily, not wanting to stay a moment longer.
She pulled Bai Miao and Bai Xianxian out of the car, quickly brought Yi Xingqian out of the cage, and the four of them joined the crowd in the city.
Ina blinked in confusion.
"Strange, their cultivation levels are clearly not high, so why do I have the illusion that I can't beat them?" That's why she didn't dare to use force, and instead invited them to get in the car and asked for their opinions.
"Since you're unwilling."
As she watched them leave, a strong sense of possessiveness flashed in Ina's eyes. "Ryan," she called softly. A burly figure appeared in the carriage like a ghost, kneeling on one knee.
"Miss, please give your orders. What do you think of those people's strength?" Ina asked.
"Although that dragon and that nine-tailed fox are of low cultivation levels, for some reason, my intuition tells me that they are no match for them,"
Ryan reported truthfully.
"Is that so?" Ina crossed her legs and tapped her fingertips on the table.
After a moment, she asked again, "If you were to kill that man under their protection, what are your chances of success?" "Absolutely," Ryan said with certainty.
"If the target is those two women, I dare not speak presumptuously, but I am absolutely confident that I can kill the man and escape unscathed."
"Very good," Ina sneered. "Go, and do it cleanly."
"Yes, sir." They were simply perfect works of art bestowed by heaven. How could they be defiled by a lowly human? With these thoughts in mind, Ina opened her mouth and bit the soft, fragrant shoulder of the girl in her arms.
A dark corner.
Xingqian, that woman's gaze at us was disgusting.
Ling Yaoyao complained angrily to Yi Xingqian.
Yes, brother Yi, you don't know, the way she looked at us was like she wanted to devour us right then and there.
I was so scared. Bai Miao Miao held his arm tightly. I'm scared. Bai Xianxian nestled in his arms.
I originally thought she just wanted to win you two over because you're both extraordinary, but I didn't expect her to be a complete pervert.
I'm sorry you've been wronged.
Yi Xingqian gently kissed them one by one to comfort them. He finally understood why there were so many young girls in that cage.
Damn it, you lolicon. And he's gay. Also a philanderer.
People like this should be strapped to an electric chair and given a good shock.
Star, we don't have the local currency, what should we do next? Ling Yaoyao asked. It's just money, that's easy.
Yi Xingqian chuckled and gestured for the three to follow him.
A few minutes later,
several muffled thuds and wails came from a secluded corner.
For heroes, spare my life.
The three dragons, their faces bruised and swollen, knelt and begged for mercy.
Shut up. Hand over all your money. Ling Yaoyao slammed a stick into the other person's face.
Seeing their companion's miserable state, the remaining two dragons immediately fell silent in fright and hurriedly took out all their valuables and placed them on the ground.
Brother Yi, here you go.
Bai Miao Miao excitedly picked up the gold and silver jewelry on the ground and handed it to Yi Xingqian.
Great. Great. We have the startup capital now.
Nightstar was satisfied with his haul and put it all in his pocket.
Great hero, we've handed over all our money, can we leave now? One of them asked tentatively.
Yi Xingqian nodded and said calmly, let's go, I won't kill you. The three breathed a sigh of relief, quickly got up from the ground, and ran away as fast as they could.
However, the next second, Bai Xianxian's twin swords flashed with a cold light and instantly cut their throats. Well done, Xianxian.
Yi Xingqian patted Bai Xianxian's head, and the latter snuggled against him, enjoying the touch.
Me too. Me too. Ling Yaoyao immediately stepped forward to claim credit. I want to give some praise too. Bai Miao Miao squeezed in as well. Yes. You are all my treasures.
Yi Xingqian smiled and pulled the three women into his arms.
Only after they were satisfied did he say, Alright, let's find a place to stay first. Chapter 37 Heading to Rising Dragon Abyss, a conspiracy? In an inn in Wanlong City. It's so noisy. Ling Yaoyao complained as she got out of bed.
The Bai sisters also sat up, rubbing their eyes in a sullen mood.
I already told you to go to the symbiotic sanctuary.
Yi Xingqian brought in breakfast.
Why didn't you listen? Eat first. The food here is quite delicious.
Outside, people were still immersed in the festive festivities. Dragons and other races dressed in strange costumes could be seen everywhere, some of them leading human pets to display their status and power. After finishing their meal, Yi Xingqian and his three companions blended in without drawing attention.
Although I can't read their written language, I can understand their spoken language.
As they followed the procession, they gleaned key information from the conversations of the surrounding dragons. To better communicate with these people, Yi Xingqian used her abilities to create a pair of beast ears and a hanging tail to wear.
Brother, didn't the dragon ascension ceremony end yesterday? Yi Xingqian then asked a dragon who seemed friendly. Young man, you're from out of town, aren't you? The dragon explained, glancing at Yi Xingqian.
Now we're preparing to head to Rising Dragon Abyss to pray for blessings.
Praying for blessings?
That's right, let me tell you, young man, the abyss of rising dragons is filled with the blood of countless dragons and alien races. It's the resting place of their souls, and it's incredibly sacred. A cat-eared alien from next door came over and said something.
I really suggest that you and your...
The dragon looked at Yi Xingqian and then at the three beast girls beside him, pray together. Ling Yaoyao and Bai Miao Miao blushed upon hearing this. If you're strong enough, you can even go to the arena to compete and gain the qualification to enter the Rising Dragon Abyss. There are tons of treasures inside. You can also improve your aptitude and bloodline, the cat-eared alien added.
I see. Thank you both for your guidance.
Yi Xingqian's mind stirred slightly.
Since there were rare and precious treasures, he had no reason to miss them. Before long, the crowd arrived in front of a huge arena.
After a few cannon shots, it was announced that the arena match was about to begin. Most of the participants in the arena were young talents, and they were mostly below the 6th rank. Yi Xingchen learned about the rules. Those who made it into the top 10 could bring one friend or family member along as an exception. He's not suited for combat, but as long as Ling Yaoyao and Bai Miaomiao make it into the top 10, he'll naturally be able to get in too.
Because Ling Yaoyao and Bai Miaomiao possess divine bloodlines, they are extremely powerful.
Even though their cultivation level is only equivalent to the 3rd rank, 10th stage, they can still defeat 4th rank or even 5th rank competitors.
Only by Xian.
Yi Xingchen looked at the girl beside him, only to meet her red eyes, which were filled with a hint of grievance and loneliness. Yi Xingchen's heart softened, and he gently pulled her into his arms, saying softly,
Xian, it's all right. I like you as a person, strength doesn't matter at all. Besides, your treasure hunting talent is already excellent. That's right. Sister Xian.
Ling Yaoyao immediately chimed in, patting her chest with an air of confidence, leave the fighting to us older sisters. Bai Miaomiao also said softly, little sister, the important task of protecting Brother Yi is now entrusted to you.
Mum. Bai Xian nodded gently, feeling everyone's care.
The gloom in her eyes dissipated, and she said to her 2 older sisters,
Sisters, keep going.
Just then, a man in white stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze lingering briefly on Yi Xingchen, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing across his face.
Who are you? Ling Yaoyao and Bai Miaomiao looked at the newcomer warily.
The 3 ladies, the man in white said calmly, yet with an undeniable air of authority, the city lord has decreed that this gift be bestowed upon you both.
He took out 2 black certificates with gold lettering and handed them to Ling Yaoyao and Bai Miaomiao. City lord? Ling Yaoyao took the certificate with a puzzled look.
Although she didn't recognize the words on it, they looked extraordinary. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar.
It's the white-robed steward from the city lord's mansion. That's an entry pass to Rising Dragon Abyss? Just like that, it's been given away? Why should they?
Who are these 2 girls? A wave of discontent instantly arose, and some high-ranking dragons and members of prominent families in the city cast questioning glances at Ao Sheng on the high platform. There are already so few spots available to enter the Rising Dragon Abyss, why should we hand over the credentials to 2 unknown young girls?
Lord Jinlong, we demand an explanation from you.
Some people are afraid that the reduction in quotas will be detrimental to them, even though these large families in the city have fixed quotas. With limited quotas and many promising young people within the clan, it is essential to participate in the arena competition to earn more credentials for the clan.
Ao Sheng surveyed the entire arena, a gentle yet undeniable smile on his face. Please be patient, everyone. Their entry credentials will be provided separately by our city lord's mansion and will not take up any of the predetermined spots in the arena competition.
After these words were spoken, the public opposition gradually subsided. Ao Sheng turned his gaze to Ling Yaoyao and the other person again, both of you have good talent and strength, so you don't need to participate in this arena competition. Seeing that the 2 of them hesitated, he spoke again.
Don't overthink it. I don't need you 2 to do anything. Just accept it. City Lord, may we bring people in? Bai Miaomiao asked.
Ao Sheng paused for a moment, glanced at Yi Xingchen and Bai Xian, and then smiled.
Of course. Their spots will still be provided by my city lord's mansion.
After saying that, 2 permits appeared in his hand and flew to Yi Xingchen.
Since that was the case, Ling Yaoyao and the others didn't say anything. Thank you, city lord. Yi Xingchen said, feigning gratitude. It's great that you can hide your strength without having to fight. But, is this a good thing?
Yi Xingchen frowned, unsure of what the city lord was planning.
Moreover, he estimated that the city lord had noticed them from the moment they entered the city. This led him to rank Ao Sheng's level of danger on par with Ao Yuan's.
Forget it, who cares about some dragon's den or tiger's lair?
He, Yi Xingchen, has broken in.
Several hours later, with the end of the arena competition, 100 contestants were selected. After offering some words of encouragement, Ao Sheng's voice suddenly turned stern, set off for Rising Dragon Abyss.
May the dragon race prosper and flourish. The dragon clan is invincible. The dragon clan is unparalleled in the world.
Amidst cheers, the grand procession escorted the humans, who were to be presented as tribute, deeper into the Xieying River, eventually arriving at an ancient platform covered with reliefs of dragons and beasts.
Ao Sheng's solemn voice echoed through the valley, offer sacrifices to heaven.
Upon hearing this, dozens of burly dragon men immediately drove hundreds of pale-faced humans to the front of the platform. Just as a bloody massacre was about to unfold, a sudden change occurred.
Damn aliens, prepare to die. Damn it, save our compatriots.
Dozens of figures suddenly sprang up from the crowd, their blades flashing, and charged straight at the dragon guards. Among them were several humans from Earth, and they could no longer stand idly by.
Damn it!
Ao Shang snorted coldly, his words striking everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer.
Except for the humans from Blue Star, the rest of the humans coughed up blood, collapsed to the ground, their fates unknown.
He observed with great interest the figures who were still able to stand and resist under his pressure. So this is what the humans outside the secret realm are like after this place was transformed into a hidden realm.
It's quite unique. It is extremely weak.
If it weren't for the rules of this secret realm, they would probably have exploded and died from this mental attack.
Chapter 38, Being Watched?
The unrest was quickly suppressed. The beast tamers and beast girls sensed the danger and teleported out of the secret realm.
Ao Shang didn't pay any attention to this. Continue.
As the dragon executioner swung his greatsword, the stench of blood filled the air, and the dragons cheered even more fiercely than before. Seeing this scene, Yi Xingqian felt a surge of anger. However, he knew that this was just an echo of history, and even if he tried to stop it, he could not fundamentally change the fact that these humans had already been sacrificed. Their blood soaked into the patterns of the ancient platform, then flowed along the patterns on the ground and gathered at the center. As the last syllable of the ancient phrase uttered by Ao Shang fell, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of the platform, and a blood-red pillar of light pierced out from it like a sword, instantly engulfing the entire platform.
Rumble.
With a deafening roar, the massive platform shuddered violently, splitting into 3 petals that spun like flower petals and collapsed downwards. Immediately afterwards, the blood-red light transformed into a dragon shadow that shot straight into the sky, leaving behind only a bottomless, pitch-black pool of water.
Is this the abyss of ascension? Yi Xingqian could feel the bone-chilling coldness emanating from it from afar.
At that moment, the access pass in his hand suddenly lit up with a white light, enveloping his entire body and dispelling the chill. Those watching from behind were all complaining and criticizing. Seriously, the inheritance grounds that were originally only accessible to dragons can now be entered by any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Especially those who got in through connections, like that cat-eared tribe. Someone looked at Yi Xingqian with displeasure.
I wonder what the city lord values about them. If you got in through connections, I advise you to give up. You might freeze into an icicle. A one-eyed red dragon passed by Yi Xingqian and the others, unabashedly radiating its powerful aura as it pressed down on them. It's not certain who will turn into an ice pop.
Yi Xingqian snorted coldly, taking Ling Yaoyao and Bai Miaomiao's hands.
Although his cultivation level was low, Ling Yaoyao and Bai Miaomiao's cultivation levels were not low at all.
Suddenly, the one-eyed red dragon felt a surge of pressure on its body, and a large amount of cold sweat poured from its forehead.
These two are incredibly strong.
His pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly retreated, moving away from them.
TSK, so fierce in the arena, how come you're scared by those who got in through connections now? Watch me instead.
The green dragon next to him, with a scar on his face, watched him break out in a cold sweat and then laughed. Then he walked towards Yi Xingqian.
Scarface red dragon shrugged and didn't say anything. Ah!
Scarface green dragon was blasted several meters away and fell to the ground in a sorry state.
Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. You couldn't even last a second. The one-eyed red dragon finally sneered. You one-eyed bastard, what are you laughing at?
Scarface green dragon was furious and started a fight with him.
This contest of momentum is an open secret, taking place in many positions on the field.
Everyone, the abyss of ascension has opened.
Ao Shang's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached everyone's ears.
The stirring sound of drums rang out once again.
Rising dragon! Rising dragon!
Those dragons or other races who were qualified to enter walked to the edge of the deep pool one by one, and with a leap, jumped into the abyss.
Let's go too. Yi Xingqian led the 3 women and jumped into the abyss.
The moment they enter the water, a bubble forms, enveloping them and insulating them from the cold water flow, protecting them from the erosion of the cold air. During the descent, it was as if they were passing through an endless void, surrounded by darkness, with only the faint light emanating from the bubbles enveloping them illuminating the small area. The biting cold of the pool water was mostly neutralized, but some of it still seeped in.
It's a bit cold. Yi Xingqian shivered.
Brother Yi, come closer to me, Bai Miao said softly, moving closer to him. Her 9 fox tails wrapped around Yixingchen, helping him dispel the bone-chilling cold. I don't know how much time passed, but then my feet stopped, and the feeling of weightlessness suddenly disappeared. They landed on a solid, cold surface. The bubble burst with a soft pop, transforming into a surge of energy that merged into the surroundings. The surroundings suddenly opened up, a stark contrast to the previous dark, deep pool. This is a vast underground space, with the ground covered by a layer of ice, and various ice crystals, plants, and flowers scattered all over it. The ice wall was so clear and transparent that you could even see schools of fish swimming in the water outside.
Nightstar looked up.
A vast, deep vortex slowly rotating. Countless glimmers of light within it make it look like an inverted galaxy.
Wow!
Ling Yaoyao exclaimed, "This place is so beautiful." So beautiful. Bai Miao was also deeply shocked by the scene before her and jumped off Yixingchen. Bai Xianxian didn't say anything, but she sniffed with her delicate nose and then her gaze fell on the road on the right side of the fork in the road ahead.
Several more alien races entered afterward, but they did not linger and headed towards the left fork in the road.
Brother! Bai Xianxian pulled back Yixingchen, who wanted to follow, and called out softly.
Holy crap!
Yixingchen's heart skipped a beat, and she almost thought she had misheard.
Wei Wuxian actually called her brother?
Unlike Bai Miao's sweet brother, Bai Xianxian's voice was light and gentle, yet it struck his soul and broke through his defenses.
Yixingchen turned around excitedly and replied.
Seeing Bai Xianxian's red eyes intently staring at the road to the right, he understood what was going on.
The treasure radar is activated. Xianxian is amazing.
Yixingchen hugged her even more excitedly and kissed her hard. Although Bai Xianxian's face was expressionless, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. It turns out he likes me to call him brother. Ling Yaoyao, standing to the side, curled her lip and said, "Tisk, look at how pathetic he is." Bai Miao secretly realized something was wrong. Her sister had learned her signature move.
Yao Yao, Miao Miao, let's go.
Yixingchen put Bai Xianxian down, took her hand, and rushed to the right-hand road first. In his heart, Bai Xianxian's brother made him even happier than discovering a treasure. At the same time, Yixingchen sensed a message coming back from the little thing he had created using his second talent, the Myriad Manifestations Monarch. A scene flashed through his mind, the Western Dragon Maiden ordering a burly figure to assassinate him. After he had been gone for a long time, a stone appeared in the dragon girl's hand, and several white-bearded old men appeared in the scene. Before they could even speak, the white-bearded old men all looked at the camera, and the scene abruptly ended with a snap. The transmitted images were delayed, so that burly figure might already be hiding in the shadows, looking for an opportunity to kill him. That perverted dragon girl has her eye on me after all. Yixingchen's expression changed slightly. He pretended that nothing had happened, but slowed down his pace to keep himself within the protection range of his 2 god-level beast girls. After Yixingchen and his companions had walked away, the shadows beside them gathered like ink, reforming into a burly figure.
Cunning lad.
Ryan hadn't expected this human to be so cautious, staying close to the 2 women the whole time, making it impossible for him to find an opportunity to strike.
What a pity. If I could break through to the 6th rank, I wouldn't have to be afraid of that dragon and fox Loli. Ryan looked in the direction they left, stunned.
Instead of going to the 9 pillars of the rising dragon, they went straight to the forbidden zone.
Ha! It came to me without any effort. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Ryan's eyes.
The restricted area is fraught with danger, and those 2 women will definitely be unable to attend to everything at that time.
That would give me an opportunity.
The next moment, his body disintegrated and merged into the shadows.
Chapter 39, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. 5 seconds of invincibility.
After navigating several forks in the road and crossing an ice bridge, Yixingchen and his companions finally arrived at their destination. A banyan-like ice tree stood in front, with thousands of ice threads hanging down and a dozen or so crystal-clear fruits hanging above it.
However, it's below. Ice Soul Dragon Tiger King, Bloodline SS-level, 5th tier, 10th stage.
As the system broadcast the announcement, Yixingchen also noticed the strange beast sleeping soundly under the tree. A fierce tiger with blue and white stripes, dragon horns on its head, and wings on its back, its 4 claws covered with a layer of ice crystal scales like dragon claws.
SS-class beast. And it's even at the 5th tier, 10th stage. Breaking through to the 6th rank is just 1 step away. The difficulty is starting to increase. If that person is truly lurking in the shadows, then this battle is inevitable. Yao yao, meow meow, there might be someone lurking in the shadows.
Be careful, Yi Xingchen whispered a reminder. Ling Yaoyao and the other person nodded to indicate that they had received the message. Yi Xingchen felt a sense of crisis.
Up until now, neither he nor Ling Yaoyao had been able to sense anyone nearby. This proves that the enemy is highly skilled and possesses extremely strong stealth abilities. Tisk, that's going to be tricky.
Yi Xingchen's heart sank slightly as he suppressed his thoughts and glanced at Bai Xianxian beside him. At this moment, her tail drooped down, and she seemed to be in a bad mood.
Yi Xingchen understood that Bai Xianxian could only distinguish subtle differences in spiritual energy to find treasures.
However, in addition to fluctuations in spiritual energy near spiritual objects, fluctuations in spiritual energy also occur where strange beasts appear. She also felt guilty about it.
Xianxian, you've done very well.
Yi Xingchen patted her head to comfort her. Bai Xianxian kept his head down, his face still cold and aloof. It was hard to tell if he was in a better mood.
You should go and rest in the symbiotic sanctuary. Nightstar led the girl into the symbiotic sanctuary.
Although Bai Xianxian's cultivation level has improved after experiencing events such as the dragon blood body tempering, he is still only at the 4th level, 3rd stage.
Wait, if we get caught up in a battle, we won't be able to help, and will easily become the enemy's weakness. Next, it's time to take the initiative. Yi Xingchen came up with a good idea.
Use yourself as bait to lure the snake out of its hole.
First, the option of entering the star realm is eliminated.
Unlike the beast girl who instantly entered his symbiotic sacred domain, it took him about a minute to enter the star realm.
He could have died many times in that minute.
The second one was the Dragon Knight talent, but he didn't know if the other party was a dragon, so he ruled that out as well.
The last method is blurring. His ability to become intangible can neutralize all physical attacks.
Based on the previous consumption of ethereal items, I estimate that I can ethereal myself for about 5 seconds.
In addition, Bai Miaomia possesses a mental specialization, which can help him defend against mental attacks. So unless the enemy hiding in the shadows has overwhelming strength, he would be invincible for 5 seconds. 5 seconds is enough time for Ling Yaoyao and the others to get to her side.
I'll go pick some fruit later, Yi Xingchen said in a deep voice.
What? Ling Yaoyao almost exclaimed in shock. Xingchen, are you crazy? Trust me.
Yi Xingchen interrupted her, his eyes flashing with a calm light.
Brother Yi, you must be careful. Bai Miaomia knew she couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she chose to believe him. Miao Miao, why are you fooling around with him too?
In the end, Ling Yaoyao compromised.
What should we do? Ling Yaoyao asked in a low voice. Yao Yao, go and distract the Tiger King.
Miao Miao, pretend to help, but actually be wary of the people lurking in the shadows, Yi Xingchen instructed.
After understanding, the two began to take action.
Yi Xingchen followed closely behind.
Roar! With a deafening roar, the Ice Soul Dragon Tiger King glared angrily at Yi Xingchen and the other humans who had invaded his territory. Big Tiger! Take this! Ling Yaoyao conjured a ball of lightning, which flew straight toward the Tiger King.
The Tiger King's wingspan is 12 meters when its wings are spread. It suddenly flapped its wings, and a gale mixed with countless ice crystals neutralized the energy of the lightning ball. As the gust of wind subsided, the Tiger King's figure leaped out from within, its sharp claws lashing out at Ling Yaoyao. Bai Miaomia wandered around the sidelines, seemingly focused on the battlefield. In the shadows, a figure quietly materialized.
I finally got my chance.
Ryan's gaze swept past the two locked in fierce combat and fixed on Nightstar, who was approaching the Ice Soul Tree. Then, he turned his gaze to the Ice Soul fruit on the Ice Soul Tree, a hint of fanaticism flashing in his eyes.
There's another surprise. These dozen or so Ice Soul fruits are enough for me to break through to the 6th rank. As long as Yi Xingchen finishes picking the spiritual fruits and relaxes his guard, he will strike and kill him in one fell swoop. When the time comes, I'll use my 6th tier strength to suppress that dragon and fox slowly, pack them up, and send them to Mississippi. She'll be overjoyed. He can win 3 times. Ryan suppressed his excitement and quietly watched as Yi Xingchen climbed the tree and picked the Ice Soul fruits one by one. Now!
Ryan's figure darted swiftly, arriving in the shadows behind Nightstar.
His hands transformed into black blades, which he swung out silently.
Yi Xingchen's mind had been tense the whole time, when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck.
He almost instantly used the etherealization ability on himself.
Ryan looked at the tip of the blade on the body of the star that had disappeared into the night with a puzzled expression. The imagined scene of blood splattering and blood rushing to the face did not happen. Yi Xingchen turned around and smiled at him.
The next second, a sharp claw-like gust of wind struck. Damn it!
Ryan thought to himself, but before he could dodge, he took a hard hit from the Tiger King's claw and began to turn into a shadow as he fled.
Yow yow! Meow meow! Do it!
Night Star passed through the Tiger King's body and returned to its physical form.
Life is but a fleeting dream.
Bai Miao Miao's eyes shone brightly red, and her powerful spiritual energy arrived in an instant.
Annihilation Dragon Claw. Ling Yaoyao's Dragon Claw followed, and a huge black Dragon Claw phantom appeared in the air.
When the Ice Soul Dragon Tiger King was trapped in the illusion, Ling Yaoyao tore it to pieces with a single blow, and it eventually turned into nothingness.
A piece of ice blue magic crystal fell to the ground. Xingchen, are you alright?
Ling Yaoyao rushed forward and anxiously circled around Yi Xingchen several times.
It's alright, he got away, consider him lucky.
Yi Xingchen was not discouraged, and picked up the scattered ice soul fruit and the fifth order magic crystal. He hadn't expected the other party to be so powerful, able to turn into a shadow almost instantly.
Brother Yi, he can't escape. Bai Miao Miao's lips curled into a confident smile. My skill has already taken effect on him.
He will soon be trapped in an illusion.
Once he stops moving, we will be able to find him. Then finish him off.
Bai Miao Miao made a throat-slitting gesture.
Chapter 40, Testing Bai Miao Miao's Abilities.
A Ryan-esque burly figure materialized from a shadow. The wound on his chest was very deep. If he hadn't escaped in time, it might have damaged his internal organs. With the Shadow Fiend race's superior stealth abilities, Ryan could be behind his target by the time the target spotted him, making his assassinations almost undefeated. But this time, they were defeated by a weak human. He recalled that just before the blade pierced Yi Xingchen's body, his body had become blurry and indistinct. He completely dodged his own fatal blow. What kind of bizarre ability is that?
Let's find another opportunity, let's heal first.
The excruciating pain returned, and the bleeding that had stopped started to gush out again.
Ryan dared not delay any longer and immediately sat down to start bandaging himself. Little Ryan.
A voice that had been buried in his memory for many years came.
Whom?
Ryan looked up, somewhat puzzled. A pretty little girl with blonde hair stood in front of him.
Miss? Ryan was stunned. When did Miss shrink? Wait, shrinking? Isn't this what Miss looks like?
Ryan suddenly realized how rude he had been, actually imagining what the young lady would look like when she grew up. I truly feel ashamed of how I failed to live up to the young lady's kindness in taking care of him.
You went to practice your kung fu again? Little Ina glared at him angrily. I already told you, I'll protect you from now on, no one will be able to bully you. Why should I listen to my uncle and practice that kind of kung fu? Human cultivation techniques are not suitable for us. They are very likely to cause side effects. Side effects? Ryan looked down at himself. His skin was pale and his body was thin. He only possesses the Shadow Fiend's powerful stealth talent, but his strength and physique are very weak. How can this protect the young lady? Ryan raised his head and said with a determined look in his eyes. Miss, I want to become stronger so I can protect you. Who needs your protection? Little Ina said sternly as she treated his wounds. Look at you, you're covered in injuries. She pinched Ryan's handsome face, feeling a pang of heartache. Stop practicing, do you hear me? Oh, Ryan nodded somewhat reluctantly. Outside world. Bai Miao Miao led the way to Ryan, who was leaning against the ice wall. Wait a minute. Yi Xingchen stopped Ling Yaoyao, who wanted to finish Ryan off with one strike. We still don't know the effects of Miao Miao's skills. He then looked at Ryan, who was wearing a black mask and looked as muscular as those steroid-using bodybuilders. To be so strong and have such a good ability to hide, isn't that a bit outrageous? Yi Xingchen removed his mask. The next second, all three of them simultaneously gagged. Yi Xingchen quickly put his mask back on. This alien was truly terrifying to look at, with a distorted and deformed face covered with countless tiny holes, just like a honeycomb. Miao Miao, can you see what happened to him in the illusion? I can't just not spy on it. Bai Miao Miao drew a circle in the air in front of her, and an image appeared in the circle like a television screen. Only in this way can we know what's happening inside the illusion. Yi Xingchen looked at Ryan in the picture and was somewhat shocked. Its appearance is largely similar to that of a human, except for some racial features, such as ears that sway like shadows, a black pointed tail, and black patterns that look like tattoos. This cute little boy and this ugly, burly man are actually the same person. Is this reasonable? The scene shifts, and Ina has grown into a beautiful young woman, while Ryan remains unchanged, still looking like a young boy. Miss, I'm sorry, I'm too weak. Ryan looked at the young lady who was injured while standing up for him and lowered his head weakly. You're not allowed to talk about yourself like that. Ina rolled up her sleeves. I'll always protect you. Ryan stared at her, somewhat stunned, a strange feeling rising within him. He vowed to protect her. He wouldn't let her get hurt. There's only one way then. Let's start practicing that cultivation technique again. Meow Meow, can you intervene in the development of the illusion or generate a character within it? Yi Xingchen asked. Not yet. Bai Miao's tone was somewhat helpless. She was currently consuming spiritual and mental energy to maintain the illusion, and beads of sweat kept seeping from her forehead. Based on the skill information she has acquired, her current strength is not enough. Right now, all I can do is observe. The development of the illusion depends on the direction he truly desires in his heart, until I can no longer maintain the illusion. However, the outcome he desires seems to be slightly off, but I don't know exactly what will change. Can the illusion be turned off manually? Yi Xingchen asked again. Cannot. Is this really that outrageous? Yi Xingchen frowned, watching the interaction between Ryan and Ina in the illusion. Isn't this just letting him off easy? Bai Miao's ability can influence parts of reality, such as the harm she suffers or the benefits she gains, which then affect her. If the illusion develops in a positive direction, it's equivalent to Bai Miao expending energy to create a stronger enemy. Let's see what's wrong. Yi Xingchen took out a bunch of spirit crystals to replenish her spiritual power. Can you keep going? If the illusion truly greatly enhances Ryan's power, then have Yao kill him with a single blow before he wakes up. I can do it. Bai Miao answered firmly. Gradually, the scene began to change again. Ina began to distance herself from Ryan, becoming cold and developing some unusual hobbies. Where to begin? Ryan asked himself the same question. It probably started from the moment he looked the young lady in the eye. He looked in the mirror and saw his tall but incredibly ugly self. I have no regrets. Ryan raised his thick arm and clenched his fist, reaffirming his resolve. With the help of that cultivation technique, he quickly raised his strength to the same level as the young lady. From then on, he was just a shadow of the young lady, and he had long since forgotten those unrealistic fantasies. As the illusion continued to develop, Ryan encountered a fortuitous event, and his strength increased to the 6th rank. Yi Xingchen knew without even thinking what would happen next. Ryan and Ina had some unusual feelings for each other before, but their appearances became an insurmountable obstacle. Next, his appearance was restored, and Ina's opinion of him changed, with her affection for him rising sharply. The two broke down their barriers, hit it off immediately, and began a love story between master and servant. Chapter 41: A Bizarre Development. We can do much more than children. Yi Xingchen almost wanted to cut out the rest of the scene and skip straight to the ending. It's a pity we can't skip this. In the illusion, Ryan felt dizzy and confused. In his hazy state, he seemed to hear the young lady calling him. Ryan, wake up! Wake up! Ryan opened his eyes, and a pair of beautiful eyes were so close that he was startled and quickly took a few steps back. Miss, what's wrong? Your mask. Ina waved the mask in her hand. Ryan touched his face and was horrified to find that his mask was gone. Miss, I deserve to die. He quickly knelt down on one knee, lowered his head, and dared not look at her. I'm terrified of seeing that familiar coldness, alienation, or even hatred. This was 1,000 times more painful than any blade piercing his body. However, the expected reprimand or indifference did not materialize. Lift your head, Ryan. Ina's voice rang out, no longer cold and distant, but with a very complex tone. Ryan was stiff all over, but his gaze was drawn to his own body. What's going on? My hands are so small, even prettier than some girls' hands, it's like I've gone back to how I used to be. He then realized that his appearance had reverted to normal. Feeling the powerful force surging within his body, he realized that his 6th-tier strength was still intact. Ryan was excited. He mustered his courage and slowly raised his head. The camera first focused on those familiar jade feet adorned with silver bells, then followed the graceful lines of her calves upwards, past her waist, and finally settled on Ina's face. At this moment, Ina's eyes were no longer sharp, but instead filled with some kind of indescribable longing and fervor?
This is my little Ryan. Ina stretched out her fingers, which were covered in black silk gloves, and gently stroked Ryan's jawline, which was trembling slightly with nervousness.
It looks so beautiful like this. Ryan's mind went blank.
The young lady's eyes, filled with undisguised admiration and adoration, sent chills down his spine, yet a surge of warmth rose within him.
Like this, can we keep it this way? Ina's fingertips traced the dark lines at the corner of his eye, her voice seductive. I don't need you to become stronger, I don't need your protection. All I need is for you to stay like this forever, to always stay by my side, okay? Forever like this?
Ryan repeated unconsciously, his voice hoarse. Afterwards, Ina forgave him for secretly practicing his martial arts there, and their relationship continued to grow stronger. Ina's family wouldn't allow her to fall in love with a foreigner who was also a servant, so she took the initiative to defy fate and elope with Ryan. They got married in the presence of the priest in the church. Yi Xingqian found the unfolding events rather boring, so he started eating sunflower seeds with Ling Yaoyao and the others. At the crucial moment, Yi Xingqian took Ling Yaoyao and the others into the symbiotic sacred domain. Bai Miao also entered the symbiotic sacred realm, but the illusion created by floating life like a dream could still be maintained without any obstacles.
TSK. It's come to this. In the video, Ryan and his friends are kissing and rolling around on the floor.
Suddenly, the scene changes. In the illusion, Ryan's hands were tied to the headboard with ropes, and his feet were also tied up with ropes, putting him in a strange position.
Ina, what are you doing? He asked, somewhat puzzled. Ina smiled, you made me wait all these years, it wouldn't be right if I didn't give you a little punishment.
As she spoke, she lifted her skirt.
Ryan's entire face was covered in shadow. This.
His face turned deathly pale with fright at the sudden appearance of the object.
It's as thick as his arms used to be. Do you like it?
Ina's face was in the shadows, her eyes flashing red.
This was specially prepared for you.
Originally, I wanted to accept you as you were before, and then punish you.
After all, I love you so much. Even though you've become like that. The reason I hate you is because you didn't listen to me in the first place. Ina shook her head, feigning disappointment. Sigh. Oh well, what can I do? You've turned back now. Ina, calm down. Ryan trembled with fear. He was going to die. He was definitely going to die. Stop struggling.
You've drunk my special potion, you won't have the strength to resist for a month.
He. Ina's expression turned sickly. Don't worry, I will heal you. He, they're cute even when they're small. Outside world.
The melon seeds in Yi Xingqian's hands scattered all over the ground.
Awesome.
After a long while, the screen went black and slowly disappeared. In reality, Ryan's body did receive the feedback, his body shrank and his cultivation level increased, but his eyes rolled back and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Yi Xingqian covered his eyes, the scene behind Ryan was too shocking for him to bear. He took out the white dragon spear, blindly stepped forward, and pierced Ryan's heart with a single thrust. Before long, his body gradually turned into pieces and disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, in the distant beyond,
remnants of the feathered dragon clan. You can't escape now. Ha.
I'll make you pay for your crimes in blood. A burly figure blocked the path of a group of people ahead.
Your Highness, run. We'll cover your retreat. The leading feathered dragon soldier led the rest of the army to hold off the incoming attack.
A petite figure clad in golden scales bit her red lips in resentment, then transformed into a long, white-winged dragon without looking back, soaring into the distance.
Don't even think about running.
The burly figure sent all the feathered dragon soldiers in golden armor flying with a single blow. He was about to raise his hand to lock the space in the direction in which the feathered dragon princess was escaping.
Then came an incredibly intense pain from behind. The intense pain did not cause him any real harm.
When he came to his senses, there were no longer any feathered dragons around.
Damn it!
What's going on? The man cursed, as his body suddenly shrank.
My body has turned back?
He looked at the changes in himself in disbelief.
This extra string of memories, how is that possible? Brother Yi, what just happened?
Bai Miao came out of the symbiotic sacred domain and found that Ryan was nowhere to be seen.
She asked curiously. Ahem, he's dead.
Yi Xingqian coughed awkwardly.
Xingqian, what exactly happened? Ling Yaoyao also came out. Children shouldn't know so much.
Yi Xingqian quickly stopped their strong thirst for knowledge.
What? If you don't want to talk about it, then don't.
Ling Yaoyao muttered, hands on her hips, clearly annoyed.
You insist on calling us children. That's right.
We can do so much more than kids.
I Miao Miao pouted, clearly dissatisfied.
This time, she stood on Ling Yaoyao's side.
Oh dear.
Yi Xingqian waved his hand helplessly. Anyway, we did some indescribable things, and things got a little too intense.
We should go. Yi Xingqian turned around and walked straight towards the direction of the giant ice tree. He wanted to take it into the star realm.
Just thinking about how the ice soul tree would continuously produce ice soul fruits for him made his lips curl into a smile.
Chapter 42, taking the lead. Mental power level improved.
Before long, Yi Xingqian returned to the foot of the ice soul giant tree. As he touched the trunk with both hands, a strange sensation entered his mind. Yi Xingqian confirmed that it was an extremely weak spiritual force, intermittent, seemingly conveying some kind of information to him.
Star, should we dig it out?
Ling Yaoyao tried to touch the ice soul tree, but was pushed away by a force.
It won't let me touch it. Is this tree so stingy?
Bai Miao Miao also tried it, and her hand was also bounced away.
Buzz.
Suddenly, after a buzzing sound, a stream of black energy emanated from the opening in front.
What's going on? The energy did not cause any harm to Yi Xingqian and the other two.
However, from the opening leading into the depths of the cave, the ice and snow covering the ground melted rapidly. Some growing plants and small animals withered or turned into piles of bones, just like a locust plague.
In addition, the remains of some alien races appeared out of nowhere. The giant ice tree that Yi Xingqian touched instantly turned into a withered tree. Are you kidding me? Yi Xingqian's face darkened. He was a little angry that what he had almost gotten was gone.
However, his keen observation revealed a small, pale blue seedling growing beneath the dead tree.
A sapling is a sapling, it's better than nothing. Yi Xingqian used a knife to dig out the branches, leaves, and roots. When he held it in his hands, he discovered that this ice blue sapling was radiating the same spiritual power as the previous ice soul giant tree. Nightstar spent a few minutes creating a frigid environment in the star realm and planted it.
The sapling had solidified a bit, and its two leaves suddenly began to sway slightly, as if it were quite excited.
It seems you really like the environment here. Nightstar happily touched its leaves. Grow up quickly so I can eat fruit.
After leaving the star realm, Yi Xingqian observed her surroundings and noticed that not all places had become deathly still.
It wasn't as cold as before, so the ice walls became thinner and more transparent.
However, the areas not touched by the black energy remained the original ice crystal world, forming a clear boundary with where Yi Xingqian stood.
This is how it should have been.
Looking at the suddenly appearing skeletons and the ancient aura emanating from the desolate environment, Yi Xingqian thought to himself. He didn't linger, letting Ling Yaoyao and the others return to the symbiotic sacred domain to recover their spiritual power before heading into the cave himself. The cave passage leads deep into the cave. Yi Xingqian stroked the ice wall as he walked, feeling as if he could break it open with a single shot.
Ah!
At the end of the cave, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out. Yi Xingqian quickened her pace. When we reached the exit, the noise had subsided, leaving only two voices talking. Teacher, these dragon souls and these remaining dragon bodies have given me such a huge boost.
Your cultivation technique is truly amazing.
Following the voices were two sharp, piercing sounds.
Hee, it's because you have good comprehension and have used the technique to its fullest extent that you were able to suppress all these old dragon souls. Teacher, where do we go next? To find that thing that affects the time in this area? That's right.
I suspect this thing is very likely a fragment left behind by a divine artifact.
Who?
Lin Chen followed Elder Wan's gaze to the cave entrance, his tone slightly surprised.
Yi Xingqian? What are you doing here? Ha ha.
Seeing that he had been discovered, Yi Xingqian walked out with a casual smile on his face.
This isn't your house. If you can be here, why can't I?
At this moment, however, he was far from calm.
Damn. This guy has an old man.
Yi Xingqian observed the soul entity and sensed a familiar energy fluctuation.
He remembered the energy fluctuations on the necklace. It really was Lin Chen who was behind it.
He was careless, he should have thought of that earlier. Lin Chen has changed a lot. He not only exudes a strong sense of pressure, but he is also completely unlike a beast tamer. Instead, Yi Xingqian perceived it as a ferocious beast with a powerful bloodline.
Who cares? Anyone who dares to compete with me for the god-level beast girl lowly must die. A ruthless glint flashed in Yi Xingqian's eyes. Brother Lin, I didn't expect this. He was a beast tamer with innate level 3 power before, and now he has grown to this level. Yi Xingqian smiled on the surface, but as he approached, he secretly communicated with Ling Yaoyao and Bai Miaomiao from the symbiotic sacred domain. A scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Likewise. Lin Shen's muscles twitched menacingly, a warning to Yi Xingqian not to approach, and an observation of Yi Xingqian's strength. We've discovered Elder Wan's secret, we absolutely cannot let him live. He didn't notice that Yi Xingqian's talent belt had already activated and was glowing with a golden light. Only Elder Wan sensed something was wrong and quickly warned, be careful. Golden Palace binding spirit chains. Yi Xingqian suddenly charged towards Lin Chen and used his SSS-level talent on Elder Wan. 9 invisible golden chains burst forth from his body. The chains radiated a majestic divine light, emitting a series of clanging sounds as they moved toward binding Elder Wan. Soul chains. Elder Wan was shocked. This kind of method, which targets the soul, is the hardest to dodge. Although his current spirit form cannot cause him much harm, it can definitely trap him. He quickly transferred some of his power to Lin Chen, otherwise he would die if he faced him directly. Yao Yao. Meow Meow. As Yi Xingqian finished speaking, 2 petite figures appeared beside him. Life is but a fleeting dream. Annihilation Dragon Claw. The 2 immediately used their skills. Lin Chen's mind went blank for a moment, and before he could react, a huge phantom of a dragon claw followed closely behind and fell down. With a thud, Lin Chen was sent flying backward. He glared fiercely at Yi Xingqian and the others. Just as I stood up, 2 more attacks were about to land one after the other. Holy crap! Again! Doesn't casting spells take time? Under Bai Miaomiao's mental attack, Lin Chen basically had no chance to activate the secret realm key and teleport out. Come quickly! Lin Chen summoned Lu Mingqi and the Catgirl with a great bloodline. However, before the 2 could unleash their abilities, the phantom of the dragon claw crashed down. As she watched her body gradually decay, Lu Mingqi looked at Yi Xingqian and the others with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. It's not over yet. The dragon claw phantom continued its relentless attack on Lin Chen. It's over. There's no escaping it now. A hint of despair flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Don't even think about it. Seeing that the attack was about to land on Lin Chen, Elder One didn't care about anything else. He would rather endure the excruciating pain that tears his soul apart than see the person he had painstakingly nurtured die like this. So he forcefully tore apart the part of his soul that had been bound, breaking free of his shackles. Then, it possessed Lin Chen's body, resisted by Miaomiao's mental attack, and teleported away. Bang! When the smoke cleared, Lin Chen was nowhere to be seen. It was so close. I didn't expect that old guy to be so decisive. Yi Xingqian sighed as he looked at the 9 small clumps of remnant spirits left behind where the 9 chains were. Ha! You can do that! He noticed the unusual appearance of the golden chains. The remnant spirit was absorbed and purified by the golden chains, transforming into a pure spiritual force that finally flowed into Yi Xingqian's mind. His spiritual power level also soared rapidly as a result. The capacity of spiritual energy gradually increased from the water in a small pool to a stream, and it was beginning to resemble the size of a river. My spiritual power has actually reached the spirit stream realm, and there are even signs that I'm about to break through to the spirit river realm. Chapter 43, Taste It First. Yi Xingqian was very excited. He felt that as long as he broke through to the 3rd level, his spiritual power could naturally break through to the spirit river realm. Developing one's mental strength is extremely time-consuming for both beast tamers and beast girls. If you only improve your physical abilities but your mental strength can't keep up, your body will become uncontrollable. If you only improve your mental strength but your physical abilities don't keep up, your body may collapse or even be damaged. Unlike physical cultivation levels, which can be improved through spiritual crystals, rare and precious materials, exercise, or special potions developed by certain companies. Aside from the Spirit Tower and some very special opportunities, improvement is almost entirely possible through meditation. Therefore, the time spent is usually 1 or several times longer than the physical realm, and some people may not even make any progress in their entire lives. If we could purify and fully absorb that old guy's spirit, I can't even imagine how much I would improve. He he he. Xingqian, your smile is so creepy.
Ling Yaoyao crossed her arms and looked at Yi Xingqian's almost demonic smile, and couldn't help but take a half step back.
Brother Yi, are you thinking about something naughty? Bai Miao Miao blinked. Ah, the battle was so tough, I want to give you a reward.
Yi Xingqian was excited and needed to calm down.
He then embraced the two people standing next to him and entered the intimate Star Realm. Ah. Xingqian, I don't want to be with her.
Ling Yaoyao was pinned to the ground and struggled fiercely.
The little shoe was thrown off, revealing a tiny toe that kicked straight at Yi Xingqian's chest.
Bai Miao Miao was also pinned down, but she remained quiet, appearing completely at ease.
Hearing Ling Yaoyao's words, she puffed out her pink cheeks, feeling a little jealous.
I haven't even had a chance to enjoy Brother Yi all to myself once, and I haven't even said anything yet, but you're already complaining.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't want it. Ling Yaoyao's resistance became increasingly fierce. Yi Xingqian ignored the struggling Ling Yaoyao and instead focused on Bai Miao Miao's red eyes. Miao Miao, would you like some time alone? Brother Yi, you idiot. What girl wouldn't want that? Bai Miao Miao turned her face away, pretending to be a little angry. Hee, okay then, we'll talk about it after we leave the secret realm.
Yi Xingqian gently touched her cheek.
But, let's taste it first. Ah. No. Feeling his movements, Bai Miao Miao's eyes widened instantly, steam billowing from her head.
After Yi Xingqian finished doing this, she sent Bai Miao Miao into her symbiotic sacred domain, and then looked at Ling Yaoyao, who was still struggling.
Are you satisfied now? Humph.
Ling Yaoyao whimpered and didn't say anything, just kept kicking his chest with her little feet.
You naughty girl.
Yi Xingqian grabbed her delicate little feet and quickly took off her socks. Although her legs were restrained, her round, pearl-like toes curled up slightly, revealing a unique stubbornness, just like her defiant expression.
I'm tired.
Ling Yaoyao refused to look at him and covered her eyes with her hands.
That's even better. Cultivation is a great way to replenish energy.
Yi Xingqian leaned down, a playful smile playing on his lips.
You're talking nonsense. I'm clearly very tired. Then prove it to me. Ah. 2 hours later. Yi Xingqian emerged from the Star Realm feeling refreshed. I have to say, the Dragon Knight is really useful. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to do that even if you gave him 8 kidneys. Oh. There's a passage here.
Yi Xingqian looked in surprise at the spot where Lin Shen had crashed when he was sent flying backward. Scattered on the ground were broken ice fragments, revealing a passage leading upwards, large enough for only one person to enter.
Such rich spiritual energy, could there be treasure inside?
Sensing the spiritual energy flowing out from within, Yi Xingqian felt as if every pore on her body had opened up.
Click. The sudden sound beneath his feet made him make an instant decision, and he plunged into the passage.
Yi Xingqian looked back and saw a crack appear where he had just been standing. Before he could even catch his breath, it expanded rapidly, and the cold pool water outside seeped in as well.
Bang!
The ice blocks were propelled into the air by the gushing water from the pool.
Bang bang bang!
The ice continued to break apart, and more water poured into the pool, causing the water level to rise continuously.
Luckily I jumped fast, I can't swim.
Yi Xingqian breathed a sigh of relief and walked up the passage. It was a one-way street, and Yi Xingqian reached the exit in no time.
Run! Don't come any closer. Ah!
An extremely pitiful sound came from outside, and Yi Xingqian cautiously peeked out to observe.
The once high-spirited dragon race members were now running towards the side entrance in a disheveled state.
Their clothes were torn, their bodies were completely intact, and their blood was almost covering the ground. Some of the dragon race even revealed their true forms, collapsing to the ground, motionless.
What exactly happened?
Meanwhile, in Yanfeng City of the Great Xiao Dynasty,
Wan Lao erased the illusionary imprint from Lin Chen's mind. As expected, it's that god-level beast girl. Just who is this Yi Xingqian? Teacher, so the god-level beast girl we were looking for was intercepted by him?
Lin Chen lay on the ground with several gruesome wounds on his chest. The annihilation power attached to it continued to erode his wounds. If it weren't for Elder Wan helping him resist, he would probably have turned into nothingness immediately. Sigh, he must have some means to discover god-level beast girls.
Damn it! He already has a god-level beast girl, isn't that enough?
Lin Chen angrily clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground. Only now did he personally experience the terror of the god-level beast girl. With the added strength of Elder Wand, his cultivation level rose to the 5th rank, 10th stage. However, when facing god-level beast girls, they are still as fragile as paper. The fact that someone with the strength of a 3rd tier 10th stage could injure a 6th tier person is truly terrifying.
Elder Wand, can you find any other god-level beast girls? Lin Chen was eager to form a contract with one. So what if we found it? Being the first to arrive once could be a coincidence, but twice. Old Wand shook his head. You have almost no chance of winning against him, especially now that Yi Xingchen knows you are his potential competitor. He won't let you go. What should we do now?
Lin Chen shouted in despair, but his wounds made his voice drop sharply.
There's another way.
Old Wand frowned. He wasn't entirely confident this way would work either.
An existence that has refined itself into a divine bloodline. Success means life, failure means death. I'll practice.
Lin Chen gritted his teeth in anger, but agreed without hesitation.
Good. That's perseverance.
Old Wand gave him an approving look, then said in a serious tone. We should leave this country now, otherwise, given how much importance this country places on that boy, you will have no way to survive once he gets out.
Chapter 44 Ao Shang's Immense Power, Soul Summoning.
A clear boundary was drawn a few meters from the cave entrance, and the area where the dragons were located was noticeably colder. Yi Xingchen looked into the distance, where 9 dragon pillars stood tall, and above them, 2 illusory dragons, 1 golden and 1 silver, hovered.
In the center of the 9 pillars, a golden figure stood suspended in mid-air.
Golden lightning surrounded him, as if a god of thunder had descended upon the world. Upon seeing the person's face clearly, Yi Xingchen was greatly shocked.
Isn't that golden figure the Lord of Wanlong City? How did he end up here? Clearly, the people who ran away before were all because of him. None of you are getting away.
Ao Shang's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an extremely strong sense of pressure.
Even the farthest star felt a tearing pain in its head.
The icy water had reached up to Yi Xingchen's heels, causing a slight stinging sensation on his skin.
Hold head high.
With a resounding dragon roar, Ao Shang transformed into a giant golden dragon and charged towards the fleeing dragons. Golden arcs of electricity flashed wildly across the dragon's body, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that exploded violently at the target location, like a super-powerful thunderstorm. Ao Shang brandished his golden claws, casually crushing a red dragon to death. Then, he opened his dragon mouth, gathered lightning energy, and emitted a powerful beam of light that pierced through the body of the western dragon that was trying to escape.
Maybe Yao Yao can be like that in the future too.
Watching this scene, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but think of his little dragon mother transforming into a world-destroying dragon, annihilating everything with invincible power. And he stood on top of her, feeling that sense of supreme power.
Wow, just thinking about it makes me excited.
Just then, Jinlong's gaze suddenly locked onto the exit of the passage where Yi Xingchen was located. In the blink of an eye, the gaze imbued with the might of a dragon transformed into a blinding bolt of lightning, shattering the wall where Yi Xingchen was hiding.
Holy crap! Yi Xingchen's pupils shrank, and the omnipotent shield he had activated shattered instantly.
Fortunately, he reacted in time and rolled away, dodging the falling ice crystals. The clear boundary, following the movement of the golden dragon, gradually moved closer to Yi Xingchen, eventually crossing him.
It's you!
The golden dragon flew into the air, looking down at the night stars.
He sensed the presence of the dragon girl and the fox girl but did not find them. Where are they? Them? Yi Xingchen feigned ignorance, asking in confusion, who?
His gaze, however, fell upon the top of the 9 pillars of the rising dragon behind the golden dragon, where a dazzling halo of light was gathering. These rays of light were drawn from the blood-red wisps of remains extracted from the remains of those dragons and other races, and they swirled and drifted toward the halo with mournful cries. No wonder they let them in. They were after Ling Yao Yao and by Miao Miao's bloodline and wanted to sacrifice them. Yi Xingchen's intuition told him that the halo of light was extremely dangerous.
Human, hand them over, and I'll spare your life.
Ao Shang's tone was unquestionable, carrying a substantial pressure as he pressed down on Yi Xingchen.
Ugh!
Yi Xingchen felt a powerful pressure. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood.
That's outrageous. His strength is restricted by the secret realm, yet he's still this powerful. He swiftly produced a silver dragon spear in his hand and swung it behind him, aiming it at the wall of ice behind him.
But when the tip of the spear touched the ice wall, it slipped downwards.
So what if I don't pay? Ha, you dare to dream of piercing this ancient ice wall? Ao Shang noticed Yi Xingqian's actions and sneered, "You're simply overestimating yourself. How will you know if you don't try?"
Yi Xingqian raised his spear and thrust it out once more. Then, twice, 3 times, 4 times, it kept repeating. Only a few ice shards were scraped off the surface of the Shenbing spear, and the icy aura emanating from it flowed along the tip of the spear into Yi Xingqian's body, covering his skin with white frost.
Ao Shang watched as an ant struggling desperately fell to the ground and transformed back into human form.
He noticed the strangeness of the ice wall behind Yi Xingqian. A peculiar force was constantly eroding it, but it was not enough to destroy the ice wall.
Sigh.
Yi Xingqian put away his spear and sighed, "You're right, it really can't be broken." Just when Ao Shang thought he was about to give up, Yi Xingqian suddenly raised his gun and delivered the final blow.
Final judgment.
The difference this time was that the spear pierced into the ice wall.
Centered on the point of penetration, the cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. What?
Ao Shang was shocked, but quickly regained his composure and did not make a move even though Yi Xingqian had successfully broken through the ice wall. At that moment, the cold water broke through the ice wall and surged out.
Yao Yao.
Yi Xingqian called out to Ling Yao Yao. Ling Yao Yao had already informed him beforehand, so she transformed into the Yen Demon Dragon with perfect understanding, carrying Yi Xingqian, and flew rapidly into the broken ice cave and water flow.
That's fine too.
Ao Shang looked in the direction they left, a smile playing on his lips, before transforming into a golden dragon and diving into the water.
Meanwhile, outside Rising Dragon Pit, Ao Yuan's eyes lit up, and he called out loudly to those below, "Summon the soul." The next moment, he transformed into a golden dragon and flew above the entrance to the Dragon Ascension Abyss. The dragon soldiers, who were already on high alert, were stationed at the 6 locations of Rising Dragon Abyss. A blessing is about to be bestowed.
I hope to be chosen by some powerful dragon souls. Even seniors from other races will do, a member of the alien race prayed. The dragon race's predecessors would never choose outsiders like you, a dragon scoffed, indicating that the other party was delusional. Alas, it's a pity I'm not qualified to participate in the Dragon Ascension ceremony in the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, otherwise I could have been blessed by an even more powerful Dragon Clan elder.
In the distance, Ina frowned as she watched Ao Shang fly into the air. Elders, I have a feeling this is a conspiracy by Ao Shang.
During the soul summoning process, Ao Shang will be at his most vulnerable, but the dragons of the City Lord's mansion are not to be trifled with and will definitely step in to protect him.
5 black phantoms suddenly appeared behind her. The leader of the phantoms said with some dissatisfaction, "Are you questioning our decision?" "I dare not."
Ina bit her lip, activated the device in her hand, and threw it into the air.
Then, the 5 black phantoms poured power into the device together.
On the other side, a figure in white robes with gold patterns hid in the crowd, muttering to himself, "This is the only chance I have." The terrain beneath Ao Shang changed. As the entrance to the Rising Dragon Abyss gradually rose, 6 high platforms appeared where the dragon guards stood, followed by a series of steps. At the same time, ancient inscriptions appeared in all 5 directions, with a large purple gemstone inlaid at the top of each inscription. The dragon guards quickly changed formation and moved to stand guard on both sides of the steps.
Below the platform, both dragons and other races knelt down to pray.
In the distance, some blue star beast tamers were hiding, taking out their phones to film this magnificent scene. At this moment, Ao Shang's authoritative voice came from above. "On this ascending dragon staircase, reveal your Holy Spirit in response to my call.
Blessings will be bestowed upon descendants, and the bloodline of the dragon will be protected, regardless of race.
May your glory last for generations.
Glory for all generations."
The soldiers stationed on both sides of the high steps responded in unison at this moment, their voices like a tidal wave. As soon as he finished speaking, golden arcs of electricity began to crackle around Ao Yuanlong's body. The next moment, 6 golden lightning bolts as thick as giant pillars tore through the air and struck the ancient stone tablet. The tablet trembled violently, and the purple gems at its top emitted rays of light in a cross pattern, forming a huge 6-pointed star array.
"Now! Chapter 45 Give it to me! Now!"
A sudden sound rang out, and dozens of dragons clad in armor and with white wings spread out on their backs soared into the sky from 6 directions, either in the air or in hidden places. At the same time, forces from the Western Dragon Clan also rushed out.
Ina understood the elder's reliance and immediately closed her eyes to chant a spell.
The strange device hovering above her head, under the continuous infusion of energy from the 5 dark phantoms, unfolded and transformed into a giant longbow, with a solid red and black arrow slowly condensing on the bow. the scene suddenly descended into chaos.
It's the feathered dragon clan. Those traitorous dragons. And those western dragons, when did they lay an ambush with so many troops?
Damn it, those western monitor lizards were definitely up to no good.
Protect the city lord. The soldiers on both sides of the platform transformed into flying dragons to resist the enemy's attack.
Hidden among the panicked crowd, the man in white with gold patterns conjured a small golden sword in his palm, continuously gathering power, waiting for an opportunity to aim at Ao Shang above the entrance to the Rising Dragon Abyss. Deep within the abyss of Rising Dragon, the biting cold current pierced through clothes like thousands of fine needles, and Yi Xingqian clung tightly to Ling Yaoyao's dragon back. The cold air kept seeping into his body, making his face extremely pale. Yi Xingqian raised his hand to block the rushing water, barely managing to open his eyes a crack, and saw the light ahead.
Yao Yao, hang in there. We can see the exit. The Beast Girl and the Beast Tamer are soul-bound and can communicate without barriers anywhere.
Ling Yaoyao naturally saw the exit as well, so she quickened her pace through the water. The next moment, Ling Yaoyao led Yi Xingqian into the vortex they had come from, changed direction and rushed straight up. At this moment, Yi Xingqian continuously circulated the spiritual energy within his body to resist the erosion of the icy aura.
He looked back and sure enough, Ao Shang's golden figure was still chasing them. Yao Yao, let's break out.
Ling Yaoyao's energy was greatly depleted, and her speed had obviously slowed down, but upon hearing this sound, she accelerated again and rushed towards the entrance of the Rising Dragon Abyss.
This saves a lot of trouble, I don't have to do it myself. Ao Shang transformed into human form and stopped, watching them rush towards the exit, a smug smile spreading across his face. Outside. Ao Shang is at his weakest right now.
The four black phantoms urged.
Yes. Aina immediately grabbed the giant bow and drew the bowstring with amazing flexibility.
The small golden sword in the white-clad man with golden patterns suddenly grew larger and rushed towards Ao Yuan.
Strange, I have a bad feeling about this.
His premonition had barely formed when the golden dragon above the entrance to Rising Dragon Abyss suddenly became transparent and gradually dissipated.
At this moment, Ling Yaoyao used her last bit of strength to carry Yi Xingqian out of the Rising Dragon Abyss and fly into the air. Not good.
The man in white with gold patterns realized he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late.
As soon as Yi Xingqian emerged, he took Ling Yaoyao, who had transformed into human form, into the symbiotic sacred domain.
Before he could catch his breath, he saw two sharp, deadly attacks hurtling towards him.
Damn it, I've been tricked.
Yi Xingqian cursed angrily. At the same time, the six-pointed star array below suddenly brightened, forming a purple cage that sealed off all of Yi Xingqian's escape routes.
The blurring effect only lasts for 5 seconds.
These two attacks, one fast and one slow, were clearly designed to leave him no way out.
Fortunately, there was the life-saving jade pendant given to me by Brother Luo.
Yi Xingqian was just about to use it once to block the two attacks. A white figure rushed in front of him, shattered the magic cage with his bare hands, and threw Yi Xingqian away.
Night Star?
He was thrown off with a bewildered look on his face, but fortunately he reacted quickly and landed steadily on the platform next to him.
Boom! Boom! Two attacks then landed one after the other. The massive shockwave sent everyone trapped below flying, raising clouds of dust and debris. Night Star was no exception, it flew very far away. Ha 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 ha.
A carefree laugh came from the smoke. As the smoke and dust cleared, two figures appeared above Rising Dragon Abyss. Looking over, Yi Xingqian saw Ao Shang grabbing the white figure by the neck.
Feng Yu, you actually risked your life to save a human. How utterly foolish.
Ao Shang increased the pressure on his hand.
Just like your pathetic human master, ha ha ha. Pa.
The white-robed man named Feng Yu spat a mouthful of blood onto Ao Shang's face.
You're despicable. Ao Shang wiped the bloodstains from his face. A traitor to the Dragon Clan. What right do you have to call me despicable?
I did not betray the Dragon Clan, Feng Yu said with difficulty.
It was you, the Dragon Clan, who betrayed our feathered Dragon Clan. Stubborn to the end.
Ao Shang poked his chest with his hand.
Ugh.
Feng Yu glared at him angrily despite the pain in her body, but there was nothing she could do.
Is it this thing that changed time here? Ao Shang pulled out a black and white fragment from his body and then casually tossed him away. As long as I devour its laws of time, I will surely reappear in the world. Ha 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 ha.
In the distance, Yi Xingqian caught Feng Yu as she flew down.
Are you all right? Cough cough. The white scales quickly covered Feng Yu's injured area, stopping the bleeding. Fine. A glimmer of clarity appeared in his eyes. He's about to be resurrected. You'd better teleport out of the secret realm quickly, or you won't be able to leave. You know? Yi Xingchen asked, somewhat surprised.
I didn't know it when I was the vessel for that artifact fragment, Feng Yu nodded and explained. But now, it has left my body, and someone of my level can naturally detect it.
Do you still have the strength to fight?
Yi Xingchen suddenly asked.
Why are you asking this? Feng Yu was puzzled. Was this human stupid? Did he still want to fight Ao Shang? Stop thinking about it, run. With the artifact fragment in hand, he's practically unbeatable. Can you take me to his side? Okay,
Feng Yu had just agreed when he realized something was wrong, and only when he saw Yi Xingchen smile did he realize what was going on.
Okay, he. He smiled, then transformed into a white dragon, carrying Yi Xingchen towards Ao Shang.
At this moment, Ao Shang transformed into a dragon, his two front claws controlling the fragment of the divine artifact, absorbing the laws of time from it. As he absorbed more, his body grew larger and more solid.
He also noticed the movements of the dragon and the man, but he didn't pay any attention to them.
Seeking their own death. His voice was soft, yet carried an immense pressure.
Ao Shang, don't even think about being resurrected. Feng Yu unleashed his full power, resisting his oppressive aura.
With another flap of his two enormous white wings, he increased his speed once more, arriving in front of Ao Shang almost instantly.
Just then, when Ao Shang wanted to shoot them down.
Then, Yi Xingchen waved to Feng Yu from the dragon's head.
Ao Shang, am I handsome? Not bad.
Ao Shang subconsciously praised, lowering his guard. Just then, the white beam of light that Feng Yu had condensed in his mouth shot towards the artifact fragments that Ao Shang was protecting with his dragon claws.
Give it to me. There are pictures below. Chapter 46 ends, the deal. Give it to me. Ao Shang reacted too late.
Yi Xingchen snatched the artifact fragment and immediately jumped off Feng Yu's dragon head.
Human, you deserve to die.
The space around Ao Shang was distorted, as if it wanted to tear space apart.
Don't even think about it.
Feng Yu's white dragon body was surrounded by a curtain of wind and rain, which trapped Ao Shang's movements. Ao Shang's two sharp claws flashed with golden lightning power, and with an incomparably fierce killing aura, he grabbed at Feng Yu. The golden dragon is huge and robust, while the white dragon is slender and long, creating a significant visual difference.
Ugh!
Feng Yu was firmly locked in place by Ao Shang's dragon claws, his dragon body constantly subjected to the ravages of lightning, yet he still gritted his teeth and controlled the storm curtain to attack Ao Shang.
It's all your fault.
As Ao Shang finished speaking angrily, the golden specks of light floating in the air began to gather in his dragon mouth, gradually transforming from a fist-sized ball of light into a gigantic ball of light. The enormous golden sphere of light in the dragon's mouth contained increasingly frenzied destructive power, and the color in the center of the sphere turned dark gold.
Golden Dragon Annihilation Wave.
The golden sphere of light rapidly deformed and stretched.
Just then, a sharp cyan energy blade shot straight towards Ao Shang's head.
Despite being unharmed by Ao Shang's powerful defenses, the impact knocked his head to the side. The massive beam of light, which was supposed to strike Feng Yu, also veered off course and swept downwards. The location of those on Earth who were just watching the show happened to be in the direction he was traveling.
Holy crap! Run! Husband, stop taking pictures. Run!
Someone was still taking selfies with their phone when their beast girl led them away before the beam of light hit them.
Woohoo! Watch me put on a life or death performance. Some people made a bold attempt.
That terrifying energy swept across a fan-shaped area nearly a kilometer wide, leaving nothing but barren land and annihilating all people and animals in its wake.
Below.
Yi Xingchen swallowed hard. These figures from the echoes of history, although their upper limit for those who entered Blue Star was only the 6th level and 10th stage, their performance was truly terrifying.
Their aura has weakened somewhat. Yi Xingchen put away the life-saving jade pendant in his hand and glanced at Feng Yu and Ao Shang, who had broken free in the air.
At this time, buildings in the distance began to crumble into ruins, and grasslands and trees turned into scorched earth ravaged by war. They formed an encirclement and gradually spread towards rising dragon abyss. Without the time law provided by that artifact fragment, the scene here could not be maintained. Ao Shang's anger subsided, and knowing that there was no way to change things, he transformed back into human form.
Fengyu flew over and landed next to Yixingchen.
You are about to dissipate, Yixingchen said.
Fengyu said self-deprecatingly, I am already dead, so how can I be said to have vanished? Is there anything else I can help you with? Like, fulfilling a last wish?
Yixingchen asked, wanting to see if there was anything else he could gain.
10,000 years have passed, it's all long gone. Fengyu smiled, then thought for a moment and took a deep breath. If possible, go and check on the current situation of the Feathered Dragon clan.
After saying that, his body disappeared before Ao Shang. Humans, Ao Shang said from not far away, his tone very calm. Yixingchen looked at him cautiously. It seemed that he had absorbed some of the laws of time, which was why he hadn't dissipated.
It's all right, you won.
Ao Shang shook his head, revealing a meaningful smile. Suddenly, he stretched out his large hand to the side. A beautiful figure flew over and was grabbed by the throat.
Oh, so you didn't disappear.
Ao Shang was curious. He remembered that Aina had been killed by Fengyu in that great battle. As for the reason, it was the greed of a group of old lizards.
Ao Shang, let me go, Aina managed to say. Stop. A black figure emerged from Ina's shadow.
But the golden arcs of electricity enveloped him, rendering him unable to move.
Ryan?
Yixingchen recognized the person as Ryan, who had died earlier.
Ao Shang, let go of Miss.
Ryan roared, but his true body was still far away. This was just a small shadow clone, no match for Ao Shang. I remember you, that little follower from back then, Ao Shang said with some surprise. I didn't expect you to survive and have grown to the point where I can't even see you anymore.
Wait a minute. Ao Shang, we can talk. Ryan wanted to stall for time, waiting for Ao Shang to completely dissipate.
The people in this area generated by that artifact are not all fake, most of them are generated from remnant souls. Once Ao Shang dissipates, I can preserve the young lady's remnant soul and then revive her using some means.
Talk to me? Ao Shang questioned. When she betrayed me, did she ever think about talking to me?
He increased the pressure in his hand.
Stop. Ao Shang, if you release her, I can help you wipe out the Feathered Dragon clan, the Silver Dragon clan, and the human in front of you. I can even help your Silver Dragon clan eliminate some of the demons from the other world.
Ryan quickly offered his terms as he watched his mistress about to vanish. Before he could finish speaking, Ina's neck snapped with a crack, and her body vanished.
Ha 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 ha. Ao Shang burst into laughter. The feeling of revenge is really great. Miss.
Ryan roared, his figure disappearing along with Ina's.
Ao Shang.
I will personally annihilate your Golden Dragon clan. After finishing this task, Ao Shang looked at Yixingchen, waved his hand, and a colorful light rushed out from the destroyed rising dragon abyss. It was none other than the light wheel that had been created at the 9 pillars of Rising Dragon.
I advise you to give up. A life-saving jade pendant appeared in Yixingchen's hand. You can't kill me.
He still had enough mental and spiritual energy left to use once more, so he wasn't afraid.
Don't be nervous.
Ao Shang chuckled softly, letting the halo slowly fly towards the night stars.
Human boy, how about we make a deal?
What deal? Instead of discussing the transaction, Ao Shang began to introduce the light wheel. This halo is a royal artifact.
A royal artifact?
Yixingchen searched his mind but found no relevant information.
Moreover, it's a weapon with growth potential.
If nurtured carefully, it could even become a divine artifact, Ao Shang added.
What do you need me to do?
Yixingchen was indeed tempted. If even the fragments of the divine artifact in his possession could create such a historical echo in this secret realm, then the power of a true divine artifact was simply immeasurable. It's nothing, Ao Shang said slowly, turning his back to the viewer.
See for yourself.
After he finished speaking, his figure turned into specks of light and disappeared.
Speechless, all this convoluted stuff.
Yixingchen looked on, completely bewildered, at the colorful light wheel that floated toward his hand.
Strange, why don't these things disappear?
He only realized something was wrong now, and his consciousness went deep into the star realm to search for them. Those dozen or so ice soul fruits are still there, and haven't disappeared.
It's probably because of the secret realm. Since an SSS-level talent reward was generated out of thin air before, it's reasonable to keep these things now. So, what exactly are you showing me?
Yixingchen carefully examined the halo but found no clues.
Hiss.
Yi Xingqian withdrew his fingers from the light ring blade.
A light touch, and it made a cut. Just then, the halo suddenly shrank and disappeared into the depths of Yi Xingqian's soul.
At the same time, a panel appeared in front of him.
7-colored light wheel. Owner, Night Star. Rank, human-grade king-level weapon upgradable.
Inherent skills: 1. Tripartite cutting, 2. Giant formation, 3. High energy overload.
Usage requirements: cultivation level reached 7th stage.
Effect: increases damage dealt to dragons by 100%. Negative effect: after recognizing a host, the Silver Dragon clan's hatred towards the host increases by 1000%.
Tested and safe to use.
Seeing this attribute panel, Yi Xingqian sighed. I really do have a connection with the dragon race. Mortal weapons, spiritual weapons, soul weapons, and human-level king weapons listed alongside soul weapons. Yellow-grade king-level artifacts, profound-grade king-level artifacts, earth-grade king-level artifacts, heaven-grade king-level artifacts.
Chapter 47: Returning to Yanfeng City. Yanfeng City, Yinlan Plaza.
Yi Xingqian and the others left the secret realm. By this time, Bai Miaomio had already disguised herself again, putting on a hat.
Young Master.
Butler Yun walked quickly to them from a short distance away, glancing at Yi Xingqian with surprise. Bai Miaomio noticed that he was wearing a warm and smooth jade thumb ring on his right thumb. Young Master, when you entered the secret realm, the captain of the dragon hunter group tried to contact you several times but couldn't get through.
It's wonderful that you came out safely.
Butler Yun bowed slightly, his smile as respectful as ever.
Oh, I forgot.
Bai Miaomio glanced at the ring on his hand, her heart sinking, but her voice remained calm.
You don't need to wait for me in Xianxian. We're not going back today.
Alright, then I won't bother you any longer, young master.
Butler Yun didn't say anything more and turned to leave decisively.
Once that figure merged into the crowd, Bai Miaomio finally let out a sigh of relief.
What's wrong?
Yi Xingqian immediately became alert. The ring on his hand is the highest grade of pure heart jade from the Bai family's Lingyu workshop. It is called Imperial Pure Heart Jade, which can not only calm the mind and focus the spirit, but also multiply the efficiency of meditation.
It can actually improve meditation efficiency?
Yi Xingqian was indeed a little surprised when he heard this, as he had never heard of it before. What's the connection between them? He asked, puzzled.
Brother Yi, let's find a place to stay first. Bai Miaomio looked around warily. Xingqian, it's brother Luo and sister Xiao. Ling Yaoyao excitedly reminded them.
Following her pointing finger, Yi Xingqian saw Luo Mingcheng and Xiao Yu waving to them. Yi Xingqian led them over. Brother Luo, sister Xiao, it's been a long time.
Long time no see.
Luo Mingcheng smiled gently, his gaze lingering briefly on Yi Xingqian before a hint of surprise flashed across his face.
He's already at the 2nd tier, 9th level so quickly? Brother Chen's talent is truly astonishing. Wow, impressive.
Brother Yi, it took us almost half a year to advance from the 1st rank to the 9th level of the 2nd rank, Xiao Yu praised sincerely.
Hee, I was lucky, I picked up quite a few bargains in the secret realm.
Yi Xingqian scratched his head and smiled.
Are these two also your contracted beast girls?
Luo Mingcheng turned his gaze to Bai Miaomio, who was wearing a hat, and Bai Xianxian, who was timidly hiding behind Yi Xingqian.
The unique bloodline aura of the beast girl is difficult to completely hide in front of high-level experts. Bai Miaomio's disguise can fool ordinary people, but it cannot fool them. Yes, that's right, Yi Xingqian readily admitted. That needs to be recorded. Xiao Yu didn't forget her job, to protect Yi Xingqian and her contracted beast girl. She immediately took out her tablet and asked, little girls, what are your names? Bai Miaomio, she is my younger sister, Bai Xianxian, Bai Miaomio said somewhat awkwardly. Xiao Yu quickly retrieved the relevant information. An SS rank spirit hunting dog.
It has huge potential. She nodded as she took notes.
However, when her gaze fell on Bai Xianxian's information, her fingers froze instantly. Another F class? Previously, Ling Yaoyao had also transformed from an F-level mutant into a legendary god-level bloodline.
An incredible thought flashed through her mind.
She looked up abruptly, her gaze shifting between Bai Miaomio and Yi Xingqian with surprise and suspicion, her voice lowered. Little brother Yi, could it be that she also? Yes.
Before she could finish speaking, Yi Xingqian nodded, giving an affirmative answer.
Xiao Yu gasped in astonishment.
One person simultaneously contracting 2 god-level beast girls.
Is this reasonable? Let's go.
At this moment, Luo Mingcheng spoke up at the right time, with a gentle smile. We have already arranged accommodations for you, let's settle in first.
The group followed Luo Mingcheng to a secluded and fully equipped luxury villa. Alright, this is your temporary accommodation. Get some rest. Luo Mingcheng handed the keys to Yi Xingchen. We live right next door. If you need anything, just come to us anytime. They asked Bai Miao Miao and Ling Yao Yao for more information before saying goodbye and leaving. Now that there are no outsiders, speak.
Yi Xingchen closed the door, turned to look at Bai Miao Miao, and said with concern. Ling Yao Yao also curiously came closer, blinking her eyes as she waited for what would happen next. Bai Miao Miao took off her hat, her pair of dark jade fox ears drooping slightly due to her low spirits. Even Butler Yun, who has followed my father for more than 10 years, has betrayed us.
She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down.
According to clan rules, only members of the same surname who have made significant contributions to the family are qualified to possess the highest grade of pure heart jade.
Then, is it possible that the family made an exception and bestowed it upon him? Ling Yao Yao interjected. Impossible.
Bai Miao Miao shook her head and explained, the vast majority of the imperial pure heart jade mined from the jade mine will be provided to the country to build the spirit tower.
Only a very small portion flowed into jade families like the Bai family.
She paused, a hint of sarcasm in her voice.
Moreover, its effects will gradually fade over time. How could the family waste such a resource on someone outside the family?
More importantly, Bai Miao Miao's eyes sharpened. I have no doubt about the engravings on the thumb ring. They are the unique mark of Lingyu Workshop, which belongs to my second grandfather's lineage. At this point, her strength seemed to vanish instantly, and her voice trembled with a helpless sob. Now, I'm the only one left in my grandfather's lineage. How can I possibly fight them and take back what belongs to my father?
I really don't know what to do.
Seeing Bai Miao Miao becoming more and more aggrieved as she spoke, her eyes quickly reddening and tears welling up, Yi Xingchen's heart softened, and he immediately stepped forward and gently pulled her into his arms.
Don't be afraid, Miao Miao.
Yi Xingchen's voice was steady and strong, like a reassuring pill.
You're not alone. Have you forgotten that I'm here? Me too. Me too.
Ling Yao Yao immediately chimed in, waving her little fists and shouting with great enthusiasm. Anyone who dares to bully my sisters, I'll punch them away. Leaning against Yi Xingchen's firm embrace, feeling his unwavering support, Bai Miao Miao felt much better. She sobbed softly.
She whispered. Brother Yi, thank you. She then looked at Ling Yao Yao. Thank you too, Sister Yao Yao.
The word sister made Ling Yao Yao overjoyed, and her tail twitched with pride.
As the older sister, that's only right.
Seeing this, Yi Xingchen deliberately put on a stern face and said in a serious tone. Yes, no one can bully you, but Miao Miao, there's something we need to discuss first.
The idea of me marrying into the Bai family is out of the question. This unexpected joke instantly dispelled the somber atmosphere. Oh. Brother Yi, don't tease me.
Bai Miao Miao blushed and buried her head in Yi Xingchen's chest.
That was my previous thought. Strange, aren't we missing someone?
Yi Xingchen realized belatedly.
Where did Wei Wuxian go? Chapter 48 Cultivation.
As night fell, the atmosphere in the living room of the luxurious villa became somewhat somber.
Because a quiet little repairman was left out and ignored for quite a while.
Yi Xingchen gently held Bai Xianxian on his lap, his fingers softly combing her short hair.
Xianxian, I'm sorry.
His voice was very gentle. I was in such a hurry just now that I forgot about you outside. Bai Xianxian nestled in his arms, as quiet as a kitten with its claws tucked in.
This girl is great in every way, except she doesn't like to talk and has a blank expression. The key issue was that she didn't look at him with her eyes when conveying her emotions, which made Yi Xingchen feel very awkward. After a long while, just when he thought he wouldn't get a response, Bai Xianxian spoke a single word in his usual calm tone, bad.
Yi Xingchen was taken aback, then chuckled softly.
Yes, I'm bad.
He followed her words, his fingertips gently touching her fluffy ear.
Then what will it take for Xianxian to forgive me?
Bai Xianxian raised his eyes to look at Yi Xingchen, his red pupils quietly reflecting his handsome face. She seemed to be thinking about this question very seriously. Time passed slowly, and Ling Yao Yao and Bai Miao Miao finished showering in the bathroom and quietly went upstairs without disturbing them. Yi Xingchen continued to wait patiently. Suddenly, he felt the girl in his arms move slightly. She very slowly rested her head against his chest. This subtle movement made Yi Xingchen unconsciously pull his arms even tighter around her. "Are you tired?" he asked. Bai Xianxian gently shook her head in his arms, and after a moment, uttered two words.
Cultivation. Cultivation? Yi Xingchen didn't expect such an answer. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "If you want to cultivate, how about I take you to take a bath first?" "Okay," Bai Xianxian replied softly.
Yi Xingchen led Bai Xianxian to the bathroom, adjusted the water temperature, and turned on the tap.
"Brother." Bai Xianxian tugged at his sleeve from behind. "What's wrong?"
Yi Xingchen turned around, noticing the hesitation in her eyes, and asked.
"Is something on your mind? You can tell me anything."
He took out his phone, opened the Notes app, and handed it to her.
Bai Xianxian shook his head and did not answer the phone.
She paused for a moment, then uttered the longest sentence she had ever spoken.
"Don't dislike Xianxian."
Yi Xingchen instantly understood the girl's concerns. He crouched down to meet her gaze, his tone firm.
"How could I possibly dislike you? It's just a matter of bloodline, that's simple."
Yi Xingchen assured him, "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to elevate you to the god level."
"Do you trust me?" A glint of light flashed in by Xianxian's eyes as he nodded and said, "I believe you."
The next second, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Yi Xingchen's waist, burying her face in his chest.
"Brother, hello? I like Xianxian too."
Yi Xingchen patted her little head, his heart softening. He helped her take off her clothes layer by layer.
He then discovered that Bai Xianxian was even thinner than he had imagined.
Besides being quite large, he could even vaguely see the outline of his ribs. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel sorry for him and softened his movements. Suddenly, he noticed a long, thin scar on Bai Xianxian's back, extending from his shoulder blade to his waist.
"Xianxian, what's that scar on your back?"
Bai Xianxian looked up, his eyes blank, clearly unaware of the situation.
"It seems I'll have to ask Miao Miao later," Yi Xingchen thought. Cultivation.
Bai Xianxian hugged him, interrupting his thoughts.
"All right, let's cultivate."
Yi Xingchen temporarily put aside his doubts, gently carried her into the bathtub, and then got ready to step into the water himself.
Warm water enveloped the two of them, and Yi Xingchen gently wiped her back with a towel. Bai Xianxian seemed to sense something and turned around in the cramped bathtub.
She tilted her head, her clear red eyes filled with curiosity, and her gaze slowly moved downwards.
Tail.
The bathroom was filled with white steam, with only the sound of running water and increasingly heavy breathing echoing in the background. Yi Xingchen looked at the expressionless girl in his arms, feeling somewhat helpless. He seemed to have used up all his strength, lying down on his side and sighing.
Xianxian is really amazing.
Even in this situation, he can still remain calm and composed.
"I want the tail."
Bai Xianxian's eyes revealed something strange, but his tone remained as cold as ever. This appearance, however, only fueled Yi Xingchen's competitive spirit.
He refused to believe that he couldn't break Bai Xianxian's limit of endurance. Second floor.
Bai Miao Miao was wearing a large, oversized t-shirt with the collar slipping off her smooth shoulder. She nestled on the sofa, swinging her fair legs, her fingertips deftly gliding across the tablet screen.
"Sister Yao Yao, look at this. Brother Yi will definitely be unable to take his eyes off it."
Ling Yao Yao glanced at it, her face instantly turning red, and she turned her head away like a startled rabbit.
"No, shameless. This is just a few ropes hanging with 3 pieces of cloth. Drag it away." "What about this one?"
Bai Miao Miao asked with a mischievous grin, swiping to the next item.
Why is there a hole down there? Is this design reasonable?"
Ling Yao Yao's voice trembled as she half covered her face with a pillow, but her eyes couldn't help but glance over again.
"And this one too." Bai Miao Miao excitedly showed off the fishing net outfit. Ling Yao Yao was practically fuming. This doesn't cover anything at all. Turn it off."
She tried to remain calm and raised her voice. "I would never wear something like that."
Bai Miao Miao looked at her flushed face and deliberately dragged out her sigh.
Fine, since Sister Yao Yao is so annoying, I guess I'll just have to buy it myself."
"But if Brother Yi only praises me, don't regret it, okay?" Etc. Upon hearing this, Ling Yao Yao reacted as if a switch had been flipped.
Her little dragon tail whirled around the tablet, and her fingers, with a defiant force, rapidly tapped across the screen.
"Add all the clothes I just criticized to my shopping cart." "Humph."
She shoved the tablet back into Bai Miao Miao's arms, crossed her arms, raised her chin, and raised her voice to hide her racing heartbeat.
Little Miao Miao's aesthetic sense needs improvement.
Bai Miao Miao was taken aback at first, then looked at the 3 sizes added to her shopping cart and smiled brightly.
Yes, sister is right.
Seeing her successful smile, Ling Yaoyao realized that she had fallen for the other party's provocation and angrily threw the pillow at her. I only just realized that someone's previous pitiful act was all an act.
You. A cunning fox.
You can't say that. Bai Miao Miao snatched the pillow and laughed. At least it wasn't an act before the contract, and now brother Yi really likes his little wife, hee.
Watch my tickling technique.
Ling Yaoyao pounced over.
He. I was wrong.
Bai Miao Miao quickly begged for forgiveness, her laughter like silver bells. She suddenly realized that having brother Yi as a friend, and also having a sister she could joke around with and who could occasionally stand up for her, made her really happy. In truth, she knew that if she were still at the F rank, no matter how strong she was, she would never have been able to let go like this. All these changes were because of the contract she made with brother Yi. After declaring her status as the first wife, Ling Yaoyao finally lowered her hand.
Humph. If there's a next time, I'll have Xingqian teach you a lesson.
I wouldn't dare, Bai Miao Miao said, but secretly she was looking forward to Yi Xingqian's teaching her a lesson.
Just then, Bai Miao Miao's fox ears twitched slightly. Sister Yao Yao, have you heard any strange noises?
She listened intently and faintly caught a very subtle, pleasant whimper coming from the first floor. Ling Yaoyao instantly understood, a sly smile appearing on her face as if she'd gotten away with something. Looks like someone got beaten to it again. Bai Miao Miao realized what was happening belatedly, and her face instantly turned bright red. She pouted and hugged the pillow in her arms tighter.
I'm not in a hurry. Chapter 49. Help me kill someone. It was getting late at night.
Yi Xingqian leaned against the headboard, scrolling through his phone, while Bai Xianxian drifted off to sleep in his arms.
Click. The sound of the door opening rang out.
Ling Yaoyao, wearing a thin nightgown, rubbed her sleepy eyes and came in with a touch of laziness.
Where's Miao Miao?
Yi Xingqian looked up and asked softly. She's still watching a show, saying she'll come up to sleep later. Ling Yaoyao noticed Bai Xianxian sleeping, tiptoed onto the bed, and quietly crawled to Yi Xingqian's side.
Sister Xianxian looks so sweet while she's sleeping. Ling Yaoyao tilted her head and gently poked Bai Xianxian's soft cheek with her fingertip. Then, she turned to Yi Xingqian and pretended to be fierce. Xingqian, can't you be a little gentler? Xianxian doesn't have divine bloodline, her physique isn't as good as ours, this will be too much for her. Ling Yaoyao couldn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy towards her second younger sister. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Yi Xingqian chuckled and patted her little bottom, then changed the subject.
Yao, do you want to start cultivating now and advance to the next stage?
He felt that he had enough ice soul fruit in his hand. At the very least, it would increase his progress by several hundred points.
Wait a minute, take a few days to rest.
Ling Yaoyao immediately hugged his arm tightly and rubbed against him with a look of enjoyment.
The exhaustion of cultivation far outweighed the joy. If it's not pure pleasure, then the pleasure is not pure. She needs to relax for a few days before talking about it. Okay, I'll give you a few days off.
Yi Xingqian nodded and agreed to her request. With a sudden thought, he began to take stock of what he had gained from this journey to the secret realm. I acquired 3 weapons, including a spirit weapon called the Silver Dragon Spear, but unfortunately it didn't come with any special skills, it was just powerful enough. Some of the unfamiliar books are most likely the cultivation techniques and martial arts of the Dragon Blood Body Forging sect, which he cannot use. A mysterious fire poker, all it has to do is hard, and no special functions have been discovered yet. A 7-colored light wheel, but it's not usable yet. A fragment of a divine artifact, suspected of being able to control time.
The number of SSS-level talent cores has also reached 2.
That 5th-tier magic crystal will probably boost his cultivation level by a significant amount.
There are 2 saplings left, one of which is currently of unknown purpose. It still needs diligent watering to produce ice soul fruit. By the way, Yi Xingqian's consciousness entered the star realm and arrived at an ice field. Before us, the ice soul sapling had already grown to 3 meters tall. Growing so fast?
Yi Xingqian observed its changes with surprise, keenly sensing something different about the star realm.
Why is there a faint spiritual aura? Where did it come from?
The scene shifts, and Yi Xingqian arrives at the place where he left his things, only to find that all the spirit crystals he had obtained are gone.
I see.
It seems I need to buy more spirit crystals to store in the star realm. Yi Xingqian was thinking about creating a world full of spiritual energy in the future, and then cultivating various spiritual plants, so that he could afford to raise more divine beast girls. When he came to his senses, he found that Ling Yaoyao had fallen asleep with her arms wrapped around his. His phone screen was lit up, and he clicked on the trending topics. The declining proportion of high-quality beast tamers in recent years has sparked social discussion, with many single beast girls expressing their willingness to lower contract requirements. A month ago, an unidentified creature attacked the Great Xia Station in the far south. There have been no casualties so far. Recently, the World Beast Taming Federation released a paper about the secrets of beast girls' bloodlines, causing panic. Yi Xingqian noticed a trending topic about beast girl bloodlines and clicked on it out of curiosity. Why do human females possess bloodline characteristics so distinct from those of males? The story begins with a profound question, causing Yi Xingqian to frown slightly before continuing to read. Research indicates that a small segment of the vertebrae in the human female spine is the source of various blood vessels. However, the mechanism by which it generates blood vessels is not yet known. This has sparked discussions across society, whether some individual or organization might capture high-level beast girls for transplantation or other experiments. The American Transplant Laboratory conducted transplant experiments on 40 pairs of volunteers. More than 30 pairs experienced severe rejection reactions, and the remaining 10 pairs, while normal, lost all their bloodline characteristics. Therefore, there is no need to panic. With the current technology on Earth, there is no possibility of transferring bloodlines after transplantation. Transplantation. Yi Xingqian's eyes narrowed as he thought of the scar on Bai Xianxian's back. Perhaps it's an injury. He looked at his phone again and clicked on a trending topic. It's about deciphering the script, then deciphering some techniques based on those scripts, and simplifying them into a completely new, universal technique based on the principles within. The Great Xia dynasty also plans to pilot the program in various colleges and universities first. At this moment, Bai Miaomiao sat in the courtyard on the first floor, tightly holding a cold token in her hand. The organization secretly cultivated by the father. Kill the temple. She used to think it was a joke her father was playing on her. After all, how could such a plot from a novel possibly happen in real life? Until one day, she accidentally infused it with spiritual power, and someone actually came to see her. She enjoyed the breeze in the courtyard for a while. Finally, a black figure nimbly leaped over the wall and respectfully knelt on one knee. She was tall and graceful, and a black bodysuit perfectly accentuated her curves. "Miss." A clear voice rang out. "Xinzhu," Bai Miaomiao sighed, "I already told you that you don't need to bow to me." "Hee, it's been so long since I've seen you, miss, I forgot." Xinzhu stood up with an embarrassed smile, revealing a delicate and pretty face, but her big eyes were surrounded by heavy dark circles. She took off her hood, and her long white hair fell naturally over her shoulders. A pair of black, round ears on her head twitched slightly. "Why are you so late this time?" Bai Miaomiao asked with concern. Xinzhu scratched her head, "I've been captured." Bai Miaomiao sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation, only then remembering that brother Luo and sister Xiao were protecting them next door. "They didn't do anything to you, did they?" No. Xinzhu quickly shook her head, her eyes shining as she excitedly gestured, "They are good people, and they gave me lots and lots of cookies." Bai Miaomiao looked at her like this and hesitated whether or not to send her on the mission. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath, her eyes became serious, and she softly called out, "Green bamboo. Here." Xinzhu immediately straightened up, her expression instantly turning serious, and a certain exaggerated part of her body trembled slightly. Bai Miaomiao looked directly into her eyes, lowered her voice, and said, word by word, "Help me kill someone. Chapter 50. You are all my little wings." Watching Xinzhu leave, Bai Miaomiao's eyes flashed with a cold light as she stood up to go back to her room to sleep. The manager of the jewelry store under his own name actually colluded with outsiders to harm him. This is unforgivable. And cloud management services must also pay the price. "What are you doing, Miao Miao?" "Ah." A familiar, magnetic voice came from behind, startling Bai Miaomiao so much that she froze, and all 9 of her tails stood up straight. "Brother Yi. Brother Yi." Bai Miaomiao turned around mechanically. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I can't sleep without someone." Yi Xingqian smiled and picked up the 4-meter-tall lowly in his arms. "Miao Miao, what are you doing behind my back?" No. "Ah." Just as Bai Miaomiao was about to argue, Yi Xingqian slapped her little bottom with his big hand.
Not going to talk?
Yi Xingchen made a move to take another picture. Bai Miao's face turned red, and she quickly covered her bottom, her voice tinged with a soft sob. I'll talk, brother Yi, please put me down first. Yi Xingchen didn't put her down, but carried her back to the room on the first floor and pressed her onto the bed. Speak. Bai Miao didn't dare to look directly into his eyes, so she turned her head away to explain to him. It's like this. The God-slaying temple, an organization specializing in martial arts. Yi Xingchen quickly digested the information she was given.
He looked at Bai Miao with a puzzled expression and asked, then why don't you and Xian practice? We wanted to too, but we tried and it just didn't work. Bai Miao shook her head. If they could really practice, she probably wouldn't have met Brother Yi. Besides, martial arts training is boring and tedious, how can it compare to the pleasure of dating Brother Yi? I imagined her cheeks burning hot, as if they were on a fever. So organizations that focus solely on martial arts training have existed for a long time. Yi Xingchen recalled the trending topic about the martial arts pilot program earlier. It is estimated that the pilot program was started in preparation for the impending crisis. However, practicing that technique has side effects. Men can no longer use their defensive power, and women can no longer use their bloodline power. They only retain the characteristics of beast girls. There's another question, Yi Xingchen asked seriously. What happened to the wound on Xianxian's back?
Bai Miao was taken aback, then fell into her memories and said, actually, Xianxian and I are not biological sisters.
Not their biological children? I see. That explains why the two of them don't look alike at all. Bai Miao nodded, then continued. This is what my parents told me.
They said that Wei Wuxian was found. When she was about 1 year old, she was put in a basket and abandoned in a forest.
She already had this wound on her back at that time. Yi Xingchen understood and asked again, did your parents mention where that forest is? They didn't say.
Bai Miao shook her head, her tone somewhat regretful.
I see.
Yi Xingchen sighed helplessly, and could only wait until later to slowly investigate Xianxian's background.
Brother Yi.
Bai Miao suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes earnest with a hint of pleading, please be kind to Xianxian.
Don't worry.
Yi Xingchen smiled gently, brushed her long hair behind her, and then stroked her pretty face, which was like a small apple. You are all my little wings, and I will definitely take good care of you.
Thank you, Brother Yi. Let's go back upstairs to sleep.
Bai Miao met his burning gaze.
Miao, it's getting late. Why not enjoy this wonderful time? Yi Xingchen reminded her. Brother Yi, not today, I'm on my period.
Bai Miao shyly tried to push Yi Xingchen away, but found that he was unmoved.
Furthermore, some things fell off Yi Xingchen's body. Bai Miao instantly understood. Brother Yi, you bad guy, how could you do this? Slightly. Drink, it's this big. Bai Miao's eyes widened, she was genuinely quite shocked. She raised her hand and compared it to the other side. It was clear that Yi Xingchen's palm was a whole size larger than his own. Let me help you relax your back. Yi Xingchen turned her around and reached out to massage her. This allowed Bai Miao's back muscles to relax, relieving the fatigue from her travels through the secret realm over the past few days. Not fully relaxing can lead to health problems. Night. Brother Night is so naughty. It itches. It's so itchy. He. Oh, Early in the morning, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen on the second floor. Yi Xingchen got up early, put on her apron, and prepared breakfast for the little ones. Why do I seem to have become a nanny? He chuckled helplessly as he flipped the fried eggs. My life shouldn't be like this. In Yi Xingchen's imagination, his future life would naturally be surrounded by lolas, and he would be served to his heart's content morning, noon, and night. Unfortunately, none of the three little beast girls can cook, so his wish has been dashed. Thinking back to his past life, when his mother was still alive, he never ate cold food. The refrigerator was stocked with various ingredients. Yi Xingchen baked some bread, fried some eggs, and put 3 bottles of thick milk on the trolley before pushing it into the bedroom. Time to eat. Yi Xingchen drew back the curtains, and the dimly lit room instantly became bright. The 3 little girls remained completely still. Sigh. Yi Xingchen picked up Ling Yaoyao first and let her sit in his lap. Stop pretending to be asleep, I just saw your tail move. Yi Xingchen chuckled and patted her little bottom. Ouch.
Ling Yaoyao cried out in pain, turned her head and opened her mouth to bite his shoulder. Fortunately, Yi Xingchen had experience and pinched her cheek.
Brush your teeth. Yi Xingchen casually shoved a toothbrush with toothpaste onto Ling Yaoyao's mouth. Ling Yaoyao reluctantly started brushing her teeth. Rinse your mouth,
Yi Xingchen said sternly, handing the water glass to her lips and waiting for her to obediently rinse her mouth before putting it down. He then used the same method to invite the remaining two little girls to come up with him.
Xingchen, you didn't play with me last night.
Ling Yaoyao puffed out her cheeks, her tone tinged with jealousy.
Yi Xingchen didn't respond to her question, but handed her a bottle of thick breast milk, asking, "Do you want some thick breast milk?"
Ling Yaoyao remembered what she had seen when she secretly went downstairs that night, and shook her head like a rattledrum. No, no.
I'll just eat bread and eggs. Then give it to Miao Miao.
Yi Xingchen reached out and handed it to Bai Miao Miao.
No way. Ling Yaoyao immediately snatched it away. Aren't there still 2 bottles left? Why are you in such a hurry, sister?
Bai Miao Miao smiled and moved over to take the other bottle, though her movements were a little slow.
I'm not in a hurry. Ling Yaoyao quickly denied. It's just thick milk, right? I can drink it too.
Bai Xianxian quietly munched on her bread, blinked her eyes in confusion, and then stretched out her small hand to Yi Xingchen, thick breasts.
Chapter 51 Undercurrents. In the Star Realm. Bai Miao Miao's favorability plus 22.
Bai Miao Miao's favorability rating has been raised to By Your Life, for your sake 109-200.
Bai Xianxian's favorability plus 30.
Bai Xianxian's favorability rating increased to By His Life and Death 107-200.
Ha! Yi Xingchen was taken aback. Why was it only being broadcast now? He expressed his disgust at the system's lazy behavior. I wonder what will happen if I raise the favorability to 200.
He had previously discovered that Ling Yaoyao's favorability rating was actually still slowly increasing after it reached 100, but the system stopped announcing it.
It's time to break through to a higher realm.
Yi Xingchen took out the 5th-tier magic crystal and put it in his mouth.
The magic crystal instantly melted, transforming into a surge of pure energy that flowed into the body. Holy crap!
Yi Xingchen felt a splitting pain all over his body, and his skin turned red and showed signs of peeling. Wisps of black mist emerged from his mouth, and his aura rose accordingly. Second order, 10 stages. Third order, 1 stage. Third order, 6 stage. It wasn't over yet. His skin began to slowly ooze black substances, and the intense pain made his eyes bloodshot.
Third level 7th Dan. Third level 8th Dan. Splash!
The stream of spiritual energy that had flowed through his mind like a river surged and expanded, eventually breaking through to the spirit river realm.
Third rank, 9th Dan. Third rank, 10th Dan. The final stage was the 4th level, 1st stage. That's a leap across 2 entire realms. Phew, I must have broken through too quickly. I need to proceed step by step next time.
Yi Xingchen collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He hadn't expected it to be so painful this time. He washed the stains off his body with water, changed into clean clothes, and then left the star realm. As soon as I stepped out of the star realm, I saw 2 little beast girls chatting animatedly on the sofa.
Does your butt still hurt? Ling Yaoyao's voice was a mix of curiosity and embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Bai Miao Miao raised an eyebrow and looked at Ling Yaoyao with slight surprise. Haven't you tried it, Sister Yaoyao?
Of course. Ling Yaoyao exclaimed, as if her tail had been stepped on. She immediately raised her voice, put her hands on her hips, and said confidently.
Everyone's feelings are different, I'm just asking, just asking. Oh, Bai Miao Miao drawled out the last syllable, a knowing smile playing on her lips, without revealing anything.
She felt a little secretly pleased. In any case, in a sense, she also received Yi Gige's first time. What have you tried? Yi Xingchen's voice suddenly rang out from behind them.
Ah!
The two were startled by the sudden sound and turned their heads sharply.
Brother!
On the other side, Bai Xianxian, who had been sitting quietly, saw Yi Xingchen appear, called out in a cool tone, wagged her tail, rushed forward, and hugged him. Xingchen, you scared me to death. Ling Yaoyao patted her chest and quickly changed the subject, exclaiming in surprise, you broke through.
Brother Yi has broken through?
Bai Miao Miao was so shocked that she couldn't speak after observing the aura on Yi Xingchen's body that was not yet fully contained. 4th level, 1st stage. She clearly remembered that just last night, Brother Yi had said that he had only recently awakened. An 18-year-old 4th level first-class athlete.
What is its gold content? Looking across history, you can't find a single one like it on the entire planet.
Yes, I made a slight breakthrough. Yi Xingchen nodded, his tone calm.
Bai Miao Miao quickly suppressed her shock, remembered the important matter, and hurriedly said,
Brother Yi, I just received news that Bai Buqing, the one who seized most of my father's assets, plans to hold an auction this afternoon at a black market in the suburbs.
There should be a lot of good stuff. She looked at Yi Xingchen and added, Brother Yi, if you want to go, I can get you an invitation. A black market? Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Isn't that kind of place illegal?
It's illegal, Bai Miao Miao explained, but it's been tacitly approved.
Whether they approve or not, as long as it's illegal, it's easy to handle. A glint flashed in Yi Xingchen's eyes as he conceived a bold idea.
At the same time, in the secret chamber of the Li family in Yanfeng City. In the dim light, 8 figures sat around a long table, arguing fiercely.
Brother-in-law, I think it would be better to reconsider this matter, a middle-aged man with a mustache advised the long-haired middle-aged man in the main seat.
Bai Xianqing's daughter has clearly climbed the social ladder. To mess with her at this critical juncture is like provoking a tyrant.
I agree with Brother Bai's opinion.
An elderly man with white hair chimed in, his tone steady. It would be unwise to act rashly without knowing the other party's background.
Bang!
No sooner had he finished speaking than a burly man next to him slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting angrily, You two cowards, how can you be so sure she's climbed the social ladder? He pointed at the man with the mustache who had just spoken. If you ask me, with Bai Buqing's trashy F-grade bloodline, which big shot would actually look at her? That's right, she clearly stuck it on herself. Stop spreading rumors.
The effeminate man next to her chimed in. Another tall, thin middle-aged man stood up with a sneer and retorted, Chang Wang, Fan Tong, of course you're not in a hurry. This operation doesn't require your two families to contribute, so it's easy for you to talk without knowing the consequences.
All right. Li Dengfeng, sitting in the main seat, finally spoke, interrupting them. Yun Luo, tell me about what happened at Silver Dragon Square back then.
At the very end, an old man stood up. It was none other than the former butler Yun.
Yes, Bai Xianqing's daughter, Bai Miao Miao, did come out with the boy I was talking about. But I suspect it was Bai Xianqing's other daughter, Bai Xian, who caught the young man's eye, and that's probably how they got involved. After listening, Li Dengfeng's brows remained furrowed, and his fingers continued to tap unconsciously on the table. He then turned his gaze to Bai Buqing again. We have all the other fragments under our control, except for the last one in her hands.
What are you planning to do about this? We can't keep dragging this on.
A ruthless glint flashed in Bai Buqing's eyes as he lowered his voice and suggested, in that case, why don't we send a group of assassins to test the waters first? Even if we make a mistake and the other side notices, they won't be able to trace it back to us.
Li Dengfeng pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded, Okay, do as you say, just be careful to keep your hands and feet clean.
He then raised his head, looked around at everyone present, and his tone became serious.
In addition, this afternoon's auction is of great importance and cannot afford any mistakes.
That distinguished guest will personally bring a batch of new goods. His gaze finally settled on Chang Wang, the burly man who had just slammed his fist on the table. The security and hosting of this auction will be handled by your Cheng family.
Any questions?
Of course, no problem.
Chang Wang laughed heartily and agreed.
There are pictures below.
Chapter 52 Heading to the Bai family.
Bai Miao Miao lay comfortably on the sofa, arching her buttocks and raising her 9 tails higher so that Yi Xingchen could easily comb them.
Why is your butt sticking up so high?
Ling Yaoyao pouted slightly as she sat opposite her. She raised her tail and hugged it to herself.
It feels so comfortable.
It's so soft, and there's even a tuft of downy hair at the tip of my tail. But Xingchen clearly preferred the fox's 9 tails, humph.
Sister Yao Yao, think of it the other way around. Don't you have 2 more horns than me?
Bai Miao Miao smiled, her expression meaningful.
You don't need to tell me. Ling Yaoyao proudly raised her chin, her mood instantly turning from gloomy to sunny. Indeed, Xingchen loves holding my dragon horns.
But wow, my 9 tails are very flexible.
Bai Miao Miao's 9 tails swayed up and down. Don't move.
Yi Xingchen felt an itch on her neck and grabbed all 9 of her tails at once.
Ugh.
Bai Miao Miao's face flushed instantly, and she wiggled her little bottom uncomfortably. Brother Yi, don't catch them all at once, it feels really weird to me.
Her tail is the second most sensitive spot on her body. First, it has fox ears, don't get the wrong idea. Yi Xingchen picked up the little fox. By the way, Miao Miao is a little shorter than Yao Yao, but she is rounder overall. There's still a cute little bit of soft flesh on her lower belly. Miao Miao, do you usually eat a lot? Yi Xingchen chuckled and pinched her little belly. It's so soft, it feels really good. Brother Yi is so annoying. By Miao Miao turned around and broke free from his embrace. She said with a hint of reproach, don't you know it's very impolite to say that a girl has a big appetite? As she spoke, she leaned back on the sofa armrest and lifted her leg. Help me put on my stockings. When you ask me for help, remember to add the words, please, my husband. After giving her instructions, Yi Xingchen put the white silk on her feet. From this angle, you can also see a playful little expression on her white panties below her skirt. W. Nightstar gently lifted the stockings up to her thigh, creating small bulges on them. The little feet wrapped in white silk were like tiny, milky white ice cream cones, making him hold them in his hands, reluctant to let go. Xingchen, you didn't even help me put on my stockings. Ling Yao Yao immediately jumped over. Ouch, you stepped on my tail. Bai Miao Miao pulled her foot away from Yi Xingchen's hand, quickly moved back, hugged her tail, and blew on it. What, are you jealous? Yi Xingchen looked at Ling Yao Yao with amusement. I didn't. I just felt it was unfair. Ling Yao Yao shook her head in denial. She paused, remembering what he had just said. So she leaned back on the sofa, raised her feet, and said coquettishly, husband, please help me put on my stockings. All right. Yi Xingchen smiled helplessly. Little dragon girl's jealousy was always brewed at just the right moment. He not only doesn't dislike it, he actually quite likes it. This added a lot of fun to his dull and monotonous cultivation life. Yi Xingchen grasped the pair of tender feet that had bullied him countless times and took out a pair of black stockings. Yao Yao's legs are even more slender and well-proportioned, and paired with black stockings, they are just like rich dark chocolate, making people's appetites whetted. Ling Yao Yao stomped her foot, turned around, and looked down at Bai Miao Miao. You little rascal, you'll never be as good as me. Bai Miao Miao rolled her eyes at her, stepped into her shoes, stood up, and straightened her skirt. Brother Yi, let's go. She also needs to go home to prepare some things and visit her grandfather. Ha? Yi Xingchen was taken aback, stood up, and asked, are we just going like this? Bai Miao Miao rubbed her face against Yi Xingchen's arm. Anyway, with Brother Yi here, I'm not scared anymore. Is your grandfather fierce? Yi Xingchen asked tentatively. He was a little worried. What if Bai Miao Miao's grandfather saw that he had taken both of his granddaughters at the same time and jumped out of his hospital bed and beat him to death? Giggle. Bai Miao Miao covered her mouth and giggled, so Brother Yi can be scared too. Nonsense. Yi Xingchen retorted, how could I be afraid? He turned around and looked at Bai Xian, who was pretending to be invisible on the sofa. Xian, lift your leg, brother will help you put on your shoes. Bai Xian tilted her head, remembering what Yi Xingchen had said earlier. Husband, she said softly, her eyes fixed on him as if asking herself if she had done the right thing. Yi Xingchen's heart skipped a beat at the calm and indifferent husband. What a delightful little guy. Xian is such a good girl. Yi Xingchen patted her little head, and the latter squinted her eyes comfortably. He then reached out and grasped Bai Xian's slender ankle. It's cold. It resembles white jade, incredibly delicate. Yi Xingchen softened her movements and carefully put the white socks on her feet and put them into her shoes. Throughout the entire process, Bai Xian watched her quietly, without moving, only her slightly thinner, fluffy little tail behind her swayed gently. Brother Yi is so gentle with Xian. Bai Miao Miao nudged Ling Yao Yao, who was already wearing her shoes and standing to the side, with her elbow. Don't you think so, Sister Yao Yao? I won't be jealous of Xian. Ling Yao Yao answered decisively this time. Sai, why can't Sister Yao Yao treat me like this? Bai Miao Miao pretended to be aggrieved, with a playful tone at the end. Suddenly, the screen in her hand lit up. Bai Miao Miao straightened her expression and reminded Yi Xingchen, who was still tuning the piano with her younger sister. Brother Yi, the car has arrived, we should go now. The four tidied themselves up again and left the villa. A luxury car was parked at the entrance, and the driver had been waiting outside for a long time. Miss, please get in the car. A young driver respectfully opened the car door. Are you new here? Bai Miao Miao was taken aback when she saw the unfamiliar face. Where's Uncle Fu?
Miss, you can call me Xiao Lu, the young driver explained. Uncle Fu had to go back to his hometown on urgent business, so I will be the one to pick up and drop off Miss from now on.
Oh, I see.
Bai Miao nodded, then looked at Yi Xingchen, and the two exchanged a glance. Yi Xingchen shook his head almost imperceptibly.
Let's get in the car. Don't keep Xiao Lu waiting.
The four people boarded the car one after another. The car was spacious, and the sofa opposite them was empty and no one sat down. Ling Yaoyao and Bai Miao sat down next to Yi Xingchen on either side, while Yi Xingchen held Bai Xianxian in his arms.
The vehicle started smoothly and merged into the traffic.
However, the street scene outside the window did not lead to the familiar prosperity, but instead became increasingly remote and desolate.
Bai Miao asked, feigning confusion. Hey driver, where are you taking us? Aren't we going back to the Bai family's place? Why does it seem more and more desolate?
Chapter 53: The Panda Girl's Terrifying Strength.
Meanwhile, in the dense forest beside the highway. Everyone, perk up. We're almost there.
An old man lay in ambush in the grass, whispering instructions to the assassins on either side. These assassins were all paired up, one male and one female, and there were 10 pairs in total. Butler Yun rubbed the jade thumb ring on his hand, feeling uneasy.
There was no other way. This was a necessary pledge of allegiance for surrendering.
He had already made up his mind to wait until Bai Miao and the others passed by. He ordered the suicide squad to charge, while he quickly ran away. These female assassins only have B grade and C grade bloodlines, but all of them have reached the 4th rank. Basically, Bai Buqing and another family had raised him from childhood. Looking at his own team's lineup, the cloud manager breathed a slight sigh of relief.
On the other side, there's only one SS level by Xianxian and one Ling Yaoyao of unknown bloodline level worth noting. There's one F rank and one Beastmaster left, not enough to be feared.
Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. This person was wearing a bronze mask.
What are you doing? Who? Butler Yun stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Who are you?
He quickly steadied himself and let his old woman emerge from the spiritual contract space. At the same time, all the assassins stared at the other side warily.
Me?
The bronze-masked man pointed to himself and laughed, just someone passing through here. Butler Yun slowly stood up, and upon sensing that the other party only possessed the strength of the 3rd rank, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, a mere tier 3 dares to. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't utter a sound. Because he saw that the bronze-masked man had taken off his mask, and a hideous ghost face had grown out of his face.
You, what kind of monster are you? Butler Yun's throat bobbed, and he slowly took a step back. Old man.
His beast girl rushed to him, but it was too late. The moment the Cloud Butler's eyes lost their original luster, the bronze-masked man grabbed his throat.
Don't move, or I'll kill him.
The bronze-masked man put his mask back on and warned the crowd.
I'm just asking a question.
Butler Yun was lifted up, his face turning red.
Did you ambush Bai Xianxing's daughter?
The old woman with cat ears was taken aback and didn't know how to answer for a moment.
What if I answer no? She asked.
The bronze-masked man tightened his grip and said sternly, then he must die.
Wait. We're ambushing Bai Xianxing's daughter.
She'll be passing through here soon. Seeing that Butler Yun was about to suffocate, the old woman didn't care anymore and revealed the whole plan.
Poof. The bronze-masked man snorted coldly and threw Butler Yun to the ground. That's fine, we have the same goal.
He opened his arms, gave them a gentle smile, and gestured for them to relax.
I mean you no harm. Cough cough. Butler Yun coughed violently a few times before finally catching his breath.
He dared not act rashly in the face of this mysterious man's strange methods. Old man, the cat-eared old woman looked at him hesitantly.
Never mind.
Butler Yun waved his hand, feeling a sense of fear towards the bronze-masked man's bizarre methods. Click click click. Just then, the bronze-masked man paused, then slowly turned around. Behind them stood a beast girl, about 1.7 meters tall, with dark circles under her eyes and wearing a white hoodie. She was still crunching on a cookie as she slowly walked over. The bronze-masked man instantly became alert. He hadn't even noticed when the beast girl had appeared.
Do you want a cookie?
Seeing that he was staring at her, Shin Xingzhu took out a bag of bear-shaped biscuits from her pocket.
Here, take it. The bronze-masked man didn't reply.
After observing the other party for a while, he realized that the other party was only at the 4th level. And judging by appearance alone, it seems to have panda blood. Although this bloodline is rare, without exception, all those who have appeared have been F grade. So he lowered his guard, took off his mask, and tried to repeat his old trick. Shin Shinju tilted her head in confusion, then frowned.
Now.
The bronze-masked man activated his power, and his ghostly face undulated violently. The moment Shin Shinju lost her focus, he reached out and rushed forward.
Just the next second. Bang!
The bronze-masked man's head was pressed firmly to the ground by a hand.
Are you the demon my master spoke of?
Shin Shinju asked excitedly, looking curiously at the bronze-masked man below. Damn it, come help me, the bronze-masked man cursed angrily. He was filled with doubt and apprehension. He had never failed once when using the power of this demon-faced monster.
Old man, what should we do?
The cat-eared old lady looked at Butler Yun again.
Ignore him, let's go. Butler Yun seized the opportunity to order his men to leave. He could easily understand the principle that when gods fight, mortals suffer. He could find another opportunity to kill by Miao Miao next time. You can't leave.
Shin Shinju forcefully tore off the ghost mask that was growing on the bronze-faced man's face, and took out a jar to put the ghost mask inside. Then, with the agility of a swallow, he quickly snapped the necks of all the assassins who tried to escape and threw them together.
Little girl, what do you mean by this?
Butler Yun was equally shocked by her strength. The assassins present were powerless to resist. Even if she were an SSS-class beast girl, she might not be able to do it, let alone the fact that the other party's bloodline is only an F-class panda. Oh, Shin Shinju said calmly, my young lady wants me to kill you.
I don't think I've ever met your young lady before.
We have no grudge against each other, so you. Before Butler Yun could finish speaking, a fist came flying at me.
Boom! My young lady is by Miao Miao.
Upon hearing this, the cloud housekeeper's eyes widened suddenly.
By Miao Miao, how does she have such a powerful subordinate? No one can answer this question for him. Click.
A crisp cracking sound rang out, and Butler Yun's entire face collapsed. He didn't even let out a scream.
Old man. Cat Ears finally reacted and activated his skill.
A pair of sharp catclaw phantoms appeared, carrying raging flames, and fiercely attacked Shin Shinju. Almost simultaneously, Shin Shinju unleashed a palm strike at the cat-eared old woman beside her. The fiery claw attack was instantly blasted away by the force of the fist. With a thud, the cat-eared old lady was slammed to the ground. The old cat-eared woman never understood until her death that she, with her 5th-tier strength, would be defeated by a 4th-tier F-rank panda girl.
Phew, all done.
Shin Shinju clapped her hands, a pure smile blooming on her face. Miss will definitely praise me, hee hee. Dark place. Watching this makes me want to learn martial arts too. Xiaoyu watched Shin Shinju take down enemies with one punch and felt a longing in her heart.
I advise you to abandon this unrealistic idea. Luo Mingcheng shook his head and smiled. The opponent is a martial arts prodigy, 1 in 10,000. If an ordinary person were to practice martial arts, the highest level they could achieve at the same level would only be that of a B-rank beast girl. Then he looked at the jar Shin Shinju was holding, and his expression became somewhat solemn. Why are these otherworldly demons appearing more and more frequently? There are pictures below. Chapter 54. It's a pity she's not a loli. On the other side, the young driver also led Yi Xingchen onto the desolate road in this dense forest. Are you one of Bai Bucheng's men? Yi Xingchen asked calmly. The driver slowly brought the car to a stop. Heh, he sneered. He's practically a dead man. Don't ask so many questions. Are you that confident?
Yi Xingchen stroked Bai Xianxian's beast ears in his arms, causing her to involuntarily tighten her arms and bury her face even deeper.
Ha 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 ha. The driver laughed loudly and opened the car door. Target reached, come out.
After a moment of silence, there was no response, only the faint smell of blood carried by the wind entered his nostrils.
Where is he? Come out now.
The driver shouted again, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him.
Hey, Manager Yun. He didn't believe it and raised his voice again. This time, he was met only with a few startled cries from birds. What's your reliance? Yi Xingchen and the other 3 got out of the car one after another. I. The driver's voice weakened, and his initial momentum plummeted. Boom!
A loud explosion came from the dense forest, followed by a figure clapping his hands and emerging from it.
Hey!
The man looked at Yi Xingchen and his group, paused for a moment in confusion, and then exclaimed excitedly,
Miss!
The driver's heart skipped a beat, but he still turned around at the sound. Then, a panda-themed girl, her face, hands, and clothes covered in blood, ran over with a beaming smile. He was immediately filled with fear and quickly summoned his beast girl.
Capture that beast tamer.
While speaking, he unleashed his full power, channeling all his talents into his beast girl.
What if we don't exist? Ling Yaoyao didn't even use any skills before kicking out.
Before the beast girl could even scream, she was kicked into a bloody mist that splashed onto the driver's face.
It's over.
As a thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xingqian swung his spear, ending his life.
Miss, is this the young master?
Shin Xingju jogged over and asked curiously.
Mum.
Bai Miao Miao nodded, took out a handkerchief, and offered it to the other person to wipe the blood off their face. But she was too tall for me to reach.
How did you get here? Oh. Shin Xingju said, wiping the blood from her face with a handkerchief. The butler Yun you asked me to kill is over here. So that's how it is. Bai Miao Miao gritted her teeth angrily. Bai Buchun had completely broken off relations with her. Miao Miao, what's this? Yi Xingqian asked. Hello, young master. My name is Shin Xingju. I'm here to protect Mississippi.
You can call me Xingju from now on. Before Bai Miao Miao could speak, Shin Xingju began to introduce herself.
Young master, would you like some cookies?
She pulled a bag of bear-shaped cookies from her pocket and waved it in front of Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian was speechless.
What was with that look in her eyes, like she was feeding a small animal? Thank you, but no need. Doesn't the son-in-law like them?
Shin Xingju put the cookies away with some disappointment.
Then his expression brightened, and he took out a cute hakini wood carving. Son-in-law, this is for you. Her black ears twitched, and her large eyes, framed by dark circles, shone brightly, as if she were eagerly anticipating Yi Xingqian's reaction. Thank you, I really like this gift.
Yi Xingqian smiled helplessly and accepted the hakini wood carving.
Hee, as long as the son-in-law likes it.
Shin Xingju said with a silly smile. It's a pity she's not a loli, she would be so cute if she were. Such a silly and gluttonous personality is truly rare. Yi Xingqian secretly lamented the loss.
Let's go.
Since there was no driver available, Yi Xingqian had to drive to the Bai family himself. Then I saw a group of people packing their luggage and hurriedly preparing to leave.
Hey! Isn't this Bai Xian? Where's your good-for-nothing brother?
A young man with blonde hair dressed in fancy clothes looked at Yi Xingqian.
Could he be dead? Smack!
Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xingqian's large hand landed on his face. Baiyan was knocked to the ground and sat there covering her swollen right cheek.
You dare hit me. Smack! What are you going to do about hitting me?
Yi Xingqian's large hand fell again.
The speed was so fast that even the people behind Baiyan didn't react for a moment. Another red, swollen handprint appeared on Baiyan's left cheek. What are you all standing there for? Go get him and teach this kid a lesson.
Baiyan gave the order, and the beast girl beside him quickly stepped forward to treat him.
Don't move, leave it to me.
Yi Xingqian looked at the people rushing towards him and cracked his knuckles.
Good. Ling Yaoyao and the others nodded in understanding.
These were just bodyguards who were a bit stronger than ordinary people, and Yi Xingqian knocked them all to the ground with almost no effort. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his wrist. Looking at her, Yi Xingqian saw a tall woman with great strength, probably at the 4th level, but he didn't see any beast girl characteristics on her.
It might be a gorilla or something similar. So you're a beast tamer. Baiyan's face wasn't so red after the treatment. I thought you were something special. Xiaoman, break his hands right now, he immediately ordered. However, after he gave the order, Chen Min, who was holding Yi Xingqian's hand, did not react and stood still. Whose hand did you just say you wanted to break?
Yi Xingqian broke free from her hand and walked step by step to Baiyan.
What did you do to my beast girl?
Baiyan took a few steps back in surprise and looked behind him, where he saw Bai Miao Miao with red light emanating from her eyes.
He immediately realized that she was the one who did it. Bai Miao Miao walked over and sneered, "Humph, you still remember me, don't you? My good cousin." You are Baiyan's eyes widened. She realized that the tone sounded very much like someone else's, namely Bai Miao. Hee, it's me, Bai Miao. You don't recognize me just because I've changed my clothes? Bai Miao smiled. By meow, how could this be? Wasn't he a beast tamer who couldn't even use his power? How did he turn into a beast girl with bizarre abilities? Xiao Yun.
Bayan called out again, but his other beast girl was also brought under control.
Don't come any closer. Seeing Yi Xingchen approaching again, Bayan was terrified.
As she backed away, she accidentally stepped on a stone and slipped and fell to the ground. Yi Xingchen then stomped down, crippling his right hand.
Ah!
A sharp pain shot through his hand, and Bayan screamed in agony. Yi Xingchen will not let these potential threats go unpunished.
He raised his foot again, aiming it at Bayan's left hand. Just then, an angry shout rang out. Stop!
Yi Xingchen ignored him and stepped straight down, grinding it a few times.
Ah!
Bayan let out a shrill scream, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from the pain.
Chapter 55 Disrupting the Auction.
Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Xingchen kicked the unconscious Bayan over, and then threw his two beast girls over as well. He had applied his power to Bayan, a beast tamer who was not yet at the 4th rank. With his current 4th tier strength, if he stacks 2 layers of final erosion, he can kill his opponent instantly once he activates final judgment.
You guys? Bai Buqing quickly hugged his precious son and looked at Yi Xingchen and the others. Bai Miao Miao, you haven't.
He didn't utter the word death, but frowned and looked at Yi Xingchen next to Bai Miao Miao. The boy with the prominent background in the photo provided by the cloud manager was him. He has more important things to do and doesn't need to waste his time here.
Changing clothes really makes a difference, huh? Let's go.
Bai Buqing snorted coldly and got into a luxury car with his son.
Afterwards, Bai Miaomia took Yi Xingchen and Bai Xianxian to visit her grandfather.
To Yi Xingchen's surprise, the old man was kind and amiable, and thanked him for taking care of his 2 granddaughters. He also had a private chat with the old man and received a gift from him, a necklace made of imperial pure jade. At 2 p.m., Yi Xingchen went to the Spirit Crystal Trading Center.
Hey, father-in-law, long time no see. How have you been lately?
Yi Xingchen dialed Ling Qingshan's number.
Not bad. I'm currently escaping the summer heat in the far south. Would you like to bring my daughter over?
The voice on the phone sounded relaxed, as if the person was on vacation.
No need for that.
Yi Xingchen scratched his face, a little embarrassed.
Father-in-law, I have something to tell you. Are you short of money? Hee, my father-in-law is indeed a prophet. Alright, I've already made the call. I'll stop talking now. My polar bear is hungry, and I need to feed it. Do. Polar bears? In the far south? Yi Xingchen didn't know how to complain. Never mind, I guess there's something they can't say. Didi, 100 million yuan has been deposited into your QQ account. Holy crap!
Yi Xingchen was stunned when he heard the broadcast.
He exclaimed in shock, his hands trembling. 100 million. This. Is the principal that rich? Why call me father-in-law? Next time, just call me dad.
Yi Xingchen exchanged most of his money for spirit crystals and then set off for the outskirts of the city.
Great, now we can head to the black market auction.
Real. With a thought, Yi Xingchen transformed the illusory black mask in his hand into a real entity. He changed into a set of gilded black clothes, put on a mask, and rushed off into the distance. Outside the entrance to the black market, there were few people around. Yi Xingchen submitted her admission ticket, paid the fee, and was led to a VIP room. He didn't come to this black market auction to bid on anything, he came to cause trouble. The auction room was dimly lit and the voices were low. The luxury suite is very spacious, and there is a glass panel at the front made of a special material.
Those inside can see outside, but those outside cannot see inside. Each private room also has a bidding device for submitting bids. On the platform below, a scantily clad, shapely bunny-eared auctioneer is presiding over the event. A genuine bunny-eared girl.
Yi Xingchen clicked her tongue in amazement, but wasn't impressed after all. Sexiness was worthless in the face of cuteness.
Right?
Thinking this, he summoned Ling Yao Yao.
Yao Yao, feed me grapes.
Yi Xingchen patted his thigh, gesturing for Ling Yao Yao to sit on his lap.
Xingchen, you always order people around. Ling Yao Yao pouted, revealing a hint of reluctance. She was just sleeping soundly in her symbiotic sanctuary. However, she still obediently sat sideways on his lap, picked up a grape, carefully peeled it, and brought it to his lips. Here. Eat up.
Yes, Yao Yao is much prettier than the bunny-eared girl below, and she's also virtuous and considerate. Yi Xingqian opened his mouth with satisfaction and took it, stroking her charming little face with his right hand.
Oomph, of course. Ling Yaoyao felt instantly relieved upon hearing this.
She happily changed her position and straddled him in front of her. Then, supporting himself on Yi Xingqian's chest with his elbows, he carefully began peeling the grapes.
Yi Xingqian's gaze swept across the entire venue through the one-way glass. Ta-da! Under the spotlight, a lifelike tiger-shaped jade pendant appeared on the display case on the platform below. The rabbit-eared auctioneer on stage introduced.
This jade pendant was made from imperial pure jade produced by the Bai family.
I don't need to elaborate on its value. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit crystals 5 million. Each bid must be at least 1,000 spirit crystals 500,000.
As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Holy crap, no way, the grand finale of the year is the first item to appear.
I'm getting excited about the good stuff that's coming next. Damn it, I didn't bring enough spirit crystals this time.
Someone lamented, but the auction wouldn't stop for just one person once it started.
11,000 spirit crystals.
Soon, someone made the first bid.
12,000 spirit crystals. 30,000 spirit crystals.
The price was slowly pushed up to 30,000 spirit crystals. Yi Xingqian inquired with Bai Miao Miao in the symbiotic sacred domain and learned that the value of the Emperor's pure heart jade was around 40,000 spirit crystals, and anything more would not be worth it. He also noticed that someone in one of the private rooms made several bids, presumably because they were in a particular need.
30,000 at a time, the bunny-eared girl shouted excitedly. 30,000 secondary targets. Not bad, no one else bid. Inside VIP room number 2, a man in black nodded in satisfaction.
Normally, it wouldn't have been so easy to win the bid. But this time it's different. Many people are afraid to bid because they want to see what good stuff will be at the end.
40,000 spirit crystals. Just when everyone thought the jade pendant was about to be taken away, Yi Xingqian pressed the bidding button.
The guest in VIP room number 20 has bid 40,000 spirit crystals.
Are there any other guests who would bid higher? Damn it! Someone else is bidding.
The man in black gritted his teeth in anger. The price was just within the normal range.
He even suspected that the people in VIP room number 20 might be doing it on purpose.
There was no other way. He really needed this jade pendant. It has a calming and soothing effect, and can also alleviate damage to the soul.
41,000, the man in black bid again. 41,000. Are there any higher? The bunny-eared girl asked again, her smile never fading.
Yi Xingqian had achieved his goal, so he didn't raise the price further, fearing that the other party might get impatient and refuse to bid. He ended up losing more than he gained by trying to steal a chicken.
This has sparked discussion among the public. That's hilarious.
I think that guy number 20 was just causing trouble.
He only made a bid when the countdown was almost over. Interesting.
I bet the expression on the faces of those in booth number 2 right now is like they've eaten shit, haha.
41,000 units.
Sold. Soon the next item for auction was brought to the display stand.
Chapter 56. Yao Yao is really that tall?
Next, the auction items were displayed one by one, including many rare medicinal herbs. Yi Xingqian won the bid for 400-year-old medicinal herbs: ice dragon flower, silver swallow grass, dream crystal bamboo, and sand king fruit. The more elixirs the better, especially since he still has 3 hungry beast girls and more beast girls waiting to join the team. Besides that, he would deliberately raise the price of anything he wasn't interested in, and then stop bidding. His behavior angered some people in the lower seats.
The people in box number 20 are clearly here to cause trouble.
Several times they were the ones raising the price at the last minute.
The key point is that he raised the price, but then he didn't raise it again.
The person who mocked box 2 just now never expected that the same thing would happen to them. I see he's only photographing some kind of medicinal herbs.
How about we do this later? Someone whispered. Ah, great idea.
Before long, several small jade bottles were brought to the display stand. Immediately, a pleasant fragrance wafted out, making everyone in the first floor seats feel refreshed and relaxed.
I'm sure everyone can smell its refreshing fragrance. Doesn't it make you feel energized? The auctioneer explained, it's called Forget-Me-Not Jade Dew. It is a dew made from the snow lotus of Forget-Me-Not, picked by a guest from the icy and snowy secret realm of the plateau, and brewed for 49 days. Inside box 2.
The man in black covered his mouth to stifle a laugh.
Hilarious.
Teacher, the potion you faked, not a single one of them noticed.
Sigh.
Old Juan sighed as he looked at Lin Chen, who was still laughing and joking.
Was choosing him a mistake in the first place? Lin Chen noticed Wan Lao's unusual expression and put away his smile. Ahem, thank you for your trouble, teacher. Old man Wan's spirit was more transparent than before, and his mental state was not good.
If they hadn't discovered something good while passing through here, they would have left the country long ago. Unfortunately, the thing he sensed was very important to both him and the kid. These few bottles of potions were forged by him at the cost of a great deal of his soul essence. They could only temporarily help people break through their limits.
Hee, that guy in VIP room number 20 will definitely be bidding. This time I'm going to make a killing off him.
He was furious at the thought of being ripped off before.
Forget-me-not Jade Do?
The name I chose is quite elegant, but I don't know how effective it will be. Yi Xingchen ate the grape that Ling Yaoyao handed him in one bite.
Star, do you want to take a picture? This should be considered a spiritual medicine, right? Ling Yaoyao shifted her little bottom.
A noticeable change in Yi Xingchen's body made her feel somewhat flustered. If this continues, she fears she might lose control before Yi Xingchen does.
No.
Yi Xingchen shook her head.
We're being watched. Since he anticipates someone will confront him soon, he'd better not. Suddenly, he noticed Ling Yaoyao's unusual expression and found it somewhat amusing. Yaoyao, why does your complexion look a little off?
He deliberately put his arm around Ling Yaoyao and pulled her close to him.
Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?
As he spoke, he gently touched her forehead. The sweltering heat made Ling Yaoyao very flustered, and the little star was growing larger and larger. At such close range, and in such an embarrassing position. Don't forget that she's only wearing a dress right now, and even though she's so close, she can clearly sense the presence of little star.
I'm not
blushing, Xingchen, don't talk nonsense.
Ling Yaoyao quickly denied it, supporting herself on Yi Xingchen's chest with both hands, trying to break free.
But Yi Xingchen wasn't about to let her go. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. Ling Yaoyao unconsciously gripped Yi Xingchen's clothes, her slender waist bending backward. Finally, her face flushed and she let out a soft moan, even her little dragon horns turning pink.
Oh no, Ling Yaoyao. How could you?
She bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes.
Star, you bad guy. Humph.
Ling Yaoyao clenched her fist and gently punched Yi Xingchen's chest before quickly escaping into her symbiotic sacred domain. Only Yi Xingchen remained, feeling the slight dampness and coolness on his pants.
That's it?
Before he could even process what was happening, someone below burst into wild laughter.
Ha ha ha. I've broken through.
The burly man who went up on stage to test the effects of the medicine had his veins bulging and his 5th level aura bursting out instantly. The burly man shouted excitedly. I lingered at the 4th level for 3 years, and finally broke through. The bunny-eared girl said with a smile. Now, just 1 drop is enough to allow him to instantly break through his bottleneck and advance to the 5th rank.
I'm sure you all know what its effects are, right?
Some people were initially skeptical, until someone in the audience who knew him said.
I know him. He's the manager of the boxing gym on Nandong Road. He's definitely been stuck at the 4th level for a long time.
Having received confirmation, everyone, both inside the private room and below, now looked eagerly at the forget-me-not-do in the rabbit-eared girl's hand.
What exactly are the effects of this medicine?
You slut, stop keeping me in suspense. The bunny-eared girl smiled charmingly, captivating everyone's attention with every move. This dew of forgetfulness can allow those below the 7th level, who are stuck at the 10th stage of their cultivation, to break through to the next level without any bottleneck. Her words stunned everyone. As we all know, many people get stuck at the 10th level and can't advance any further, sometimes for a year and sometimes for a lifetime.
This medicine is simply miraculous.
Seeing that the effect was satisfactory, the bunny-eared girl began to quote prices.
Starting bid, 50,000 spirit crystals. Each bid must be at least 2,000 spirit crystals higher.
It's so expensive, not worth it at all, Yi Xingchen shook his head.
It's useless for someone like me who hasn't hit a bottleneck. While he was pondering, the crowd had already begun bidding frantically. I'll offer 56,000 spirit crystals. 58,000. I'll add 4,000.
Soon the price of worry-free jade dew was raised to 100,000 spirit crystals. Nightstar deserves much of the credit for this.
However, he didn't plan to buy it. Wouldn't it be better to leave so many spirit crystals in the star realm?
When my ice soul tree grows up, the benefits it will bring from producing ice soul fruit will be much greater. Besides, I'm not even at the 5th rank yet, so there's no need for that.
110,000.
Yi Xingchen pressed the bidding button for the last time. His offer made most people want to back down, and the worst part was that it wasn't the final item, which would have been quite awkward.
Here it comes, now we can rip him off. Lin Chen suppressed his restless heart and pressed the bidding button. 120,000.
This immediately dissuaded those who wanted to offer a price. At this moment, someone with sharp eyes noticed that it was the price quoted by VIP room number 2, and immediately perked up. Many people put down their teacups, nudged each other with their elbows, or whispered among themselves, their eyes fixed on room number 20 with amusement.
In a corner.
Sir, ISNT, the guest in VIP room number 2. A manager looked at the burly middle-aged man beside him. Before he could finish speaking, Cheng Wang interrupted him. Ignore him, let them fight it out. He didn't expect that, besides that distinguished guest, this person would also bring him many surprises. If the bid is won on the 20th, that's fine, but if it's won on the 2nd, he sees that the antique ring in the person's hand is also very valuable.
He. So no matter how much they fight, they ultimately profit from the black market. Yi Xingchen glanced in the direction of number 2. Was he going against him? He silently put down the bidding device. 120,000 times. 120,000 in 2 times. The bunny-eared girl began to slowly count down. Here we go again, huh? Lin Chen smirked, secretly amused. 123,000.
Sold. Lin Chen's smile froze on his face. There are pictures below.
Chapter 57, cut off his fingers. Okay, all done.
Yi Xingchen stood up, took the unfinished grapes from the table, and put her mask back on.
I won't be participating in the final event. He was just having some fun by raising the price earlier. His real purpose was to profit from the chaos.
These black market auctions are never short of people who break the rules and try to rob others along the way. I need to find a good place to ambush them beforehand. He made up his mind, clapped his hands, and calmly opened the door and left.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
the word deal exploded in Lin Chen's mind, making him so angry that he felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
Damn! This guy number 20 is completely unpredictable.
A full 120,000 spirit crystals.
Where is he going to get it? Now look what happened. Not only did we waste Elder Wan's soul essence, but we also didn't get any benefits. Let's go.
Old Wan's face was so gloomy it could drip water. We are no longer eligible to participate in the next auction, so we can only resort to some extreme measures.
Fine.
Lin Chen gritted his teeth and agreed, bursting out of the private room in a fit of rage, ready to leave the auction house as soon as possible and plan what to do next. Just around the corner of a narrow corridor, he brushed past Yi Xingchen, who had taken the elixir. Yi Xingchen paused slightly, then turned his head sharply to look at the departing figure. Both were wearing masks, and neither recognized the other. Running in such a hurry, there must be something to hide.
Let's go follow them and see. After thinking it over, Yi Xingchen followed. Entrance to the black market. Halt!
2 guards stepped aside, blocking Lin Chen's path.
Sir, you can't leave yet. Please go to the front desk to settle your bill before leaving.
Lin Chen was burning with anger, and his 3rd-tier aura suddenly erupted, directly causing the 2 guards to vomit blood and fly backward. This kind of 3rd-tier beast tamer, without the help of beast girls, is no match for him at all.
Damn it! She's a troublemaker.
The 2 guards struggled to summon their beast girls. The 2 beast girls emerged from the beast taming space and immediately unleashed their skills, attempting to subdue Lin Chen.
You're asking for death.
Lin Chen roared, his upper body clothes ripped by his suddenly bulging muscles, revealing several hideous scars. His skin was flushed red, like a hot iron, and he looked terrifying.
Thud. Thud.
With 2 muffled thuds, the 2 beast girls were sent flying backward and crashed into the wall.
You dare cause trouble on my turf? You're asking for death. Chang Wan's rough roar came like thunder.
Before the words had even finished, a gray figure had already flashed over like lightning. It was none other than his 6th-tier sky-splitting wolf girl.
Sky-splitting wolf claw.
The enormous phantom of a wolf's claw tore through the air, accompanied by a shriek, and fell headlong towards Lin Chen.
Bang!
Lin Chen only had time to cross his arms to block before he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into the wall and shattering his mask. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. Although his internal injuries were healing rapidly, more guards emerged from the passage and surrounded him, leaving him nowhere to escape.
It's 6th rank.
Lin Chen's expression turned extremely solemn, and he cried out in his heart.
Teacher, the rest is up to you.
Wan Lao's soul power instantly took over Lin Chen's body, his eyes bursting with dazzling white light, and a terrifying pressure far exceeding the 6th rank swept out.
Danger! Come back quickly! Chang Wang sensed the strange soul power and hurriedly reminded his beast girl.
However, at that moment, Yi Xingqian, who was hiding in the shadows, witnessed this scene.
Lin Chen? I ran into him again, without any effort at all.
Judging from his condition, Yi Xingqian knew that Lin Chen was about to be possessed by that spirit, but it wasn't completely possessed yet.
Hee, strike while the iron is hot. Golden Palace binding spirit chains. 9 illusory golden chains shot out from behind Yi Xingqian, binding Lin Chen and aiming directly at Elder Wan's spirit body. What? It's that damn soul chain again.
Old Wan exclaimed in shock. They tried to escape back to the ring, but were too slow and were tightly bound. The guards looked at Lin Chen, whose eyes were glowing white and whose aura had suddenly plummeted, and who stood motionless in place. They were at a loss for what to do.
Only Chang Wang noticed Lin Chen's unusual behavior.
That power was connected to that ancient ring.
Cut off his fingers. Chang Wang roared.
The wolf-eared woman understood immediately, drew a long knife, and slashed at Lin Chen's finger.
Ah! Lin Chen let out a shrill scream as a finger fell to the ground. No, it's his right hand.
Chang Wang stamped his foot anxiously.
Ah! Another scream rang out. Not that one. It's the one with the ring.
Chang Wang covered his face and reminded him again.
Ah! Another scream rang out. You stupid woman, how could you miss again? Chang Wang was so angry he almost vomited blood.
Forget it, just cut off his right hand.
Quickly.
Seeing this, Elder Wan gritted his teeth and forcibly tore his own soul apart again, attempting to possess Lin Chen once more.
But it was too late.
A cold, sharp blade flashed in a perfect arc, severing Lin Chen's right arm at the shoulder, sending him flying into the air with the ring in his hand.
Oh no! Elder Wan instantly retreated back into the ring.
The ring, along with the severed arm, traced an arc in the air and landed precisely at Yi Xingqian's feet with a thud.
Oh! You're so lucky!
Yi Xingqian was secretly pleased. He grabbed the severed arm, activated the swift and decisive talent set, and ran away.
Damn it! You little thief, stop right there!
Chang Wang cursed as he saw Xiang Milin fleeing.
He waved his hand and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Chase after them! Woman! Hurry up! Finish him off! Good! A wolf's shadow follows."
The sky-splitting wolf girl used her second skill, enveloped in white light, and her body transformed into a majestic giant wolf. It moved so fast that you could see the afterimages spreading silvery trails on the ground, and even the air was torn apart by the wind, tearing the surrounding trees and flowers to shreds. In everyone's sight, only a blurry outline remained.
They caught up with Yi Xingqian almost instantly. Holy crap! So fast!
Yi Xingqian was startled when he saw the wolf shadow following him, and a life-saving jade pendant appeared in his left hand.
Rapidly circulate mental and spiritual energy. Call out.
A powerful green sword beam shot towards the sky-splitting wolf girl.
Oh no! Wife, defend yourself!
Chang Wang quickly activated his defensive power and cast a shield talent on his beast girl. The wolf girl slightly turned her body, and the attack pierced through the shield and went straight to her shoulder.
Aha!
The wolf girl transformed back into human form, her speed gradually decreased, and finally she stopped, looking around again. Night Star has vanished without a trace.
There are pictures below. Chapter 58. Help me. System, my beloved daughter. Whoosh!
The wind howled. A figure stopped in the forest. It was Yi Xingqian. He raised the still bleeding severed arm, his gaze falling on the antique ring.
Old man, stop hiding. He ripped off the ring and casually tossed the severed arm aside. Young friend, could you spare my life?
The ring flashed with a faint light, and Elder Wan's spirit appeared.
He, do you think I'll let you off the hook?
Yi Xingchen responded with a cold laugh.
Miao Miao's soul was almost destroyed. If she hadn't been by his side, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Since he's set his sights on the beast girl he's set his sights on, he'll never let her go. He activated the golden spirit binding chains again, locking Elder Wan firmly in place.
Young friend, please calm down, Elder Wan sighed, trying to ease the tension.
I was originally a cultivator from the Great Thousand Spirit realm, but I was framed by a villain, and my spirit was forced to hide in a ring, thus arriving in this world. The goal is to find a successor to carry on my legacy, and incidentally, to help me rebuild my physical body. His words were filled with regret. It's a pity I met the wrong person.
If it had been you back then. Stop talking nonsense.
Seeing that he was about to launch into a long speech, Yi Xingchen interrupted him directly.
If you want to live, tell me what benefits you can bring me?
He sneered inwardly. He would naturally not let the old man go. He would never stoop to such an evil method of turning others into puppets.
Besides, it's really annoying to have an old man following you around all the time.
Moreover, he currently has 3 contracted beast girls, and when they engage in intimate relations, an old man can secretly spy on them from within the ring at any time.
Just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted. I can teach you advanced techniques.
An ancient book materialized in Elder Wan's hand. This cultivation technique can train your physical body to its peak and achieve godhood. Yi Xingchen shook his head. You should know the rules of our world. Once you start practicing your so-called cultivation technique, the beast tamer's abilities will become ineffective. I will never be able to contract with god-level beast girls again. Once the contract expires, you will not be able to contract any more beast girls, except for those you contracted previously.
How could Yi Xingchen bear it? How many god-level beast girl Lolas in this world are suffering and waiting for him to save them?
Old Wan laughed and said,
That's too narrow-minded. There's a way you can turn the beast girls into puppets.
I think your so-called eternal contract and those beast girl contracts weren't based on any real feelings, and neither were the ones that followed.
Shut up.
Yi Xingchen tugged at the 9 soul chains, causing Elder Wan to feel a tearing pain. Just kidding, although his relationship with Ling Yaoyao has progressed very quickly, it has already reached the point of being inseparable.
Alright, I'll shut up. Young man, don't move.
Old Wan quickly reassured him. It seemed he had really underestimated how much the young man valued those beast girls.
He threw out another chip. I can guide you and act as your protector to the Great Thousand Spirit Realm. I am familiar with many of the secret realms and forbidden ancestral lands there. More importantly, I am fluent in all the languages and scripts of Earth and can translate for you. The Great Thousand Spirit Realm? Could it be the world my father-in-law was talking about, the one on the other side of the star battlefield?
Yi Xingchen pondered for a moment, then shook his head in refusal again.
What makes you think I can't go there? And what makes you think we Earthlings can't learn their language and writing?
Old Wan was speechless for a moment.
Young man, is there really no way to turn this around? No.
Yi Xingchen tightened the soul chains again.
Good. Very good.
Old Wan's face turned cold, and he dropped his amiable demeanor, revealing his true colors. He had already observed that there were only 2 people with the strength of the 10th level around him, and no other powerful individuals.
The next moment, his soul power erupted, and his immense spiritual power almost crushed Yi Xingchen like a mountain. Since that's the case, I'll accept your body.
I'll take good care of your beast girls.
Ha ha ha.
Before he could finish speaking, he tore his soul apart again and charged toward Yi Xingchen's forehead. What he didn't see was that Yi Xingchen, who was struggling to resist the pressure of mental energy, had a smug smile on his lips. Deep within the soul of the night stars.
As he pierced through the endless darkness, the sudden burst of dazzling golden light made Elder One squint slightly. He didn't care, because everyone's soul expression is unique. Let me see where you're hiding. Wan Lao's gaze swept down and he saw Yi Xingchen's spirit body in the central area. Not even hiding, does that mean they've given up resisting?
Compared to Elder Wan's enormous spiritual body, Yi Xingchen's spiritual body was as insignificant as dust.
Old man, if you were outside, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but now you've foolishly come here.
Yi Xingchen did not panic. Instead, she exuded an air of complete control.
What a boastful statement.
Even Mr. Wan was amused. Having wandered the great thousand spirit realm for so many years, this was the first time he had heard such a funny joke. How could the soul of a weak human being who was just beginning to develop compare with the soul of a strong being like him?
Fine, I'm not going to waste my breath on you.
With a wave of his hand, Elder One unleashed a powerful surge of soul force, transforming it into a sacred light sword that pierced towards Yi Xingqian, aiming to obliterate his spirit directly. Yi Xingqian remained calm and composed, standing still in place.
Suddenly, he shouted. Help me! My dear system daughter! Ha ha, has it gotten to the point of spouting nonsense?
Old Wan grinned maliciously, following closely behind the lightsaber.
He planned to take control of the body the instant he destroyed Yi Xingqian's spirit. Only in this way can they fit perfectly.
Just when he thought everything was settled, and even the corners of his mouth were curving into a triumphant smile, a sudden change has occurred. The space behind Yi Xingqian resembled the surface of water where pebbles had been thrown in, rippling with gentle waves. Immediately afterwards, a fair and delicate hand, seemingly formed from pure starlight, gracefully emerged from it. It simply swung lightly at the soul lightsaber that contained destructive power. The menacing light sword instantly crumbled into countless shimmering specks of light that scattered away.
How is that possible? The sinister smile on Wan Lao's face froze completely, replaced by disbelief.
He stared intently at the petite figure that was gradually becoming clearer behind Yi Xingqian, his soul trembling.
Danger! Extreme danger! That's someone he absolutely cannot match.
The petite figure floated in the air, her body small and exquisite, surrounded by a hazy starlight. Her long hair, like a cascading galaxy, moved without wind. His golden eyes held an unchanging indifference. A sacred and ethereal aura, transcending the mundane and surpassing everything, quietly spread out from her center. She lowered her eyes slightly, her golden eyes, which held an ancient indifference, looking down at Elder One as if a god were glancing at the dust at his feet. Old One felt a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Who exactly are you?
The petite figure did not answer.
She simply raised her delicate white hand again and gently clenched it towards the spot where Elder Wan's spirit was located.
No! Wan Lao's spirit instantly dissipated into countless specks. Chapter 59. This isn't right. Ling Yaoyao's teaching.
Seeing Yi Xingqian turn around, the petite, floating figure glanced at him indifferently. She arrived gracefully, and her face, as delicate as a porcelain doll's, revealed an undisguised look of disdain.
Yi Xingqian was about to say something.
She had already extended a slender, delicate finger and seemingly casually pushed his forehead. An irresistible force surged forth, and Yi Xingqian, in her spirit form, was completely unable to maintain her balance, falling straight backward. Before he could react, the figure was already upon him. A small, delicate, pure white jade foot, with a slightly cool touch, gently stepped onto his chest. Although the force was not strong, it carried an irresistible sense of control. She leaned forward slightly, her long, silvery white hair falling down and brushing against Yi Xingqian's cheek. Her once indifferent golden eyes now held a hint of mockery and provocation as she looked down at him. "You worthless host," her voice was ethereal, yet tinged with a hint of disgust.
"If you dare call me daughter again."
However, before she could finish her threat, her petite body trembled slightly, and the disdain and arrogance on her face froze instantly. The sharpness in his eyes faded, replaced by a naive clarity, even tinged with a foolish ignorance.
The star-patterned robe she was wearing also turned into a pure white color, untouched by dust.
She seemed a little confused about her position, so she straddled his waist and tilted her head, looking curiously at Yi Xingqian beneath her. Yi Xingqian was also curiously observing this adorable little girl.
"You are the system's obedient daughter?"
Upon hearing this name, the little girl's eyes lit up instantly, and she cheerfully exclaimed in her sweet, childlike voice,
"Daddy!"
Immediately, she happily stretched out her two fair and tender little arms and wrapped them around Yi Xingqian's neck, snuggling affectionately against him. Yi Xingqian was taken aback by her sudden change.
"No? Where did that system lowly who smelled like a little devil go?"
Even now, remembering what had just happened, his fists are still rock hard.
"I really want to give him a good talking to."
As Yi Xingqian looked at the clingy little girl in his arms, who seemed like a blank sheet of paper, a wicked idea instantly popped into his head. He reached out and gently stroked the silver hair of the system lowly in his arms, whispering in a seductive, magnetic voice,
"Sweetie, don't call me daddy."
The system's little girl looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yi Xingqian smiled mischievously and guided the conversation step by step.
"You should call me husband."
The little system girl blinked her big eyes, seemingly trying hard to understand this new word. Perhaps finding it amusing, a smile returned to her face, and she said in a clear, crisp voice, "My husband." The moment she finished speaking, Yi Xingchen felt as if she were sinking into water, constantly falling. Finally, he suddenly opened his eyes.
Tisk, you're already angry?
Yi Xingchen felt a little bored and sat up from the ground sullenly. However, he was confronted with two familiar faces.
Brother Luo, Sister Xiao, what's going on here? Brother Chen, are you alright?
Luo Mingcheng looked at Yi Xingchen with sharp eyes.
That spirit just now.
Oh, it was absorbed by my mental chains.
Yi Xingchen replied.
Luo Mingcheng nodded with some doubt, and then said,
Try summoning your beast girl. Okay. Yi Xingchen understood their concerns and teleported Bai Miao Miao out of his symbiotic sacred domain.
Seeing Bai Miao Miao come out, Luo Mingcheng and his companion finally breathed a sigh of relief.
The contract is certified by the Heavenly Tao.
If the soul is replaced, then the connection between the beast girl and him will be severed. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen felt a sharp pain in his head.
Brother Yi.
Bai Miao Miao said worriedly as she helped him up.
Yi Xingchen covered his head with both hands and entered Ling Yaoyao's symbiotic sacred domain with Bai Miao Miao before falling into a coma.
Luo, what's wrong with him? Xiaoyu looked at Luo Mingcheng with concern. I sensed a sudden surge in his spiritual power, which his current physical body couldn't withstand. Luo Mingcheng frowned, but there was nothing he could do about Yi Xingchen entering the beast girl's domain.
What should we do then?
Xiaoyu asked anxiously. After all, this was their dereliction of duty.
Trust him.
Luo Mingcheng patted her hand reassuringly.
He's someone who can create miracles. Within the symbiotic sacred domain of Ling Yaoyao. Brother Yi. Don't scare me. Bai Miao Miao patted his back anxiously. Xingchen.
Ling Yaoyao was also puzzled at first, wondering why he had suddenly entered her symbiotic sacred domain, but when she saw Yi Xingchen's painful appearance, she quickly rushed forward. With a ripping sound, Yi Xingchen's clothes began to tear, eventually turning into fragments scattered on the ground.
Miao Miao, what do we do now? Ling Yaoyao noticed that Yi Xingchen's skin was cracking, and she became even more anxious.
Bai Miao Miao felt this situation was somewhat familiar. Recalling what she had learned before, she immediately understood.
Yaoyao, this is a mental state that his physical body can't withstand.
Ling Yaoyao paced back and forth anxiously, when suddenly she thought of a solution.
That is breaking through the realm. Cultivation. Yes. It is cultivation.
Miao Miao, wait a minute, I'm going to the Star Realm to get some things. The Star Realm and their symbiotic sacred domain are interconnected. Ling Yaoyao quickly found the dozen or so ice soul fruits, as well as the spiritual herbs she bought at the auction.
She instructed, Miao Miao, if I can't keep going, you have to take over immediately. Okay, I understand. Bai Miao Miao didn't care about being shy anymore, so she followed Ling Yaoyao and took off her clothes. Exercise is necessary, otherwise you'll be covered in sweat. The two gently laid Yi Xingchen flat. Miao Miao, watch carefully. Learn from it.
Ling Yaoyao ate an ice soul fruit and used her hands to soothe Little Star, making him feel more comfortable.
Soon,
Night Star's skin began to redden and swell. It was urgent. Now that everything is ready, it's time to begin cultivation. Ling Yaoyao began to explain, like a very experienced little teacher. Bai Miao Miao's face turned red, but for Yi Xingchen's safety, she had to observe and learn carefully from the side. Seeing that she had entered a learning state, Ling Yaoyao started doing squats while speaking in a trembling voice. Don't do squats too intensely at the beginning, you need to progress gradually.
Otherwise it might damage the stars, and I'd feel uncomfortable too.
She glanced at Bai Miao Miao, who was watching with her hands clasped apart, and gave her a reminder. Bai Miao Miao made up her mind, lowered her hand, and indicated that she understood. During cultivation, as our progress increases, our star realm level will also receive feedback.
But don't let your guard down at this time, okay? I must go all out.
Push myself to my limit, oh my god.
Bai Miao Miao nodded, noting down this important point.
Ling Yaoyao was working very hard, and beads of sweat kept streaming down her slightly undulating body. Then she ate another ice soul fruit and began the next round of physical exercise. One ice soul fruit after another disappeared, and she almost never stopped. Bai Miao Miao, who was standing to the side, went from being shy and evasive at first, to having eyes full of admiration.
Yao Yao is really amazing.
I might have to study like her my whole life.
Chapter 60 Brother Yi, please keep a close eye on me.
The higher Yi Xingqian's cultivation level, the more times he can cultivate and the more medicinal power he can refine. The more times he refines and the more potent the medicine, the higher his cultivation level becomes, creating a virtuous cycle. Ling Yaoyao's cultivation level, Stage 1 Stage 204,000, equivalent to Rank 6, Stage 10.
Host's Realm, 5th rank, 2nd stage. Spiritual Realm, Spirit River Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Spirit Abyss Realm. Meow meow, ha ha, I can't take it anymore, you keep up,
Ling Yaoyao chanted as she ended her final cultivation session, the immense energy surging into her body nearly causing her to faint. She already sensed that she was about to be promoted.
Meow meow, you're doing your best. Xingqian's health is in your hands now.
After saying that, Ling Yaoyao's petite body collapsed to the side, and she fell into a deep sleep.
Me?
She didn't think much of it when she was watching, but when it was her turn to go up, Bai Miao Miao became scared.
Coincidentally, she just left today, and given her current physical condition, she will definitely recover quickly.
It's perfectly fine to do some vigorous exercise to improve your health.
Gurgle.
Bai Miao Miao silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking at the skin on Zai Xingqian. The redness and swelling had not yet subsided, and its frightening appearance still startled her.
This feels even more, she rubbed her bottom, feeling a bit scared.
Bai Miao Miao leaned closer and observed from a low angle. She had to admire Ling Yaoyao, because the sense of oppression was just too strong. Just looking at her gives me a bad feeling. She takes up more than a third of my face.
If it's not handled properly, it might break. This won't save Brother Yi.
After cultivating with Ling Yaoyao, Yi Xingqian's complexion improved considerably, but he still had a furrowed brow.
Bai Miao Miao didn't care about anything else and knelt down to support her body.
There were only 2 ice soul fruits left next to her, so she picked one up and ate it quickly. A surge of potent medicinal power suddenly flowed into his limbs and bones, rapidly coursing through his blood vessels. Her fair skin visibly flushed light red, gradually deepening into a bright crimson. It felt as if there was a ball of hot air constantly rising from below, making her breathing become rapid.
Oh.
She slowly straightened up, gently sat back, and tried to bring her buttocks close to her heels. However, the physical pain she experienced during the initial stages of cultivation was so intense that she cried out in pain.
Is it that difficult? How did Yao Yao manage to do squats so easily? Has she already reached that shape? Bai Miao Miao's thoughts surged like a tide. She really couldn't do training of the intensity of squats.
Although she opted for a kneeling squat as a second choice, she still couldn't squat down completely. At this moment, the unconscious Yi Xingqian felt a sense of oppression and a constant feedback of power. He groggily opened his eyes and saw Bai Miao Miao struggling to do kneeling squats.
It's really tough on Miao Miao. Yi Xingqian felt very sorry for her.
He had only started cultivating after he had finished developing Yao Yao.
But Miao Miao hadn't undergone any training before. Under such immense pressure, having to perform difficult movements would be too much for the body.
It's a pity that I can't move my body now and can't share her pain.
Sigh. Ouch, that hurts. Keep it up, Miao Miao. Brother Yi's precious life is in your hands.
Bai Miao Miao silently cheered herself up while repeatedly straightening her back and squatting down. The fragrant sweat on her body is the result of her hard work. Gradually, Bai Miao Miao got used to the rhythm and ate another ice soul fruit. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the night stars with their eyes open.
Brother Yi, she exclaimed with delight.
But this joy disrupted Bai Miao Miao's rhythm, causing her to sit down at the lowest point, and the pain accumulated from her exercise suddenly erupted.
Oh ho ho!
It took Bai Miao Miao a long time to recover. Her gaze darted around, but she also seemed somewhat excited.
Brother Yi has woken up, which means his health is starting to improve.
Bai Miao Miao took a deep breath, tucked her messy black hair behind her ears, and stared intently into Yi Xingqian's eyes with unprecedented determination in her watery red pupils. Brother Yi, please look after me carefully. Without further hesitation, she swallowed the remaining 5 medicinal pills in one go. Despite the physical discomfort and the shyness in my heart, I readjusted my posture. In order to help Yi Xingqian recover her body more quickly and effectively, and with Yi Xingqian's gaze by her side, every rise and fall of her life was filled with a do-or-die determination.
This crazy move startled Yi Xingqian. Miao Miao, you can handle it, but my body might not be able to. I'm prone to muscle strain.
But then he felt a warm current envelop him, as if to reassure him. I Meow Meow's realm, stage 1391-1000.
Host's realm level, 5th rank, 9th stage. Meanwhile, on the other side. In the dark and damp prison of the black market. Please let me go.
Lin Chan's eyes were full of pleading. He was shirtless, with his remaining arm handcuffed, and his body was covered in bloody welts from being whipped.
Humph. Cheng Wang snorted coldly, then threatened sharply, tell me what else you know. That's all. It's really all gone.
Lin Chen felt a bitter taste in his mouth.
All I have left is that cultivation technique. I haven't finished learning the puppet technique yet. I've been assisted by Elder Wan before. Smack.
The rough leather whip, soaked in salt water, lashed hard across Lin Chen's bloodied body, leaving a new bloody welt and splattering blood droplets.
Ah!
Lin Chen let out a desperate scream that echoed in the cell. Shan Wang's face was ashen as he tossed the blood-stained whip in his hand to the wolf-eared woman beside him.
The cultivation method you gave us is fake. It's completely uncultivable.
He grew angrier the more he thought about it, and veins bulged on his forehead.
Just now, he had one of his subordinates try practicing it.
As a result, the subordinate operated the device for a while, then collapsed to the ground with a groan, his body covered in burn marks as if he had been scorched by fire. Although he was eventually saved, he could no longer use his power, and all the bonuses from the beast girl's cultivation and compatibility in the beast taming space were gone.
That technique is absolutely real.
Lin Chen argued hoarsely, enduring the pain.
It's because his aptitude is insufficient he can't withstand the domineering power of that divine skill. You're talking nonsense. Chang Wang kicked Lin Chen in the chest. You still dare to be stubborn at a time like this? I'll see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin.
He crouched down, grabbed Lin Chen's hair, forced him to look up, and his eyes revealed murderous intent.
I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the true cultivation technique you're practicing. Otherwise.
Lin Chen sensed Chang Wang's murderous intent, and the shadow of death quickly loomed over him. His mind raced, recalling the 9 golden chains that had suddenly appeared when Elder Wan had almost possessed him.
That technique is definitely real. It was taught to me by the spirit in my ring before. Nonsense.
We don't even know where that ring is now. It's been stolen by someone.
Lin Chen roared, I know. I know who stole the ring. It was Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen. Chang Wang narrowed his eyes slightly and loosened his grip on his hair a little. Who is he?
After a while, Chang Wang straightened his clothes and walked out of the cell.
Boss, what should we do with the people inside? An underling asked, bowing.
It's no use now, Chang Wang said calmly.
Take it to feed that big guy. Yes.
Deep within the prison cell, a pair of blood-red eyes the size of lanterns suddenly lit up in the darkness, accompanied by a deep, rough growl that seemed to cause even the stone walls to tremble slightly.
Chapter 61 I want to shrink.
Bai Xianxian wanted to play with his sister, but he searched all over Bai Miao Miao's symbiotic sacred realm without finding her, and he couldn't contact Brother Yi either.
So she went instead to Ling Yao Yao's symbiotic sanctuary.
Brother Yi, please look after me carefully. As soon as she stepped out of the vortex-like passage, Bai Xianxian heard her sister's shy words, trembling with emotion.
She stopped and looked quietly.
Not far away, her older sister was playing with her brother Yi. Bai Xianxian stood still, his face still bearing that signature aloof expression, but a hint of doubt flickered in his ruby-like eyes.
She didn't understand.
When Brother Yi played around with her, he was only testing the waters lightly. The petite older sister, however, was able to complete all the requirements in one go. She silently stretched out her slender fingers and gestured in front of her flat stomach, her delicate eyebrows furrowing almost imperceptibly.
Not enough.
She concluded softly in a completely flat tone. A strange sense of frustration welled up in her heart. She knelt limply on the ground, her fluffy tail drooping silently. So it turns out, being tall doesn't matter. She watched her sister's figure and felt a pang of envy.
I want to shrink. 2 hours later.
Yi Xingchen regained control of his limbs, put Bai Miao Miao and Ling Yao Yao, who had fainted from exhaustion, aside, and helped them tidy their clothes. The plan has been disrupted. Yi Xingchen glanced at Ling Yao Yao, the panel that popped up in front of her displayed, sleeping.
I've advanced to the next level, but I don't know when I'll wake up.
She's suffered so much. Yi Xingchen felt heartbroken looking at Ling Yao Yao, who had fallen into a deep sleep. They promised to give him a break before letting him advance in his career. He had just looked at her and noticed that her originally fair skin was now red and slightly swollen. More than 10 ice soul fruits.
He couldn't even imagine the amount of stuff Yao Yao had to do in a day. Thankfully, this is the extraordinary world, otherwise, with this level of training intensity, people would really die. My cultivation level has stabilized at the 5th rank, 9th stage, and my mental strength has also increased significantly. However, due to system limitations, I cannot improve further for the time being.
As Yi Xingqian spoke, he casually threw a punch, the wind from which was fierce and accompanied by a whistling sound. With a thought, he entered the star realm and suddenly struck at a newly grown tree.
Bang!
The tree trunk cracked open, splinters flew everywhere, and the entire tree crashed to the ground.
Outside, it was already evening.
It was already evening when they returned to the outside world. As soon as Yi Xingqian appeared from the symbiotic sacred domain, he saw Luo Mingchun leaning against a large tree with his eyes closed, resting.
Brother Chen, are you alright?
Luo Mingcheng opened his eyes upon hearing the voice and stepped forward with concern.
It's all over now. Yi Xingqian nodded easily. You've broken through to the 5th rank? And the 9th rank.
Luo Mingcheng keenly sensed the unusual aura emanating from him, his face unable to conceal his shock.
This speed is simply unheard of. This is absolutely outrageous. There have been people with innate full defensive power before, but in history, has anyone broken through to the 5th rank in about a week like Yi Xingqian? If he had more time, wouldn't it be easy for him to surpass himself? This is all thanks to Yao Yao and the others.
Yi Xingqian smiled shyly. By the way, Brother Luo, how's the black market going? He changed the subject.
We haven't found any evidence yet that they're colluding with the otherworldly demons. Luo Mingcheng shook his head.
However, we did catch a guy who stole and sold a new drug that the country had just developed but had not yet undergone clinical trials.
Is it the last item auctioned? That's right.
Luo Mingcheng nodded, then, as if remembering something, took something out of his pocket and handed it to Yi Xingqian.
Oh, right, this ring is for you.
As soon as Yi Xingqian took the ring, it broke in two without warning.
Clang. 2 extremely thick books and a smartphone fell from the broken ring onto the grass.
Yi Xingqian picked it up and looked through it, only to find that he didn't recognize a single word.
This is... Luo Mingcheng's gaze was completely captivated by the words on one of the books, and he couldn't look away. Brother Chen, may I take a look at this book?
Of course. Yi Xingqian handed the book over. Luo Mingcheng quickly flipped through a few pages, his breathing becoming rapid. This was actually a systematic deciphering and annotation of the Great Xia language using another script. If those old scholars at the Research Institute saw that the alien script they had painstakingly studied had been completely deciphered here,
I wonder what they would think.
He muttered to himself. As far as he knew, the other end of the starry sky battlefield was connected to a world called Spirit Realm. Great Xia has currently only established contact with one of the races that are friendly to humans. Although there are scattered records of humans in the history of this race, no conclusive evidence of other human civilization activities has been found throughout the entire Spirit Realm. However, no trace of other humans has been found in that world yet. Exploration teams from various countries have also discovered ancient murals, stone pillars, and sculptures that depict human figures. Over the years, expeditions from various countries have successively discovered ancient murals, stone pillars, and sculptures with human figures, and have finally confirmed a writing system unique to humans in this world. The research process was slow and arduous, but this book in my hand provides almost all the answers.
He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and looked solemnly at Yi Xingqian. Brother Chen, this book is of vital importance to the future of Great Xia. May I make a copy to take back to headquarters? No problem.
Yi Xingqian readily agreed, then grinned.
I'm glad I could help.
He had a good impression of the Great Xia dynasty in this world, and now he felt a connection to it, so he would help if he could.
Luo Mingcheng's expression turned serious, and he saluted Yi Xingqian. Brother Chen, the Great Xia will always remember your contributions. Chapter 62 Deceiving Panda Girl. Not long after, Luo Mingcheng left behind the copied copy and returned the original translation to Yi Xingqian. In the villa's living room, soft lighting bathed the entire space. Yi Xingqian nestled comfortably in the soft sofa, holding the 2 books she had read earlier, and was referring to the translation. Let me see what secrets are hidden in this book.
He murmured to himself, his fingertips gently brushing against the cover of the old book, feeling the subtle patterns on it.
An hour passed in silence.
Yi Xingchen slowly raised her head, a flash of understanding appearing in her eyes. He gently closed the book, having memorized all its contents.
Supreme Holy Body Technique? That's quite an imposing name, he murmured.
Once mastered, one can achieve a godlike body, but the aptitude requirements are far too stringent.
A slight misstep could result in the body exploding in death, and moreover, when he read about the side effects, he couldn't help but chuckle. Shrinks in size? What kind of side effect is that? This is simply a godsend. However, he cannot train, and the beast girls he has already contracted with are not suitable, so he is essentially useless. He was about to casually toss the book back into the star realm when he suddenly stopped. A figure came to mind. Wait.
Yi Xingchen's eyes softened, and he called softly, "Meow Meow, come out for a moment." A soft light flashed, and Meow Meow landed softly in his arms. The fox girl Loli's face still had a lingering blush, like a ripe little apple, and her eyes were hazy and tired.
She nestled against Yi Xingchen's chest, murmuring softly, "Brother Yi, what's wrong?"
Yi Xingchen reached out and gently stroked her cheek. The warmth from his fingertips softened his voice unconsciously.
"Could you please call Qingju over for me?" "Mum." Meow Meow nodded groggily, took out the token, infused it with a wisp of spiritual energy, and then snuggled closer to him. "Okay, Brother Yi, I'm so sleepy."
Her voice grew softer and softer, her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and she looked like she was about to fall asleep. Yi Xingchen lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, pulling her closer into his arms. "You've worked hard, get some sleep." Once her breathing became steady and long, he carefully took her back to the symbiotic sanctuary to recuperate.
"Greetings, son-in-law."
Accompanied by a crisp and cheerful sound, Shen Xingju skipped and hopped in, her fluffy panda ears twitching with her movements.
She was wearing loose casual clothes, but they still couldn't hide her overly voluptuous figure.
She tilted her head and looked around, blinking her dark circled eyes.
"Where is Miss? Did Miss send me? I asked her to call you."
Yi Xingchen chuckled at her adorable appearance and gently gestured for her to sit down.
"There are some things I'd like to talk to you about." "Okay."
Shen Xingju sat down obediently, placing her hands neatly on her knees, sitting up straight like a primary school student. "What does my son-in-law want with me?" she asked, her big, round eyes full of curiosity.
"If we're at the same cultivation level, what bloodline of beast girl is your strength equivalent to?"
Shen Xingju bit her finger and thought for a long time, her brows furrowed in thought.
It seems to be, it's that really powerful level."
Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she held up 3 fingers.
"It's 3 S's. Right?" Seeing her expectant expression, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. "What about the others?" "The others?"
Shen Xingju scratched her head, her panda ears twitching with the movement.
"They're all so weak. The strongest one is, She looked down and counted on her fingers, a little bit stronger than B-grade? Does the cultivation technique you're currently practicing have different levels?" "No."
Shen Xingju shook her head, her furry ears twitching. "We only have one cultivation technique, but we VE modified it over and over again." She counted on her fingers. "I've revised this version of mine more than 10 times already."
"I see." Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that she was indeed exceptionally talented. He smiled slightly and looked directly into her eyes. "Then, do you want to cultivate a divine-level cultivation technique?" "A divine-level cultivation technique?" Shen Xingju's eyes lit up like stars. "That sounds amazing. I want to practice it." But then something occurred to her, and she tilted her head worriedly, asking, "But, won't it be too difficult? I might not be able to learn it." "Don't be afraid, you can definitely learn it, but there is a side effect. For example, you will shrink." "Shrink?" Shen Xingju was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly clapped her hands as if she had just realized something. "Ah. Does it mean becoming tiny like Miss?" "Possibly." "That's great." Shen Xingju excitedly pointed to her chest. "Will this get smaller too? Will it become as flat as Mrs.?"
As she spoke, the zipper of her hoodie slipped down, revealing a pink tank top underneath, but she was completely unaware, still gazing at Yi Xingchen with her innocent, wide eyes.
Yi Xingchen coughed lightly and looked away. "Yes, it should. Son-in-law, I want to practice."
Shen Xingju exclaimed excitedly, waving her arms and legs. "These 2 big ones are such a nuisance. They're always swaying around when I'm practicing martial arts, and they block my view when I'm fighting.
I wish they could shrink."
She excitedly jumped onto the sofa, but lost her balance and fell towards Yi Xingchen with a cry of ouch. Fortunately, Yi Xingqian caught her in time.
Ugh! Xingzhu, I'm suffocating.
His megalophobia flared up instantly. The warm, oppressive feeling made him dizzy and unable to exert any strength for a while. Xingzhu blinked her big, round eyes, then realized what was happening and hurriedly tried to get up. But in her panic, she rubbed against Yi Xingqian several times before regaining her balance, her little face flushed red.
I'm so sorry, son-in-law. I didn't mean to. Phew, I'm all right.
Yi Xingqian let out a long breath, taking a while to recover, a hint of embarrassment still on her face.
It was indeed too big, I couldn't handle it. What's your decision? Do you want to practice? We must practice.
Xingzhu said firmly, but then looked somewhat confused. But young master, my master said that contracts are very important and should only be signed with the person you like and trust the most. She added softly, I've only met the son-in-law once. Looking at her innocent yet principled appearance, Yi Xingqian's mind raced, and a knowing and gentle smile appeared on his face. Xingzhu is such an obedient child.
Your master is right.
Contracts should not be signed casually. He first affirmed her actions to lower her guard, then changed the subject, his tone slightly guiding.
But think about it, your young lady Miao Miao, didn't she sign an eternal contract with me?
Xingzhu tilted her head and thought for a moment, her ears twitching slightly with the movement.
Yes.
I can tell that Miss and young master have a very good relationship.
So, do you think Miao Miao trusts me?
Of course I trust you. Xingzhu answered without hesitation this time. Yi Xingqian's smile deepened, and she coaxed him gently. Look, I'm going to teach you such a powerful technique now.
This is not something that an ordinary master and disciple can teach each other. Without a provisional agreement or contractual connection, how could I entrust such an important matter to you? And how could you be so sure that what I'm teaching is correct? Observing the panda girl's wavering expression, he continued to escalate the situation, his tone becoming even more sincere. Moreover, after signing the contract, we will truly be one of our own.
This way, you can not only cultivate your skills, but also better protect Miao Miao.
Isn't that great?
Actually, he was doing it for Xingzhu's own good. Signing the contract would allow him to better understand her situation. Furthermore, with the powerful healing function of the eternal contract, even if the other party is injured, they will recover quickly. Sigh, I was indeed too considerate of others, Yi Xingqian sighed inwardly. It was during this time that Xingzhu's control panel was also brought up by the system.
Name, Xingzhu. Age, 18. Realm level, 4th stage, 2nd level. Mental strength, spirit stream realm. Contract beast tamer, none. Undeveloped. Bloodline, F-grade bloodline panda. Talent, martial arts prodigy. Ability, none. Affection level, nodding acquaintance 3260. Chapter 63, Preparing for Instruction and Training, Panda Girl learns divine level techniques. Very good. He only values one aspect as long as it remains undeveloped, the rest are not a problem. Yi Xingqian nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Xingzhu was stunned by what Yi Xingqian said and was trying to digest it. She wants to become stronger, and at the same time, protect her mistress while shrinking. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Yi Xingqian said, Xingzhu, didn't you give me a wooden cat carving before? Mum. Xingzhu nodded, the panda ears swaying gently with her movements. I carved that myself. Although it's not very well carved. I like it very much. Yi Xingqian's voice was gentle and firm. You know what? It was because of that wood carving that I felt Xingzhu was a very special girl. He gazed at Xingzhu's gradually brightening eyes, his tone softening further. A girl who was willing to give away something she made herself must have the most sincere intentions. And I want to treat you with the same sincerity. Yi Xingqian gently took her hand. Young master, you. Xingzhu suddenly felt a little shy, but she did not withdraw her hand. At that moment, two eternal bonds appeared between the two, radiating a soft light, as if countless feathers of light were slowly falling. Yi Xingqian suppressed a laugh and said in a serious tone. Green bamboo, look, the eternal pact only descends when the love between two people moves the heavens. Now it has appeared, accompanied by such extraordinary celestial phenomena. He paused deliberately, watching Xingzhu curiously reach out and touch the falling feathers of light, before continuing. This shows that our destiny is recognized by God. Are you willing to believe in this divine will? Xingzhu watched the light grow even brighter when she touched the light feather, her cheeks flushing with excitement. It really does. It gets even brighter when I touch it. So, is this really God acknowledging us?
Of course, Yi Xingchen said without changing his expression, but secretly he was laughing to himself.
This silly girl was so easy to fool. Xin Xingju was taken aback.
Although something felt off, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. However, seeing how certain her son-in-law was, all her hesitation vanished.
Then I'm willing. I want to sign this heaven-sent contract with my son-in-law.
Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the contract, and a warm light enveloped the two of them, thus establishing the contract. Yi Xingchen looked at the innocent and adorable panda girl in front of him, a triumphant smile playing on his lips.
Done. I've gained another capable beast girl under my command. Taking advantage of the vacuum of time while Yao Yao is asleep, my safety is further guaranteed. Did it succeed, young master?
Xin Xingju blinked her big eyes, curiously looking at the contract light around her that hadn't completely dissipated.
Can I now cultivate that powerful technique that shrinks people?
Of course. Yi Xingchen composed himself, put on a gentle smile, and reached out to ruffle her hair. However, cultivation should be done step by step. First, get familiar with the power of the contract. Tonight, after you've finished washing up, come to my room and I'll teach you myself.
Yay!
Xin Xingju jumped up happily, then, as if remembering something, solemnly performed a somewhat awkward fist and palm salute.
Xingju will definitely work hard in her cultivation and will never let down the expectations of the young master in heaven. As for the matter of shrinking, I'll leave it to the young master. Yi Xingchen smiled and gestured. Xingju, shall we still call him son-in-law? Xin Xingju was taken aback by the question and asked in confusion, huh? Then, what should we call it?
Seeing her bewildered expression, Yi Xingchen patiently offered some guidance.
Look, we've already signed an eternal pact, we're partners recognized by heaven, so calling him son-in-law now seems too formal, doesn't it?
Xin Xingju tilted her head and began to think seriously, unconsciously pouting and gently tapping her chin with her finger.
It seems so. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, as if she had thought of a great idea, and she said excitedly, then, call him master? I've seen that's what they call him in those novels.
Yi Xingchen was taken aback by her sudden suggestion, coughed twice, and tried to maintain a serious expression. This isn't really appropriate either.
He paused, softening his voice further, with a hint of guidance. Think about it again. We have an equal contractual relationship. Perhaps, we could use a more intimate form of address?
Xin Xingju's ears drooped again clearly. This problem was a bit too difficult for her. She looked at Yi Xingchen for help, muttering softly, then.
I don't know what to call Xingju.
Seeing her troubled yet adorable expression, Yi Xingchen finally stopped teasing her and leaned down to whisper in her ear.
You should call him husband. Husband?
Xin Xingju carefully uttered the two words, her face instantly turning red. The way she was addressed carried a wonderful sense of intimacy, filling her heart with warmth. Her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had discovered some earth-shattering secret, and she happily threw herself into Yi Xingchen's arms.
My husband. Hey! Xingju is so well behaved.
Yi Xingchen was jolted back half a step by her sudden hug, and his hands instinctively wrapped around her slender waist.
Her ample breasts pressed tightly against him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. This burden can only be endured for now. Husband, I'm going to take a shower now. Please teach me cultivation properly later.
Xin Xingju said, then happily ran towards the bathroom.
Okay, go ahead.
Yi Xingchen watched her light and cheerful figure as a smile appeared on his lips.
The plan is in place.
Not only has safety been better guaranteed, but we have also gained a rather interesting combat asset. With a slight thought, the ancient book containing the supreme holy body technique reappeared in his hand.
As his fingertips gently caressed the ancient cover, Yi Xingchen's thoughts drifted to the near future. A petite, adorable little girl with terrifying fighting skills. Just imagining this scene makes my blood boil, hee hee hee.
The sound of running water came from the bathroom, followed by a system announcement.
Xin Xingju's favorability plus 42.
Xin Xingju's favorability rating has increased from casual acquaintances to feeling a spark between them 74/80.
Chapter 64 Patiently teaching Xin Xingju.
At night, moonlight streamed into the room through the window.
Yi Xingchen leaned against the headboard, intently studying the smartphone.
After a long silence, he tossed his phone onto the bedside table in disappointment. Nothing useful. Just then, there was a soft knock on the door. Shin Xingju pushed open the door and entered, wearing only a large white shirt, the hem of which barely covered the top of her thighs, revealing her long, fair legs. The fabric of the white shirt outlined her full chest, swaying gently with her cheerful steps.
Husband, can we start practicing now?
She jumped happily onto the bed, the mattress rising and falling gently with her movements.
Of course.
Yi Xingchen nodded with a smile.
Then I'll take out the spirit crystal.
Shin Xingju raised her hand, about to touch the spatial ring on her finger.
Cultivating martial arts requires more spirit crystals than beast girl cultivation, and she had already prepared ample resources.
But Yi Xingchen gently pressed her hand down. There's no need for that.
He took her hand, and with a slight thought, the two appeared in the star realm.
Because Yi Xingchen had placed a large number of spirit crystals here, the spiritual energy has become much denser.
Just put the spirit crystal here, it will make your cultivation much easier in the future, Yi Xingchen explained. Wow! Husband, the spiritual energy here is so abundant.
Shin Xingju exclaimed in surprise, opening her cherry-like mouth. Then, she obediently took out all the spirit crystals. The spirit crystals piled up into a small hill, radiating a soft light. Yi Xingchen was slightly surprised, not expecting his beast girls to be so wealthy. The technique I'm going to teach you is called the Supreme Holy Body Technique.
Listen carefully. Mum.
Shin Xingju immediately straightened up and nodded attentively. Yi Xingchen explained the incantation, key points, and accompanying movements of the technique one by one. Shin Xingju looked solemn and immediately sat cross-legged to begin circulating her internal energy. Soon, she began to switch to various difficult moves. Yi Xingchen watched as the surrounding spiritual energy formed a vortex above her, and couldn't help but marvel at her extraordinary talent.
At this rate, he'll be able to advance his cultivation level soon, right? Should we give it a push? Yi Xingchen murmured. If I join in, the efficiency will increase exponentially.
I just don't know if this is suitable for Shin Xingju's situation.
Give it a try.
Although Shin Xingju's movements were very difficult, it did not prevent him from following along.
Xingju, he called softly.
Shin Xingju opened her eyes, stopped what she was doing, and asked in confusion, Husband, what's wrong?
You're still too slow. Let me help you. With that, Yi Xingchen came to her side. Ha!
Shin Xingju tilted her head in confusion.
Can someone else help you practice martial arts?
Her master said that the most taboo thing during cultivation is interference from others.
Does her husband have some special method?
Looking at her innocent and confused expression, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly. Of course, but you need to cooperate with me with the utmost trust. He paused deliberately, observing her reaction.
Although Shin Xingju was puzzled, she still nodded obediently. Xingju trusts her husband. That's good.
Yi Xingchen smiled slightly and gently laid Shin Xingju down on the soft grass while still kneeling. As she moved, the hem of her shirt was inadvertently tugged, and her blue and white panties slowly emerged.
Is this silly girl really so unguarded around me?
Yi Xingchen hesitated. He felt this was not a good idea. He shook his head and said, Next, you need to raise your legs a little higher.
Yes, I'll do whatever my husband says.
Shin Xingju responded obediently, lifting her long legs up without hesitation, her round toes curling slightly. Yi Xingchen steadily supported her calf with one hand and gently pressed on her knee with the other, helping her complete the standard stretching movement. He felt the delicate touch of her skin against his fingertips, and without looking away, he guided her to adjust her breathing in pressure.
Yes, that's it. Keep your breathing even and imagine spiritual energy flowing through your meridians.
Under Yi Xingchen's guidance, Shin Xingju had just completed a stretching pose, and the fragrant sweat that kept flowing down her face soaked her white shirt. She continued to circulate her energy, feeling the surging power, and couldn't help but let out a soft hum.
Very good, Xingju did a good job.
Yi Xingchen gently stroked her with his fingers, allowing Shin Xingju's body to be fully prepared. A strange sensation came over her, and Shin Xingju couldn't help but open her eyes.
Husband, what is that?
Shoo, just feel it quietly, Yi Xingchen gestured for silence, reminding him. According to the Supreme Holy Body Technique, the spiritual energy will have a very strong impact on your meridians next.
Yes, husband, please continue. Xingju isn't afraid.
Shin Xingju's eyes were firm. I want to become stronger, so that as my husband's beast girl, I can protect him, and as my mistress's sister, I can protect her.
Good, that's spirited.
Yi Xingchen snorted softly and slowly pressed down on his dantian. Immediately afterwards, a continuous stream of spiritual energy surged towards him, causing his skin to turn red and swollen.
It's coming.
Shin Xingju's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her body trembled. Unlike the external pain experienced during previous martial arts training, this impact came from deep within the body, as if every inch of the meridians was being reshaped.
Is this what makes a divine-level cultivation technique unique? A long time.
Husband Little Star Shin Xingju's face was burning, her hair was wet, and she stretched out her hands to meet Yi Xingchen's palms, constantly transferring energy. Her husband was still working so hard she couldn't just collapse like this.
Haha, I want to work even harder. My husband's quiet care is so warm, so blissful.
This was something she had never experienced before when she practiced martial arts alone.
When Shin Xingju ended her training session, Yi Xingchen was slightly taken aback. Why does it seem like the green bamboo has gotten smaller? This feeling didn't disappear, instead, it grew stronger. Could it be that a divine-level cultivation technique has taken effect? That's amazing.
Husband, Xingju, feels so uncomfortable all over.
Shin Xingju's face flushed red. She was personally experiencing the feeling of being reborn. Is she shrinking now? Oh.
Yi Xingchen felt no less than her, because he was about to break through again with the energy fed back by the beast girl. In a moment, his aura surged forth, and Shin Xingju's aura also surged forth like a tide. They both made a breakthrough.
Shin Xingju's cultivation level, 4th rank, 2nd stage 5th rank, 1st stage. Host's cultivation level, 5th rank, 9th stage 6th rank, 1st stage. Whoosh!
Yi Xingchen was freed from his restraints and his spirits lifted.
Xingju is really great. It's all thanks to my husband's excellent teaching. Shin Xingju exclaimed happily as she threw herself into Yi Xingchen's arms.
Although her advancement speed is fast compared to other martial arts practitioners, it still cannot compare to those beast girls with high-level bloodlines. Her husband patiently taught her, and she broke through a major realm in just one day.
That's absolutely incredible. Chapter 65, Back to the Black Market.
After several more training sessions, the rate at which Shin Xingju and Yi Xingchen improved their cultivation levels slowed down significantly. He remained at the 6th rank, 2nd stage, while Shin Xingju remained at the 5th rank, 3rd stage. It seems that the amazing breakthrough when I first practiced the Supreme Holy Body technique was more due to the special feedback brought about by the technique's reshaping of my foundation.
Night Star murmured. Shin Xingju's size eventually stabilized at around 1.43 meters and stopped shrinking.
This height difference gave Yi Xingchen a unique experience when guiding her cultivation, a strong sense of urgency as her size continued to shrink. At this moment, she was wearing a shirt by Night Star, the wide hem of which almost reached her knees, and one side of the collar slipped down, revealing her fair and pink shoulder. Yi Xingchen's gaze involuntarily fell on her still full breasts, and he stroked his chin, lost in thought.
Wasn't it supposed to shrink? Why isn't it changing much here? Why? Husband lied to me.
Shin Xingju belatedly followed his gaze and looked down, reaching out to touch her chest, her little mouth pouting in grievance.
All right.
Yi Xingchen chuckled and picked her up. Although she had shrunk, she was still quite heavy.
I didn't expect that either. Shin Xingju's mood improved somewhat.
She raised her pretty face and stared into Yi Xingchen's eyes for a while, keenly noticing the strangeness in his gaze.
She gently pulled Yi Xingchen closer, tilted her head up, and asked timidly, "Husband, were you lying to me before?"
Yi Xingchen's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained a gentle smile on her face. Why would Xingju think that?
Shin Xingju pursed her lips, stubbornly wanting an answer. The way you look at me is different now than before I shrank. The way you look at me now. Ahem.
Yi Xingchen coughed awkwardly twice.
There's no difference. Now I look at them with the same carefree affection I feel for the young ladies, but it wasn't like that at all before. When we first met, I felt a sense of disappointment and distance. Even they could tell? Was I too obvious?
Yi Xingchen felt ashamed.
Husband. Shin Xingju's voice trembled slightly. You're not lying to Xingju, are you?
Yi Xingchen's brief hesitation spoke volumes in her eyes. Her big eyes immediately welled up with tears, which welled up inside.
Don't cry.
Yi Xingchen quickly pulled her into his arms, letting her sit on his lap, and gently patted her back. It's my fault, husband.
I promise I won't lie to you again. No.
Shin Xingju burrowed into his arms, refusing with a sob in her voice, Don't lie to me.
This.
Yi Xingchen was stunned, not expecting such an answer.
This warm embrace brought back so many memories for Shinshiju. Remembering the coldness of being abandoned by my parents on a street corner. I recall the loneliness of being called a monster in the orphanage because of my naturally dark circles under my eyes. When he was 8 years old, he was adopted by a seemingly kind couple, but he lived a life of beatings and scoldings every day. It wasn't until she was 14 that her master took her scarred hand in his, and she finally understood what it felt like to be cared for. Later, she met Miss, who was the first person to truly consider her a friend. But now, with Yixingchen, she felt a completely different emotion. This feeling carries a tender care and a reassuring warmth. Although it seemed like a lie, she liked it very much. However, now that she's shrunk, her husband seems to have really fallen for her. She wiped away her tears, rubbed her tear-stained cheek against Yixingchen's neck, and wrapped her slender arms around his neck. Husband. She gently shook his arm, as if pleading, then placed his hand on her heart. Next time you lie to me, could you rub this spot a little more? Before Yixingchen could answer, she continued, just like when she was cultivating, especially gentle. Don't talk nonsense, Yixingchen quickly retorted. I was just helping you clear your meridians. Hee, it's alright, my husband. Shinshiju smiled through her tears, her cheeks flushed, and she pressed his hand even tighter. Normally, that's fine too. She tilted her head back, a rare hint of cleverness in her innocent expression. Husband can keep lying to Qingju, and Qingju will pretend not to know. Looking at her like this, Yixingchen couldn't tell whether the girl was really stupid or just pretending. He chuckled softly, his fingertips gently smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. Okay, then it's settled. Aside from the height, Yixingchen said he could accept everything else. A few days later. After disguising himself, Yixingchen returned to the black market, hoping to find some good items. After disguising himself slightly, Yixingchen once again stepped into the chaotic black market. He lingered among the various stalls, his keen eyes scanning each item, whether real or fake. In the end, he purchased a reasonably good century-old elixir from a shrewd-looking merchant. At that moment, Bai Xianxian's voice echoed in his mind. Elder brother. After this girl discovered that he was actually cultivating, she's been sulking for the past few days because he didn't guide her in her cultivation. Now they're finally paying attention to him. Xian, did you find something? There is something. Okay, Xian, you show me the way. Yixingchen followed her directions and avoided the many security personnel. Suddenly, a hushed conversation came from around the corner ahead. Someone's there. Yixingchen's eyes sharpened, and he reacted with lightning speed, silently moving into the shadows of the mottled wall beside him, perfectly concealing himself. Ugh, the sheriffs are checking people more and more lately, it's so annoying, complained a tall, thin man with a slightly high-pitched voice. Who says otherwise? Another rough, hoarse voice chimed in, sounding like a fat man. Ever since that incident at the last auction, the rumors have never died down. Luckily, the dungeon in front of us has a concealment device, otherwise our hideout would have been wiped out long ago, and we would all be finished. The tall, thin man's tone carried a hint of relief. Speaking of which, the fat man's voice was filled with curiosity. Where exactly does that passage at the very back of the dungeon lead? It's so mysterious. Shoo! The tall, thin man immediately hissed urgently. Don't you want to live? That's not our business. Hurry up and get going, or you'll get yelled at for being late for your shift. As they approached, Yixingchen made himself appear ethereal, passing through the wall and avoiding their sight. We arrived underground. Is this a dungeon? The surrounding environment was cold and damp, and Yixingchen felt a strange sense of danger. He walked deeper and deeper until he came to a cage. The cage was empty, but the bloody human heads piled up like a mountain next to it. At the very top was Lin Shen's head, the one who had tried to steal the beast girl from him. His face was filled with terror and despair. Yixingchen's gaze didn't linger for long before sharply sweeping towards the back of the cage. It looked like a solid stone wall, and that was exactly where Bai Xianxian was pointing. He stepped forward and carefully felt the rough surface of the wall. Soon, in a depression that almost blended into the rock texture, he sensed an extremely well-hidden mechanism. Without hesitation, he activated his spiritual power and pressed the mechanism. Click. Chapter 66, A Secret Realm Specifically for Cultivating Spiritual Herbs? With a soft click, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a deep, downward passage. Just then, a white light flashed, and Bai Miao Miao's petite figure appeared beside Yixingchen. Miao Miao, why are you out here? Yixingchen looked at the little girl who had suddenly appeared with some surprise. Brother Yi, look at this.
Bai Miao Miao flipped her little hand over, revealing an ancient bronze fragment in her palm. The fragment, etched with strange patterns, emitted a faint light and trembled slightly in her palm, as if it were alive.
Yi Xingqian took the fragment and sensed the strange fluctuations it contained. What is this?
This was left to me by my father, Bai Miao Miao explained, her eyes filled with reminiscence. He said that if the other 5 fragments could be collected, a door to a special secret realm could be opened. There, it was filled with all sorts of rare and precious medicinal herbs.
A secret realm full of spiritual plants.
Yi Xingqian keenly grasped the key point, and a thought struck him. As the number of contracted beast girls increased, he felt the urgency of resource supply more and more. When little dragon girl breaks through to the next stage, the resources she consumes will definitely double.
Panda girl can't always consume spirit stones either, as this efficiency is far less than refining spirit plants.
The Bai sisters have fallen far behind in strength and need to catch up as soon as possible. The appearance of this fragment is like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Suddenly, the bronze fragment in his hand trembled slightly and floated up on its own, emitting an even brighter light, slowly drifting towards the depths of the passage.
It seems to be guiding us. Without further hesitation, Yi Xingqian picked up Bai Miao Miao's light body and quickly followed the fragments.
Bai Miao Miao's small face was pressed against his warm chest, feeling the reassuring heartbeat, and her mind started wandering again.
These past few days have been crazy.
Basically, besides eating and sleeping, all she does is cultivate non-stop.
She's lost count of how many times she's been infused with spiritual energy.
However, she thought of her younger sister, Bai Xianxian, because her bloodline level was lower than hers, and her brother Yi had always prevented her from trying real cultivation.
As the older sister, she could clearly sense Wei Wuxian's disappointment. Brother Yi.
Bai Miao Miao tugged at his clothes with her small hand, gently bit Yi Xingqian's neck, and then said,
"Could you bring Wei Wuxian along next time you cultivate?"
She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. "I think if we're together, we might be able to help relieve some of her pressure.
Besides, Xianxian really wants to help her brother." Wait, why is this girl still thinking about being sexy at a time like this?
Feeling the wet touch on his neck, Yi Xingqian put on a stern face and said,
"Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's talk about it when we get home." "All right."
Bai Miao Miao revealed a sly smile, her slender hands wrapping around Yi Xingqian's neck as she leaned closer.
"Actually, Brother Yi is right, isn't he? Miao Miao won't mind."
She gently blew into his ear and playfully stuck out her little tongue.
Smack! Yay!
A crisp, light sound echoed in the passageway, and Bai Miao Miao cried out in surprise, instinctively covering the hem of her skirt behind her. Her face flushed red instantly, and her eyes welled up with tears of grievance.
"Brother Yi is bullying me,"
she muttered softly, burying her face even deeper, a triumphant smile secretly curving her lips. Looking at her expression, which was both aggrieved and secretly pleased, Yi Xingqian shook his head helplessly. I don't know when she became like this. Her fox-like traits are getting stronger and stronger. His eyes sharpened as he suddenly noticed loud banging noises coming from around the corner of the passage ahead.
He unconsciously tightened his grip on Bai Miao Miao's arm and slowed his pace. "Stop fooling around."
He lowered his voice, his expression becoming serious.
"There's something going on ahead." Bai Miao Miao immediately understood, nodded obediently, and put away her playful thoughts.
The two exchanged a knowing glance and, following the direction indicated by the bronze fragments, silently ventured forward. As they reached a corner, Yi Xingqian reacted swiftly, catching the fragment firmly the moment it accelerated away. He concealed himself in the shadows around the corner of the passage and cautiously peered ahead. Suddenly, the view opened up before them, revealing a group of people gathered around a stone wall covered with strange patterns. There was a distinct groove in the center of the stone wall, and the shape of one of the pieces perfectly matched the bronze fragments in their hands. Chang Wang only stopped when he saw that the stone wall remained unmoved.
"Is this door really that hard to open?" "Foolish," Bai Bucheng mocked without any politeness. "If you could open it by brute force, would such an opportunity have fallen into your lap?" Yu Chang Wang glared angrily. "You two, stop arguing."
Li Dengfeng stopped the fight, then turned to look at the man in black who had remained silent. "Your Excellency, the task now rests on your shoulders." "Let's get this straight," the man in black said slowly, his voice hoarse.
"After it's done, I want half of what's inside." "You're asking for an exorbitant amount." Chang Wang immediately objected. "We've already collected all 5 fragments, you're asking for way too much." Fan Tong chimed in.
The man in black remained unmoved, merely waving his hand slightly.
If you are unwilling, then so be it.
You failed to deliver the agreed-upon medicine safely to me, so asking for a little more is not unreasonable at all.
He paused, his tone certain.
Anyway, without me, unless you get the last fragment, you'll never be able to open this door in your entire lives.
You two should shut up, especially you, Xiang Wang. Bai Buqing snapped.
If you hadn't acted carelessly, that distinguished guest wouldn't have been arrested by the police.
How can you blame me? It was that Yi Xingchen who infiltrated the black market and attracted their attention. Xiang Wang retorted, unconvinced. Enough.
Li Dingfeng snorted coldly, then turned to the man in black, forcing a smile onto his face.
Your Excellency, we grant your request. Please begin.
He gestured for him to proceed, then took out a bronze fragment from his pocket and carefully placed it into the groove on the wall. Seeing this, the others, though unwilling, could only sigh and take out their own fragments to put into the groove.
Humph, the man in black said again, now, I want 2/3. You.
Chen Wang was furious, and the others were also extremely dissatisfied with the man in black's sudden price gouging. However, Li Dingfeng reached out and stopped his restless companions, signaling everyone to be patient.
All right, we accept this condition, Li Dingfeng said through gritted teeth. Your Excellency, please.
The man in black reluctantly took out a strangely shaped device and began to circulate his spiritual energy. The device emitted a faint glow, subtly resonating with the 5 fragments on the wall. In the shadows, the fragment in Yi Xingchen's hand was slightly warm, as if it were about to rush out and fly to its rightful place at any moment.
Chapter 67. Take it with you. Miao Miao, in a moment we'll do this, and then that, Yi Xingchen whispered in by Miao Miao's ear. Yes, Brother Yi, don't worry.
Bai Miao Miao nodded seriously, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes as she looked towards the stone gate.
Go for it, Bai Miao Miao. You can do it.
She silently cheered herself up, then reached out her small hand and tightly grasped Yi Xingchen's warm, large hand.
Brother Yi, I'm about to begin.
Yi Xingchen squeezed her soft little hand, indicating that he was ready. Bai Miao Miao closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her spiritual energy circulated rapidly within her body. Her petite figure, along with Yi Xingchen, blended into the surrounding light and shadow, becoming indistinct.
Spirit Fox illusionary steps.
The next instant, they moved together, their figures appearing like ghosts, not in a straight line, but in an elusive curve, creating a hazy illusion. Instead of rushing directly towards the stone wall, Bai Miao Miao cleverly used the surrounding shadows and stone pillars to create multiple afterimages that were difficult to distinguish from reality.
He, Brother Yi, we're leaving. The afterimages spoke in unison, approaching the people. Who goes there? Bai Miao Miao, and that night's stars.
The sudden turn of events startled the people in front of the stone gate, who instinctively adopted a defensive stance, their attention completely drawn to the phantoms.
You've come at the perfect time. Xiang Wang was overjoyed now the 6th fragment was secured.
He grinned maliciously and pushed aside the man in black beside him.
We don't need you here anymore. What are you doing?
The man in black was interrupted by the sudden shove, and his beard under the mask trembled with anger.
Woman, kill them. Xiang Wang immediately ordered his sky-splitting wolf maiden to launch an attack.
Seeing this, the others also summoned their own beast girls and attacked the phantoms together.
In that very instant, Yi Xingchen and Bai Miao Miao's true forms had silently arrived at the stone wall.
Taking advantage of the perfect moment when everyone's attention was diverted by the phantom, Yi Xingchen quickly embedded the last fragment into the groove.
Buzz!
A circular portal slowly unfolded on the stone wall, radiating a mysterious light. Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen pulled Bai Miao Miao into the portal, and the instant they entered, he swept away all the fragments on the wall.
The portal slowly closed again. Everyone, I'm going now.
As he finished speaking, the portal began to close rapidly.
Oh no! They're behind us.
Bai Buqing was the first to react and rushed forward. With a muffled thud, Bai Buqing crashed heavily into the stone wall that had been restored to its original state.
Brother Bai, are you all right?
A shopkeeper next to him helped him up. It's nothing, Bai Buqing shook his head and waved his hand.
They tricked us. Now we don't even have 5 pieces left.
Humph, the man in black said angrily, flicking his sleeve.
I'm not going to deal with this mess anymore.
Please calm down, Your Excellency. Li Dingfeng stepped forward quickly and whispered a few words in his ear.
Fine, I'll make one more move for your sake. The man in black snorted coldly and took out the strange device again.
This time, its spiritual light surged, and 6 rays of light locked into the groove like chains. Li Dengfeng took 2 steps back and glared fiercely at Cheng Wang.
Who told you to push this gentleman? Your share will be halved later. No one has any objections, right? No. Several family heads shook their heads.
Only Cheng Wang blushed, his neck stiff, wanting to argue but unable to.
Brother-in-law, calm down, Bai Bucheng comforted him. Even if they get all the spiritual herbs inside, they'll still have to come out of here eventually, won't they?
He paused, then said, besides, that big guy already went in beforehand because of his spatial manipulation abilities, so they won't be able to pick many spiritual herbs.
That's right, it's a 5th-tier beast with an SS-level bloodline, Fan Tong added.
According to the information provided by Cheng Wang, Yi Xingqian may have had a 6th-level life-saving technique given to him by his family elders, which is not his actual strength.
The big guys can easily dodge it with their spatial abilities. Cheng Wang curled his lip. If they go in, they won't even know how they died, humph.
Li Dengfeng nodded, having already made his plans.
What he actually wanted was an entire secret realm.
Once he obtains the core of the secret realm, he will take his entire family abroad.
Because some people have already traced him back to him, we can't delay any longer.
The spiritual herbs produced continuously from the secret realm, sold at high prices, were enough for him to live like a local tyrant abroad.
The secret realm is a hidden paradise.
The spiritual energy here is extremely rich in some low-lying areas. You can even see pure spiritual liquid formed by the convergence of spiritual energy. Those medicinal herbs that had been growing for over 10 years grew haphazardly, as if they were unwanted. You could find one almost every 2 steps. Yi Xingqian and Bai Miaomia walked through this strange world, the air filled with a refreshing medicinal fragrance. This is simply a natural garden of medicinal herbs.
Nightstar couldn't help but sigh. He already had a plan in mind, to integrate this secret realm into his star realm. In this way, he will have a backup resource pool, and he won't have to worry about the progress of the beast girls.
With a thought, he summoned Bai Xianxian, who had been staying in the symbiotic sacred realm.
Xianxian, it's your turn to make a move.
Yi Xingqian looked at the girl in front of him who always had no expression and gently pinched her soft cheek.
No.
Bai Xianxian shook her head, her red eyes looking at him calmly, her tone completely calm.
Brother, is bad. This girl is throwing a little tantrum.
Yi Xingqian smiled helplessly and gently comforted her.
I promise you, I'll take you with me to cultivate when we get home, okay?
Bai Xianxian's ruby-like eyes lit up slightly. She didn't say anything, but silently reached out her hands, took a step forward and hugged Yi Xingqian, gently pressing her cheek against his chest.
Okay.
The fluffy white tail behind her began to sway gently, revealing her instantly improved mood.
Brother, kiss me.
She tilted her little face up, stood on tiptoe, and her red eyes held a hint of barely perceptible expectation.
Okay.
Yi Xingqian smiled, reached out and pulled her slender body into his arms, then leaned down and gently kissed her. Bai Xianxian remained expressionless, but her red eyes narrowed slightly, and her tail swayed a little more, revealing her inner satisfaction.
Seeing her adorable reaction, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, Wei Wuxian is easy to coax. Xianxian is so lovable.
Bai Miaomia licked her lips lightly, a hint of envy in her eyes, but considerately did not disturb them.
You got a share too.
Yi Xingqian smiled and pulled her into his arms, kissing her on the cheek as well.
Alright, he ruffled the 2 girls' soft hair, his gaze sweeping over the bountiful secret realm. Our next step is to find the core of this secret realm, and then take it all with me. Chapter 68 by Xianxian's Decisiveness.
Following the path that was almost swallowed up by spiritual weeds, the 3 of them arrived at a garden of spiritual herbs that had been abandoned by time. Before us lies an area roughly the size of 3 football fields. Unlike the wildly growing medicinal herbs outside, traces of human planting are faintly visible here, with crisscrossing paths. Now it is covered with all kinds of vibrant medicinal herbs, growing so lushly that it is almost wild. Beside the herb garden, a small wooden house completely entwined with lush green vines stands quietly. While Bai Xianxian was still trying to locate the core of the secret realm, Yi Xingqian decided to go in and take a look. Let's go in and take a look, he said, gesturing for Bai Miaomia and the quiet Bai Xianxian to follow, and gently pushed open the slightly heavy wooden door.
Dust fell in a flurry as the door opened. The room was simply furnished, a simple wooden bed, a crooked wooden table, a shelf for various tools, and several old books covered in thick dust scattered on the floor next to the bookshelf.
Yi Xingchen casually flipped through the books and found that most of them were books like Basic Nursing Care of Elixirs and Introduction to the Illustrated Compendium of Herbs. However, one of the books caught his attention because it felt slightly heavy and the pages were yellowed even more.
Is this a diary?
He brushed the dust off the cover, which was written in the ancient script of the Great Xia dynasty. Thanks to the time he spent learning calligraphy at the orphanage, he can recognize these characters. The first half of the diary records the daily life in this medicinal herb garden, as well as a rule that has lasted for a long time. The Li family, Bai family, Fan family, Zheng family, and Wu family, 5 clans, made a pact to take turns guarding and protecting the medicinal garden. Every 5 years, the profits from the medicinal herbs are distributed according to the rankings of the youth competition among the 5 tribes. This ensures the prosperity of the herb garden and the harmony among the 5 tribes. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen looked up at Bai Miao Miao, his tone tinged with doubt. Miao Miao, according to what's written here, your Bai family must have had a good relationship with the other families back then, and you jointly managed this medicinal herb garden. If it had been distributed fairly based on merit every few years as before, it would have been beneficial to everyone.
Why did it turn out this way? Brother Yi, the rules are good, but people's hearts change.
They're just too greedy.
Bai Miao Miao gently shook her head.
About 100 years ago, our Bai family began to decline due to some unforeseen events. Seeing this, the other 4 families not only failed to offer assistance according to the ancient alliance, but instead, conceived the idea of completely expelling our Bai family from the 5 clans.
So they decided to join forces to seize the fragments of your Bai family? Yi Xingchen guessed.
Yes, but they went too far back then, which drew the attention of the authorities, Bai Miao Miao continued. Later, they not only did not gain any benefits, but also declined. She smiled as she said this, Brother Yi, they only have themselves to blame.
I see. Yi Xingchen could only say that those families deserved it.
Elder brother. Just then, Bai Xianxian gently tugged at Yi Xingchen's sleeve, her red eyes gazing in a direction deep within the herb garden.
Found it?
Yi Xingchen was overjoyed and bent down to rub her sensitive ears.
Xianxian, come on, lead the way. Bai Xianxian nodded and gracefully led the way.
The 3 of them walked around several overly lush patches of medicinal herbs, and soon an ancient stone platform appeared before them. 4 weathered stone pillars stand around the platform, each extending a chain of spiritual energy that shimmers with faint runes, all connecting to a cube-shaped frame in the center of the platform. Inside the cube, a basketball-sized sphere of light, emitting a green glow, floated silently. Dense spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, was rising from this sphere of light, nourishing the entire sky of the secret realm like a spring.
Is this what makes the spiritual energy here so dense? Could this be the core of the secret realm?
Yi Xingchen quickly stepped forward and reached out to touch it. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A huge, blurry black shadow appeared at the edge of the platform, its body rippling with unstable spatial waves, carrying a chilling killing intent as it rushed straight at Yi Xingchen.
Brother Yi! Be careful! Bai Miao Miao's exclamation came almost simultaneously with her movement. Spirit Fox illusionary steps.
Her figure instantly split into 3, attempting to disrupt the shadowy figure's judgment.
However, someone was faster than her.
Bai Xianxian, who had been quietly staying behind Yi Xingchen, suddenly narrowed his red eyes the moment the dark figure appeared, sensing the approaching danger. Without the slightest hesitation, her petite body burst forth with astonishing speed, and in a flash, she firmly stood between Yi Xingchen and the dark figure.
Oh no!
Yi Xingchen's heart almost stopped. The aura emanating from this suddenly appearing beast was clearly at the 5th level, which was definitely not something Bai Xianxian could withstand at the moment. In a flash, he suddenly reached out with his left hand, grabbed Bai Xianxian's slender waist, and pulled her back sharply. At the same time, the defensive power was activated to create the omnipotent shield.
Buzz! A solid spherical shield instantly unfolded around them. Boom!
The next instant, a claw strike containing terrifying spatial tearing power slammed heavily onto the shield. The shield was instantly covered with spider-like cracks before shattering. Fortunately, Bai Miao Miao's phantom had already arrived. Her true form appeared on the other side of the night star, leading them to retreat quickly, narrowly escaping the shadowy figure's next attack range. Only then was Yi Xingchen able to see the attacker's full appearance. It was a strange beast that resembled a lion, but was more than twice the size of a lion.
Its fur is a deep dark silver color, and there are subtle spatial ripples constantly undulating around its body.
At this moment, it was coldly staring at Yi Xingchen and the other 2 with its large, blood-red eyes.
5th rank, 10th stage, SS-level bloodline, sky-piercing mad lion.
Yixingchen looked at Bai Xianxian, who was tightly clutching his clothes in his arms, and felt both heartache and fear.
Silly girl, who told you to block my way?
His tone was reproachful, but his arm around her tightened unconsciously. I was relieved that I reacted quickly, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Bai Xianxian tilted her head up, her red eyes looking at him, and gently shook her head. Xianxian,
I want to protect my brother.
Her simple words carried an undeniable firmness that slightly moved Yixingchen, but he knew this was not the time for sentimentality.
Xianxian, be good.
Let's go back to the symbiotic sacred realm first. I'll take care of you and your sister here. Yixingchen softened her tone and, before Bai Xianxian could speak, sent her back to her symbiotic sacred domain. The next moment, a flash of light appeared beside him, and a petite figure wearing loose training clothes appeared. It was Xin Xingzhu, whose physique had stabilized at 1.43 meters after cultivating this supreme holy body technique.
Xingzhu, try off the results of the past few days, Yixingchen said in a deep voice. Her cultivation level is currently at the 5th rank, 3rd stage, and her bloodline has been modified by that divine level cultivation technique.
Even if she hasn't reached the divine level yet, she is already at the SSS level, which is more than enough to deal with this strange beast.
Mum.
Xin Xingzhu nodded obediently, but her eyes suddenly sharpened. The author says there are pictures.
Chapter 69, The Eye of Truth, Refining the Core. Hada!
Xin Xingzhu shouted, her figure moving like lightning, her small fist carrying an overwhelming momentum, heading straight for the face of the mad lion that had just appeared.
Buzz!
The mad lion roared, and the surrounding spatial power rippled violently.
Its massive body blurred instantly and disappeared into the void once more.
Xin Xingzhu's punch missed, and the fierce golden fist wind plowed a deep trench behind him, with spiritual soil and fragments of spiritual herbs flying everywhere.
Trying to run away again.
Xin Xingzhu stomped her foot, and her petite figure used the momentum to jump back to Yixingchen's side in an instant, landing steadily. She scanned her surroundings warily, her panda ears twitching alertly as she caught the slightest sound.
Suddenly, she sensed a very subtle spatial fluctuation coming from her upper left. Here!
Without the slightest hesitation, Xin Xingzhu threw another punch at the seemingly empty area.
Boom!
The small pink fist, enveloped in a golden halo, collided with the lion's claw, which was more than 10 times larger, creating waves of air. Xin Xingzhu's feet sank into the ground, but her body remained as steady as a mountain. She did not take a step back. In the face of pure force collision, she actually gained the upper hand.
Buzz!
The raging lion let out a painful growl and hit itself once more. The surrounding space echoed with the furious roars of a mad lion, as if wondering why this tiny human could unleash such terrifying power with such a small body.
Meow meow, when it reappears, take a look at where its weakness is.
Yixingchen spoke in a low voice, this kind of beast is extremely difficult to kill. If the sky-piercing lion hadn't taken the initiative to attack, it would have been very difficult to find its hiding place. We must strike it dead in one blow, otherwise we will only be worn down by it.
Understood.
Bai Miao Miao stood beside him, slowly closed her eyes, and her 9 tails swayed lightly with the fluctuations of spiritual energy.
Swish! Swish! Swish!
The next moment, violent spatial fluctuations simultaneously appeared in 3 places in the air, and 3 identical figures of the sky-piercing mad lions condensed. Their spiritual energy fluctuations and ferocious expressions were completely identical, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. 3 enormous claws tore through the air with a piercing whistling sound as they pounced down from different directions. In that instant, Bai Miao Miao suddenly opened her eyes, her red pupils gleaming.
The Eye of Truth.
An invisible ripple swept across, and the 2 phantom lions in the air shattered and vanished like bubbles.
The only true form appeared in the air. Brother Yi, its weakness is at the base of its tail.
Bai Miao Miao shouted urgently, her gaze fixed on the long tail behind the mad lion, which was emitting a faint silver light and channeling spatial power to its limbs. On the other side, Xin Xingzhu, who had been poised to strike, sprang up like a cannonball and punched the mad lion's head, forcing it to take the hit. Almost at the same moment, the night stars moved. The silver dragon spear was instantly in hand, and lightning crackled all around him.
Swift and decisive.
His body shot forward like lightning, leaping into the air, his gaze fixed on the tuft of silver fur at the base of the sky-piercing lion's tail. The spear thrust out, piercing precisely through the base of the tail that held the power of space.
Awah!
The sky-piercing lion let out a shrill howl, its silver light instantly dissipated, and the spatial fluctuations abruptly ceased.
The enormous body was blasted down by Shin Qingzhu's small fist. Boom!
The massive beast crashed to the ground like a meteorite, and Yi Xingqian's spear followed closely, piercing through his head.
To be fair, the vitality and defense of this SS-level bloodline beast are indeed astonishingly strong.
Even with its vital organs damaged, it did not die immediately and continued to struggle in its death throes.
Nightstar then thrust his spear in several more times, finally silencing the mad lion's struggles and extinguishing all its life force. My husband, here, the magic crystal.
As soon as the battle ended, Shin Qingzhu happily ran to the corpse of the mad lion, deftly pried open its tough outer skin with her small hands, and took out a magic crystal that shimmered with silver light and contained pure spatial power. She presented the magic crystal to Yi Xingqian like a treasure, her upturned face still smeared with blood from the earlier splatter. Combined with her innocent and pure smile, it creates a peculiar contrast.
You. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but laugh as he looked at her seeking praise expression. Next time, let me do this dirty work.
He put away his spear, took out a soft tissue from his storage space, and gently wiped the blood from her face. Bai Miaomiao glanced at the magic crystal in Shin Qingzhu's hand, then looked up at Yi Xingqian, who was focused on wiping Shin Qingzhu's face. A hint of jealousy flashed in her ruby-like eyes. Her silly and adorable subordinate actually managed to win over Brother Yi without her knowledge.
You really underestimated her.
It's also my own fault for letting my guard down, thinking that Brother Yi didn't like Big Bear Sister. Sigh, who would have thought that Brother Yi could shrink her like that? Bai Miaomiao gently squeezed between the two, naturally taking Yi Xingqian's other arm, and muttered softly.
Brother Yi, I also helped find the weakness.
Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the slightly puffed up cheeks and swaying nine tails clearly said, I also want Brother Yi's care. Seeing Bai Miaomiao's jealous expression, Yi Xingqian smiled helplessly and gently rubbed her fox ears with his free hand. Yes, thanks to Miaomiao, we were able to solve it so quickly.
Having gained approval, the fox girl lowly narrowed her eyes and enjoyed the caress. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to the ball of light floating in mid-air.
He reached out and pressed his palm firmly on it. Buzz! The moment they made contact, the ball of light erupted with unprecedented resistance, trembling violently like a startled creature, repeatedly trying to break free from his control.
Stop!
Yi Xingqian shouted, his spiritual power surging rapidly within him, transforming into invisible shackles that forcefully suppressed the restless ball of light time and time again.
Sweat beaded on his forehead. Refining a complete secret realm core was much more difficult than he had imagined, requiring complete concentration and no distraction whatsoever.
Miaomiao, Qingzhu, before I have completely refined it, you must not let anyone or anything get close to me, Yi Xingqian solemnly instructed.
Okay, my husband.
Shin Qingzhu nodded emphatically, her originally obedient expression instantly turning solemn. She took a few steps forward, blocking Yi Xingqian's path, her fists clenched, her aura contained and ready to strike at any moment.
Okay. Don't worry, Brother Yi, leave it to us. Bai Miaomiao replied.
She leaped lightly to the side and behind Yi Xingqian, her 9 fox tails naturally unfurled, and her bright eyes sharply scanned every corner around her. For a moment, this core area fell into an eerie silence, with only the buzzing of the secret realm's core and the energy fluctuations emitted by the night star refining echoing here. Suddenly, Bai Miaomiao's ears twitched, and she abruptly turned her head to look in the direction they had come from, her eyes sharpening.
They're here.
Qingzhu, I will use illusions to confuse their vision, and you can launch an attack while you are in the process. Bai Miaomiao quickly lowered her voice, and her 9 fox tails swayed slightly due to the gathering of spiritual energy, emitting a shimmering glow.
Okay, little, big sister.
Shin Qingzhu nodded obediently, her sister sounding a little awkward but full of sincerity.
Chapter 70 The Stubborn Shin Qingzhu.
Shin Qingzhu suppressed all distracting thoughts, her petite body slightly lowered, her gaze fixed ahead, ready to strike. At the same time, Bai Miaomiao's steps were as light as the wind, and her spiritual energy rippled like water, with her 9 fox tails emitting a mesmerizing and eerie light. Her figure swayed, and she used the Spirit Fox illusionary step to its fullest extent. 7 or 8 phantoms that were almost identical to the two of them appeared out of thin air and intertwined with each other.
Over there. Don't let them get away. Chang Wang and his sky-splitting wolf girl, who were at the forefront, were immediately confused and chased after several phantoms.
However, as Bai Miaomiao continued to output spiritual power, more and more phantoms appeared one after another, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The two were forced to stop and were surrounded.
Damn it! Which one is the real one?
Chang Wang stared at the densely packed figures in front of him, each with different movements, and cursed under his breath. The sky-splitting wolf girl beside him also tensed up, her nose twitching as she tried to discern the scent, but she was still unable to pinpoint the true form from these phantoms that carried real spiritual energy fluctuations.
Call out.
Just as Chang Wang's mind was distracted, Xin Xingzhu's true form appeared from a tricky angle, her small fist striking his waist without any fancy moves.
Brother Wang, watch out.
The sky-splitting wolf girl had an extremely strong fighting instinct and flashed in front of Chang Wang at the critical moment.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Xin Xingzhu pressed her advantage relentlessly, unleashing 3 consecutive punches that landed squarely on the ground. Although the sky-splitting wolf girl was a level higher, she was still blasted back by this pure power, her blood and qi churning.
Having landed a successful blow, Xin Xingzhu did not linger in the fight.
Her figure once again merged into the illusion and disappeared.
Damn it!
How come all the beast girls in Night Starry Sky are so strange?
Chang Wang was both shocked and angry.
One creates illusions that are indistinguishable from the real thing, while the other, of low bloodline, can wield such immense power. The key point is that this panda girl is only at the 5th rank, while I, a 6th rank beast girl with S-rank bloodline, was actually at a disadvantage and ahead on Clash of Strength. At this moment, Li Dingfeng and others finally arrived. After listening to Cheng Wang's account, everyone gasped as they looked at the dozens of indistinguishable phantoms in the room.
We can't delay any longer. Each person is responsible for a section, and will clear them out simultaneously. I refuse to believe these phantoms can last indefinitely.
Li Dingfeng made a decisive decision and shouted in a deep voice.
Wife, clear the area. Bai Buqing immediately looked at the woman in blue beside him.
This woman had fin-like structures growing near her ears, and her exposed skin was covered with a few shimmering white scales. Bai Buqing simultaneously activated his defensive power, bestowing his S-rank attack enhancement talent upon her.
All right.
The blue-clad beast girl took a deep breath and spread her arms.
A cold wave is coming.
A cold wind swept through the area, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet below freezing, and even the lush green grass was instantly covered with a thick layer of frost.
Enhance.
A soft light emanated from the palm of another yellow-clad beast girl, transforming into a dazzling halo that was once again superimposed on the blue-clad beast girl.
Hailstorm.
The blue-clad beast woman snorted coldly and suddenly swung her arm down.
In an instant,
countless egg-sized, sharp-edged ice crystals, each bearing a golden reinforcing ring, rapidly condensed and fell within the area enveloped by the cold wave, unleashing an indiscriminate, saturated bombardment.
Oh no, Brother Yi. Bai Miao's face turned pale, and she quickly retreated to Yi Xingqian's side.
Her figure flashed quickly, her 9 tails dancing into a barrier, constantly blocking and shattering the large falling ice crystals for him. It was precisely at this moment of her all-out defense that the spiritual power maintaining the illusion was forced to stop, and all the illusions in the field vanished one by one like bubbles.
The 3 of them were completely exposed to the enemy's view. Found you.
A glint flashed in Li Dingfeng's eyes, and he summoned his rock elephant maiden without hesitation. Although this beast girl was muscular, her face possessed an unusually cold and beautiful appearance. Giant elephant charge, she roared in a low voice, thrusting her elbows forward, her body charging straight toward Nightstar like a chariot with the force to destroy everything, cracking the ground beneath her feet.
Women, tear them to pieces.
Cheng Wang roared, wanting to vent all the pent-up frustration he had just felt.
Roar.
The sky-splitting wolf girl instantly transformed into an even larger giant wolf, its claws flashing with cold light, and fiercely clawed at Xin Xingzhu's face, who was blocking its way.
Sky-splitting wolf claw.
They attacked from both sides, sealing off all avenues for escape.
Xin Xingzhu's pupils contracted, there was no way to avoid it. Boom.
A tremendous impact was accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing into the sky.
Chang Wang and the others secretly marveled at the formidable impact of Li Dingfeng's rock elephant maiden. I refuse to believe she won't die this time.
Chang Wang stared intently at the center of the smoke and dust, gritting his teeth as he spoke. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the 3 figures reappeared. However, the scene they imagined, where Xin Xingzhu vomited blood and collapsed after being hit by these 2 blows, did not happen.
Drink ah!
Blood trickled from the corner of Xin Xingzhu's mouth. She pushed her palms out in 2 directions, desperately resisting the impact of the rock elephant mother and the sharp claws tearing down from the sky-splitting wolf mother. 2 deep grooves, several meters long, appeared beneath her feet, but she remained firmly supported. Xin Xingzhu gritted her teeth, her small face full of stubbornness. Her petite body exerted great strength, which made the wolf girl and the rock elephant girl unable to advance or retreat for a moment. Her eyes flashed with intense golden light as she struggled forward step by step, enduring the combined force of the two beast girls.
You are not allowed to come near my husband.
The golden light that had been emanating from Shin Qingju instantly receded and gathered entirely in her palms.
An even more violent and pure power suddenly erupted. Ha!
With a shout from her, two figures were forcefully blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. After forcing back the powerful enemy, the golden light around Shin Qingju receded like a tide, her face instantly lost all color, her body went limp, and she could no longer support herself, falling forward. A pair of warm and strong hands caught her firmly from behind and pulled her into a solid embrace. Shin Qingju struggled to lift her heavy eyelids, and after seeing who it was, she immediately forced a weak but satisfied smile.
Husband, Qingju, didn't let them get close. Yes, I know.
Yi Xingqian looked down at her tired but determined face, touched by her words, and gently wiped the bloodstains from the corner of her mouth.
Qingju did a great job, thank you for your hard work, please get some rest.
A soft light flashed, and he sent the exhausted Shin Qingju back to the safe symbiotic sanctuary to recuperate and heal. When Yi Xingqian raised his head again, his gaze swept over Li Dengfeng and the others, making no attempt to conceal his killing intent.
Chapter 71 Powerful Kill.
Yi Xingqian coldly surveyed the remaining enemies, his mind racing with calculations.
Bai Miaomiao and Shin Qingju were both exhausted and had been taken into his symbiotic sacred domain.
Ling Yaoyao had not yet awakened, so they would have to rely on themselves for the rest of the battle. Although both are at the 6th rank, he is, after all, a beast tamer. Even after undergoing dragon blood tempering, her physical body still couldn't directly confront beast girls with S-rank bloodlines like the sky-splitting wolf girl and the rock elephant girl. However, I still have 2 trump cards that I haven't revealed yet, and perhaps I can use this to catch them off guard. Thinking it over, he drew his silver dragon spear.
Heh, give up resisting.
Chang Wang saw Yi Xingqian's silence and assumed he was afraid, so he sneered.
Hand over the core of the secret realm.
Bai Buqing's eyes were filled with resentment as he stepped forward and threatened, otherwise, no matter how high your status is, you'll die here today.
Of course, even if he handed over the core, he would not let Yi Xingqian go, because his son had been beaten by him not long ago and died before he could even get treatment at the hospital.
Li Dengfeng remained silent, only coldly staring at Yi Xingqian, his heart filled with doubt and uncertainty. Such a young 6th-tier cultivator. Besides the life-saving method that Cheng Wang mentioned, which allows him to unleash 6th-tier power, he must have other methods as well. He raised his hand to stop the restless rock elephant girl, deciding to let Cheng Wang test the waters first before making his move. Just then, Yi Xingqian moved. He dragged his spear, leaving a deep gash, and charged towards Cheng Wang and his men like an arrow released from a bow. He's courting death. Seeing this, Cheng Wang didn't even bother to activate his defensive power and directly ordered the sky-splitting wolf woman, tear him apart. Upon receiving the order, the sky-splitting wolf girl did not hesitate at all and used the sky-piercing wolf claw. A pair of solid, enormous phantom wolf claws appeared out of thin air, carrying a sharp aura that seemed to tear through space, and descended upon Yi Xingqian's head. Faced with this deadly attack, Yi Xingqian neither dodged nor evaded, but continued to charge forward. Just as the wolf's claws were about to touch his body.
Snap!
A crisp snap of fingers exploded in everyone's mind like a thunderclap. Blur! To their disbelief, Yi Xingqian's figure mysteriously became transparent. The wolf claws, powerful enough to split gold and shatter stone, pierced right through his body without causing any harm, screams, or splattering blood. It was as if they had just passed through a phantom. Taking advantage of those precious few seconds of ethereal time, Yi Xingqian swiftly passed through the body of the sky-splitting wolf girl, his icy gaze fixed on Cheng Wang, who was standing behind her in a daze. Swift and decisive. A flash of electricity struck Yi Xingqian, his speed suddenly increasing dramatically. His spear shot out like a dragon, aiming straight for Cheng Wang's heart.
Put!
As the spear pierced his body, Cheng Wang's sinister smile froze instantly. He looked down in disbelief at the gleaming silver spear tip that had pierced his chest.
You, how?
He opened his mouth, and blood gushed out. Yi Xingqian's eyes remained unwavering, and with a sudden flick of his wrist, he drew the spear from Cheng Wang's body, slashing downwards with the blade.
Sizzle!
A tearing sound rang out, and Cheng Wang's body was almost sliced in two. His eyes quickly dimmed, filled with shock, and he fell heavily to the ground.
Brother Wang!
The death of her beast tamer and lover caused the sky-splitting wolf girl to let out a howl, her scarlet eyes fixed on Night Star. If looks could kill, Yi Xingchen would probably have been seen through hundreds of times.
Li Dengfeng, Bai Buqing, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They never expected that Yi Xingchen would have such a strange ability. Even more unexpectedly, she acted so decisively, killing Cheng Wang in the blink of an eye. I want you dead. The sky-splitting wolf girl completely lost her mind. The earth elemental energy around her surged violently due to extreme grief and rage. She even went so far as to burn her bloodline, completely transforming into a beast-like state. Roar! After a wolf howl, the giant silver wolf appeared in the same spot, its eyes bloodshot, and charged towards Nightstar like a madman. However, the lesson of Chang Wang being instantly killed is still fresh in everyone's mind. Alarm bells rang in Li Dengfeng and the others' hearts, and they almost simultaneously shouted at their beast girls to stop. Return! They dared not let their beast girls leave their side again, even for a moment, to cooperate with the sky-splitting wolf girl in the encirclement. These high-ranking beast girls, possessing S-rank or A-rank bloodlines, hold a prestigious position and are more like equal partners or even spouses to their beast tamers than master and servant. Losing any one of them would be an unbearable pain for them, and finding such a compatible and powerful partner again would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Therefore, they chose the most conservative approach, self-preservation, and watched as the sky-splitter wolf girl took revenge on her own. Ideally, we could defeat Yi Xingchen, but if not, we could at least deplete his resources and strength to the greatest extent possible. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the sky-splitting wolf girl, Yi Xingchen expressionlessly swung his spear to defend himself. He moved with lightning speed, using this swift and decisive skill to dodge attacks whenever possible, never taking them head-on. At the same time, he wielded the silver dragon spear, constantly thrusting and stabbing during the gaps in the sky-splitting wolf girl's attacks. His attacks could only leave shallow wounds on the sky-splitting wolf girl's body. However, that's enough. Boom! 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 Each of the sky-splitting wolf girl's pounces left deep furrows in the ground. While dealing with them, Yi Xingchen also deliberately avoided some spiritual herbs. His clothes were torn in several places, and he had several wounds on his body. He can't hold on much longer. A hint of joy flashed in Bai Buqing's eyes. Li Dengfeng, however, remained frowning. He noticed that although Yi Xingchen looked disheveled, his eyes remained calm, and his steps, though hurried, were not disordered, as if he were waiting for something. What is he waiting for? Just as the sky-splitting wolf girl launched another powerful attack, Yi Xingchen clearly sensed that her movements had become somewhat sluggish. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind. The core of this secret realm was successfully devoured by the star realm. Yi Xingchen smiled. It was time. The moment the core of the secret realm was refined, the system prompted that the entire secret realm could be integrated into the star realm, but the absorption process would take a short time. The fusion is now complete. Bang! He deliberately created an opening and clashed head-on with the sky-splitting wolf girl. The shockwave from the clash between the spear and the claws kicked up a cloud of dust, temporarily obscuring everyone's view. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen's figure burst out from the dust, his target being Bai Buqing in the distance. He's going to send this guy who tried to seize Bai Miaomiao's family property to meet the King of Hell first. What? Bai Buqing felt a chilling killing intent lock onto him instantly, and his vision blurred. Wife, save me. The incident happened suddenly, and Yi Xingchen was so fast that the blue-clad beast woman didn't even have time to react before Bai Buqing's throat was pierced by the spear. No! The blue-clad beast girl quickly took Bai Buqing away and used her spiritual power to condense white frost on his wounds to stop the bleeding. However, having struck at the heart of the problem, it was too late to turn the tide. Yi Xingchen turned around with his gun in hand, his cold gaze meeting Li Dengfeng's. Was he the mastermind behind the plot to kill Bai Miaomiao? Wah-ah! The mournful howl of the sky-splitting wolf girl came from behind, but Yi Xingchen didn't even turn his head. The continuous high-intensity battles and the use of all his trump cards left him feeling deeply exhausted. So tired. He sighed softly, raising his free hand to casually wipe away the mixture of sweat and blood that was about to trickle into his eyes. In that seemingly relaxed moment, he silently recited in his heart. Final judgment. Boom. In midair, the sky-splitting wolf girl, who was about to pounce again, had her massive body gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, suddenly collapsing inward and exploding with a bang. Blood and flesh mixed with tattered hair poured down like a torrential rain, staining the area below crimson. The sky-splitter wolf girl exploded? Li Dengfeng stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Just then, Yi Xingchen launched another attack.
He used his last bit of spiritual power to activate etherealization and pass through the rock elephant girl, blocking Li Dingfeng's way. The moment his body solidified again, Yi Xingchen raised his spear and thrust it at Li Dingfeng.
Dingfeng, be careful.
This time, the rock elephant mother was on guard and saved Li Dingfeng in time.
Sizzle. The tip of the spear grazed Li Dingfeng's throat, leaving a clear, burning bloodstain on his neck. Ugh, damn it.
Li Dingfeng staggered back, touching the beads of blood seeping from his neck, breaking out in a cold sweat.
But then, a corrosive force, accompanied by pain, struck. Wu Yong. Quick. Have your wife treat me. His face turned deathly pale instantly, and he hurriedly shouted. Good. Good. Wu Yong dared not delay.
His beast girl's hands immediately emitted a vibrant emerald light, enveloping Li Dingfeng.
After receiving treatment, Li Dingfeng's complexion improved.
On the other side, Yi Xingchen put away his spear and sat on the ground. He had almost no spiritual power left, and he could only leave the rest to brother Luo and the others.
He's exhausted his spiritual energy. Li Dingfeng quickly ordered, "Wife, run him over."
Yi Xingchen glanced calmly at Li Dingfeng, knowing that a single layer of corrosive power would probably be insufficient to completely kill him.
How about trying the final judgment? But a 5% probability is too low.
Yi Xingchen inwardly complained, but on a whim, he activated an ability he had never used since acquiring it.
Final judgment. Ugh.
Li Dingfeng let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his body had been hollowed out.
This time there was no explosion, it was very calm. His body crumbled like a pile of sand and then disappeared completely. Just as the rock elephant girl was about to launch a fatal charge, her massive body suddenly froze. She clearly felt that the soul connection between herself and Li Dingfeng had disappeared. She turned around in astonishment, but there was nothing behind her. Li Dingfeng was nowhere to be seen. Where is my husband?
She turned to Yi Xingchen, her eyes filled with disbelief and rage. Sorry, Yi Xingchen said, barely managing to support herself, shrugging with a hint of surprise on her face.
Your husband's luck seems to be a bit bad. He didn't expect that such a low probability could trigger an instant death effect.
I don't know if it was my good luck or Li Dingfeng's bad luck.
Buzz.
At that moment, Yi Xingchen had a sudden thought. Using the core access to the secret realm that he had just begun to grasp, he forcibly transferred himself and the remaining people out of the secret realm. Outside, the once spacious area was now a mess, with cracked ground and walls covered in battle marks, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had just taken place.
I want you dead.
Upon returning to the real world, two beast girls, driven mad by the death of their husbands, transformed into beasts and launched a deadly attack on Yi Xingchen without regard for anything else. Just then, a cyan figure appeared in front of Yi Xingchen and unleashed a green slash that precisely sliced across the necks of the two beast girls. The movement came to an abrupt halt, and before the angry roar could be fully uttered, both heads had already rolled off. The lifeless beast girl's body collapsed to the ground, quickly reverting to human form.
Brother Chen, are you all right?
Luo Mingsheng handed Yi Xingchen a bottle of recovery potion and asked with concern.
It's nothing, I just overexerted my spiritual energy. Yi Xingchen took the potion and drank it down. Luo, what should we do with the rest?
Xiao Yu's cold gaze swept over the few people in the room who had already turned ashen-faced. A cold glint flashed in Luo Mingsheng's eyes, his tone resolute.
Clean it up completely, leave no one behind. All those who collude with the demons shall not be forgiven. Chapter 72 by Xianxian's Imported Meat.
Inside a hot pot restaurant in Yanfeng City. The atmosphere at a cornered dining table was somewhat subtle. Yi Xingchen felt like a pet keeper who was taking care of 3 pets at the same time. Bai Xianxian sat quietly in his lap, like a delicate porcelain doll. She would occasionally poke Yi Xingchen's arm lightly with her fingertip, or glance at him with her red eyes. Yi Xingchen understood immediately, picked up the food that had caught her eye, blew on it carefully to cool it down, dipped it in her favorite sauce, and fed it to her. She chewed slowly, her fluffy little tail swaying slightly behind her to express her contentment and joy. On the other side, Bai Miaomio leaned half her body against Yi Xingchen's arm, shaking his arm and acting coquettishly.
Brother Yi, I want you to feed me too. Okay, it's coming.
Yi Xingchen smiled helplessly, skillfully picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks, rinsed it in the broth, carefully blew on it, and brought it to her lips.
Come on, open your mouth, be careful it's hot. AMU.
Bai Miaomio swallowed it in one gulp, a satisfied expression on her face.
Brother Yi is so nice.
Yi Xingqian glanced at Shen Qingzhu, who was silently eating her food with her head down, and on a whim, she picked up a slice of cooked beef and held it to her lips, saying softly,
"They eat green bamboo too." "Thank you, my husband."
Shen Qingzhu blushed slightly, feeling flattered as she swallowed the food in small bites, a sweet feeling rising in her heart. After a while, she realized that she should return the greeting. So she mustered her courage and picked up her chopsticks. After several failed attempts, she finally managed to pick up the crab roe pouch from the plate and carefully brought it to Yi Xingqian's lips.
"My husband, you should eat too."
"Okay, sure." Yi Xingqian happily opened her mouth to take it, the delicious taste melting in her mouth and a warm feeling welling up in her heart. Sure enough, the girl he had tricked into believing completely trusted him and even tried to ingratiate herself with him in a clumsy way, which was quite a unique experience. Seeing this, Miao Miao, not to be outdone, immediately picked up her freshly cooked, sauce-covered beef roll and eagerly brought it to Yi Xingqian's lips.
"Brother Yi, try some of my hot food. It's so delicious." "Okay, thank you Miao Miao too."
Yi Xingqian smiled and ate everything offered to her. In no time, his mouth was stuffed full. After Yi Xingqian swallowed it all, Bai Xianxian, who was in his arms, blinked, seemingly observing and learning from the feeding pattern for a while. She silently picked up her own pair of chopsticks from the table and clumsily but accurately picked up a slice of luncheon meat from the tomato soup pot. Then, unexpectedly, she took a bite of the luncheon meat, turned around, and quietly looked at Yi Xingqian with her bright red eyes, bringing her small mouth, which was still holding the other half of the luncheon meat, closer.
"Ha!" Bai Xianxian's actions startled Yi Xingqian.
He looked at the luncheon meat that was right in front of him, half of which Xianxian had bitten, and the expectant light in her eyes. His brain went blank for a moment, and he instinctively opened his mouth.
Bai Xianxian watched him open his mouth, a faint smile seemingly flashing in her red eyes.
She leaned forward and gently pushed the other half of the luncheon meat in, allowing Yi Xingqian to easily bite off the other half.
But she wasn't finished yet.
She covered Yi Xingqian's mouth with her small mouth and put the remaining half of the luncheon meat into his mouth.
"Put."
Bai Miao Miao, who was drinking a beverage next to her, almost spat it out when she saw this scene.
When did her sister become so good at this?
As Yi Xingqian chewed on the imported meat that had the sweet and sour taste of tomato broth and the fresh, youthful aroma of the other half, her mind was still a little fuzzy. Coming to his senses, he looked at Bai Xianxian in his arms, who remained calm as if he had just completed a trivial task, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself.
Sure enough, Wei Wuxian always manages to bring me the most unexpected surprises in her own way.
It was already late at night when we returned to the villa. In the Star Realm, a new area has appeared, which is the secret realm of the medicinal garden. Its core is continuously emitting a gentle yet powerful spiritual energy, subtly nourishing the entire Star Realm. Yi Xingqian had already repaired the traces left by the battle in the medicine garden. At this moment, he was in a designated open space within the realm, using the ability of the Lord of Illusions to shape and pile up stone bricks with his mind. If I were a little stronger, I could directly create a phantom image of a villa and then bring it to life. Yi Xingqian shook his head and continued working, striving to build a truly luxurious and comfortable home for his beast girls and for himself in this small world. Luckily, Brother Luo helped me get a detailed set of architectural drawings, otherwise I would have had a real headache trying to figure it out on my own. Soon, one stone brick after another was shaped.
Under his absolute control over the Star Realm, the villa's prototype rose from the ground at a visible speed, its framework taking shape.
After working for a long time and feeling somewhat exhausted, he temporarily stopped this creative work.
"That's all for today. I'm a little tired. I'll take a shower and go to bed."
Yi Xingqian stretched lazily, left the Star Realm, took a nice hot bath in the bathroom, and then wrapped himself in a towel, feeling refreshed, and headed to the bedroom. As soon as he arrived at the bedroom door, before he could even push it open, he heard clear conversations coming from inside, which made him stop in his tracks.
"Xingzhu, I want to ask you what you really think. Do you really like Brother Yi?" Bai Miao Miao took Shen Xingzhu's hand, her tone serious. "I love him."
Shen Xingzhu answered without hesitation, her voice crisp and firm.
"I love my husband the most." "Then, did your brother lie to you about anything that night?"
Bai Miao Miao raised her voice slightly, seemingly trying to adopt an older sister's demeanor, even putting her hands on her hips.
"If you do, tell your sister, and she'll stand up for you."
However, the way she said it sounded like she lacked confidence.
"My husband lied to me because he likes me, so sister, don't worry." Shen Xingzhu's logic was simple and direct, even tinged with a little happiness.
In her view, the fact that her husband was willing to go to the trouble of deceiving her was a sign of his care and affection. She didn't dislike it at all, on the contrary, she hoped that he could continue to deceive her like this. Thinking of this, she even unconsciously chuckled to herself twice. Bai Miao was speechless. This silly girl, even if Brother Yi sold her out, she would probably still be happily counting the money for him. Bai Xianxian, as always, remained quiet, sitting to the side like a nobody, his red eyes silently watching the two talk, lost in thought.
Hearing the innocent yet amusing conversation inside the room, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but smile.
He gently pushed open the door, his gaze sweeping over the three little girls inside, all wrapped in bathrobes, and deliberately put on a stern face.
Oh? Instead of sleeping so late at night, are you holding my criticism meeting here? Chapter 73, My Sister's Support. No. Brother Yi, how could that be?
Bai Miao's eyes darted around as she quickly changed the subject.
She suddenly remembered something and turned to Xingzhu. Xingzhu, go to the next room first, as we just agreed. Oh.
Xingzhu nodded obediently, walked lightly to Yi Xingqian, opened her arms and wrapped them around his back, and rubbed her little face against his back affectionately.
My lord, Xingzhu is going to sleep now.
The bathrobe was made of a large, soft, and white material, which clung to Yi Xingqian's body like a soft cloud.
He was about to bow his head in response when his gaze first fell on Xingzhu's shoulder.
Her bathrobe collar was a little loose, revealing her delicate, fair skin with a rosy glow, which made Yi Xingqian pause subconsciously.
He immediately understood Bai Miao's intention. Bai Miao wanted to guide her younger sister's cultivation alone and did not want others to disturb her. All right, Xingzhu, go and rest first.
Yi Xingqian patted Xingzhu's head, making her close her eyes comfortably. After Xingzhu left, Yi Xingqian looked at Bai Miao and the others, and immediately gave up the idea of going to sleep. His gaze gradually hardened.
How could he, as an apostle of pioneers, be so lax?
Husband. Bai Miao ran forward and pulled Yi Xingqian to sit down on the bedside.
Now you can start cultivating with Wei Wuxian, right? You promised me that.
Bai Xianxian, standing to the side, also raised her eyes, a hint of expectation in her cool red pupils, and softly called out to her sister, husband.
What adorable little darlings. Yi Xingqian's eyes softened. All right, I'll help Xianxian improve his strength.
Bai Miao deftly laid Bai Xianxian down, then turned and urged, husband, come and help, I'll help Xianxian share some of the medicine's effects. Seeing them stack like hamburgers, Yi Xingqian smiled knowingly, took out 200-year-old spiritual herbs from the star realm, ate one himself, and gave the other to Bai Miao. The medicinal effects dissipated, and a warm current flowed into his meridians, but for him now, this was something he could easily handle.
They're here. Xianxian, don't be afraid, your sister will help you.
Bai Miao swallowed the elixir, and gently placed her small hand on her sister's flat stomach, her palm radiating a soft spiritual light. The fingers of his other hand were slightly spread apart, as if to precisely control the output of spiritual power, with each of the 5 fingers corresponding to one of Bai Xianxian's important spiritual apertures. This created a small spiritual energy node on Bai Xianxian's petite body, ensuring that the violent medicinal power would not damage her fragile meridians.
Before long, fine beads of sweat streamed down Bai Xianxian's otherwise flat figure, as if he were ready.
Without further hesitation, Yi Xingqian placed his hands on Bai Miao's smooth back and, with her assistance, slowly channeled spiritual energy into Xianxian. Bai Xianxian felt the scorching spiritual energy entering her body trembled slightly, her brows furrowed gently, and she earnestly tried to refine this surging power.
After a while, seeing Bai Xianxian's flushed cheeks and clenched fists, Bai Miao couldn't help but feel worried. Is this medicine still too strong for Wei Wuxian in his current state? It seems this is Wei Wuxian's limit. He needs to stop quickly. Brother Yi, let me do it. Bai Miao turned slightly to the side and quickly reminded him. All right. Yi Xingqian didn't dare to delay and quickly withdrew his spiritual power. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. No. Bai Xianxian suddenly reached out and pulled Bai Miao. This sudden movement caused Yi Xingqian, who was supporting Bai Miao's back, to lose his support, and he was secretly alarmed. Oh no! Ah! Ugh! Oh ho! The 3 of them fell into a heap, and the spiritual energy that had been flowing in an orderly manner suddenly went out of control, running rampant like a wild horse. This was not only more intense than before, bringing not only a feeling of expansion, but also a strange, deep-seated tremor. Bai Xianxian's limbs felt weak, and a rare blush appeared on his cheeks. He felt his mind was completely blank, and his consciousness seemed to be floating aimlessly in a warm sea, letting the waves crash against his body. Is this the suffering that the sisters have to endure, the pain that comes with cultivation? The moment she regained consciousness, this thought popped into her mind. 3 hours later, the system's announcement sounded. Host's Realm, Rank 6, Stage 3. By Xianxian's cultivation level, 4th rank, 7th stage. By Miao Miao's Realm, Stage 1453-1000. Xianxian's cultivation is a bit slow, while Miao Miao's progress over the past few days is almost halfway through. But right now, the last thing I lack is elixirs. Miao Miao will soon be able to enter the 2nd stage. But we can't have a special case like Yao Yao's last time. Reaching the 2nd stage of cultivation in one go must have involved a lot of suffering. Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian felt a pang of heartache and probed into Ling Yaoyao's symbiotic sacred domain. She was lying quietly on the soft ground, where every blade of grass and every tree swayed rhythmically with her breathing. I don't know when I'll wake up. Once he regained consciousness, he brought out a basin of warm water from the bathroom and used it to clean the sweat and grime from Bai Miao Miao and the other girls' bodies. Finally, gently put them back on the bed and tucked them in with the sheets. Husband, have you and your sisters finished your cultivation? The sound coming from the doorway startled Yi Xingqian, who was half lying on the bed. Realizing it was Xin Xingzhu, he couldn't help but chuckle. This silly girl, she probably stayed outside the whole time. All right, come in. He. A small head peeked through the crack in the door. Xin Xingzhu blinked her bright eyes, ran barefoot to the bedside, and snuggled into his arms. Xingzhu has been waiting for so long. Yi Xingqian felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He gently rubbed Xin Xingzhu's cheek and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you say you were going to sleep?" "I can't sleep." Xin Xingzhu snuggled closer to him, finding a comfortable position. Moreover, Xingzhu wants to sleep with her husband and sisters. Her gaze passed over the night stars and landed curiously on the Bai sisters sleeping peacefully on the bed. Bai Miao Miao lay on her side, a satisfied smile on her lips, as if she were dreaming of something good. Bai Xianxian still had that peaceful sleeping face, but there was still a slight blush on her cheeks, making her look more charming than her usual aloofness. After the sisters finished their cultivation, what about Xingzhu? Xin Xingzhu turned her head, blinked her big eyes at Yi Xingqian, and unconsciously circled her fingertips on his chest. Xingzhu also wants to become stronger, and wants to help her husband. Helpless, Yi Xingqian reached out and pulled her into his arms, then leaned down and whispered in her ear. Then you should keep your voice down, so as not to wake them up. Xin Xingzhu's cheeks flushed instantly, but she still nodded solemnly. Xingzhu, will endure it. Good girl. Yi Xingqian chuckled and rubbed her ears, then lightly lifted her toes and turned off the light. Xin Xingzhu's favorability plus 32. Xin Xingzhu's favorability rating has increased to Together Through Life and Death 100-200. My memory is getting worse and worse, how sad. Chapter 70 for the luxury villa is completed. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled patterns of light into the bedroom. Husband, you smell so good. Unlike the Bai sisters who were still fast asleep, Xin Xingzhu was full of energy and woke up early, lying on Yi Xingqian's chest. It just so happened that Yi Xingqian was also full of energy, so he decided to take her for morning exercise. A thin layer of sweat slid down Xin Xingzhu's delicate, jade-like collarbone, meandering down her chest. Yi Xingqian was amused by her, and lowered his head to take a deep breath. A milky fragrance entered his nose, which was completely different from the elegant floral fragrance of Bai Miao Miao and her sister. The bamboo smells so good, he said with a smile, affectionately ruffling her slightly messy hair from sleeping. Thank you for the compliment. My husband Xin Xingzhu was a little shy after being told that, and buried her burning face in his shoulder. Don't move, Yi Xingqian gently patted her back, I'll take you to make breakfast. As he spoke, he firmly supported her thighs with both hands, and with a little effort, he lifted the girl who was clinging to him into his arms. Eek! Xin Xingzhu gasped as her body was suddenly suspended in mid-air. She instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and her legs unconsciously clamped around his waist. She clung to him like a koala, stabilizing herself as she nearly slipped. Phew, my husband is so amazing. Xin Xingzhu was only wearing a thin dress, the hem of which had rolled up to her upper thighs due to her earlier movements. Husband, I'm empty inside, she belatedly realized, her voice trembling with a hint of embarrassment, and quickly pressed down on her skirt. It's okay, it's a closed kitchen anyway. You naughty husband. Xin Xingzhu's face was flushed. She couldn't muster any strength and had no choice but to rely on Yi Xingqian. What would you like to eat? Yi Xingqian asked, placing her on the edge of the cupboard. Anything is fine, Xinju isn't picky about food. Xinju replied, shaking her head. Xinju is so good. I'll make you some noodles then.
Yi Xingchen took out white noodles and a few eggs from the cabinet above. After boiling the water, I put the noodles in, stirred them, and then added a few eggs.
Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xingchen asked curiously, what did Xinju like to eat before?
Little bear, biscuits soaked in milk.
Haha, Xinju breathed softly.
No wonder he's grown so big and tall, he must like drinking milk, Yi Xingchen thought.
I
also like to eat a lot of snacks, Xinju added. Then your husband will buy you lots of snacks and put them in your symbiotic sacred domain, Yi Xingchen said with a smile.
My husband is the best, Xinju's face lit up with joy. Is my husband almost better? I can smell it. Okay, the noodles are ready.
Yi Xingchen gently placed her on the ground.
I opened the pot lid and ladled out 4 bowls of noodles. Husband.
Xinju pressed down on her skirt and squeezed her legs together.
My mouth is watering, I'm drooling. It smells so good. Her eyes lit up, she was instantly drawn to the fragrance. Husband, hug me.
Xinju's voice was filled with urgency as she reached out and gently shook Yi Xingchen's arm. Yi Xingchen placed the 4 bowls of noodles on the trolley, and then picked up Xinju.
They left the kitchen together.
Surprisingly, the remaining 2 little ones had already gotten up and were sitting at the dining table waiting. Bai Miao was rubbing her sleepy eyes when she looked up and saw Yi Xingchen carrying Xinju, who was only wearing a thin nightgown and had rosy cheeks, as she walked out.
Brother Yi, how could you? Her gaze shifted between Xinju's satisfied and contented expression and Yi Xingchen's doting manner, and a feeling of regret for waking up late and missing out on something good instantly welled up in her heart. The early bird catches the worm. Is this the legendary "the early bird catches the worm"? She puffed out her cheeks, somewhat unwilling to give up. Bai Xianxian sat quietly in the chair, still with the same expressionless look, but her clear red eyes glanced at Xinju, who was being held, and then blinked her big eyes. There would be a reward for waking up early, she silently noted.
Ahem, you all wait here. Yi Xingchen coughed lightly, sensing their unusual gazes. He carried Xinju back to the bedroom, helped her change into a clean knee-length dress, tidied her slightly messy hair, and then took her back to the dining room. He gently placed Xinju on the cushioned dining chair, and then, like a patient patriarch, carefully tied the napkins for the 3 children one by one to prevent soup from staining their clothes.
All right, let's eat.
He smiled and ruffled everyone's hair, pushing the fragrant chicken noodle soup in front of them one by one. As Yi Xingchen ate his noodles, he thought about what he needed to do next.
There are only a few days left until the day he has to report to the Imperial Academy.
Beast masters with high control abilities like him can report early.
But that wasn't his ambition.
He went to the Imperial Academy just to see if there were any suitable candidates for Beast Girl, and also to collect the only S-level talent crystal he could afford. After breakfast, Yi Xingchen devoted himself to building his home in the Star Realm.
Thanks to previous efforts, the framework of the luxury villa has been erected. Next comes the delicate work.
Using his ability as the Lord of Illusions, he subtly moved his mind, and smooth porcelain shards slowly covered the wall, outlining elegant patterns. Immediately afterwards, one by one, the crystal-clear glass windows were formed and embedded by the night stars. Finally, the interior design, from the reliefs on the ceiling to the wood grain on the floor, is meticulously presented under his precise control. The 3 little ones were also busy, becoming the most capable assistants. Xinju was full of energy, carrying furniture that was taller than herself and running around.
Bai Miao has excellent taste. She carefully adjusts the folds of the curtains and the placement of the vase. Bai Xianxian quietly placed each small ornament in its most appropriate position.
She didn't say much, but each placement was just right. After a busy morning and afternoon, the luxurious villa, into which so much effort had been poured, was finally completed.
Phew, done.
Xinju patted her dusty little hands, her face beaming with a sense of accomplishment. She worked the hardest throughout the entire process, and a few strands of hair on her forehead were stuck together with sweat.
Xinju is really energetic today. Bai Miao smiled and took out a clean handkerchief.
She first wiped the sweat from Xinju's forehead, and then naturally turned to Yi Xingchen to gently wipe the sweat from his face and neck. On the other side, Bai Xianxian was already sitting quietly on the soft carpet in the living room. She gently tugged at Yi Xingchen's clothes and patted her slender thighs, which were clad in white stockings, together. Yi Xingchen immediately understood, smiled, and lay down, comfortably resting his head on her soft thighs.
The girl's faint fragrance lingered in the air, dispelling all fatigue. You guys are great, thank you for your hard work. Chapter 75, Heading to the Imperial Capital Academy. Next, we'll connect the electricity and water. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yi Xingqian filled the water tank that had been prepared outside the villa. Electricity is even simpler. There's a device on the market that generates electricity using spiritual energy, and he also has the blueprints for it, which he prepared beforehand. After pressing the light switch on the remote, warm yellow light illuminated the villa's lobby. Brother. Bai Xianxian wagged her tail happily and gently stroked Yi Xingqian's cheek with her small hand. Xianxian, this will be our home from now on, Yi Xingqian said with a smile. Hee, brother Yi is so amazing. Bai Miao Miao gently massaged his back, the force was just right. Yay! Shin Xingzhu snuggled into his arms and rubbed against him. Our home from now on. Yi Xingqian sat up, opened her arms, and embraced the three little ones, enjoying this peaceful moment. The train slowly came to a stop, and Yi Xingqian followed the flow of people onto the bustling land of the capital. Beep beep beep. Yi Xingqian answered the phone. Hello. Hello, is this Yi Xingqian? I'm Su Yun, a student from Imperial Capital Academy. A gentle young voice came from the other end of the phone. Junior. Over here. Yi Xingqian looked up and saw a figure holding the flag of the Imperial Capital Academy in the bustling crowd. He was a long-haired young man wearing the Imperial Capital Academy's signature silver-white uniform with blue trim. He had a good demeanor and gave off a gentle and approachable feeling. Junior brother Yi Xingqian, welcome to the capital. My name is Su Yun, and I'm here to take you to the Imperial Academy for registration. Su Yun greeted him warmly, her gaze sweeping over Yi Xingqian, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. I couldn't even see through his level of understanding. He guessed it was some kind of talent, but shook his head and didn't think much of it. Thank you for your trouble, Senior Su. Yi Xingqian nodded in thanks. After exiting the high-speed rail station, Yi Xingqian followed Su Yun and got into his luxury car. When the gates of the Imperial Capital Academy came into view, I was still awestruck, even though I had seen it on my phone before. It was a magnificent archway, hundreds of meters high and tens of meters long, made of some unknown dark golden metal, with the 4 large, elegant characters of Imperial Capital Academy engraved on it. Moreover, Yi Xingqian faintly felt a subtle spiritual force pressing down on him, but this was nothing to him. Junior, it seems your mental strength is quite good. Su Yun patted his shoulder. The freshman who came to register before couldn't even stand up after being hit like this. Oh? Senior, is this a test? Yi Xingqian asked in confusion. That's right, this is a test that every student at the Imperial Capital Academy has gone through. Su Yun's face showed a hint of pride. It is said that the material of this gate contains a hidden secret, obtained from an ancient secret realm. It can release a certain amount of spiritual power, and after enduring it the first time, one's spiritual power will be enhanced to varying degrees. Some people even broke through from the spirit origin realm to the spirit connection realm in one fell swoop. He shook his head again. It's a pity. Your spiritual power has broken through to the spiritual connection realm, so it won't have much of an impact on you. Su Yun was a little surprised. It was rare for someone to break through to the spirit realm right after the start of the semester. However, when he thought that the other person was a genius with full innate defensive power, he felt relieved. So I missed out on something good, Yi Xingqian chuckled. Following Su Yun's footsteps, he arrived at the freshman registration area. I encountered many people on campus during that time, but rarely saw any beast girls. Senior Su, why haven't we seen many beast girls along the way? Yi Xingqian asked, puzzled. Oh, I see. Su Yun explained patiently, Beastmasters report to the Beastmaster Academy, while uncontracted beast girls report to the Beast Girl Academy. They will come to the main campus to choose their favorite beast tamers after the opening ceremony. Beast girls who have already formed a contract with a beast tamer are different. Su Yun paused, then added. Aside from cultivating relationships and working together with their beast tamers, and having time to rest and relax, they usually spend most of their time cultivating in their own beast taming space. I see. Yi Xingqian nodded. Of course, there are exceptions. Su Yun pointed to a beast girl sitting alone by the flower bed across from them, reading a book. Those are students with lower bloodline levels, but they excel in academic subjects. The College of Arts is not far from the College of Beast Tamers, so you often see them there. He then gave Yi Xingqian a knowing look and said, Junior, there are plenty of beautiful girls in the Cultural Institute. If you have strong willpower and ample wealth, you can try to form a contract with a female student from the Cultural Institute. Don't the Beast Girl Academy have any beautiful girls? Yi Xingchen asked.
Yes, there is, but. Su Yun's lips curled into a smirk as she leaned close to his ear. Because of their lower bloodline level, the girls at the Cultural Institute are usually well educated and knowledgeable, and they are well versed in dance, music, and many other things. Like a talented woman from ancient times, it has a unique charm. Suddenly, a pink figure appeared and grabbed his ear.
Su Yun. You're trying to corrupt the younger students again, aren't you? Hey! Little Belle, let go, let go! Su Yun cried out. The cat-eared girl persisted relentlessly, putting in even more effort. Humph. Did you secretly start dating a junior from the cultural college while I was in seclusion cultivating? Xiaoling, I really didn't.
Another black figure appeared, also a cat-eared girl, who grabbed Su Yun's other ear.
Brother Su, you've really gone too far. You're not satisfied with just the two of us, Sister Ling and I, and you even want to find other beast girls behind our backs. No, Xiaofeng, I was wrong.
Seeing Su Yun caught in a chaotic situation, Yi Xingchen was glad that he had managed his backyard well.
He shook his head and went to report for duty.
Hello, please show your ID card, the middle-aged teacher at the registration desk said warmly. Yi Xingchen nodded and handed over his ID card to the designated scanning area. Looking at the information displayed on the computer, the middle-aged teacher was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, innate full defense power. Yi Xingchen was startled.
It was just innate full defense power.
The Great Xia dynasty produced 8 or 9 such people every year.
Was there any need to be so surprised? Ahem.
The middle-aged teacher noticed his lapse in composure, coughed twice, and said, Yi Xingchen, welcome to Imperial Capital Academy.
This is your student card.
You use this card for enrollment resources, entering and exiting the campus, entering and exiting the dormitory, etc.
Okay, thank you. Yi Xingchen took the student card and thanked him.
At this moment, Su Yun also managed to get away.
Junior, let's go. I'll take you to the college's dormitory area. Soon, a large cluster of villas came into view, each one quite large and exquisitely decorated.
Beast masters and beast girls need privacy, so they all live in detached villas, fully furnished, so you can move in right away, Su Yun explained.
Okay. Yi Xingchen nodded.
He wouldn't stay in a separate dormitory if it weren't for the fact that it was a private room.
If there's anything else you don't understand, you can check out the school forum. Su Yun led Yi Xingchen to the front of his villa, waved goodbye, and said, My mission is complete. Goodbye, Junior Yi. Okay, goodbye.
Yi Xingchen said goodbye.
Chapter 76 Freshman Party?
This villa is quite luxurious, but it still falls short compared to the one he built himself in the Star Realm. Yi Xingchen took off her shoes, lazily lay down on the sofa, and took out her phone to open the school forum. The school is very thoughtful. They have already pinned the important information for new students to the top of the screen. He glanced at the posts briefly, and one particularly popular one caught his attention. The cover of the post features a cute little girl in a red dress on stage.
A senior from the Cultural Studies Department at the freshman party? Singing for the freshmen?
At this moment, Shen Qingzhu appeared from the side. Like a little squirrel waiting to be fed, she snuggled into Yi Xingchen's arms and acted coquettishly, her little belly making a rumbling sound.
My husband, I'm hungry.
Bai Miao Miao also came out and gently tugged at Shen Qingzhu's arm. Qingzhu, I'll take you to buy some food.
After saying that, she found a spot in Yi Xingchen's arms, affectionately nuzzled his cheek, and asked, Brother Yi, do you want to come along? She had previously attended a beast taming school and was really eager to see what the Imperial Capital Academy was like. You guys go ahead, I want to rest for a bit.
Yi Xingchen ruffled her fluffy tail, then casually took out her campus card and handed it to her.
Oh, and take this with you.
The freshman handbook states that beastmasters have the right not to disclose their beast girl information, so they should carry their own student ID cards when on campus to reduce unnecessary trouble.
Alright, then brother, get some rest tonight.
Bai Miao Miao noted down the food he wanted to eat, then pulled Shen Qingzhu out the door.
After they left, Yi Xingchen entered by Xianxian's symbiotic sacred domain.
The little girl was sitting quietly in the center of the sacred space, her body surrounded by spiritual energy, clearly meditating diligently.
Has Wei Wuxian suffered a blow?
Without disturbing her, the scene before Yi Xingchen changed again, and he found himself in Ling Yaoyao's symbiotic sacred domain, which was filled with an aura of destruction. This time it was different. The aura of destruction was much stronger, and it seemed even more restless. However, these auras had no effect on him.
Ling Yao Yao is advancing. 80%. The system notification suddenly sounded, and Yi Xingchen was stunned at first, then overjoyed. At this rate, Yao Yao should wake up in a few more days. He sat down beside Ling Yao Yao and carefully pulled her into his arms. He'd really missed her these past few days without her vying for his attention. Yi Xingchen took out a wooden comb and gently combed her thick, long hair, whispering, Yao Yao, do you know that you have gained another sister? Don't blame me when you wake up. I had no choice.
This world is full of dangers, and the more people there are, the more strength we can share with you.
Snap. Ling Yao Yao's tail suddenly flicked lightly, hitting him squarely in the face. Yao Yao?
Yi Xingchen called tentatively, then pinched her chubby cheeks.
Ling Yao Yao remained soundly asleep, showing no signs of distress. It's probably just a coincidence. He gently placed Ling Yao Yao back in her original spot and then entered the star realm. System's good daughter, he exclaimed.
Ever since he found out that the system was a little girl, he had been very curious as to why she would choose him. There was no response for a long time. Yi Xingchen pouted and exclaimed, System, my little wife.
Buzz.
The moment he finished speaking, a powerful and invisible pressure locked onto him. The petite figure in the star-patterned robe reappeared, still looking down at him with that same disdainful and disgusted gaze. But it has lost the mystery it had when it first appeared, and has become more approachable.
Ha, you finally come out?
Yi Xingchen looked up and met her gaze. It must be said that this vantage point is truly wonderful, offering a panoramic view of the scenery. Sensing his undisguised gaze, the system lowly curled her lips into a cold smile. Is it pretty? She floated closer and touched Yi Xingchen's forehead with one finger.
Bang!
Yi Xingchen was powerless to resist and was slammed to the ground by an invisible force. She crossed her arms, extended one flawless foot, and gently lifted his chin with her toe, her tone full of teasing.
Oh dear, even if you saw it, so what? You lowly host. Yi Xingchen cut to the chase and asked directly, System, why did you choose me in the first place? This is boring.
The system lowly felt disheartened when he ignored her provocation and withdrew her foot.
Do you think I wanted to choose you?
Her disgust was almost overflowing. If I had a choice, why would I choose a deadbeat otaku, a perverted jerk, and a lolicon as my host?
These words of criticism made Yi Xingchen's fists clench. Am I really that bad, as you make me out to be? Ha! You're still not convinced?
The system lowly covered her mouth and chuckled, her laughter like silver bells but full of mockery.
He, you'll have to suffer if you're not convinced.
Amidst the mockery, she raised her foot again and grounded heavily into his chest with the sole of her foot. Just then, Yi Xingchen suddenly felt the pressure on her body ease. She saw the system lowly frown slightly, and the color of the starry gauze dress on her body began to flicker uncertainly.
Great opportunity.
He seized the opportunity to sit up abruptly and pulled her into his arms.
What do you want to do?
A hint of panic flashed across the system lowly's face as she struggled.
What do you think?
Yi Xingchen chuckled mischievously and leaned down to kiss him.
Ugh. The system lowly's eyes widened instantly.
She was doing her best to suppress that little idiot in her struggle for control and couldn't dodge for a moment. The cool, soft touch on his lips made Yi Xingchen think, your lips are so hard, but they feel so soft when you kiss them.
Buzz.
Suddenly, her arms were empty, and the system lowly had appeared a few steps away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. She wiped her lips vigorously, her golden eyes glaring fiercely at Yi Xingchen.
You hopeless scoundrel. Pervert. Rogue.
Her face turned red with anger, and her previous haughty and disdainful demeanor completely collapsed, replaced by a sense of being offended and ashamed.
What? You're not convinced?
Yi Xingchen looked at her star-patterned robe, which was half faded, and smirked.
If you're not convinced, then you'll have to suffer.
He figured it out. If this system lowly stayed out for too long, she would revert to her innocent and naive personality. In this situation, aside from her foul mouth, she has absolutely no way to deal with him.
Ugh.
The incredibly familiar words came out of his mouth, making the system lowly's fingertip tremble as she pointed at him.
You're so infuriating.
Before she finished speaking, her figure vanished from the spot. She dared not linger any longer.
What if that little idiot ran out? Who knew how this perverted lolicon would deceive her? She didn't even want to think about what would happen next.
Watching the disappearing system lowly, Yixingchen dusted himself off, stood up, and sighed with some regret.
Sigh, I didn't get anything out of them.
Forget it, I'll go outside and try my luck, see if I can find a god-level beast girl.
Chapter 77 S-Rank Talent Crystal, Rock Solid.
Yixingchen walked through the campus of Imperial Capital Academy, his gaze subtly sweeping over his surroundings. The Imperial Capital Academy covers a vast area, spanning 200,000 square kilometers, resembling a fully equipped, enclosed small city. Most striking is the towering structure in the center of the college, a symbol of prestige that is a standard feature of every top university. According to the map, the East District is where the Department of Culture is located, and the Commercial Street and Library are also located here. The West District is where the Department of Beast Taming is located, with the training building and the circular dueling arena built next to each other. You can faintly hear the roars of some beast girls when they transform into their beast forms.
Yixingchen raised an eyebrow.
His spiritual power was at a very high level, and he keenly sensed that the iconic spiritual tower was continuously emitting an invisible spiritual fluctuation. This ripple spread like water to every corner of the academy, bringing a subtle, yet not disruptive, mental stress to daily life. In this pervasive pressure environment, even without active meditation, one's mental strength will be subtly honed and slowly increased. No wonder some people are willing to spend a lot of money and go to great lengths to find connections just to get into the spirit tower for a short time. You can feel the spiritual fluctuations even outside, so the effects inside the tower must be very strong. Yixingchen looked down at the electronic map and found the place to collect resources. His identity information has already been entered into the college, so a campus card is not necessary. Therefore, he decided to go and collect his previous enrollment resources first. He was currently in the dormitory area of the Beast Taming Academy. The Mission Resource Building was relatively close, but it was still quite a distance to walk there. It's a pity that if it weren't for the fact that the training building and dueling arena are places where you can't use your defensive abilities, he would have simply activated swift movement and run there. Whoosh! Just then, a campus shuttle bus stopped in front of him.
Junior, we meet again.
A familiar figure greeted from the driver's seat.
Senior Su?
Yixingchen was somewhat surprised. What's this? I just got a mission. I happen to be patrolling and picking up passengers in this area.
Su-Yun patted the steering wheel and greeted them warmly. Are you going to the Mission Resource Building? Get in the car, I'll give you a ride.
Yixingchen habitually sat in the back seat, and the campus car started smoothly, heading towards the Mission Resources Building along the wide road.
Senior Su, you just said that this is to complete a mission? Yixingchen asked curiously. That's right.
Su-Yun explained with a smile while steering the wheel. There are all sorts of missions available in the academy, ranging from small tasks like campus pickup and drop-off and resource organization to large-scale tasks like exploring secret realms and eliminating threats. Not only can you earn academic credits, but you also often receive additional resource rewards. Yixingchen checked his strength and gave him a strange look.
Senior, aren't you at level 5? Why don't you do a harder mission? Wouldn't the rewards be more abundant that way?
Su-Yun's smile faded slightly, but her tone remained exceptionally serious. The beasts we beast masters tame are all awakened beast girls. They are not tools, but comrades in arms or lovers to whom we entrust our lives. I would rather take on more missions than let them take risks easily, since they are always the ones who rush to the front in every mission. He paused, then added, of course, the Academy has necessary monthly assessment targets, and there are certain designated clearing missions that we still have to go on.
These words made Yixingchen fall into deep thought.
Apart from Bai Xianxian, all of his beast girls were very strong, and he also had the heaven-defying talent of feedback, so he had never considered such a question. Imagine if Ling Yaoyao and the others didn't have divine bloodlines. I would have made the same choice as Senior Su and wouldn't have easily taken on those difficult and dangerous missions.
That's true.
Yixingchen nodded in agreement. That's how the world works.
The relationship between beast tamers and beast girls is special.
If the relationship is not good, they are partners. If the relationship is good, they are lovers who will live and die together. This is why most beast tamers will only contract 1 to 3 beast girls in their lifetime. As the two talked, the car drove through a green area, and a magnificent multifunctional building soon came into view.
Look, we're here.
Su-Yun parked the car steadily in the designated parking area, and gestured with his chin towards the building in front of him.
This is the school's Mission Resource Building.
The first floor is mainly the mission posting, acceptance, and settlement hall, while the second floor is the resource exchange and collection area.
Go in by yourself. Oh, right.
Suyin reminded him again. Junior Yi, there are many beautiful girls from the College of Culture at the freshman party tonight.
It's a great opportunity, so make sure to take advantage of it. Okay, I got it.
Yi Xingchen smiled helplessly.
He was a little curious. Were the beast girls from the Cultural Institute really that attractive?
After saying goodbye to Su Yun, Yi Xingchen went straight up to the second floor and arrived at the resource collection window.
Hello, I'm here to collect my school resources.
Yi Xingchen showed her ID card at a window. Please show your ID card or campus card.
The administrator pointed to the scanning area next to him.
However, when the resource list appeared on the screen, the administrator was visibly taken aback and subconsciously repeated in a low voice, 8.
S-rank talent crystals? It's not like there haven't been beast tamers with full defense before, but there were only 3 before. The administrator gave Yi Xingchen a deep look but didn't ask any further questions.
Yi, your credits have been credited to your campus card.
She handed Yi Xingchen a tablet. Please select a talent crystal. Okay.
Yi Xingchen took the tablet and quickly scanned the list. S-grade talent crystals are not as numerous as A-grade ones, and most series only have a few.
This series it is.
Yi Xingchen chose the Rock Solid series of talent crystals, which has exactly 8 crystals. After a moment's thought, he abandoned his original preference for an offensive talent set. S-rank talent set Rock Solid activates 1 or more sturdy crystal shields that slowly self-repair over time if not broken. It provides a fixed 2% damage reduction against all elemental attacks the effect stacks, with an additional 15% reduction against geo attacks activated with 3 gems. Counterattack effect: when attacked, 20% of the actual damage received is converted into pure damage and reflected back to the attacker.
Activated with 7 gems.
This applies to both beast tamers and beast girls.
Okay, please wait a moment.
The administrator paused again while confirming the transaction on the system, his face showing undisguised astonishment.
You've only just enrolled and you've already contracted with 4 beast girls?
Yi Xingchen looked up, her tone calm.
Is there a problem? Ahem, of course not.
The administrator coughed awkwardly, becoming even more curious about Yi Xingchen's identity. According to the Academy's relevant benefits, you can choose a set of spirit-grade battle armor for each of them. Their resources, apart from S-grade talent crystals, are the same as yours.
Spirit-grade battle armor?
This was the first time Yi Xingchen had ever heard of this term. Yes, the administrator explained, generally speaking, a complete set of spirit-grade battle armor that can be sized at will is worth about the same as 4 individual spirit weapons.
The administrator said, do you want to exchange your quota of 4 individual magical artifacts for a set of battle armor? Let's change it. Yi Xingchen nodded.
He didn't lack weapons, but he lacked equipment to protect his life. Not long after, the administrator handed him a spatial ring and said,
this is a space ring that everyone is given upon enrollment.
It has 10 cubic meters of space, and the talent crystals and battle armor spirit crystals are all stored inside.
Chapter 78: The Divine Bloodline reappears.
After leaving the Mission Resource Center, Yi Xingchen returned to the villa.
Husband.
As soon as she entered the room, Shen Xingju happily jumped into Yi Xingchen's arms, rubbing her little face against his.
Xingju, there's still oil on your lips.
Although Yi Xingchen said this, he let her rub her face all over his body.
Xingju loves her husband so much, Shen Xingju chuckled twice, wrapped her arms around Yi Xingchen's neck, and gave him a big kiss. Did you eat chive dumplings?
Yi Xingchen took a small bite, then gently rubbed her cheek and asked.
My husband doesn't like it? Shen Xingju blinked innocently. Then I won't eat it next time. There's nothing I don't like. I'll buy whatever Xingju likes to eat.
Yi Xingchen smiled and carried her to the hall. Yi Xingchen looked around but couldn't see by Miao Miao, so he sensed her and found that she was asleep in the bedroom. Just as he was about to put Shen Xingju down, he met her burning gaze. Husband, I'm hungry, I want to drink yogurt. Shen Xingju touched her bulging belly and lowered her head shyly. I don't know why, but lately she's always hungry.
Is it because she loves her husband too much? That must be it.
She imagined placing her hands on Yi Xingchen's neck, her entire weight pressing against his chest.
You little glutton.
Yi Xingchen gently pinched her nose. He understood immediately, sat down on the sofa, and took out a bottle of yogurt. Yay! Shinju hugged the yogurt bottle to her chest as if she had received a treasure. She carefully unscrewed the yogurt cap, licked it, and then started sucking. Soon, a slight noise came from inside the room, the sound of Meow Meow's slippers scraping against the floor. She was probably woken up by the noise in the living room. Her hair was messy and her eyes were still a little blurry.
Meow Meow, you're awake?
Yixingchen put down his large hand that had been gently stroking Shinju's panda ears.
Meow Meow's gaze first fell on Shinju in front of Yixingchen.
She was sucking on a yogurt straw, her cheeks bobbing as she drank.
Shinju looked up at Meow Meow. Sister Meow Meow, are you hungry too?
She suddenly opened her mouth, causing the straw to slip from the corner of her lips.
Your husband's yogurt is super sweet, do you want him to feed you too?
These words made Meow Meow's ears turn red instantly. She looked up at Yixingchen, only to meet her smiling gaze, and suddenly felt a little flustered.
I'll drink it later.
Shinju put down the yogurt bottle, ran barefoot to Meow Meow's side, and pulled her back to her original spot.
Sister, have a taste, have a taste.
With some milk stains still on the corners of her mouth, she grinned and handed the straw in her hand to Meow Meow.
Meow Meow's gaze fell on the yogurt bottle in Shinju's hand, then quickly swept over Yixingchen's eyes. Alright, since it's brother Ye's yogurt, I won't be polite.
She didn't mind that there was still Shinju's saliva on the straw, and took a small sip. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Yixingchen looking at the two of them, with a faint smile on his lips.
Meow Meow, where did you guys go just now? Yixingchen asked curiously. There were also many snacks and fruits on the table. Pop.
Shinju spat out the straw and replied, we went to the commercial district for a while.
It's very big and bustling, much more bustling than the beast taming university I attended before.
Yes. There's so much delicious food there. Shinju chimed in, then picked up a grape and held it to Yixingchen's lips. Husband, have a grape. The grapes in her hand were specially cultivated, they were incredibly sweet and had a milky aroma. Yixingchen opened her mouth and bit into a grape. Her teeth just touched the sweet taste of the skin, followed by a rich milky aroma.
Isn't my husband sweet?
Shinju excitedly hugged Yixingchen's head.
Ugh.
Yixingchen felt a wave of suffocation, and it took her a while to catch her breath before she said, sweet.
Shinju's action made Meow Meow blush. What did my husband teach this silly girl while I was away? She knows more than I do.
Oops. In the moment of distraction, Meow Meow's hand tilted slightly, the straw slipped out, and some yogurt splashed onto her face. Meow Meow licked the yogurt from the corner of her mouth, her fingertips secretly clenching the hem of her skirt. She intended to wipe it herself, but Shinju had already held up a tissue and leaned close, not forgetting to turn back and wink at Yixingchen.
Husband, look, Meow Meow's face is all red. Is it because the yogurt is too sweet? Yixingchen didn't say anything, took the tissue, and gently wiped the remaining yogurt off Meow Meow's face. Be careful, don't get your clothes dirty. Meow Meow shook her head, her gaze falling on Yixingchen's serious face, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Brother Yi is both gentle and handsome, it's a pity he doesn't belong to me alone. It's okay, it's not dirty. She lowered her head and finished the rest of the yogurt. Night fell. The auditorium of Imperial Capital Academy. Yixingchen found a seat early on, while Meow Meow and the other two were in the hall of the villa in the Star Realm, watching a television set with the same viewpoint as Yixingchen. These items he created using the King of All Things can be connected to his spirit, and naturally, they can transmit images. As the gala officially began, several beams of light swept across the venue, eventually converging at the center of the stage. The two hosts, dressed in gorgeous gowns, stood side by side and greeted the audience under the dazzling lights. The male host's voice was clear and pleasant, dear teachers. The female host's voice was as gentle as water, dear students. The two exchanged a smile and announced in unison, welcome to the Imperial Capital Academy Freshman Party. The male host continued, tonight, we gather in this hall that has witnessed countless legends of beast tamers. The female host gently replied, her gaze sweeping over the many young faces in the audience, this will also be the place where you meet your future partners and write your own stories. After a brief pause, the female host's tone softened, at Imperial Capital Academy, we not only pursue the refinement of strength, but also cherish the nourishment of the soul. The male host nodded in understanding. When it comes to nourishing the soul, we must mention Wenya, the senior student from the Cultural Institute who has a heavenly voice. Her singing possesses a unique power of spiritual comfort, capable of soothing all unease and uncertainty.
Both of them turned to one side of the stage at the same time and raised their voices. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Senior Sister Wenya as she brings us the opening piece for tonight's performance. Before the words were finished, a soft spotlight slowly descended, turning the center of the stage into a warm gold. A cute, lily-like girl in a scarlet dress and pink pigtails stood quietly. She lowered her head slightly, as if gathering her emotions. Then, a pair of jet black wings slowly unfolded from her back, each feather shimmering with a dark, night-like luster. At the same time, the unique feather crown in her hair trembled slightly, as if it were being brushed by an invisible wind. She raised her head, her gaze gentle and tolerant, as if she were already used to such occasions. Her wings folded gently at her sides, creating a wonderful contrast with her petite figure, yet it didn't look out of place at all. Thump! Yi Xingqian's heart skipped a beat, followed by the system's announcement. A beast girl with divine bloodline has been detected nearby. Please form a contract with her as soon as possible. As expected, my intuition was right. Yi Xingqian's gaze narrowed slightly, his eyes fixed on the petite figure in the center of the stage. She is the god-level beast girl. Chapter 79. Have you not heard the saying, heaven never seals off all paths? As Yi Xingqian's gaze refocused on Xian Yuan Wenya on the stage, the system panel suddenly opened, displaying the information about the red-dressed lowly before his eyes. Name, Xian Yuan Wenya. Age, 20. Realm, second tier, first stage transformed into first stage after signing the contract. Mental strength, spiritual realm. Contract beast tamer, none. Undeveloped. Bloodline, F-grade bloodline little black chicken god-grade bloodline hellfire sparrow not activated. Talent, undying demonic body mythical not activated. Abilities, thousand calamity black flames not activated, whale of the underworld not activated, resurrection of scorched earth not activated. Affection level, complete stranger 01. Undying demon body, the possessor transcends the boundaries of ordinary life and death. When the body collapses, the essence of life will condense into a primal demon core. Embraced by black flames, it completes its reshaping. Each destruction and rebirth makes its demonic body ever stronger. Wow, this talent is amazing. Yi Xingqian began to look forward to the talent that would be given back to him after he formed a contract with her. I need to find an opportunity to get in touch with her. On stage, Xian Yuan Wenya's performance had already begun. Her singing voice was ethereal and penetrating, like a clear spring under the moon, gently flowing into the heart, truly containing a power that could calm the mind. Most of the audience members looked captivated, immersed in this rare moment of peace and tranquility. However, Yi Xingqian's brows furrowed slightly. That's strange, that shouldn't be the case. Xian Yuan Wenya's voice was indeed melodious and pleasant to listen to, like the gentle and melodious song of a nightingale in spring. The problem is that the lowest bloodline, like her F-grade black chicken bloodline, doesn't come with any skills, and its talents are just the simplest, like singing and dancing, which are ordinary talents. It's impossible to have such talent. Yi Xingqian listened intently, his powerful spiritual energy at the spirit abyss realm acting like radar, meticulously scanning and analyzing everything on the stage. After a moment, his gaze sharpened, and he finally locked onto his target. It's under her bangs. On that smooth forehead, a mysterious, dark purple chain emitted a faint light like pulses. That spiritual energy perfectly matched her gentle voice, spreading out with her singing. I see, it was that forehead chain that made the difference. Yi Xingqian immediately understood, and clicked his tongue. Another young rich woman. This kind of power cannot be unleashed by magical artifacts, it must be at least at the level of a soul artifact. Are there no usage restrictions? Yi Xingqian remembered his royal artifact, the 7-colored light wheel, which required a 7th tier rank to be used. I'm currently at the 6th rank, 3rd stage, and it won't be long before I can use it. Just as he was pondering this, Xian Yuan Wenya's performance had already ended. She clasped her hands together in front of her and bowed deeply to the audience, her crimson dress spreading out like flower petals. When he straightened up, a warm smile spread across his face, and his eyes seemed to be looking at a group of younger brothers and sisters who needed care. Thank you, everyone. Her voice was gentle. It's my honor to sing for you all here. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze gently sweeping across the entire room. If my voice can soothe the anxiety of the younger students about the new environment and bring them some comfort and courage, that would be wonderful. As she spoke, she bowed slightly again, her posture elegant and sincere. Imperial Capital Academy will be our new home from now on. I hope we can all find our own warmth and strength here. The atmosphere reached a new climax when Xian Yuan Wenya finished his speech. Her words, full of maternal care, gently caressed the hearts of every student who had left their hometown.
Mother!
Suddenly, a heartfelt shout came from the audience, filled with a sense of dependence and longing.
Wow! Who's so brave? Ha ha ha, although, he voiced what I was thinking. I need to ask senior sister Ya for help. I need my mother's care too. Lolas are the best.
Amidst the clamor, Yixingchen clicked his tongue almost inaudibly, his gaze sweeping over the fervent faces before finally settling on Xian Yuanwenya.
Let them cheer a little longer.
He thought to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. After all, from now on, this gentle song will only be sung for me. After Xian Yuanwenya left the stage, Yixingchen left the audience and simultaneously severed his spiritual connection with the Star Realm. In the living room of the Star Realm Villa, the view from Yixingchen's perspective on the television screen abruptly ended, leaving only darkness. The three children stared at the black screen, looking at each other in bewilderment.
Ha! Why is there no picture?
Xin Xingju walked forward in confusion and patted the TV screen, as if that would bring back the missing picture. Xingju, stop taking pictures, come and look at this. Bai Miao gently placed Bai Xian, who was sleeping peacefully in her arms, on the soft sofa and carefully covered her with a small blanket. Then, she pulled out a cleverly designed USB flash drive from somewhere and plugged it into the TV port.
The TV screen switched instantly, displaying a dazzling list of movies.
She picked up the remote control and moved the cursor back and forth between two dramas: The Overbearing Beast Tamer Falls in Love with a Fox Girl and How a Fox Girl Lolita Maid Controls Her Male Master. In the end, Bai Miao smiled slyly, with a little pride and a learning mentality, and decisively chose the second part. As the opening theme song began, she nestled comfortably into the sofa, casually pulling Xin Xingju closer to watch the film together. Humph, brother, you must have taken a fancy to that gentle lowly senior and secretly followed her so we wouldn't see his crime. Bai Miao pouted and said in a coquettish tone, never mind him, let's study. When he comes back, we'll show him what real control is.
Oh. Xin Xingju nodded as if she understood, but was quickly drawn into the plot of the play.
A private dressing room behind the stage. Xian Yuanwenya sat down in front of the makeup mirror and gently removed her stage makeup with her fingertips. The mirror reflected a slightly tired but still gentle face. Her thoughts drifted back to her conversation with her grandparents.
Grandpa's voice was filled with barely concealed anxiety and heartache. Xiaoya, why are you still so stubborn? This is your only chance to repair your congenital deficiencies and allow your bloodline to be reborn. What are you hesitating about? Grandma's tone was gentler, trying to move her with her past dreams. Yeah, didn't you always say when you were little that you wanted to become a powerful beast girl like your grandma and find out the truth about your parents' disappearance? Grandma has seen Yixingchen. He's outstanding in character, appearance, and talent. He might be the one who can help you fulfill your wishes and protect you.
Xian Yuanwenya raised her eyes, her gaze gentle yet firm as she looked at her two closest relatives. She gently shook her head and said,
Grandpa, Grandma, I understand you mean well. But the eternal contract, it's too heavy a burden.
Xian Yuanwenya paused, a trace of sadness appearing in her eyes.
You told me that my father and mother went to find a treatment because of my congenital deficiency, and eventually, they disappeared. Can a contract that begins with my flaws, a relationship built on healing and compassion, truly lead to eternity?
She spoke softly, as if asking her grandparents, and also herself. I don't want to tie another person's life to me because of my own weakness and needs.
That's unfair to him, and for me, it's an unbearable psychological burden.
Xian Yuanwenya stood up and walked to the front door. The Imperial Capital Academy houses a vast collection of ancient books about another human civilization.
I believe that there's always a way out.
Once I, your granddaughter, decipher those ancient texts, I'm sure I'll be able to find a new path. If one day I can stand before that person named Yixingchen, I hope to get to know him as a complete and equal person, not as a burden who needs his saving. As Xian Yuanwenya stepped outside, the voice came again. Only emotions cultivated at that time can truly be described as eternal.
Chapter 80, Do you want me to win her over?
After removing her makeup, Xian Yuanwenya changed into casual clothes in the dressing room. Just as she was about to push open the door to go out, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, and a burning sensation surged out of her body without warning. She groaned and reached out to steady herself against the cold wall.
Here we go again.
Fine beads of sweat instantly covered his forehead, and his whole body was burning hot like a small heater, even making the air in the lounge seem to rise a few degrees. She walked out the door, breathing softly.
Senior Sister Wenya, what's wrong?
Several girls stepped forward to help her, but as soon as their fingertips touched her skin, they were burned by the unusually high temperature and withdrew their hands.
I'm fine, just not feeling well, I have to go back now.
Xian Yuan Wenye gave an apologetic smile.
I'm sorry everyone, I can't accompany you to the banquet later.
She put on a mask, pulled her baseball cap down low, and quickly left the lounge.
The streetlights cast a warm yellow glow, which spread out across the ground.
Yi Xingchen sat on the bench, looking rather troubled.
How should I approach her? Just then, an unknown number called. Hello?
Who is this? He answered the phone. Two familiar voices came from the other end.
Principal? Grandma Sue?
He was quite surprised and unconsciously sat up straight.
Your granddaughter? You want me to help take care of her? No, what? You want me to win her over? Oh, I see. Okay, I got it. I'll hang up now, goodbye.
After ending the call, Yi Xingchen stared blankly at the darkened phone screen, momentarily stunned.
Xian Yuan Wenya's grandfather was actually the principal of his Sangnan Preparatory Academy? What a small world.
Just then, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure emerging from the side door of the building. Even though he had changed into loose casual clothes and was wearing a mask that almost covered half of his face, he still recognized his unique temperament at a glance.
What's wrong? She looks like she's in a lot of pain.
Having just taken on this important task, Yi Xingchen dared not delay and followed quietly. Xian Yuan Wenye suppressed the surging, burning sensation within her body, quickened her pace, and turned onto a secluded bamboo path, wanting only to return to the safety of her villa as soon as possible. Suddenly, she noticed faint footsteps and the soft rustling of bamboo leaves behind her. Her heart tightened, and she turned around abruptly. However, under the moonlight behind him, the bamboo shadows were dappled, and there was no one there. Without further hesitation, she walked faster, almost jogging. At this moment, Yi Xingchen also noticed several shadowy figures that were quietly following behind.
Damn it, there's a perverted stalker.
Yi Xingchen cursed inwardly, preparing to teach them a lesson. A few minutes later, Xian Yuan Wenye suddenly stopped and turned around to look behind her again.
She took out a pink alarm and turned it on. Beep.
A sharp, piercing buzzing sound instantly shattered the silence of the bamboo forest.
Hearing the commotion, the patrol officers nearby gathered around the area. Young lady, what happened? A burly, resolute-faced sheriff stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. Someone is following me.
Xian Yuan Wenye pressed her hand to her still heavy chest, took a deep breath, and made herself appear normal.
Come out. All of you, come out.
The other officers immediately raised their high-powered flashlights, the beams shooting like swords into the three most hidden corners. In two separate locations, two figures, one tall and one thin, realized their presence had been discovered and were terrified, turning to run away. The tall man was deathly pale, while the skinny man looked terrified. But before they could run more than a few steps, they were swiftly tackled and pinned to the ground by two agile sheriffs. The burly sheriff, along with the remaining two, cautiously approached the last spot. Sensing the sharp aura, Yi Xingchen, who was hiding there, couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart.
So strong. His aura is almost as strong as Brother Luo's.
Yi Xingchen was cursing.
Are 10th tier animals as common as cabbages? Why would someone want to be a lowly sheriff?
Yi Xingchen grabbed the fat man on the ground by the collar and pulled him out of the shadows like a chick. The fat man had a bruised and swollen face. He had clearly been beaten quite a bit.
Officer, I've caught a stalker for you.
Yi Xingchen said without batting an eye, his face full of righteous indignation.
Don't move. Put him down and raise your hands above your head.
Yan Feng shouted sternly, pointing the short stick at Yi Xingchen.
This kid is so young, yet he has the strength of a 6th-level cultivator?
Moreover, just now, his mental energy gave him the illusion of being unfathomably deep.
Could it be a demon in disguise?
He activated his protective power and communicated with his beast girl. When Xian Yuan Wenye saw Yi Xingchen's face clearly through the light of the sheriff's flashlight, she was suddenly stunned.
Is this Yi Xingchen?
Her grandparents had shown her a picture of her before.
How did he end up here?
Until the matter is investigated, you are both suspected of stalking. Yan Feng said, taking out two specially made cylindrical handcuffs and preparing to handcuff the two men.
Wait.
Despite her discomfort, Xian Yuan Wenye quickly walked to Yi Xingchen's side and spoke to Yan Feng, her voice soft yet exceptionally clear.
Sheriff, he is my boyfriend.
The sheriffs exchanged glances and stopped what they were doing. Upon hearing this, the fat man, who had been badly beaten by Yi Xingchen, suddenly raised his head, his bruised eyes widening as if one could hear the sound of his heart breaking.
No, impossible. Ask Senior Ye how you have a boyfriend. Boyfriend?
Yan Feng frowned, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Yi Xingchen and Xian Yuan Wenya with a scrutinizing look.
Young lady, are you sure?
His behavior just now was very suspicious. Xian Yuan Wenya took a step forward, leaning almost imperceptibly towards Yi Xingchen, adopting a dependent posture, and spoke with certainty.
I'm sure. We had a little misunderstanding before. He was probably worried about me, which is why he followed me all the way, but his method was a bit clumsy. As she spoke, she quietly nudged Yi Xingchen with her elbow. Yi Xingchen immediately understood and instantly dropped his righteous and awe-inspiring expression. He forced an apologetic smile and very naturally reached out to put his arm around Xian Yuan Wenya's slender waist, pulling her closer to him. Yes, Sheriff, I'm so sorry for causing such a big misunderstanding. I noticed she looked unwell, and I was worried about leaving her alone. I was also afraid she would get angry, so I didn't dare get too close. As a result, I almost got mistaken for a bad guy. Xian Yuan Wenya froze, her face flushing red instantly, at his sudden intimate gesture. How come this person is so skilled? I only meant for him to take my arm as a formality.
Yan Feng narrowed his eyes.
This kid's expression changed too quickly, his acting was so natural. He felt like something was off.
Just to be on the safe side, you'll still need to come back to the college's security office with me to give a statement.
This is all for your safety.
Suddenly, a composed figure silently emerged from the shadows of the bamboo forest behind them. Brother Yan, it's been a long time. Yan Feng turned around in surprise, his hand already on the weapon at his waist. Only after seeing who it was did he breathe a sigh of relief and punch the other person on the shoulder.
Chang Di, it's you. You scared me to death. Your ability to appear and disappear like a ghost is getting more and more amazing. His identity is not a problem. Luo Mingqing pointed at Yi Xingchen. I see.
Yan Feng's serious expression instantly melted away, revealing a friendly smile as he waved to Yi Xingchen.
Young man, it's all right now. Take your girlfriend home.
But remember, things haven't been peaceful at the academy lately, so try to avoid taking these secluded paths at night.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. I'll be careful.
Yi Xingchen nodded to Yan Feng and Luo Mingcheng respectively, his arm still naturally around Xian Yuan Wenya, helping her to quickly leave the place.
Once they were alone, Luo Mingcheng asked, Brother Yan, are you here on a secret mission? It's not exactly a secret mission. Yan Feng's expression turned serious. It's just that the frequency of the appearance of the alien demons is getting higher and higher. The capital has received multiple reports. I'm in charge of the covert security deployment in this area. He changed the subject, looking Luo Mingcheng up and down. Your strength has improved again? 11th level now?
It was just a lucky breakthrough, Luo Mingcheng said modestly, waving his hand.
Was that young man you were protecting?
Yan Feng gestured with his chin in the direction Yi Xingchen had left.
That's right. Luo Mingcheng nodded. No wonder they sent you to protect him. Wait.
Yan Feng suddenly realized something, and his expression changed drastically.
An 18-year-old 6th-tier cultivator? Chapter 81. Do you know that this is illegal? Hiss. It's so hot.
Yi Xingchen quickly released his hand from around Xian Yuan Wenya's waist, feeling a burning sensation in his palm. Seeing him blowing air into his palm, Xian Yuan Wenya's eyes revealed a gentle smile.
Mr. Stalker, shouldn't you explain yourself? Ahem.
Yi Xingchen awkwardly straightened his collar.
Don't talk nonsense. I wasn't following you. I just saw someone sneaking around you and wanted to help you out of your troubles. Really?
Xian Yuan Wenya tilted her head slightly, her watery eyes gazing at him quietly, as if she could see through everything. Feeling a pang of guilt under her gaze, Yi Xingchen raised his hand and solemnly said, I swear I absolutely did not follow you, and I never intended to do anything to you.
Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the horizon, startling Yi Xingchen. He, it seems even God doesn't believe what you, Mr. Stalker, have to say.
Xian Yuan Wenya covered her mouth and chuckled softly.
It's just a coincidence.
Yi Xingchen hurriedly explained, the weather forecast already said there would be thunderstorms tonight. He quickly changed the subject, but let me ask you, Senior Ye, we're complete strangers, why did you help me out of that awkward situation? Moon Xian Yuan Wenya pondered for a moment and said, because you are very special, Mr. Stalker. She didn't intend to reveal that she knew him, but rather wanted to take this opportunity to see what was so special about this Yi Xingchen that her grandparents had mentioned.
You help a stranger just because I'm special?
Yi Xingchen was a little suspicious.
Could it be that she found out about her from Principal Xian Yuan? Judging from her appearance, it seems so.
However, she probably doesn't know yet that she knows her identity, which is a good opportunity. Since she's unwilling to make things clear, I'll just play along and keep up this charade. Before Xian Yuan Wenya could say anything more, she suddenly clutched her chest, her face looking very pale.
Are you all right?
Yi Xingchen immediately stepped forward to help her up. Although her body temperature was abnormally high, it was nothing to him.
It's all right, you'll be fine after a rest.
Xian Yuan Wenya waved her hand, her face still bearing a gentle smile. I'm leaving now, Mr. Stalker, bye-bye. She turned to leave, but as soon as she took a step, everything went black before her eyes, and she slumped forward.
Fortunately, Yi Xingchen reacted quickly and caught her. I didn't do anything.
He muttered to himself, then gentlemanly carried her on his back and walked towards the villa area.
He guessed that Xian Yuan Wenya's abnormal body temperature was most likely related to the special hidden bloodline in her body.
Unbeknownst to Yi Xingchen, Xian Yuan Wenya, who was lying on his back, had quietly opened her eyes. She could sense a strong possessiveness in Yi Xingchen's eyes when he looked at her, unlike the intense pursuit of other men. His gaze was simple, he simply wanted to possess her. Her bloodline is the lowest level, F grade. Those fanatics, besides their possessiveness, inevitably mix pity with condescending scrutiny. It's almost like examining a collectible item for valuation, figuring out how to contract it, manipulate it, and then ruthlessly discard it. Xian Yuan Wenya lay quietly on Yi Xingchen's sturdy back, pondering her grandparents' words. Yeah, he can most likely draft an eternal pact. After signing it with him, your bloodline loss will be restored. She naturally longed for a contract that would never betray her and would last forever.
But since Yi Xingchen could draft it, was it possible that he could also unilaterally break the contract?
Let's observe for a while longer, Xian Yuan Wenya told herself softly. As a granddaughter, I still need to carefully consider what my grandparents are saying. The burning sensation on her body grew stronger and stronger, and a light rain began to fall from the sky.
The raindrops fell on her body and even created a mist.
Looking at Yi Xingchen's handsome face, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. Finally, she could no longer hold on and closed her eyes heavily.
There's no other way.
The rain is getting heavier and heavier.
I don't know where she lives.
I'll take her to my place first. Yi Xingchen thought for a moment and quickened his pace, running towards his villa.
In the villa,
Yi Xingchen gently placed Xian Yuan Wenya on the bed and softly wiped away the fine beads of sweat from her face. An invisible force emanated from his palm, attempting to alleviate her situation with his spiritual power. Just as he bent down, a faint, bitter medicinal fragrance emanated from Xian Yuan Wenya and drifted into his nose. This familiar scent made Yi Xingchen feel dazed, as if she had touched a tender corner deep in her memory.
The thought of Mom
had barely crossed his mind when he shook his head violently, quickly banishing it from his thoughts. After calming himself down, he summoned Bai Miao Miao from the star realm with a slight thought. With a flash of light, Bai Miao Miao landed lightly, her gaze quickly falling on the unconscious girl on the bed. Xian Yuan Wenya's clothes were slightly disheveled, her cheeks were flushed with an abnormal redness, and her breathing was somewhat rapid.
We were just tied up and Brother Yi did something so outrageous to her?
Bai Miao Miao puffed out her cheeks instantly, grabbed Yi Xingchen's arm, and said angrily in a low voice.
Brother Yi, you really did bring this senior sister Wenya back after all. Do you know that what you did is illegal? Miao Miao, what are you thinking with that little head of yours? Do you think I'm that kind of person?
Yi Xingchen gently tapped Bai Miao Miao's head and explained, I just happened to run into her on the roadside, and then she fainted.
Is that really all there is to it?
Bai Miao Miao, still somewhat skeptical, moved closer to the bedside and cautiously extended her fingertip to touch the exposed, reddish skin of Xian Yuan Wenya's arm.
Ouch! It's so hot.
She quickly pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted, a look of surprise and worry flashing across her face.
Brother Yi, why is she so hot? Do you have any way to help her? With Yao Yao gone, she's the boss.
Although I felt a little envious of this potential sister, I still had to show her basic concern. No, that's why I let you out. Yi Xingchen shook his head, his expression becoming serious. Meow meow, take her to the bathroom now and soak her in cold water to see if you can help her cool down physically and relieve her pain. As Yi Xingchen spoke, he picked up Princess Xianyuan Wenya and carried her into the bathroom. He gently placed her into the large bathtub and turned on the cold water. The cool water made a hissing sound as soon as it was poured in, like a hot iron block suddenly being immersed in ice, and a thin layer of white mist even rose from the surface. Help her take off her clothes, that might make things more effective, Yi Xingchen instructed, then turned to leave. Watching Yi Xingchen walk out of the bathroom, Bai Miaomiao blinked, a slight smile playing on her lips. She deliberately spoke in a slightly timid tone. Brother Yi, aren't you going to stay? I'm a little scared. If something happens along the way, I'll feel more at ease with you by my side. Cough cough. Yi Xingchen paused, coughing as he was choked by those words. Stop fooling around, what kind of talk is this? I'll be guarding outside the door. Call me immediately if anything happens. Yi Xingchen hurriedly closed the bathroom door, leaving Bai Miaomiao making a face at the door with a smug smirk on her face. It's really fun to tease the innocent Yi Gu. Brother Yi, don't peek. After Bai Miaomiao finished speaking, she helped Xianyuan Wenya take off her clothes, which were soaked with water and sweat. As the cold water continued to wash over her, she could feel that the burning sensation on her skin, which her fingertips touched, seemed to be less intense, but it did not subside immediately either. Xianyuan Wenya's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little, and her rapid breathing calmed down a bit, but her face still had an abnormal flush, clearly indicating that she was still in pain. Bai Miaomiao glanced at Xianyuan Wenya's figure, which was similar to her own, and then sensed her bloodline. A sense of understanding arose in her heart, and she muttered to herself. It's the same as my previous bloodline level. As expected. Brother Yi wouldn't fall for someone for no reason. Are all beast girls with divine bloodlines lawless like me? And Brother Yi happens to be a Lelican, is that really a coincidence? Chapter 82. Can feelings be cultivated after a contract is formed? As time passed, the cold water in the bathtub took away the burning heat raging within Xianyuan Wenya's body. The abnormal redness around her body gradually faded, and her skin regained its warm, fair color. His temperature has really come down. Bai Miaomiao, who was standing by his side, breathed a sigh of relief, her heart finally at ease. At this moment, Xianyuan Wenya's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. As his blurry vision gradually cleared, his gaze fell upon his bare skin, and a fleeting sense of panic crossed his mind. However, when she saw Bai Miaomiao's face clearly, she suppressed her panic and subconsciously sank deeper into the water to better conceal herself. Excuse me, who are you? Xianyuan Wenya's voice remained gentle, but a hint of wariness about the unfamiliar environment lingered in her eyes. This nine-tailed fox girl gave her a very special feeling. There was a vague sense of oppression coming from her bloodline. Very strong, at least in S rank or higher bloodline. You're awake, Bai Miaomiao smiled kindly. My name is Bai Miaomiao, and I'm Brother Yi's beast girl. Brother Yi? The person who found you unconscious and brought you back. So that's how it is. I'm so sorry to have troubled you. Xianyuan Wenya lowered her head in embarrassment. The bath towel is over there. I'll go out and call Brother Yi first. Just as Bai Miaomiao turned to leave, Xianyuan Wenya gently called out to her, Miss Bai, please wait a moment. Bai Miaomiao turned around in confusion. What's wrong? Are you asking about Senior Ye? Xianyuan Wenya pursed her lips slightly, lowering her voice even further. Is Mr. Yi outside right now? Yes, he's been waiting outside the door the whole time. Bai Miaomiao naturally sat back down on the edge of the bathtub, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes darting around playfully. Is there anything you want to ask me? You can ask me anything. Xianyuan Wenya was silent for a moment, then asked softly, Excuse me, is Mr. Yi good to you? This question softened Bai Miaomiao's gaze, and a sweet smile unconsciously curved her lips. Brother Yi. She deliberately dragged out her words, as if considering where to begin. Is he good to me? That's a difficult question to answer with a simple question. Bai Miaomiao's eyes revealed sincerity. If I had to describe it, he was like a ray of light that pulled me out of the abyss when I was at my coldest and most desperate. Seeing the doubt in Xianyuan Wenya's eyes, Bai Miaomiao continued softly, Senior Sister Wenya, my bloodline was the same as yours before, also F rank. These words, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirred up ripples in Xianyuan Wenya's heart. As an F rank beast girl herself, she knew all too well what this meant. Ordinary people who haven't awakened their bloodline can simply live ordinary lives. However, once these women awaken their bloodline and become beast girls, an invisible barrier forms between them and ordinary people, making it impossible for them to unite with and reproduce with them. Beast masters, who are far fewer in number than beast girls, always focus their attention on beast girls with high-level bloodlines. What's even more disheartening is that while beast tamers can replenish their taming power later in life, the bloodline level of beast girls is almost predetermined and difficult to improve. Therefore, beast girls of low bloodlines can hardly escape the fate of being pitted, despised, and even scorned throughout their lives. That is, she is beautiful and cute, and has many talents, which is why she attracts so many beast tamers. But everyone knew that once her cultivation stagnated and she grew old, what awaited her was the ruthless termination of her contract. A look of disappointment flashed in Xian Yuanwenya's eyes. She had tried many methods. He tried consuming various rare and precious herbs, but apart from a slow improvement in his cultivation level, his bloodline remained unchanged. He attempted to practice martial arts but failed because he was unable to draw qi into his body. Now, she can only place her last hope in the spiritual method she is still exploring. Back then, I thought this was how my life would be, Miao Miao continued. That night, my brother discovered me. Of course, it might be because of our bloodline that he noticed me earlier, but what truly moved him was me as a person. As she said this, she looked proudly at her petite figure in the mirror, thinking that this could be considered a blessing in disguise. He repaired my congenital deficiencies, allowing my true bloodline to manifest in this world. He also let me feel a kind of love I had never felt before. So, you're asking me if he's good to you? Miao Miao turned her head, looking directly into Xian Yuanwenya's eyes again, her gaze earnest. I can't answer with a simple good. He gave me a new life. I dare say that Brother Yi would give everything for his beast girl. These words struck Xian Yuanwenya's heart like a heavy hammer. She lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then confessed. Miss Bai, actually I've known about Mr. Yi for a long time. My grandparents have mentioned him to me. She looked up and asked softly, I want to ask, did you and he sign an eternal pact? Miao Miao was somewhat surprised, then nodded, yes, it's the eternal pact. Then, when you signed the contract, did you feel it was equal? Xian Yuanwenya's voice was soft, but it carried a hint of solemnity. I mean, not in terms of power equality, but whether he truly sees you as an equal, unique partner, and not as a collectible that needs to be saved and possessed by him? Miao Miao couldn't help but chuckle. You're actually worried about this? Before I made a contract with Brother Yi, I had no idea he could draft an eternal contract. And she winked playfully, I was the one who confessed to him first. Miss Bai, you were the one who confessed your feelings? Xian Yuanwenya asked, somewhat incredulous. You're really brave. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have been able to muster that courage. It's alright, thanks in no small part to the encouragement from my best friend. Miao Miao was a little embarrassed by the praise. She patted her flushed cheeks and continued. I never expected that Brother Yi had been plotting against me all along. I only wanted to ask for a vow of love, but I never expected that he would have the heavenly Tao bestow an eternal vow upon me. After signing the contract, not only did my bloodline recover to the divine level, but I also gained Brother Yi's love. It's like a dream. Restored to the god level? Xian Yuanwenya keenly grasped the key point. Miss Bai, your previous bloodline. Yes. Miao Miao grasped her hand and said earnestly, Brother Yi told me that my original bloodline was god level, and he only helped me restore it through the eternal pact. She paused for a moment, a pang of jealousy rising in her heart. Now there would be another person to share Brother Yi. However, for Brother Yi's sake, and for my own sake, this beast girl with divine bloodline must help Brother Yi win her over. Miao Miao came to her senses and said again. So, the fact that Brother Yi chose you from among thousands of people shows that you. I might also be a god. This realization sent a shiver down Xian Yuanwenya's spine, and even the sound of her own heartbeat became incredibly clear. All her previous struggles about equality finally found their resolution at this moment, faced with the stark difference between restoration and charity. If he was only enhancing her own bloodline, it might be a gift from a powerful person. But if he only helped her restore her divine bloodline, it means that she herself possessed the qualifications and foundation to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The starting point of this contract is no longer the plea of the weak, but the mutual recognition and achievement between the strong. As for feelings, she looked at Miao Miao's warm smile and felt a gentle ripple in her heart. She thought that being able to gradually cultivate a deep and loving relationship with such a person after signing the contract was something worth looking forward to. Xian Yuanwenya slowly stood up from the cold water, maintaining an elegant posture. Water droplets slid down her smooth, even curves as she took the towel by Meow Meow handed her and wrapped it around herself. Meow Meow, she changed her form of address, her tone filled with gratitude. Really, thank you so much. She took a deep breath and walked resolutely toward the bathroom door. Be careful, the ground is slippery, by Meow Meow reminded her thoughtfully from behind, a hint of smugness flashing through her mind. Her plan had succeeded.
I have 3 people in my camp now, Sister Yao Yao, how can you compete with me? He. Chapter 83 Contract, Xian Yuan Wenya. Ah.
The moment the door opened, Xian Yuan Wenya slipped and fell straight forward. Yi Xingqian, who had been waiting outside the door, reacted quickly and instinctively stepped forward to help. However, the hand that was supporting her landed precisely on the edge of her bath towel, on the delicate and warm skin above her lower abdomen. An astonishing heat seemed to surge through my palms and straight to my heart.
Exclamation point.
Xian Yuan Wenya's face turned visibly red, spreading from her cheeks to her ears, and the burning sensation that had just subsided seemed to return. She hurriedly steadied herself by holding onto Yi Xingqian's strong arm.
Thank you, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Awake?
Yi Xingqian's gaze swept over her still pale pink skin as he asked, how do you feel?
Still hot? It's not hot anymore.
Xian Yuan Wenya took a deep breath, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. To prove that what she said was true, and to bridge the gap between them, she made a bold move. She reached out her slightly damp hand and took Yi Xingqian's wrist, guiding his large palm to gently press it against her still warm cheek.
You can touch it and see.
Xian Yuan Wenya tilted her head back, squinted her eyes, and gave a gentle smile that was both shy and tentative.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stalker.
The delicate, warm touch on his palm made Yi Xingqian stiffen slightly.
The feel and the attitude were completely different from what I had expected. And wasn't she trying to disguise herself and observe herself? Is this from overheating, gone mad? Seeing his embarrassed expression, Xian Yuan Wenya's smile deepened. Yi Xingqian, let's begin.
She released her grip at the opportune moment, took a half step back, and looked up into Yi Xingqian's eyes.
Start?
Yi Xingqian was even more confused.
Start what?
He looked into the bathroom and saw Bai Meow Meow peek half her head out from the door, wink at him quickly, make a done gesture, then playfully shrank back and returned to the symbiotic sanctuary.
Even if you're jealous, you still have to help your husband pick up girls? Hajimio, you rascal. Yi Xingqian was deeply moved and vowed to reward Bai Meow Meow handsomely later. If this were in my past life, it would be like my wife helping me pick up other women. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. You want to form a contract with me? He withdrew his gaze and looked at the pink-haired lowly with burning eyes in front of him.
Yes, Xian Yuan Wenya suddenly stepped forward and took his hand.
Starry Sky went to great lengths to bring me back, wasn't it all for this? To make me your beast girl.
She tilted her head slightly, her long pink hair cascading down, her gaze clear and direct.
I'm willing.
Seeing her adorable I've seen through everything expression, Yi Xingqian's playful side was aroused, and he deliberately put on a stern face.
What if I say I don't want to?
Xian Yuan Wenya's smile and courage froze instantly, and a trace of genuine panic flashed in her eyes.
Just kidding.
Yi Xingqian laughed immediately, knowing when to stop, and firmly grasped her small hand that was trying to pull away.
How could I not want it if I couldn't have it?
Xian Yuan Wenya breathed a sigh of relief, gently patted her chest, and looked at him with a hint of reproach.
Xingqian, really, this kind of joke makes people very uneasy.
She composed herself, looked into Yi Xingqian's eyes, and spoke with certainty.
Now, I want to make a contract with you. Okay, Yi Xingqian said, but before we sign the contract, I have a few questions for you.
Okay, please ask.
I'll answer you properly. I have many beast girls, do you mind?
No, not at all, Xian Yuan Wenya shook her head without hesitation, a tolerant smile on her face.
The girls who can stay by your side must be wonderful. As long as I can get along well with everyone and win your heart, I will be very content. The second question.
With a thought, Yi Xingqian drafted 2 eternal contracts. An ancient contract, shimmering with gold and red and imbued with the aura of the laws of heaven, slowly appeared before Xian Yuan Wenya.
This is?
Although Xian Yuan Wenya knew in advance, she still opened her mouth involuntarily when she saw the legendary contract with her own eyes, her eyes filled with shock.
Do you know what this eternal pact means? Yi Xingqian asked. Xian Yuan Wenya was silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, an affection that will never betray you, an eternal love?
But we are still strangers at this time, yet I can summon it in advance, Yi Xingchen calmly reminded him. Xian Yuan Wenya was very clever and immediately understood his implied meaning. Starry sky, she said, taking Yi Xingchen's hand again and looking at him earnestly.
I understand what you mean. This eternal bond is entirely under your control, and perhaps, it can even be ended by you, right? Her words hit the nail on the head, highlighting the most real inequalities. Yes, you're right.
Yi Xingchen was somewhat surprised by her keen insight.
So, will you still form a contract with me? Thank you for telling me this.
Xian Yuan Wenya's fingertips gently traced across his palm, seemingly carrying a soothing power. You told me about this biggest risk honestly, and that in itself is a kind of respect that is more precious than a contract. She raised her head, her eyes resolute, without any hesitation.
There are actually 3 reasons why I want to sign a contract with you.
First, I want to find my own gentleness. Second, I want to find my parents someday after restoring my divine bloodline. And third, it was recommended by my grandparents.
My answer remains unchanged. I'm willing. Her honesty is more powerful than any vow.
As soon as she finished speaking, she joined her fingers like a pen and solemnly signed her real name on the golden red eternal contract.
As you wish.
Yi Xingchen looked at her intently and left his mark on his contract.
The 2 contracts instantly shone brightly, transforming into 2 intertwined golden red streams of light.
One disappeared into Yi Xingchen's brow, while the other merged into the depths of Xian Yuan Wenya's soul.
Boom!
A powerful yet warm force instantly swept through Xian Yuan Wenya's limbs and bones. With a whoosh, her small black wings, wreathed in black flames, unfurled behind her. A dark red light erupted from her body, no longer an uncontrollable heat, but filled with a majestic aura of nobility, majesty, and immortality. Behind her, a blurry phantom of a giant sparrow wreathed in black flames flashed by, its domineering aura causing the entire space to tremble. At the same time, the system's announcement also came to Yi Xingchen's mind.
Congratulations, host, the contract has been successfully completed. Received feedback from the Beast Girl mythical level talent, Lord of the Underworld.
The host can freely enter and exit the underworld. The initial location is yet to be determined. The host can contain and reshape any broken soul, restoring it to wholeness. As long as the host exists, the contained soul will be eternal and can respond to a summons at any time to fight for the host. After a short while, all the strange phenomena gradually subsided, and the power receded. Xian Yuan Wenya felt excited as she experienced the powerful force of her bloodline. She took a step forward, couldn't help but jump up, wrapped her arms around Yi Xingchen's neck, and hung herself on him.
Aiken, can I call you that?
Her eyes sparkled, as if they were filled with love. Their faces were very close, and Yi Xingchen could feel her warm breath and the nostalgic medicinal scent emanating from her.
Of course, Xiaoya.
He smiled and naturally supported her to prevent her from falling.
Ah Chen.
Hearing Yi Xingchen call her by her nickname, Xian Yuan Wenya called out again happily, her arms around his neck tightening involuntarily. Looking at his handsome face so close to hers, she felt her heart filled with immense happiness and courage. Then, she closed her eyes, her voice trembling slightly with a hint of awkwardness, yet with unwavering determination, and slowly kissed him. The moment their lips met, a warm and soft touch coursed through Yi Xingchen's body like an electric current.
He was forcibly kissed again. Are beast girls in this world really this unrestrained?
Yi Xingchen thought that this might not be such a bad thing. Xian Yuan Wenya's favorability plus 78. Xian Yuan Wenya's favorability rating has increased to Hearts Ripples 7880.
Chapter 84. My feet can't touch the ground. After a long while, their lips parted. Aiken, thank you. Xian Yuan Wenya's face was filled with a happy smile. Her damp hair fell onto Yi Xingchen's neck, bringing a cool, ticklish sensation.
And their bodies, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, clung tightly to his. The delicate, soft touch and the reassuring medicinal scent emanating from her were challenging Yi Xingchen's rationality. Although Xian Yuan Wenya was petite and delicate with little curves, her just right softness and complete dependence were so appealing to him that Yi Xingchen's heart pounded. Xian Yuan Wenya immediately noticed the changes in his body, and his heavier breathing, her heartbeat gradually synchronized with his. She was slightly taken aback at first, then her face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but feel feverish again. This time, although her body temperature rose very high, Yi Xingchen only felt warmly enveloped and did not feel any pain. Instead of panicking and pushing him away, Xian Yuan Wenya reached out her small hand and gently patted his back, as if soothing a restless big child. Her voice was gentle yet tinged with shyness.
Ah Chen, don't rush, okay?
She buried her face in Yi Xingchen's shoulder, and whispered with a hint of pleading, continued.
I'm a little nervous, and are Miao Miao and the others waiting for us? Could you take me to meet them first?
Yi Xingchen buried his face in her fragrant hair and took a deep breath.
Okay, whatever you say.
Besides, he laughed, I haven't showered yet, I smell terrible.
Thank you, Aiken.
Xian Yuan Wenya raised her head, gently touching Yi Xingchen's handsome face with both hands, her fingertips softly stroking it.
It doesn't smell bad at all, but...
She leaned closer, her nose twitching slightly, like a small animal checking for a scent, then smiled.
Since Ah-chun feels he needs to take a nice shower, I'll wait for you outside. Make sure you're all clean.
After speaking, Xian Yuan Wenya gently pecked his lips again, as if to confirm, before gently jumping down from Yi Xingchen's arms. Yi Xingchen felt that these words were a bit strange.
Shouldn't he be the one saying them? Okay.
Yi Xingchen's gaze remained on her as he replied, I'll do it as soon as possible. Xian Yuan Wenya felt a little embarrassed by his gaze, so she lowered her head slightly, put her hands behind her back, and unconsciously drew circles on the ground with her toes.
She added softly, Okay, I'll wait for you. Perfect timing, I also need a little time to calm down.
Seeing her shy expression, Yi Xingchen's heart was touched once again.
He nodded, finally turned around, and quickly walked into the bathroom.
Xian Yuan Wenya let out a long breath, covering her still burning cheeks with her hands, feeling the fluttering of her heart like a deer's, and murmured.
Is this what it feels like to be in love? It's kind of addictive.
She walked to the sofa, but instead of sitting down, she took out her clothes from her spatial ring and put them on. Then she carefully folded the slightly disheveled bath towel that Bai Miao Miao had prepared for her.
Grandpa and Grandma, Xiaoya has also found her love.
Soon she will be able to take Aiken to the other world to find her parents. Xian Yuan Wenya took out a pocket watch from her spatial ring, opened the back cover, and found a photo of her and her parents. She gently rubbed it with her fingertips, her eyes gradually welling up with tears.
Soon, very soon, Mom and Dad, you must wait for me. Inside the bathroom.
Bai Miao Miao emerged from the symbiotic sacred domain, wrapped in a bathrobe, and stared at Yi Xingchen, who was preparing to get into the bathtub.
Miao Miao, why are you out again? Yi Xingchen asked in confusion, his gaze involuntarily drawn to Bai Miao Miao's slow unwrapping of her bath towel.
Bai Miao Miao's figure and alluring movements might not be attractive to others, but for Yi Xingchen, she would probably be completely under his control. Oh my gosh, brother Yi, Miao Miao has already convinced one of your sisters. The bathrobe slipped off her fragrant shoulders, down to her slender waist, and then gently slid down to her heels. Finally, she gently hooked it back, and the bathrobe landed precisely on the stool behind her.
Shouldn't we give Miao Miao a little reward? Bai Miao Miao couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile when she saw Yi Xingchen's staring gaze. Now. Yi Xingchen's throat bobbed, and he hesitated, isn't that a bit inappropriate? How about I reward you later?
Xiaoya is waiting for me outside right now, he whispered a reminder. Hee, Bai Miao Miao chuckled mischievously as she approached, tiptoed, and wrapped her small arms around Yi Xingchen's neck.
Brother Yi, how could Xiaoya, such a gentle person, blame you?
She paused, placed the stool under her feet, stepped on it, and leaned back a little more before a look of satisfaction appeared on her face.
Xiaoya is so considerate, she'll definitely understand how hard it is for Brother Yi, especially since he's a beast tamer who has to feed 5 beast girls all at once.
Yi Xingchen felt a tickle in his heart from her tone, but he suppressed his thoughts and tried to push Bai Miao Miao away.
Be a good girl, Miao Miao. I'll give you a reward later. Seeing that Yi Xingchen clenched his fist but didn't actually push him away, Bai Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh out loud and poked his chest. Brother Yi, are you thinking about how to discipline me without Xiaoya finding out? She then feigned regret, saying, what a pity. Brother Yi doesn't even dare to touch me now. I bet, when you're taking a shower later, you'll be thinking about how to make it up to me, right? Miao Miao, you.
Yi Xingchen was a little puzzled. Bai Miao Miao, who was usually well-behaved and clingy, seemed to have awakened some strange attributes, making people want to teach her a lesson. Just as Bai Miao Miao was about to say something, Yi Xingchen suddenly kicked away her chair. Of course, he also immediately supported her waist to prevent her from getting hurt.
Bai Miao Miao was startled, her feet dangling in mid-air.
Ugh, oh dear, her eyes widened, her face flushed red, and her voice trembled slightly.
Brother Yi. Brother Yi, you big bad guy. Chapter 85, Feeding the Medicine. Ha? Why hasn't Ah-chun come out yet?
Xian Yuan Wenya clenched the hem of her clothes, a sense of unease gradually rising in her heart.
Half an hour has passed, could something have happened? She didn't bother to put on slippers and walked barefoot quickly to the bathroom door.
When Xianyuan Wenya tried to confirm the situation, strange noises came from inside.
Hey, why do I think I can hear Miaomia's voice too, besides Aiken's? Aiken? Are you alright in there? Did something happen?
She gently knocked on the bathroom door, her voice tinged with worry.
There was a few seconds of silence inside the room, then Yixingchen's slightly hurried voice came from inside.
I'm fine, I just accidentally knocked something off the sink, I'm cleaning it up now, it'll be done soon. Immediately, Xianyuan Wenya noticed a hazy shadow on the frosted glass of the bathroom door. Yixingchen's voice came clearer. Xiaoya, I have broken through my cultivation level and my body has expelled some impurities.
I'll tidy up the bathroom while I'm at it. It might take a while, about an hour.
If you're sleepy, go to sleep first.
Hearing the response, Xianyuan Wenya finally relaxed. She took 2 steps back and whispered into the doorway. Okay, Ah-Chen, take your time. I'm not sleepy. I'll just watch TV in the living room. Call me anytime if you need anything.
She glanced again at the slightly slender, hazy shadow on the frosted glass, her delicate brows furrowing slightly.
Ah-Chen's outline seems a little different. Is it because of the moisture?
Xianyuan Wenya shook her head, dismissing the strange feeling, and a gentle smile returned to her lips. It must be because my bloodline has just recovered and my senses are still unstable. Just then, a soft moan, though barely suppressed, still escaped from the bathroom. Xianyuan Wenya, who was about to return to the main hall, paused slightly. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her pure eyes.
Did I hear wrong?
Besides the sound of water, there seemed to be other sounds just now.
Ah-Chen? Xianyuan Wenya asked again, are you alright?
Thank goodness, came a voice from inside the bathroom, tinged with a hint of panic.
Really?
Xianyuan Wenya was doubtful, but mostly worried.
Ah-Chen, may I come in?
I'll help you clean. Just as she was about to grab the doorknob, the bathroom door was suddenly pulled open a crack with a whoosh. Yixingchen leaned out, water dripping from her hair, her chest rising and falling slightly, her breathing a little rapid.
Xiaoya, no need.
Yixingchen's face was a little red, and her breathing was a little unsteady, as if she had just finished cultivating.
I'll finish cleaning quickly. There was a slight accident just now, and besides, we just signed the contract. It's not appropriate for me to be naked right now.
I see, Xianyuan Wenya smiled gently, without a hint of doubt.
Alright, Aiken, let us take it slow. Okay, I'll get back to work now.
After the bathroom door closed again, a hint of helplessness appeared on Xianyuan Wenya's face. The lingering, overly melodious sound, along with the slightly chaotic commotion inside the door, confirmed Xianyuan Wenya's suspicions to be largely true. She wasn't an innocent little girl, she knew exactly what that voice meant. Judging from the questions Ah-Chen asked earlier, he must already have many beast girls. It must be very hard for Ah-Chen to satisfy them. Xianyuan Wenya muttered to herself, he'll have to satisfy me again later, so I'm afraid he won't have enough energy. I need to prepare some medicinal soup for him to replenish his energy. Thinking it over, she turned on the kitchen light, took out a few mild and nourishing medicinal herbs from her spatial ring, and began washing and preparing them with practiced ease. Xianyuan Wenya focused intently on the small clay pot on the stove, listening to the bubbling sound coming from inside, and then opened the lid of the clay pot to stir it gently.
I put the lid back on and simmered it for about half an hour.
Xianyuan Wenya slowly opened the lid of the clay pot with a rag, fanned it with her small hand, and a warm, refreshing aroma wafted into her nose. It smells so good, this time it must have been cooked just right. Just as the medicine was ready, Yixingchen finally finished cleaning up and walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. He was really scared just now. He didn't know if Miao Miao did it on purpose, since she was usually very patient.
Fortunately, Xiaoya didn't suspect anything.
Yixingchen paused as soon as he stepped into the living room. The scene of Xianyuan Wenya watching TV on the sofa, which I had imagined, did not appear. Instead, a warm and gentle medicinal fragrance wafted from the direction of the kitchen and lingered around my nose. Curious, he walked over and saw a petite figure with her back to him under the warm kitchen light. Xianyuan Wenya tiptoed slightly, placed a clean white cloth on her toes, and carefully lifted the casserole, pouring out a bowl of soup.
An even richer aroma of medicinal herbs instantly filled the air. Xiaoya?
Yixingchen called out in surprise after she put the casserole back. Xianyuan Wenya turned around upon hearing the sound, and a gentle smile immediately bloomed on her face.
Ah-Chen, you're out.
She put the lid back on the casserole, then took Yixingchen's large hand and led him to a seat in the dining room.
Ah Chen, wait a minute.
Before Yixingchen could ask any questions, Xian Yuan Wenya went into the kitchen again, brought out the bowl of medicinal soup, and sat down next to him.
Xiaoya, what's this? Yixingchen asked.
Ah Chen just broke through, and, well, he has been cleaning for so long, he must have been exhausted. Xian Yuan Wenya smiled slightly, gently stirring the rich broth with a spoon, her voice gentle. This soup can help you quickly restore your energy and nourish your meridians. As she spoke, she scooped up a spoonful, gently blew on it, and then held it to Yixingchen's lips.
Ah Chen, drink up.
Looking into her concerned eyes, Yixingchen felt a surge of warmth in her heart and obediently opened her mouth to drink the spoonful of medicine. The warm liquid, with its slightly bitter yet sweet taste, slid down Yixingchen's throat, and he felt a gentle warmth spreading throughout his body, quickly relieving his previous fatigue.
It's delicious, thank you Xiaoya, he said sincerely. Hee, I'm glad Aiken likes it. Xian Yuan Wenya chuckled. Looking at Yixingchen's handsome face, I couldn't help but think of what happened in the bathroom. So she gently put down the spoon and bowl, stood up, and under Yixingchen's slightly puzzled gaze, turned lightly to face him. Then, with a touch of shyness but a firm resolve, she straddled his lap. Xiaoya?
Yixingchen's body stiffened slightly, and his hand subconsciously supported her slender waist. A beautiful blush spread across Xian Yuan Wenya's cheeks. She tilted her head slightly to look at Yixingchen, her voice soft and gentle. Aiken, we just made a pact, and I want to get closer to you. She stretched out her fair finger and gently touched her pink lips, her eyes soft and tender as if they were sparkling with hearts. Shall I feed you your medicine here? I've read that in some novels, it's written like this, saying that feelings develop faster and bonds deepen. Yixingchen's heart suddenly raced. Looking at this little beast girl with her sparkling eyes and fragrant breath, how could he possibly say a single no? Good. With permission granted, Xian Yuan Wenya's smile widened. She turned and took a small sip of the medicinal soup, then leaned down and slowly approached Yixingchen's lips. Feeling her soft, slightly cool lips, carrying the sweet taste of the medicinal soup, Yixingchen subconsciously opened her mouth and accepted the medicine she was giving her. The medicine slowly drained, but the kiss did not end immediately. Xian Yuan Wenya paused awkwardly for a moment, and Yixingchen couldn't help but tighten his arms around her waist, responding gently and guiding her. When the kiss ended, Xian Yuan Wenya was slightly out of breath. She buried her burning cheek in the crook of his neck and whispered, Ah Chen, won't this make us closer? Yixingchen looked down at Xian Yuan Wenya in his arms, his heart filled with satisfaction. He responded softly, yes, we're closer now. Then, Ah Chen has to finish this bowl, okay? Xian Yuan Wenya looked up, her eyes sparkling with happiness and a hint of mischief. Use the method I just used. Chapter 86. Be good, mommy's here. As Xian Yuan Wenya fed the last sip of warm medicine with her lips, time slipped into the dead of night without them even realizing it. She rested on Yixingchen's broad shoulders, breathing slightly, her body so soft as if all her strength had been drained away, except for her arms wrapped around his neck, which still held a dependent strength. Hee, Xiaoya. Yixingchen's cheerful voice brushed against her sensitive earlobe, his breath warm against her skin. Now, do you feel close enough? Xian Yuan Wenya squirmed slightly in his arms, as if she was unconsciously being coquettish. She propped herself up slightly, creating some distance between herself and Yixingchen so that she could see his eyes clearly. She exhaled a warm breath carrying the scent of medicine, her eyes gentle. I think, she said softly, with a slightly rising tone at the end, making it a little alluring, that Ah Chen and I could get even closer. Oh? Yixingchen raised an eyebrow slightly, pretending not to understand. How else can we get closer? Hee Xian Yuan Wenya let out a light laugh with a hint of reproach, and tapped his chest lightly with her fingertip. Is Ah Chen playing dumb? You must have contracted several beast girls by now, right? You know more than me, a newbie who's contracting for the first time, don't you? She felt no jealousy whatsoever. Instead, with a touch of shyness, she handed him the initiative. Looking at her posture, Yixingchen couldn't help but chuckle, knowing a lot doesn't mean you can be impatient. His fingertips gently brushed her increasingly flushed cheeks, his eyes meeting her tender gaze that seemed to melt anyone's heart. Yes, that is fine. Xian Yuan Wenya gave her answer, her fingers circling around his chest. There are still many things I don't understand, please teach me, Ah Chen. She took Yixingchen's large hand in her small one and placed it on her heart. Please forgive me, Aiken, for anything I've done poorly. Yixingchen gently pressed on her chest, feeling her heart pounding rapidly in his palm. The smile in his eyes deepened.
Okay, I'll teach you.
But let us go to your symbiotic sanctuary first, Yi Xingchen reminded him, otherwise this villa will catch fire.
Xian Yuan Wenya smiled gently. Okay, I'll do whatever Aiken says. She also wanted to see what her symbiotic sacred domain was like, so she embraced Yi Xingchen and disappeared from the seat. When Yi Xingchen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a place filled with black flames, which exuded a sacred and majestic aura. When the night stars appeared, a chair actually appeared under his butt, allowing him to sit with Xian Yuan Wenya in his arms. He guessed that it was generated under Xiaoya's control, which was quite thoughtful. A dark red flame rose from Xian Yuan Wenya's delicate skin, and Yi Xingchen felt a chill run through his body. The flames possessed the power to incinerate everything, yet they brought him an unusually warm feeling, as if they carried boundless embrace. Ah Chen, it feels like there's a flame inside me. It might get a little hot later, so let you get used to the temperature first, okay? Xian Yuan Wenya chuckled and reached down with her small hand. At the same time, she leaned closer and stared intently, secretly surprised. This is terrifying. Looks like my magic potion is working, hee hee. It seems that the knowledge of pharmacology of elixirs that I learned from my grandmother back then was correct. What she didn't expect was that the elixir soup was only part of the reason most of Yi Xingchen's changes stemmed from her own actions. No rush, take your time. Yi Xingchen gently stroked her smooth back, indicating that she shouldn't be too nervous. Mum.
Xian Yuan Wenya nodded, flames rising from her small hands as she moved very gently. The flames swayed slowly, following the up and down movement of her small hands. The warmth of the flames caused Yi Xingchen to break out in a sweat, but it was quickly evaporated by the intense heat of the flames.
Xiaoya, can you control the flames to prevent these liquids from disappearing? Okay, I'll give it a try. Xian Yuan Wenya tried to control the flames on her body. The next second, the magical scene disappeared. The sweat beads seemed to have formed a fireproof barrier, slowly sliding down Yi Xingchen's body and dripping to the ground. Does this consume mental energy? Yi Xingchen asked.
It doesn't consume anything, Xian Yuan Wenya said with a smile, her little hands still moving. These flames are like my children, they all listen to me. Looking at the flames, she felt as proud as a mother. So she quickened her pace, making the flames even more intense, like adding fuel to a fire. Yi Xingchen felt the temperature rise and gradually adjusted.
Xiaoya, the heat is perfect. I'm so happy that Ah Chen said that. Xian Yuan Wenya's little wings fluttered excitedly as well.
So she looked up, reached out and pressed her hand on Yi Xingchen's shoulder, and whispered in his ear.
Ah Chen, feel the temperature of my inner fire. Don't worry, I won't burn you, hee hee. Oh. Feeling the change in temperature, Yi Xingchen's body trembled violently. So this is what internal fire feels like. The outer heat was her passionate approach, while the inner softness was her carefulness in not wanting to hurt him. The two feelings intertwined, burning his heart yet making him feel exceptionally at ease.
Xian Yuan Wenya sat up straight and gently pressed Yi Xingchen's flushed cheeks against her small chest.
Ah Chen, I've already mastered using this 1000-calamity black flame.
Feeling the warmth of the embrace and the soothing aroma of medicine, Yi Xingchen felt as if she had returned to her childhood, nestled comfortably in her mother's arms, her eyes slightly glazed over. The form of address that came to mind naturally slipped out of Yi Xingchen's mouth.
Mother.
The two words, low and somewhat indistinct, with a hint of dependence, echoed softly in the tranquil space formed by black flames. Xian Yuan Wenya's movements suddenly stopped, and the hand that was originally wrapped around his head tightened subconsciously, as if afraid that this dependence would suddenly disappear. She looked down at Yi Xingchen, who resembled a baby, and a deep affection welled up in her eyes. Having lacked maternal love since childhood, at this moment, a strange sense of fulfillment, along with a certain need, overwhelmed her. She had been called mom many times before, but hearing it from a stranger made her feel very offended and disgusted. Only Yi Xingchen's voice made her feel very at ease and gentle.
Xian Yuan Wenya didn't correct him. Instead, she reached out her small hand and gently stroked his black hair, as if comforting a child seeking solace, and said softly.
I'm here, Ah Chen, be good, mommy's here. Yi Xingchen seemed to be overwhelmed by this extreme tenderness and acceptance. He closed his eyes and indulged in this unique emotion. Xian Yuan Wenya felt his complete trust, and her heart was filled with indescribable tenderness and a peculiar sense of accomplishment.
Ma Chen, I love you.
In the star realm, Bai Miao appeared, stretching lazily. She sat down next to the sleeping Bai Xianxian, gently ruffled her hair, turned to look at Shen Xingju, who was engrossed in the drama, and whispered a reminder.
Xingju, let's go to sleep first. Brother Yi will probably stay up a little later to sleep with us. Okay. Shen Xingju nodded obediently and reluctantly turned off the TV. Bai Miao followed by Xian into the master bedroom.
The master bedroom is usually used for normal sleeping. The bed is very large and soft. This villa also has several secondary bedrooms, one of which Yixingchen specially reserved for hosting parties. The bed there is larger than the master bedroom, the space is also very large and spacious, and the entertainment facilities are very complete.
Chapter 87 Test Abilities.
Yixingchen cleaned the sweat off the unconscious Xian Yuanwenya and then took her back to the villa in the Star Realm.
I didn't expect the flames to get out of control in the end. Luckily, Xiaoya put them out with water.
Yixingchen shook his head.
It seems we still need to practice more. He went to the master bedroom and gently placed Xian Yuanwenya on the big bed.
Looking at the three little ones who were already asleep beside him, Yixingchen couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction.
My extended family has gained another capable assistant.
Go to sleep. Yixingchen stretched and gently squeezed into the gap between them. However, just as he adjusted his posture, he heard a rustling sound beside him. Bai Xian, who had been sleeping soundly, groggily opened his eyes. As if sensing the most reassuring presence instinctively, she nuzzled her head and nestled precisely into the embrace of the starry sky, finding the most comfortable spot to snuggle up.
Brother, she murmured softly.
Before she finished speaking, she tilted her head up, her warm, sleepy breath brushing against Yixingchen's face, and then gently kissed him on the cheek.
Good night, kiss. Xian, good night.
Yixingchen gently ruffled her hair.
Go to sleep. Receiving a response and a caress, Bai Xian snuggled contentedly in her arms before drifting back to sleep.
The next day, after having breakfast with the four little girls, Yixingchen took them to the wilderness on the west side of the Star Realm, which was specially set up for training. As Yixingchen raised his hand, the earth in front of him seemed to be infused with life force, and a lush and verdant forest rose from the ground.
Xiaoya, Yixingchen said to the girl with swaying pink hair beside him, his eyes filled with encouragement, are you ready? Okay, Chen, I'm ready.
Shen Yuanwenya took a deep breath, her eyes became focused, and as soon as she finished speaking, the black wings on her back unfolded with a whoosh, and her figure floated lightly in mid-air. She opened her palm, and a tiny, dark red flame appeared with a poof.
The flame leaped and danced, transforming at a visible speed into a lifelike, palm-sized bird.
Good child, go ahead, Shen Yuanwenya said softly. Upon receiving the command, the firebird let out a clear cry and suddenly flew out from her palm. The moment it took flight, its body suddenly expanded dozens of times, transforming into a gigantic firebird with an astonishing wingspan. The intense heat caused the air in the distance to distort. The flame bird did not crash directly into the forest, but rather, during its descent, the terrifying heat emanating from its body preceded it. The flame sparrow flew in a straight line, and in the area it passed through, the trees and weeds turned into ashes that filled the sky in an instant, without even a chance to burn.
Not bad.
Yixingchen nodded upon seeing this scene. Ahead, in the area where the flame sparrow had passed, only scorched earth remained within a range that was 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. Moreover, trees outside this area also caught fire. This 1,000-calamity black flame is indeed powerful, but it's slightly inferior to Yao Yao's skill performance, he muttered to himself.
The giant fiery sparrow circled once in the air before dissipating.
Xian Yuanwenya landed gently and folded her wings.
Chen, did I do well? Sister Ya is so amazing. Shen Xingju's eyes sparkled, as if she really wanted to have such an ability.
Bai Xian, who was standing next to her, cast an envious glance at her.
Xiaoya is amazing.
Bai Miao was also somewhat amazed, but everyone has their own expertise, and her own abilities were not bad either.
Yes, very well done, Yixingchen nodded. Now let's test your remaining 2 skills. Use them on me.
Shen Yuanwenya was clearly taken aback, her delicate eyebrows furrowing with worry, and she quickly shook her head.
No, Chen, I'll hurt you.
Yixingchen felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the genuine worry in her eyes. He reached out and gently took her slightly cold hand in his tone confident.
Trust me, Xiaoya. I also believe you can control it. It's all the system's fault. It doesn't provide descriptions for the key skills, only for the talents.
Shen Yuanwenya and the others use these abilities almost instinctively, and the specific effects are vague and unclear. However, she said that the second, Whale of the Underworld, is a mental attack, and with her current mental strength, she doesn't need to be afraid and can withstand it. Alright, Chen, you must be careful. Xian Yuan Wenye closed her eyes, seemingly preparing herself. When she opened her eyes again, those once gentle and tender eyes seemed to be veiled by a thin mist from the underworld, radiating a deep, eerie light. She didn't make any attacking gesture, but simply opened her mouth slightly. A silent wave, seemingly directly affecting the soul, suddenly spread out from her center. The lament of the underworld. This is not a sound that can be heard, but a lament that directly invades consciousness. Bai Xianxian and Shen Xingzhu, who were standing not far away, were also affected by the invisible aftershocks, even though they were not the main targets. Their faces paled instantly, and they subconsciously covered their ears, their eyes showing discomfort. But soon, Bai Miao Miao, who was standing next to them, emitted a different kind of spiritual energy, which helped them withstand it. Yi Xingchen felt countless souls sobbing and howling in her ears, using sharp or hoarse voices to tell of the pain they had in life and the loneliness they had in death. A chill emanating from the depths of his soul, along with a sense of despair, instantly gripped his heart. However, Yi Xingchen only paused slightly before quickly regaining his senses and becoming unaffected. If someone has weak mental strength, they might lose their composure and fall into fear in an instant. Yi Xingchen pondered carefully. Unlike Bai Miaomiao's floating life like a dream, which directly plunged the opponent into an illusion, Xian Yuan Wenya's attack, though also a mental attack, primarily focused on intimidation and threats. A few seconds later, the invisible wailing slowly dissipated. Seeing that Yi Xingchen was safe and sound, Xian Yuan Wenya finally breathed a long sigh of relief, her tense body relaxed, and a gentle, reassuring smile returned to her face. However, when she looked at Bai Xianxian and Shen Xingzhu's pale faces, a look of guilt appeared on her face.
Xianxian, Xingzhu, I'm sorry. This is the first time I've used this ability, and I haven't fully mastered it yet. It's nothing. Bai Xianxian shook his head, indicating that he was fine.
Shen Xingzhu gave a simple, honest smile and said, "It's all right, Sister Miao Miao blocked it for us."
Yes, thank you for your understanding.
Xian Yuan Wenya thanked them, then looked at Yi Xingchen and asked curiously.
Then, should we use the last skill, Scorched Earth Resurrection, on you too, Chen? It seems that her last skill is healing.
Yi Xingchen looked at the scorched earth she had burned herself, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes.
Chapter 88 Trading Injury for Blood? Shen Xingzhu's skill? Xiaoya, try using it on it?
Yi Xingchen pointed to the scorched earth that she herself had burned to the ground, which was still emitting wisps of smoke.
Okay, I'll give it a try. Xian Yuan Wenya nodded obediently.
Then, a flash of light appeared in her hand, and she took out a delicate, gleaming knife. When Yi Xingchen saw her take the knife and slash it at her fair arm without hesitation, his pupils contracted sharply. Almost instinctively, he reached out and grabbed her wrist that was holding the knife.
Yi Xingchen asked, puzzled, Xiaoya, what are you doing?
Xian Yuan Wenya looked up, saw his anxious expression, and instead showed a gentle smile, patiently explaining. Chen, this is a necessary step to activate Scorched Earth Resurrection. She spoke softly, as if she were talking about something very ordinary. This skill conveyed this message to me to exchange my own pain for the salvation of life.
It needs my blood as the life force to exert its healing power. This.
Yi Xingchen was speechless for a moment. He looked at her firm yet gentle eyes and frowned.
Healing abilities gained through self-harm? He seemed to see a distant future where, after a great battle, he and the beast girls were covered in wounds.
Despite being covered in wounds herself, Xian Yuan Wenya repeatedly raised the knife and slashed herself in order to heal everyone. Even though Xian Yuan Wenya's talent, the undying demon body, granted her immortality, the self-inflicted pain was so intense that just thinking about it made his heart feel like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand, causing him suffocating pain.
No. Yi Xingchen's tone left no room for argument. Xiaoya, you are not allowed to use this skill in the future. Ha?
Xian Yuan Wenya was stunned, her face filled with astonishment.
But, Chen, this is my ability, and it can save. I said you can't use it, and that means you can't use it. Listen to me.
Yi Xingchen interrupted her, his tone firm. He reached out and hugged her tightly.
I'd rather not have this skill. Leave the treatment to me, the beast tamer, Yi Xingchen said.
He currently has an A-grade, continuous life, talent, which is sufficient for the time being. He plans to upgrade to an S-grade talent later for greater security. The easiest way for him to obtain S-rank or higher healing talent crystals is by exchanging them for academic credits. Held tightly in her arms, feeling the sincerity in his words, Xian Yuanwenye was deeply moved.
But Chen, what if? There's no what if.
Yi Xingchen interrupted with a stern face.
That's right, Xiaoya, we don't want you to hurt yourself because of us. Bai Miaomio stepped forward and said earnestly. Shen Xingju and Bai Xiansen behind her also nodded their heads vigorously. Shen Xingju jogged over, took Xian Yuanwenye's hand, and spoke with pride. Sister Ye, don't worry, I'm very powerful. Ordinary people can't hurt me.
As if to prove the credibility of her words, she released Xian Yuanwenye's hand, took a few steps back, took a deep breath, clenched her small, white fist, and shouted.
Watch me, ha!
Before she finished speaking, a terrifying power that was completely disproportionate to her small size suddenly erupted from her small body, and she punched the solid ground.
Bang!
A dull thud exploded, and spider-web-like cracks instantly spread out from the spot where her small fist landed. Immediately afterwards, one of the thickest cracks, like a living earth dragon, stretched rapidly forward with a crackling sound. Finally, 10 meters away, with a loud rumble, the ground suddenly sank several centimeters, forming a huge panda paw print. All the trees on the ground burst open in response, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Not only were Xian Yuanwenye and the others stunned, but Yi Xingchen was also taken aback.
This. Xingju, when did you learn such a powerful move? Yi Xingchen asked, unable to hide his surprise.
The precise control of power before his eyes, even forming a specific panda paw print of destruction, was completely different from Shen Xingju's usual straightforward style that relied entirely on brute force.
This clearly has some kind of martial arts technique involved, yes.
It has the characteristics of martial arts techniques described in novels.
I didn't learn it, husband, why would you say that?
Shen Xingju herself seemed a little bewildered.
Following Yi Xingchen's gaze, she noticed the clearly visible large crater and its unique shape of destruction in front of her, her small face filled with astonishment. This. I made this?
She herself found it hard to believe.
Xingju, try again.
Yi Xingchen raised his hand and used the power of the Star Realm ruler to instantly restore the damaged area to its original state. Shen Xingju nodded obediently, then raised her little hand and looked at it with some uncertainty, before trying to throw a punch directly into the empty space in front of her.
Buzz!
A condensed fist gust of wind shot out, emitting a sharp whistle. It was quite powerful, but it did not extend across the ground, sink into the surrounding area, and form a specific palm print as it had before.
It doesn't seem to work.
Shen Xingju looked at her fist, her big eyes filled with confusion.
Try hitting the ground like you did before, Yi Xingchen instructed, wanting to confirm the trigger conditions. Okay.
Shen Xingju responded, took another deep breath, and slammed her small fist into the ground with a whooshing sound.
Bang!
The ground cracked again, centered on her fist, with spider-web-like cracks spreading out, exuding power, but it still didn't form a huge palm print like before. Husband, it seems it still doesn't work. Shen Xingju walked to Yi Xingchen's side with a somewhat aggrieved expression, tilting her little face up with a hint of disappointment in her eyes, as if asking, have I disappointed you, and opening her little hands for comfort. Yi Xingchen's heart softened instantly when he saw her aggrieved little face. He gently put Xian Yuanwenye down from his arms, picked up Shen Xingju, kissed her soft cheek, and soothed her gently. It's all right, it's all right. Xingju is already very powerful. That move just now was so cool. It shows that there is even more powerful strength hidden in Xingju's body. While gently comforting her, Yi Xingchen rapidly replayed the scene in her mind. Xingju's demeanor was very different when she was proving herself to Xian Yuanwenye. At that moment, she was so confident and proud, with a pure belief that I am amazing, and then she threw a punch earnestly and without any distractions. However, the 2 times she was asked to try it later, Shen Xingju was filled with hesitation and self-doubt, her little face saying, can I really do it? I understand. Yi Xingchen realized what was happening, put Shen Xingju down, cupped her soft little face in his hands, and gently rubbed it. Xingju, the problem isn't about strength, it's about this. Yi Xingchen gently tapped her heart with his fingertip, it's confidence. Xingju wasn't confident enough just now. Chapter 89 Confident Panda Fist. Confidence? Shen Xingju blinked her big eyes, looking a little bewildered. Yes. Yi Xingchen said firmly, patiently guiding the conversation. Xingju, think back to when you unleashed that incredibly powerful claw mark. Were you thinking, I'm amazing, wanting to prove it to Sister Ye, and feeling full of confidence? Shen Xingju tilted her head in thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Yes. That's what I thought at the time. She was overjoyed, feeling as if she had mastered an incredibly powerful technique.
Shall we try again?
Yi Xingchen pointed to the forest environment that had been restored to its original state.
Okay.
Shen Xingju answered loudly, taking a deep breath, and her proud chest also puffed out. This time, there was no hesitation on her face, but instead a firm and slightly proud expression. Shen Xingju firmly remembered Yi Xingchen's words and silently vowed in her heart, I am very capable, and I will definitely not let my husband down.
Ha!
Confident panda fist, she shouted, throwing a simple punch just like before, and even gave her newly mastered move a cute name.
Boom!
The familiar scene played out again, spiderweb-like cracks spread, and the shockwave, like an earth dragon, reappeared, advancing forward and exploding into a clear, enormous panda paw print more than 10 meters away. The marks were even clearer and the damage was even greater than before.
My husband! I did it!
Shen Xingju excitedly leaped and landed precisely in Yi Xingchen's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. In her excitement, she pressed his face directly against her soft chest. Two soft, warm masses suddenly enveloped his breath, and Yi Xingchen's nose was filled with her milky scent, making it hard for him to breathe.
Ugh, Xingju, relax a little, I can't breathe.
Yi Xingchen was both amused and exasperated, so he could only pat her waist. Shen Xingju then realized what was happening, her face flushed red, and she quickly loosened her grip, muttering softly, Husband, I'm sorry, I was just too happy.
Remember to tell me in advance next time so I can catch you ahead of time.
Yi Xingchen helplessly pinched her little nose.
This girl always likes to bump into people while carrying a ball.
Bai Miao watched from the side and giggled, it seems that if we want Xingju to unleash his ultimate move in the future, Brother Yi will have to climb onto the top of the mountain first. Shen Yuan Wenya smiled gently, her gaze involuntarily falling on Shen Xingju's full breasts, which were hard to conceal even under her loose training clothes, before quickly looking away. The full curves of a mature woman stirred a hint of envy in her eyes. She lowered her head quietly, her gaze sweeping over her flat chest, like a soft blanket without any undulations. The smile on her lips faded, and a trace of barely perceptible sorrow appeared on her face.
Ah Chen, would he prefer a fuller shape?
The thought flashed through her mind, making her cheeks slightly flush.
Then another thought popped into my head, if I have a baby in the future, will I be so flat-chested that I won't have enough breast milk and the baby will go hungry?
Shen Yuan Wenya subconsciously hugged herself gently with her arms, her small hands subtly gathering in front of her, as if she could gather some non-existent weight in the process.
It seems.
I'll have to ask Ah Chun for more help in the future. Those novels all say that if you are often pampered and massaged, you can gradually become plump and healthy. For Ah Chen's sake, and for our future baby, I need to work harder.
Alright, once you're familiar with the ability, you can practice freely.
Yi Xingchen patted Shen Xingju's back, letting her get off him.
He turned and touched Xian Yuanwenya's pink hair. Xiaoya, you too, practice those two skills more. You absolutely must not use Scorched Earth Resurrection.
Okay, Ah Chen, don't worry, I promise I won't use it.
Xian Yuanwenya nodded and agreed.
Seeing her promise, Yi Xingchen smiled with relief. So far, apart from being a little mischievous and occasionally throwing a tantrum, his contracted beast girl has always obeyed his orders. He then turned to Bai Miao, leaned close to her ear, and whispered.
By the way, Miao, it's time for you to advance.
During this time, my tutoring and training will be ready for you at any time.
Ah? So fast. A hint of panic flashed across Bai Miao's face.
She instinctively grabbed Yi Xingchen's arm, gently rubbing it with her fluffy fox ears, and said coquettishly.
Brother, you give me a little more time to prepare, please let me spend more time with you, okay? Let's talk about it after Yao Yao finishes her advancement.
She knew that once Yao Yao finished advancing, she would no longer be the strongest.
Given Ling Yaoyao's personality, she will definitely establish her position with Xian Yuanwenya and the others when she advances to the next level and falls into a deep sleep. She hasn't even gotten her revenge on Ling Yaoyao yet. She absolutely cannot advance to the next level so soon. Okay, I promise you.
Yi Xingchen, seeing the little glint in her eyes, knew exactly what she was thinking and couldn't help but chuckle. He gently tapped her forehead with his finger.
You know, Yao Yao used to be your wingman, how come you're jealous of her now?
Bai Miao's ears turned slightly red after he saw through her thoughts, but she still refused to back down.
Well, that's different. It's all because Sister Yao always acts like I'm the first wife. We should be equals.
As she spoke, she buried her face in Yi Xingchen's shoulder in a huff, her voice muffled. And she'll definitely be even more smug after she advances. Then she'll tickle me, pull my tail, and call me a slutty fox. Silly Meow Meow. Yi Xingchen's voice was gentle. Yao Yao may be tough on the outside, but she really cares about you guys.
Besides.
He paused, then said, in my heart, each of you is unique.
There is no distinction between high and low.
You are all my most important little wings. Hee. Upon hearing the last sentence, Bai Meow Meow looked up and giggled.
Brother Yi, why does the phrase they are all my little wings sound so familiar? Ahem.
Yi Xingchen coughed awkwardly. Well. Bai Meow Meow suddenly tiptoed, but finding she couldn't reach him, she jumped onto Yi Xingchen, leaned close to his ear, and her warm breath carried a faint fragrance. We don't actually dislike that Brother Yi has many beast girls, but if someone comes in later and doesn't listen and tries to exclude us. She stepped back slightly, her crimson fox eyes staring directly into Yi Xingchen's eyes, a cunning glint in them.
Then we old members will unite and show her who came first, okay?
Don't feel sorry for her, Brother Yi.
Don't worry, if that's the case, Yi Xingchen patted his chest and assured him confidently, I'll teach her a lesson without you having to lift a finger. Chapter 90 Entering the Underworld.
While they all went to practice their skills, Yi Xingchen sat on the grass not far away with the invisible Bai Xianxian to watch. Bai Xianxian leaned lightly against his chest, her snow-white tail swaying unconsciously, her red eyes fixed on her sisters who were diligently cultivating in the distance. Yi Xingchen keenly sensed the fleeting disappointment in the little one in her arms. It seems we need to hurry up and find out if there are any ways to improve one's bloodline, otherwise, if Wei Wuxian continues to feel inferior, problems will arise.
Xianxian, don't rush.
Yi Xingchen stroked her fluffy animal ears, feeling them gently swaying in his palm. Brother will definitely help you find a way to improve your bloodline.
Then, Xianxian will be as powerful as them.
Bai Xianxian nestled quietly against him, her eyes seemingly dim, but after hearing Yi Xingchen's promise, the dimness gradually dissipated, and her previously listless tail began to wag slightly. She turned around, reached out her small hands, and hugged Yi Xingchen's waist. She buried her face in his chest, took a deep breath, and spoke in a clearer voice than before, though still haltingly. Brother, smells so good.
Bai Xianxian gently pressed on Yi Xingchen's chest, trying to push him down. Brother Xianxian needs to cultivate.
Yi Xingchen cooperated and lay flat on the ground, following her force. This girl speaks much more fluently than before. Yi Xingchen rubbed her little head, feeling very gratified.
Okay, whatever Xianxian says. To prevent the sweat from wetting their clothes, Yi Xingchen quickly put their clothes aside and then picked up a mild spiritual herb and swallowed it. Come on, close your eyes.
Sensing the energy surging in, Yi Xingchen had her sit down and interlock her fingers with his to facilitate the transfer of spiritual power.
Bai Xianxian obediently did as instructed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly as she tried to concentrate.
Just as she reached the crucial point, her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Take your time, there's no rush, Yi Xingchen reminded him. Although this method is a bit more profound than the previous cultivation, after your and your brother's practice, Xianxian can definitely master it.
Xianxian. I can do it. Bai Xianxian held Yi Xingchen's small hand, gradually tightening his grip.
She thought of her older sister, whose body was even smaller than hers, yet she could withstand immense spiritual power, while she herself felt a blockage halfway through, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Don't rush, Yi Xingchen reminded her again, it's not good to ruin your health.
Bai Xianxian nodded, beads of sweat sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto Yi Xingchen's body.
She forced herself to calm down and slowly followed Yi Xingchen's guidance to adjust her breathing. The stagnant spiritual energy in her body gradually stirred and formed a delicate balance.
Bai
Xianxian hummed comfortably, the invisible swelling sensation making her dare not relax. Yi Xingchen felt her body tremble slightly, clearly indicating that she was somewhat nervous. Fearing she might catch her breath, he immediately reached out and supported Bai Xianxian's waist, gently stabilizing her figure, and then personally guided the flow of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy he channeled into his body became increasingly gentle, like a slowly flowing warm spring, gently propelling him and steadily controlling every step of his cultivation.
Bai
Xianxian felt that he was about to break through, and looked at Yi Xingchen, who also seemed to be about to break through. With a determined heart, she gritted her teeth and suppressed the faint throbbing pain in her body. She actively activated her meager bloodline power and, following the spiritual energy trajectory guided by Yi Xingchen, charged fiercely towards that shackle.
Ugh!
Bai Xianxian's meridians were simultaneously impacted by spiritual power and bloodline power, causing a slight soreness and swelling. She couldn't help but furrow her brows and tightly gripped Yi Xingchen's wrist with her small hands.
Oh my gosh. Bai Xianxian suddenly erupted, his spiritual power surging joyfully through his meridians like a stream bursting its banks. Host's Realm, Rank 6, Stage 6. Bai Xianxian's cultivation level, 5th rank, 1st stage. After finishing his cultivation, Yi Xingqian let out a long breath and wiped the sweat off his face. He looked at Bai Xianxian, who was still immersed in the afterglow of his breakthrough, his red eyes sparkling with indescribable joy, and smiled gently. He then picked up a towel that had been prepared and carefully wiped away the sweat from Bai Xianxian's body, afraid of disturbing her. Afterwards, Yi Xingqian got up, picked her up steadily, and carried her back to the room in the luxurious villa. After settling Bai Xianxian on the soft bed and watching her quickly fall into a deep sleep with a faint smile on her lips, Yi Xingqian turned and left the room. Not bad, not bad, your strength has improved again. Yi Xingqian stretched. In the days before coming to the Imperial Capital Academy, he had been cultivating with spiritual medicine, and his realm had also improved by leaps and bounds. It's time to try out my new talent, Lord of the Underworld. Yi Xingqian's eyes narrowed as he activated the first ability of the Lord of the Underworld, freedom to enter and exit the underworld. The next moment, his body emitted an eerie light, and his figure disappeared into the star realm with a whoosh. When Yi Xingqian's figure solidified again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. The sky was a perpetually dusky yellow, devoid of sun and moon, with only a few wisps of pale green light flowing slowly across the dome like the aurora borealis. The air was thick with the aura of death, chilling to the bone. Looking around, the desolate land is covered with jagged rocks and twisted dead trees. Looking into the distance, Yi Xingqian could vaguely see a murky river flowing silently in the twilight, its surface shrouded in mist, and there seemed to be some buildings on the opposite bank. Is this the underworld? Yi Xingqian sensed the life force around him that seemed out of place in his surroundings, and raised an eyebrow slightly. He could sense that the talent of the Lord of the Underworld was slowly activating, protecting him from the corrosive influence of the deathly aura of this place. He tried to take a step, but his feet were on a patch of gray, barren soil. At the same time, he noticed that where he landed, there was a faint halo of dark gold, like a semi-transparent dome about 10 meters in diameter, separating him from the vast underworld outside. This is a safe zone? Or rather, the territory that I can currently control? Yi Xingqian pondered. Beyond the boundary, a gray mist lingered, and some blurry, transparent, weak ghosts could be vaguely seen wandering aimlessly, along with some low-level underworld creatures that resembled twisted lizards or decaying crows and exuded a chilling aura. They seemed instinctively afraid of the faint aura emanating from the halo and dared not approach. Within the boundaries, Yi Xingqian remained vigilant, observing as he walked. However, curiosity drove him to want to see further. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and stepped out of the boundary. Just as half of his body was completely exposed, a strange thing happened.